Yo, what's up everyone? It's Bald Voldemort and today we're checking out what if Harry was betrayed by everyone and reincarnated as the son of Superman with his magic intact. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, Burned by one world, born in another. Harry knew it was wrong the second the doors locked behind him. Not because they slammed. That would have been easy, dramatic, obvious. This was worse. The heavy doors of the old Wisengamot chamber shut with a soft click, almost polite, and the sound still landed like a curse. He stopped walking. Ahead of him, rows of benches stepped up in a circle around the stone floor. Same chamber where they'd dragged him in when he was 15. Same chain chair in the center, except now it had been removed. That was supposed to make this look better, less like a trial, more like a discussion. Harry stood alone on the circular floor and looked up. Kingsley sat in the central seat, not wearing the calm smile he used for press photos. McGonagall sat 2 places to his right, jaw set so tight it looked painful. Hermione sat lower down with rolls of parchment stacked beside her. Ron was next to her, hands clenched on his knees, staring anywhere but at Harry. Ginny stood near the side arch instead of taking a seat. She had her arms crossed like she was cold. There were more of them, ministry officials, order members. He caught faces he'd bled for, faces he'd trusted while falling asleep in ruined tents, while sneaking through enemy lines, while standing over dead friends and trying not to lose his head. Neville wasn't there. Luna wasn't there. For one stupid second that hit harder than anything else because it meant somebody had known better than to come. Harry, Kingsley said, his voice carried cleanly through the chamber. Thank you for coming. Harry laughed once, no humor in it. You sent an official summons with 3 Aurors and a sealed order saying refusal would count as obstruction of reconstruction efforts. Let's not act like I wandered in for tea. No one laughed. That made something cold settle lower in his stomach. Hermione opened a parchment, then closed it again when Harry kept looking at her instead of Kingsley. She swallowed. Please just hear us out. He slowly turned in a full circle, taking in the carved lines in the stone floor, the dusting of silver powder pressed into the edges. The symbols tucked just under the dais where most people wouldn't notice unless they'd spent enough time around curses, wards, traps, and dark rubbish trying to kill him. He noticed. He always noticed now. You warded the floor, he said. Kingsley's expression barely changed. For safety. Harry crouched and pressed 2 fingers to the stone. The wards tingled against his skin. Layered, old magic mixed with ministry work, containment, suppression, anchor points at 6 points around the chamber, not for safety, for him. His scar hadn't hurt in months. Voldemort was dead. The thing in his head was gone. Still, a hard pulse of memory shot through him anyway, one clean flash of being tied down and watched while adults decided what kind of danger he counted as. He rose back to his feet. Say it plain, Harry said. Now, McGonagall leaned forward. Mr. Potter, recent weeks have shown a troubling pattern. Her mouth shut. He kept his eyes on hers. Not that voice. Not the school voice, say it plain. For a moment she looked every bit as old as he remembered from the first train ride when he thought age meant wisdom and rules probably existed for a reason. Then the look hardened again. You have become too powerful to remain unchecked, she said. There it was, no speeches, no easing him into it, no pretending this had anything to do with helping. Ron flinched like he'd been struck. Hermione closed her eyes for half a second. Ginny just stared at Harry with a weird mix of anger and something close to pleading. Harry nodded once, sharp and small. Better. Kingsley rested both hands on the arms of his chair. This is not a punishment. Harry looked at the runes in the floor again. Then you've got a funny way of decorating. Listen to the whole proposal, Hermione said quickly. Please, before you decide what this is. My mistake, Harry said. Maybe the anti-apparition lattice and power drain channels are there for the acoustics. Ron finally looked at him. Mate, don't. Ron's mouth snapped shut. Harry turned back to Hermione. Go on then. Explain how this isn't exactly what it looks like. She stood, parchment in hand, going straight into that clipped, controlled voice she used when she had already prepared 6 arguments and expected logic to win. Since the Battle of Hogwarts, you've demonstrated repeated signs of unstable magical amplification. There were 3 incidents witnessed by Aurors, 2 by ministry staff, and 1 by members of the French delegation. In each case, your power output exceeded documented human norms. Documented human norms, Harry repeated. That's the phrase you went with. Hermione pushed on. He could hear the strain now. The Elder Wand recognizes you. The Hallows responded to you. There are reports from Gringotts about ward interference when you entered certain vault corridors. There are rumors, Harry said, about the way the final duel ended. Silence hit the chamber, of course, that. They de-circled around it for weeks. Everyone wanted the story. No one got the truth. Voldemort had died because his own spell had rebounded, because Harry had understood him, because ownership of the wand mattered, because luck and timing and a dozen ugly choices had all crashed together at once. But that wasn't enough for people. People wanted reasons they could fear. You think I'm dangerous because I won, Harry said. Kingsley spoke before Hermione could. We think you are dangerous because every power structure in magical Britain now bends around what you might do next. Harry stared at him. And that's my fault? No, Kingsley said, but it is our responsibility. Your responsibility, Harry said softly. Right, Ginny moved from the archway at last. Harry, nobody wants to hurt you. He looked at her, really looked. He'd kissed her in stolen moments during a war. He'd thought about her when he was cold and hungry and too tired to think straight. He'd come back ready to try for something real when the fighting stopped and the dead were buried. Now she wouldn't come any closer than the edge of the circle. Then why aren't you standing down here with me? He asked. She froze. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. If this is help, if this is care, if all of you are so sure I'll understand once you explain it, then why am I the only one on the warded floor? No one answered. That told him enough. Kingsley gave a short nod to Hermione. She pulled the top parchment open with fingers that shook once before steadying. The proposal is for a consensual magical compact. Limited, supervised, reviewed every 6 months by a neutral panel. It would temporarily restrict access to the most volatile aspects of your magic, bar independent possession of the Elder Wand, require residence in a protected estate under Ministry watch. Harry laughed again. Louder this time. You've got to be joking. It's not imprisonment, Hermione said fast. Not if you call it something else, number, it would keep you safe too. From what? Hermione's voice rose. From everyone who thinks they can use you, Harry. From foreign ministries, blood purists, dark loyalists, opportunists, people in our own government who are already trying to draft contingencies because they're scared of you and I can't stop all of them. He went still. There was the truth under the truth. Fear, not just theirs. Everyone you join them, he said. Her face changed just a little, enough. We tried other options, Hermione said. I fought for less restrictive terms. Ron made a harsh sound in his throat and rubbed both hands over his face. Bloody hell, Hermione. What? Harry said. You want points for negotiating the bars on the cage. Ron stood so fast his bench scraped stone. You think I wanted this? Harry rounded on him. You're here, aren't you? Because if I wasn't, somebody else would be. Ron shot back. Somebody who doesn't care what happens to you after they slap the chains on. There it was again. Chains. Ron heard himself say it and looked sick. Harry's voice dropped. So there are chains. Hermione shut her eyes. Kingsley said, symbolic restraints only during the sealing. Harry looked up at him slowly. The ceiling. McGonagall took over now, maybe because Kingsley had already given too much away. It is a stabilizing measure. Magical Britain cannot survive another war. Public confidence is hanging by a thread. Families have demanded assurance. International observers are pressing hard. The goblins have filed complaints. There are already editorials asking whether one young man should be allowed to retain unchecked command over artifacts tied to death itself. Harry stared at her. You're all afraid of headlines, he said. No, McGonagall said. We are afraid of what happens when one person, however well-meaning, sits outside every law. Harry's temper snapped hard enough that magic crackled down his arms. Blue-white sparks spat from his fingers and flashed across the warded floor. Half the aurors at the walls raised wands. Harry saw that too. He saw every choice already made before he ever walked in. He saw the runes in the stone, the prepared parchments, the seat placements, the aurors on the wall, the way Hermione had come armed with legal language and Ron had come armed with guilt. He saw Ginny waiting there like maybe he'd look at her and make this easier for everyone by agreeing. Outside every law, Harry said. I was under your laws when I lived in a cupboard. Under your laws when Umbridge carved words into my hand. Under your laws when Death Eaters ran the school. Under your laws when I was hunted through the country because your ministry couldn't stop a madman with a soul problem. Don't tell me about law. No one moved. Harry took one step forward. The wards hummed. I asked for nothing after the battle, he said. Nothing. I buried people. I cleared rubble. I sat for interviews so you lot could tell the public everything was handled. I handed over evidence. I didn't ask for a title, didn't ask for money, didn't ask for the wand to be recognized publicly, didn't expose half the nonsense people did during the war. And this, he gestured around the chamber, this is what I get. Kingsley's face was hard now, sympathy gone behind office and duty. You get a chance to cooperate. Harry looked at him for 3 long seconds. Or what? Kingsley didn't answer. That answer was enough too. Harry felt it then, the exact moment the room stopped being a room full of people he knew and turned into a battlefield. You learn to notice that. In war there was always a second when talking became performance and everybody's body told the truth. Fingers tightened on wands. Eyes shifted to exits, breathing changed. Ron knew what was coming and hated it. Hermione hoped words could still stop it. Kingsley had already accepted it. Ginny looked scared. McGonagall looked determined. Harry inhaled once through his nose and let it out slow. Right, he said, I'm leaving. 3 aurors stepped in front of the doors. Harry, Hermione said, panic finally cracking through. Don't do this. He gave her a flat look. I'm not the one doing it. He moved for the left side of the circle, not the door, testing. The runes underfoot flashed and rose into a thin wall of silver light at chest height. Containment. There it was, no more pretending. Harry whipped out his wand. Elderwood, warm and deadly in his grip. Finite, the spell struck the barrier and scattered in sparks. Layered wards, of course, wands came up all over the chamber. Stand down, Kingsley ordered. Harry didn't. He slammed the butt of the Elder Wand against the floor and shouted, Reducto. The stone exploded at his feet. Runes shattered. The silver wall flickered, failed on one side, then surged back stronger. Harry had his answer. 6 anchors, break at least 3. Harry, stop, Ginny shouted. He spun and blasted the nearest pillar base. Stone blew apart. The chamber shook. Screams ripped from the higher benches as officials scrambled back. Stupefy. A red bolt missed his shoulder as he dove, rolled, came up behind the broken ring of the center dais and fired 3 spells in a row. Expulso, Defindo, Pratigo. The first 2 tore benches apart and forced Aurors to scatter. Shield caught a spread of stunners and threw crackling red light around him like a cage made of anger. Somebody was crying, some official, not one of the fighters. Harry almost wanted to laugh. Welcome to the part where it gets messy. Don't curse him, Hermione yelled. No lethal spells, no lethal spells, Harry repeated, then fired a cutting curse that sliced through a hanging banner and dropped it over 2 advancing Aurors. Ron jumped the railing and landed badly, nearly twisting his ankle. Harry. Listen to me, Harry pointed his wand at him and Ron stopped dead. Say one thing, Harry said, voice low and shaking with fury. One thing that makes me believe you didn't know exactly what this was. Ron's face went white then red. I knew they wanted restrictions. Chains. Ron swallowed. I didn't know how far it had gone until yesterday. And you came anyway. I came because I thought maybe I could stop it going worse. Harry's lip curled. Brilliant. A curse smashed into the shield from the side. Harry turned and saw Kingsley standing now, wand out, not firing to kill but absolutely fighting. There went the last piece. Harry's shield burst under the next barrage. Threw himself sideways as ropes of light lashed down where he'd been standing. Binding magic, he hit stone, rolled under a bench, kicked off and yelled, Confringo. One of the upper anchor runes blew apart in a shower of molten stone. Second anchor, the ward net stuttered. Contain him, McGonagall barked. Harry snapped his wand toward her on pure reflex, then stopped himself. Half a second, enough to hate it. She used the opening. Incarcerus, rope slammed into him from 3 angles. Harry slashed the Elder Wand down. Incendio, fire ate the ropes, heat blasted his face. He came out of the flames, moving low and fast, and drove a shoulder into one Auror's stomach hard enough to send the man over the railing. Not fatal, just out. Something cold struck the back of Harry's neck. His knees buckled, power drain. He snarled and twisted, slamming an elbow backward into the Cursecaster's jaw, then jammed the wand up under the man's chin. Finite Maxima, the spell burst outward in a ring. Wards popped, drain lines died. 3 people got thrown off their feet. He staggered, vision swimming for a beat. Hermione was in front of him before he fully focused, wand lowered but body blocking the next line of fire. Harry, stop, please, this can still be changed. By who? By me, by us. You're saying that while standing inside their trap. Her voice cracked. I'm trying to keep you alive. He stared at her, all the library hours, the arguments, the camping in forests, the way she always had a plan even when it was a mad one. The way she'd looked at him after Dumbledore's funeral like she'd already chosen to follow him into hell if that's where it went. Then he looked past her and saw the chain stand being rolled from the side arch by 2 silent ministry guards. Silver manacles hanging from it, runes already lit. That was it. Harry's face went blank. Hermione saw the change and took one small step back. Harry, move, please, move. She didn't. Harry flicked his wand. Levicorpus. She yelped as her ankle jerked upward and she flipped clean off the floor. Harry caught her with a second spell before her head hit stone and swung her gently aside onto a bench. Not hurt, just out of the way. Ron swore and charged again. Harry hit him with a body bind so quick Ron only got halfway through Harry's name before he went rigid and toppled face first. Ginny actually came forward then, wand out, eyes furious. You're making this impossible. Harry stared at her. You already made it impossible. She fired first. He blocked on instinct and the clash rang through the chamber. She came again, faster than most people gave her credit for, curses sharp and mean because she knew how he moved. He ducked a blasting curse, took a searing cut across his sleeve from another, and answered with a disarming spell that blew her wand into the rafters. She stood there breathing hard, hands empty. Harry did not hex her. He just looked at her once, looked away, and blasted the 3rd anchor pillar. Stone burst, silver light across the chamber convulsed. Half the ward net collapsed. Kingsley shouted something Harry didn't catch because pain knifed through his scarless forehead so hard he nearly screamed. Not the scar, deeper. Like the Hallows themselves had noticed somebody trying to put him in a cage and took it personally. Not the Hallows. His magic, raw and furious and too big for his skin right then. The floor runes changed. Harry saw it before anyone else. The broken anchors weren't just failing, they were cross-connecting. The containment array was dropping into emergency sealing mode. Which meant if the ministry's notes were even half right, the chamber was about to dump every ounce of trapped energy into the center point. Into him. Hermione, Harry shouted. She pushed herself upright on the bench, hair in her face, eyes wide. What? The runes, they're folding wrong. She looked down. All the blood drained from her face. Kingsley's head snapped toward the floor. What is it? She scrambled for her papers, hands shaking wildly now. The failsafe shouldn't activate unless all 6 anchors are engaged. You blew 3 of them to bits, McGonagall shouted. Yes, and now the lattice is trying to compensate through the central seal, but the power ratios are. She didn't finish. The stone under Harry's boots split with a hard crack. Lines of white fire raced out from the center circle and climbed the walls. Aurors backed away. Officials screamed. Benches started smoking. Harry's mind went razor clear. If he tried to blast through now, the chamber would go. Maybe half the building with it. If he stood still, the ceiling would hit him with enough force to rip magic apart. He looked up at the people above him. Some were terrified, some ashamed, some still convinced this was necessary. All of them had done this. Drop the wards, Harry shouted. Kingsley was already firing cancellation spells into the dais. McGonagall joined him. Hermione was yelling rune corrections so fast the words blurred. Nothing worked. Harry felt the center pulling at him, not physically, something worse. Magic recognizing target, locking. The Elder Wand throbbed in his grip. Ginny had backed to the railing, face white. Ron was still frozen on the floor where he'd fallen. Hermione nearly stumbled down the steps trying to reach the edge of the circle again. Harry, give me the wand, she shouted. If the system thinks you're armed for resistance, it'll keep escalating. He almost laughed. Now you want me to trust you with it. Tears sprang to her eyes. Please, the pull increased. Harry's shoulders locked. Light crawled over his arms like burning wire. He could still see the math of it, still see the chamber, still hear Kingsley ordering evacuation. Still hear officials shoving each other toward exits. Everybody first, Harry thought with sudden vicious clarity. Same as always. Everybody decides he's the problem, then everybody runs when the problem gets teeth. Fine, he made his choice in less than a heartbeat. Harry slammed the Elder Wand point first into the center crack in the floor. Harry, no, Hermione screamed. Everybody out, Harry roared, his voice amplified by raw magic until it shook dust from the ceiling. Now, power erupted, not one spell, not even one kind of magic, everything, his magic, the chamber's magic, old ministry wards, the binding system. Whatever weird death-touched things still clung to him from surviving one killing curse and walking into another. It all hit at once. For a second, the whole room went white. Harry was aware of absurd little details. Ron finally breaking the body bind and crawling toward the circle. Ginny screaming his name. Kingsley throwing up a shield over the exits. McGonagall trying to transfigure fallen stone into support braces because even now she was thinking about the building. Hermione at the edge of the light reaching. Then the light swallowed all of it. Harry felt himself come apart. Not pain, not exactly. More like every bit of him got yanked in 6 directions and none of them cared what stayed whole. He couldn't breathe, couldn't see, couldn't tell if his heart was beating or had already stopped. He thought with one last sharp stab of furious disbelief that after all that, after Voldemort and war and burying Fred and Lupin and Tonks and everybody else, this was how it ended. Not in battle, not saving anybody. In a room full of people he loved deciding he was too dangerous to keep. The last thing he felt was the Elder Wand shattering in his hand. Then there was warmth, not heat from cursed stone, not the sting of exploding wards, just warmth. Tight all around him, pressing from every side, then a rush, voices, light. Harry tried to open his eyes and found out 2 things at once. 1, his body was not his body. 2, somebody was laughing. It was a man's laugh, soft and cracked up with relief. Lois, hey, he's looking, I think he's looking right at me. A woman answered, tired and smiling through it. That's because you're hovering over him like a giant dork, Clark. Harry tried to turn his head and managed the weakest little wobble imaginable. Massive failure, terrible. Whoever owned this useless body deserved a refund. The man leaned into view. Black hair, glasses. A face Harry didn't know and somehow trusted less than he should because all adults had lost the benefit of the doubt 5 minutes ago or a lifetime ago or whenever the hell any of this counted. Then the woman leaned in too. Dark hair, sharp eyes even while exhausted, the kind of look that said she noticed everything and probably called people on their rubbish for sport. She had him bundled against her chest. Harry realized with dawning horror that he was very small, newborn small, number absolutely not. He tried to speak. What came out was an angry, thin baby wail. The man made a panicked sound. What did I do? You existed too close to him. The woman said, try being less weird. I am his father. Weird is part of the contract. Harry stopped crying mid-wail out of pure confusion. Father, mother, he knew those words, obvious words. But they landed wrong, like he'd been handed somebody else's life while still smoking from his own. He tried to move his arms. Tiny fists waved out of the blanket. One of them brushed the woman's shirt. A spark snapped between his fingers and the blanket. Both adults froze. The man blinked. "Did you see that?" The woman looked down at Harry, then up at him. "Tell me I'm sleep deprived." "I mean, you definitely are, but I saw it too." Harry stared from one to the other while his newborn body went heavy with exhaustion. Magic, he still had magic, or something like it. He could feel it buried under the shock, under the strange new body, under the beating rhythm of a second chance he had not asked for and did not trust. The woman adjusted him with hands that were careful without being scared. "Hey little guy," she murmured. "No setting the hospital on fire on day one, okay?" Harry stared at her. He meant to stay awake. He really did figure out where he was, who they were, why the universe had apparently gone mad in a fresh new direction. But the warmth kept pulling him down, and the man with the glasses was still smiling. Like Harry existing at all was enough to wreck him in the best way, and the woman's heartbeat under Harry's ear was steady and real. The last thing he heard before sleep got him was the man saying very quietly, "Hi, John." He remembered dying before he remembered how to walk, not all at once, bits, flashes, green light, stone, a scream that might have been his. Ron laughing with his mouth full on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione with ink on her fingers and fury in her eyes, the cupboard under the stairs, Sirius falling, Voldemort smiling, Ginny kissing him in a room that smelled like dust and sunlight. Ginny standing at the edge of a ward circle and not stepping in. That one kept coming back, that one and the click of the door. He was 3 when he woke up on the floor of his room in Smallville with a scar that wasn't there throbbing anyway and a lamp floating over his head. Not floating, shaking, along with 3 books, a toy truck, and 1 sneaker. Jon Kent stared up at the mini-storm he'd apparently made while half asleep and swore in a tiny voice he'd definitely never learned in Kansas. The lamp smashed against the wall. He flinched and rolled just as the bedroom door burst open. Clark Kent filled the doorway in flannel and jeans, hair a mess, glasses gone because it was the middle of the night and apparently super hearing did not care about sleep schedules. Lois came right behind him in one of Clark's old shirts, already awake enough to be dangerous. They both stopped at the sight of the room. Book spinning, blanket wrapped around John's legs, air buzzing. Clark moved first, not toward the floating stuff, toward John. Hey buddy, I'm here." John scrambled backward until his shoulders hit the bed frame, not because Clark had done anything, because every part of him that remembered adults with power and plans and calm voices was screaming trap. Clark dropped to one knee a few feet away and didn't come closer. "Smart, you're okay." The air buzzed harder. Another book launched itself into the wardrobe. Lois took in the room in one sweep. "Okay, weird, that's new." John looked at her. She looked back, no panic, no trying to pretend she didn't see it. She glanced at the floating lamp pieces, then at the sneaker slowly turning in the air. "Jonathan," she said, very direct, "did you do this?" He knew how not to answer questions. He'd learned from experts. But he was 3 and freaked out, and his room was currently trying to orbit him, so what came out was maybe. Lois's mouth twitched like she was fighting a smile she had no business having right now. "Appreciate the honesty." Clark kept his voice low. "Can you come to me?" John wanted to say number. Instead, he pushed off the floor, took 1 step, and a burst of something shot out of him. The floating objects all dropped at once. The lamp pieces shattered. The book slapped the floor. The sneaker hit Clark in the shoulder. Clark didn't even blink. "Good throw." John stared. Lois folded her arms. "You are not encouraging him to weaponize footwear. It's a valid skill. It's not his first skill." John kept staring because this was not how adults were supposed to react when weird magic nonsense exploded out of a child. There should have been yelling, questions with edges, somebody reaching for restraints or experts or at least a priest. Instead, Clark held out a hand. John hesitated, then went. Clark lifted him easily, settling him against his chest. Solid, warm, alive, big in a way that should have felt scary and somehow didn't. John still flinched when Clark's hand came up toward his face. Clark stopped instantly. "Hey," he said, "you don't have to brace with us." "Us, not me, not your mother, us." John frowned at him. "I broke the lamp." Lois stepped over the wreckage and crouched by the bed. "Eye level now." "Yeah, we can buy another lamp." "You're not mad? Are you okay?" Lois asked. John opened his mouth, closed it. Clark answered for him without taking his eyes off John. "No, he's not." That should have annoyed him. Instead, John felt something weird and unwelcome in his throat. Lois saw it. Of course she did. "Bad dream." He gave the tiniest nod. "What about?" His old name pressed against his teeth. So did the chamber, the blast, the reaching hand. He ducked his face into Clark's shoulder and muttered, "Don't wanna." Clark rubbed a hand over his back, slow, patient, not trying to pull him apart and inspect the problem. "Okay." Lois rose. "I'll get the broom." John lifted his head. "You're still not mad?" She blinked. "Kid, if I got mad every time weird stuff happened around this family, I'd never get anything else done." Clark made a sound that might have been a laugh. Lois pointed at him. Don't get smug. Last month you sneezed and froze the kitchen window. I said I was sorry. You also said it looked cool. It did look cool. Jon stared at both of them, and against his will, a tiny laugh escaped him. Lois heard it and something in her face softened. There you go. Clark carried Jon to the hallway while Lois cleaned up glass faster than any normal person should have been able to at 2 in the morning. But Jon was 3 and only half remembered that not all impossible things were supposed to happen in this house. Clark sat with him on the stairs. You want to sleep in our room tonight? Clark asked. Jon considered it. Harry, the part of him that was still Harry, wanted to say absolutely not, because trusting adults while helpless had gone badly more than once. Jon, age 3 and exhausted, whispered, maybe on the floor. Clark's brows went up. On the floor, Jon nodded. Clark looked toward the bedroom where Lois was still moving around, then back to him. You know, we have a guest bed. Number Clark could have pushed. Instead he said, okay, floor it is. That was the first crack, not trust, not even close. But a crack. At 5 he broke a tractor and almost set the barn on fire. Not on purpose, mostly. It started because Clark had taken him out to help with chores, and Jon liked chores because chores made sense. Feed the animals, carry hay, check the fence. None of it involved adults in robes deciding his future over his head. Clark was fixing the old tractor by the barn with a wrench and a muttered, come on, don't do this to me today, while Jon sat on the fence rail kicking his legs. You know, Jon said, if it doesn't want to work, maybe you should let it die. Clark glanced up. That's not how machinery works. Jon tilted his head. Seems fair. Clark grinned. Remind me never to let you negotiate with my truck. Jon sniffed. Your truck is nicer. Thank you. You're welcome. Clark bent back over the engine. Jon watched for a while, then hopped down and wandered toward the barn because he'd heard a rustle inside. A calf had gotten its head stuck between 2 rails of a side pen and was making miserable little choking noises. Jon didn't stop to think. He ran over, grabbed the wood, and pulled. Something inside him answered wrong and huge. The rail snapped clean off in his hands. The calf stumbled free fine except for being offended. Jon looked at the rail. Then at his hands, then the world brightened around the edges as panic hit. Heat washed up behind his eyes. Oh, number. He squeezed them shut just as 2 red beams punched into the hay bale stacked beside the pen. The hay ignited. Clark was there so fast the air cracked. He took one look at the fire, blew a gust of freezing breath across it, and turned to Jon. Are you hurt? Jon still had the broken rail in both hands. I fixed the cow. The calf, Clark said automatically. The calf. Clark looked at the rail. Okay. Jon waited for the anger, the lecture, the what is wrong with you. Clark crouched. You got scared? Jon nodded. And your eyes did a thing. Jon nodded again, smaller. Clark took the broken rail from his hands and set it down. You saved the calf first. I broke your barn. The barn is still here. There was fire. There was a little fire. Jon looked over Clark's shoulder at the blackened hay and said, that feels like a lie. Clark followed the look. Fine, medium fire. Jon's mouth twitched before he could stop it. Clark sat down right there on the dirt floor of the barn. Want to know something embarrassing? Jon narrowed his eyes. Maybe. When I was about your age, I squeezed a doorknob so hard I tore it off in my hand. Then I cried because I thought your grandma would ground me for breaking the house. Jon stared. Did she? Nope. Why? Clark smiled a little, because she could tell I was scared, not reckless. Jon absorbed that. Then he asked the thing that mattered. Are you scared of me? Clark answered too fast to be fake. Jon held his gaze. Really? Really? How do you know? Clark leaned his forearms on his knees. Because scared people try to back away from what they don't understand. I'm sitting in dirt talking to my son after he accidentally blasted a barn wall, so I'm pretty sure what I am is concerned. Jon looked down at his shoes. Concerned, not afraid. Small difference. Huge difference. Clark added, and because you ran to help something smaller than you instead of leaving it stuck. Jon kicked at the dirt. I didn't want to hear it choking. Yeah, Clark said softly, I know. They heard Lois before they saw her. The truck tires on the drive, the slam of the door, her voice carrying across the yard. Why is there smoke? Clark stood. Uh-oh. Lois marched into the barn with a folder under one arm, took in the scorched hay, the broken rail, Jon's guilty face, and Clark standing there looking like somebody who knew he was about to be blamed for at least part of this. She pointed at Clark. Did you leave him unsupervised near farm equipment? Clark lifted a hand. In my defense, then she looked at Jon. Did you save an animal and nearly barbecue half the building? Jon blinked. Maybe. Lois closed her eyes for 1 second like she was asking the universe to give her patience and maybe a stronger coffee maker. Then she opened them again. Okay, new rule. Nobody learns new powers around dry hay. Jon's brows lifted. That's the rule. That's today's rule, Lois said. Tomorrow might have a different rule. Then she walked over, checked him all over for burns with quick, efficient hands, and only after she was sure he was fine did she let herself exhale. That was the second crack. Because fear would have gone for the damage first, she checked him first. At 7, he punched a school bully through a locker and got grounded for exactly 23 minutes. The bully's name was Dylan Mercer, and Dylan had decided that shoving a smaller kid into a row of metal doors during lunch was funny. Jon had seen the first shove from halfway down the hall. He'd heard the crack of the kid's shoulder hitting steel, heard the way the other kids went quiet around a fight they wanted no part of. Harry, buried under years in a new face, still reacted first to that kind of sound. Jon crossed the hall in 3 strides. Back off, Dylan turned. Mind your business, farm boy. Jon really hated that one, not because it hurt, because it was lazy. He stepped between Dylan and the smaller kid. You're done. Dylan puffed up in the way boys did when they thought volume counted as courage. Or what? Jon could have walked away, told a teacher, done any of the nice school-approved things. Instead he said, try me. Dylan shoved him. Bad move. Jon had gotten pretty good at controlling strength by then. Pretty good, not perfect. He caught Dylan's wrist twisted and pushed him backward harder than intended. Dylan flew 3 feet and slammed through the open locker door hard enough to dent it around him. The hall went silent. Jon stared at what he'd done and muttered, "Ah." Dylan slid to the floor with a dazed groan. A teacher shouted from the corner. Kids started yelling all at once. Somebody laughed. Somebody else said, "Holy crap, Jon." Jon looked at the smaller kid. "You okay?" The boy nodded, eyes huge. "Cool," Jon said. "Go." Then he stood there while the consequences caught up, because running from school authority after a fight was exactly how you got chased into worse trouble. The principal called Clark and Lois. Clark arrived first, still in work clothes, glasses on, doing his best impression of a concerned regular dad while also trying not to look too hard at the locker Jon had folded like paper. Lois arrived 10 minutes later from Topeka, which told Jon she had driven like a demon. The principal, Mr. Harrow, kept talking about aggression, responsibility, and unsafe behavior while Jon sat in the chair across from his desk and tried not to zone out completely. Jonathan's response was disproportionate. Harrow said. Jon snorted. 3 heads turned toward him. "What?" Harrow snapped. Jon lifted a shoulder. "He'd been doing it all week. You should have reported it." "The other kid did." Silence. Lois leaned back in her chair. "Did he?" Harrow shifted. "We take all reports seriously. That wasn't my question," Lois said. Clark stayed quiet. He only did that when Lois was building toward something and he knew better than to get in the way. Harrow licked his lips. "There was a complaint filed, yes." "And what happened?" Lois asked. "We spoke to Dylan." Jon muttered. "He got a warning and laughed about it in gym." Clark's jaw tight. Harrow bristled. "Violence is not the answer." Jon looked him straight in the eye. "Worked though." "Jonathan," Clark said. "What?" "It did. It absolutely did. Dylan hadn't touched anyone for the rest of the week." Harrow launched into policy again. Jon stopped listening. He'd heard enough adults hide behind rules for one lifetime. Eventually, the meeting ended with a suspension that lasted 2 days and a lot of stern wording. In the car, Lois drove. Clark sat in the passenger seat. Jon sat in back waiting. Lois kept both hands on the wheel. "Do you understand why you're in trouble?" "Yes." Clark turned halfway around. "Tell us." Jon folded his arms. "Because I got caught." Clark's mouth twitched. Lois did not smile. "Wrong answer," she said. Jon sighed. "Because I used too much force." "Better," Clark said. Jon looked out the window. "He was hurting that kid." "We know," Clark said. "He wouldn't stop." "We know," Lois said. Jon waited for the rest. It didn't come. He leaned forward. "That's it." Lois glanced at him in the mirror. "No, that's not it. You were right to step in. You were wrong in how hard you hit." Jon blinked. "So I'm half grounded?" Clark laughed despite himself. Lois pointed a finger without taking her eyes off the road. "Do not make me laugh while I'm trying to parent." That just made Clark laugh harder. Jon sat back, confused again by how this family insisted on reacting sideways to everything. "You're supposed to say fighting is never okay." Clark turned in the seat now, serious again. "Number, I'm supposed to say power means you have to know where the line is. If someone's getting hurt and you can stop it, you should. But if you can stop it without turning a kid into a wall decoration, that's the better move." Jon thought about Dylan hitting the locker. "Wall decoration," he repeated. Clark nodded. "Technical term." Lois pulled into the driveway and parked. She looked back at Jon. "You're grounded for 23 minutes. He frowned. "That's not a real grounding. It is in this house." "Why 23? "Because I'm annoyed, not furious." Jon stared at her. "You're making that up." "Correct." He looked at Clark for backup. Clark lifted both hands. "I have learned not to challenge arbitrary maternal justice." Jon was quiet for a second, then before he could stop himself, he smiled. "Okay." That was the 3rd crack, because he had just admitted fault and nobody had used it to pin him down harder. The memories came in waves after that. By 8, he knew his old name. By 9, he knew the names of the people who had betrayed him and hated that he still missed them sometimes. By 10, he'd stopped hoping it was temporary. That part hurt in a dumb way. Some small, stubborn piece of him had expected to wake up back in his own body eventually. Maybe in St. Mungo's, maybe in some magical after-effect ward. Maybe with everybody horrified by what almost happened and trying to explain, didn't happen. Instead, he got school projects, chores, and Clark teaching him how to control his hearing by focusing on one sound at a time. That lesson happened in the loft over the barn on a windy Saturday while the whole world tried to scream at him through new ears. Jon sat with his hands over his head. Make it stop. Clark sat cross-legged across from him. I know. I can hear Mrs. Beale's dog from like 3 farms over. Yep, and a truck on the highway, and birds inside the walls. Clark tilted his head. Those are probably mice. Jon glared. That doesn't help. Clark nodded. Fair. He didn't talk at Jon like a lecture. That was one thing Jon noticed. Clark explained by doing. He tapped his own chest. Pick one thing, he said. My heartbeat. Jon frowned. That's easy. Good. Start easy. Jon listened. Under everything else there it was, steady. Slow compared to a normal human's maybe, but still human enough. Locked onto it, the rest of the noise didn't vanish. It just stopped feeling like it owned him. Clark watched his shoulders loosen. There you go. Jon opened one eye. That's it. That's the start. You always say that. Clark smiled. Because most hard things are a start and then another start and then a lot of practice without anyone calling it a montage. Jon stared. What's a montage? Clark squinted. You know when a movie skips all the work and suddenly the hero can do a backflip. Jon snorted. That sounds useful. It's cheating, says the man who can fly. Clark pointed at him. Natural ability, different category. Jon huffed a laugh, then sobered. You make this all sound simple. Clark leaned back against a beam. Number I make it sound possible. That line stuck. A week later, Jon woke from another nightmare with his hand clenched around a splintered bit of bed frame he'd accidentally crushed and one word in his mouth. Expel Hermes. He sat upright, breathing hard. The word felt right, familiar, key in an old lock. He whispered it again and the desk chair across the room skidded 6 inches. Magic, old magic, not heat vision. Not strength, not any of the things Clark could teach him because they ran in blood and sunlight and Kryptonian biology he barely understood. This was his. He got out of bed, shut the door, and looked around for something safe to try. A baseball, good enough. He set it on the floor and pointed 2 fingers at it because he did not have a wand and was not about to start carving one out of Kansas timber at midnight. Wingardium Leviosa. The baseball jerked, rolled, then shot straight up and smashed into the ceiling. Jon sucked in a sharp breath. Okay, too much. He caught it on the way down with pure panic and somehow held it suspended 2 feet over the carpet. For one wild second, joy hit him so hard he nearly laughed. Then he heard footsteps. Jon dropped the ball. Lois knocked once and opened the door anyway. You're awake. Baseball rolled behind his foot. He stood very still. Yeah, Lois took one look at his face and the dent in the ceiling. He said nothing. She stepped in and shut the door behind her. No dramatic confrontation, no demand. She leaned against the wall and folded her arms. You want to lie badly, she said, or tell me what actually happened. Jon stared at her. 10-year-olds were supposed to be bad at hiding things. Harry Potter had been hiding things from adults for years by 10. He knew the shape of silence, deflection, partial truth. Lois Lane made all of those feel flimsy, so he went with a version of the truth. I remembered something from the dreams. Not a question. He hated that she was already there. He nodded. Do you remember who you are in them? That one punched harder than he expected. He looked away. Sometimes. Lois was quiet for a bit, then she pushed off the wall and sat on the edge of his desk instead of crowding him. You don't have to tell me tonight, she said. Jon frowned. You knew? I knew something was going on. How? She gave him a look. Jonathan, you started using words at 3 that no kid in Kansas says unless they got hit in the head by a BBC documentary. He winced. And sometimes when you get really angry, Lois went on, your voice changes just a little, different rhythm, different vowels. British then, great, you told Clark. Of course, Jon's chest tightened, and he said we wait until you're ready. That answer landed so hard he almost missed the next one. Lois tilted her head. I voted for asking sooner. Jon blinked. Really? She smiled, quick and sharp. Kid, I'm a reporter. Waiting without pushing goes against my nature. Against his will, Jon smiled back, then it faded. What if it's bad? Lois's expression didn't change. Then it's bad. That doesn't mean you handle it by yourself. Jon's first instinct was still to say, I do, actually. That's how survival works. Instead, he asked, what if you don't like who I was? Lois held his gaze for a long moment. Then I'll be honest about that, but I'm not going to stop being your mom because you had a history before I knew you. Mom just dropped in there like it was obvious, like it didn't require proving 6 different ways first. Jon looked down at his hands, not Harry's hands, smaller, younger, stronger in other ways. I died, he said. The room stayed still. Lois didn't interrupt, didn't lunge for him, didn't turn it into panic. So he kept going because once it started it was easier than he expected and worse than he expected too. I was somebody else, somewhere else. There was a war. I won and then, his jaw locked for a second. People thought maybe I'd be a problem after. Lois sat very quietly. Jon laughed once, sharp and ugly. Kind of makes the whole saving the world thing feel dumb if I'm being honest. Lois's voice was soft. Who betrayed you? He looked at her so fast it almost hurt. Not if who she had believed him instantly. He swallowed. People I trusted. Her mouth flat. That tracks. Usually does. Jon stared. You just believe all this. Lois lifted a shoulder. I'm married to Superman. My baseline for weird is gone. From downstairs Clark called. I heard that. Lois raised her voice. Good. Then she looked back at Jon. Also, when you were 3, you woke up from a nightmare and shouted, "Don't let them take my wand," in an accent that definitely did not come from Kansas. Jon shut his eyes. Oh, brilliant. Lois laughed softly. Yeah, he looked at her again. You're not freaked out. I'm concerned, she said. Different thing. The exact same word Clark had used in the barn years before. Jon exhaled slowly. Lois stood and crossed the room this time. Close enough to matter, not so close he'd feel trapped. She touched his shoulder once. You tell your dad when you're ready, she said. But you do tell him, no solo suffering, house rule. He almost asked when that became a rule. Then he remembered it had kind of always been one. He told Clark 2 days later in the truck after school because somehow saying, by the way, I'm technically a dead wizard from another universe felt easier when they were both staring out the windshield instead of directly at each other. Clark listened the whole way through. No interruptions, no forced calm noises. No, let me get this straight every 5 seconds. Jon got through the chamber, the trap, the blast, and the awful part where he admitted the names that mattered. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, McGonagall, Kingsley. Clark's hands tightened on the steering wheel once. That was it. When Jon finished, they sat in silence while late afternoon light cut across the dashboard. Clark finally asked, do you think they meant to kill you? Jon looked out the window at fields sliding past. I think they meant to own the outcome. Clark nodded slowly. That's not the same thing. Number, but it's not much better. Jon's throat felt rough. Number. Clark tapped the wheel with one thumb. I'm trying to decide whether to say I'm sorry that happened to you or sorry they were idiots. Jon snorted despite himself. Can it be both? Absolutely. They drove another minute. Then Clark pulled the truck over on a dirt shoulder, put it in park, and turned to face him fully. No glasses smile now. No pretending this was small. I need you to hear me, he said. Jon stiffened automatically. Clark noticed and softened his voice, not the words. Nothing you just told me makes me want less of you, nothing. Jon stared. Clark went on. I don't care if you used to be a wizard, a knight, a space pirate, whatever. You are my son. That does not change because the universe got weird. Jon laughed once. Space pirate. I'm covering options. You'd be bad at piracy. Clark looked offended. You don't know that. You say gosh when you're stressed. That's not relevant. Jon shook his head, smiling a little, then stopped because the other part still sat there like a hard knot. What if the magic gets worse? Clark looked at him like the question was almost insulting. Then we handle worse. What if I hurt somebody? Then we stop it, fix what we can, and deal with that too. Jon's jaw tight. You make it sound easy. Clark leaned one arm on the wheel. Number. I make it sound like you won't be alone. That hit lower than he wanted. So he looked away and said because it was easier. Mum already used that one. Clark's brows rose. Mum. Jon winced. It slipped. Clark grinned. I'm telling her she won. Don't. Oh, I'm absolutely telling her. Jon groaned and thunked his forehead lightly against the window. Clark started the truck again, still smiling. That was probably the point where trust stopped being theoretical, not complete, not blind. Harry had no intention of ever being blind again, but real enough to hurt if lost, real enough to matter. By 13, Jonathan Kent could fly, hear across counties, bench press farm equipment, and cast a shaky but functional shield charm without a wand if he was angry enough. He was also getting real tired of hiding parts of himself in sections. Super stuff with Dad, old magic stuff alone, feelings about betrayal nowhere. It worked until Metropolis. Lois had dragged him there on a school break because you need to see a city that moves faster than tractors and football. And Clark had the day off from the planet, which meant the three of them got something close to normal family time in a city where normal had a higher destruction rate than Kansas. Jon liked Metropolis in specific doses. Too many people, too much noise, too many screen, but the energy of it made sense. People here moved like they had somewhere to be and a reason to get there. Lois walked a step ahead through the Daily Planet bullpen with coffee in one hand and files in the other, owning the room so hard people parted around her without even thinking about it. Clark waved at coworkers and somehow still managed to look like the most harmless man alive. Jon followed with his hands in his jacket pockets and tried not to grin at how little anyone knew. Jimmy Olsen came over backward in a rolling chair and nearly clipped a desk. There he is, young Mr. Kent, future Pulitzer winner. Or not, Jon said. Jimmy pointed finger guns at him. Aim high, your parents do. Lois didn't break stride. James, if you gave him candy before lunch again, I'm putting your camera in a filing cabinet. Jimmy slowly lowered the hand holding a chocolate bar. You have impossible instincts. Jon took the chocolate and pocketed it. Thanks, Clark sighed. We're teaching him crime. Petty crime, Jimmy said. Different department. The whole place buzzed with movement. Phones, keyboards, screens, reporters talking too loud because they thought conviction added truth. Jon liked it more than he admitted, because it was honest in its own messy way, information moving, people chasing facts. Lois thrived here because nobody handed her answers and expected gratitude for it. She went and got them. He was standing by the glass office wall reading a front-page draft over somebody's shoulder when every hair on his arms lifted. Magic, not his, not the clean internal pulse of his own. Outside, across the avenue, brief, wrong. He turned his head sharply. Clark, 3 desks away, looked up at the same time. Their eyes met. Clark heard danger through walls and traffic. Jon felt it like an old scar touched from the inside. Lois saw both looks and was already moving. What is it? Before either of them could answer, the first explosion hit. Glass blew inward across the lobby 30 floors below. Screams ripped up through the building. Every reporter in the bullpen lurched to their feet at once. Jimmy yelled something Jon didn't hear because now he could hear too much. People crying on the street, engines revving, metal screaming as something heavy ground across pavement. Clark was gone in a blur before his chair stopped spinning. Lois grabbed Jon's arm. Stay, another blast cut her off. The whole building shook. Through the far windows, Jon saw a city bus tilt sideways as the street under it cracked open. Not cracked here. Purple light flashed from below the avenue. Not tech he recognized, not fully, but it felt nasty. Lois saw the bus too. So did everybody else. Then the support strut on a giant electronic billboard above the avenue sheared clean through. The whole thing started to fall toward the intersection packed with people. Jon made the call before Lois could finish the sentence she'd been about to say. Sorry, then he moved. He hit the window, punched through glass, and launched himself into open air. People shouted behind him. Wind hit hard, city noise hit harder. Jon ignored both. The billboard came down fast, steel and screens and sparks. 3 dozen people below looked up too late. Jon angled in, caught the biggest weight point with both hands, and the impact hammered through his shoulders all the way down his spine. Heavy, fine, he had it. Then the busted support beam shifted and the whole load started to twist out of his grip toward a second crowd. Not happening, Jon muttered. He kicked upward, forcing the structure higher. A camera drone swung near him. Great, of course. A chunk of concrete launched from the torn street below and came screaming at the side of a packed bus. Jon saw he couldn't reach both in time, so he did the other thing. He let go with one hand, pointed at the bus, and shouted, Pratigo. The shield burst out wider than he'd ever managed before, a visible arc of silver-blue light slamming into place between bus and debris. The concrete shattered against it. Every person with a clear line of sight froze. Jon had half a second to hate that and 0 time to care. He shoved the billboard onto the roof of a parking structure, dropped toward the avenue, and landed hard enough to spiderweb asphalt. The street split around a glowing piece of machinery jammed up from below. Some kind of drilling rig or portal engine, all black metal and violet current, with masked men around it firing crowd control weapons at police and civilians alike. Intergang, Jon thought immediately, or somebody ripping off Intergang style. Clark was already down there in the suit, pulling crushed cars off the nearest sink line and barking evacuation directions. Bus first, Jon shouted. Clark glanced over, clocked the visible shield residue still flickering around the bus, and did not pause to question it. Good man. He pivoted and went for the vehicle. One of the masked men raised a cannon at a line of trapped pedestrians. Jon hit him like a missile. They went through the side of a parked van and out the other side. Jon ripped the cannon away and crushed it in one hand. The guy punched him in the jaw with some powered gauntlet that actually made Jon's head turn a little. Nice try. Jon head-butted him into unconsciousness. Another 3 came in from the left. He moved through them clean. One wrist broken. One shoulder dislocated. One straight-up clotheslined into a traffic light. Fast, brutal, done. The machine in the torn street surged. Purple energy lashed outward. Clark took the hit across his chest and actually skidded back 2 steps. Jon saw that, and all the old ugly reflexes snapped into place. Big threat, civilians nearby, no more playing. He shot upward, heat vision cutting across the exposed generator nodes. Metal glowed, one node blew. The machine shrieked in a grinding electronic tone and spat a fresh wave of energy that turned the pavement under his feet liquid for 1 second before it hardened again. Weird, dangerous. Also, somebody inside this thing knew enough to target Kryptonian biology because Clark should not have reacted that badly to a random power surge. Jon landed next to him. You okay? Clark straightened, jaw tight. I'm fine, it's tuned somehow. Cool, hate that, a woman screamed from the bus. Jon turned. The bus had slid farther toward the split street. Clark had stopped the fall, but half the tires hung over open space and the road under it kept crumbling. Clark started toward it. The machine charged again. Jon saw the line of fire and shoved Clark sideways. The blast missed him and tore into the side of a building, raining debris over the avenue. Go, Jon snapped. Clark looked at him once, saw he meant it, and moved for the bus. Jon faced the machine alone. Masked men were shouting into comms now, civilians still trapped all around. Police perimeter forming but too slow, cameras absolutely everywhere. And underneath all of it, that wrong hum, not just alien tech. Something else threaded through it, thin and mean and familiar in the way poison gets familiar if you survive enough of it. Magic residue, not wizard magic exactly, but enough to make every instinct he had scream sabotage. One of the operators inside the machine's outer ring saw Jon looking and raised a compact sidearm. Jon flicked his fingers. Expel Hermes. The gun ripped out of the man's grip and smacked him in the face. The nearest cop just stared. Yeah, Jon muttered. Busy day. Two more armed men rushed him. He ducked one electric blade, caught the other attacker by the throat armor, and swung him into his partner. Both went down hard. Then the whole machine started to collapse inward. Great, because of course the experimental death hole came with a self-destruct. Clark had the bus braced now, but the machine was close enough that if it blew, the shockwave would take the whole intersection with everyone still in it. Jon scanned fast. Subway tunnel below, gas main to the west. 3 civilians pinned in a taxi cab 20 feet away. Bus full of people. 7 floors of office workers lining the windows with their phones out like they were at a concert. No time. Jon made his choice. Clark, he shouted, get the bus out and then everyone back 2 blocks. Clark looked over his shoulder. What are you doing? Fixing this. Jon, Dad. The word cracked out sharp in public and left no room for argument. Clark's expression changed for one beat, not because Jon had called him that, because Jon only used that tone when he'd already committed. Clark nodded once and lifted the bus. Jon turned back to the machine. No wand. Fine. He dug both hands into the outer casing and ripped a panel free. Purple current snapped over his arms. Pain shot through him. He ignored it and looked into the core there. 3 rings. 1 physical, 1 energy, 1 magical, not quite, but close enough. An anchor lattice around the central pulse. Whoever built it was patching tech and ritual design together. He hated that on principle. Jon slammed a hand into the inner ring and shouted the first spell that fit. Finite, nothing, right, worth a shot. The energy pulse built faster. 15 seconds, maybe less. He switched strategies. Magic wasn't the only thing he had now. Heat vision, controlled, precise. He carved through the first stabilizer, then the second, then froze the outer chamber with breath cold enough to shriek metal. The 3rd ring bucked anyway, still feeding off whatever ritual code sat in the center. He could feel it trying to sink to him. Bad idea for it. Worse idea for everybody around him. Jon planted both feet, gathered magic low in his chest where it always felt hottest, and spoke with absolute intent. Pratigo Maxima. The shield erupted over the intersection, not neat, not elegant, big, wide, hungry. Silver blue light curved up over street, bus lanes, storefronts, and the nearest packed sidewalks just as the machine blew. The explosion hit like a train. Sound vanished for a second. Pressure slammed into the shield, into Jon, into everything he held. Concrete blew apart inside the dome and stopped at the inner edge. Fire rolled out and bent away. Purple energy spat itself dead against the barrier. Jon's knees hit the street, still held. People inside the dome stared at him through shimmering light. Some screaming, some praying, some just frozen because a teenager in jeans was apparently holding back a city block explosion with his bare hands and words nobody recognized. The pressure broke. The dome collapsed in sparkling fragments. Jon dropped one hand to the asphalt, breathing hard. Too many eyes, too public, too late. Clark landed beside him a second later, hand on his shoulder. Jon, I'm good. That was a lie, but not a huge one. Police swarmed the perimeter. EMTs rushed in. Reporters shouted questions across the barricades forming out of nowhere. Lois came through the chaos like she owned that too, because maybe she did. She grabbed Jon's face in both hands, checked his pupils, checked for burns, then slapped his shoulder once. Hard, do not ever apologize and jump out of a skyscraper window again, she said. Jon blinked. That's the issue. It's the first issue. Clark, still in the suit, actually coughed out a laugh. Lois turned on him. You don't get to laugh, he gets it from you. Probably, Clark admitted. Then they all heard it, the sound of cameras focusing, dozens at once. Jon looked up. Every lens in Metropolis seemed pointed at him. Not just Superman's son anymore, not some maybe kid caught in the background. Clear line of sight, clear footage, the shield, the words, the impossible mix. People were already talking. Did he say a spell? I saw the light. That wasn't heat vision. Who is he? Clark stood, instantly blocking half the line of sight with his body. We need to go. Lois's jaw was set. Too late. Jon knew she was right. Sirens screamed closer. Helicopters overhead. News choppers. Police air. Maybe military if somebody got jumpy. On the far edge of the wrecked avenue, one masked attacker who hadn't gone down was crawling toward a dropped detonator. Jon saw it first. So did the attacker. Their eyes met. The man smiled through blood. Jon moved. Too late to stop the hand. Not too late to stop the result. He shouted, Accio detonator. The The device flew out of the man's grip and into Jon's hand just before it triggered. Half the watching crowd gasped in unison. Jon looked at the detonator, then at the attacker, then at the hundreds of witnesses now staring like they'd all just seen the world change shape. He slipped the detonator into his pocket and muttered, "Yeah, this is gonna be a thing." Clark exhaled. "Yep." Lois was already pulling out her phone. "It already is." The first push alert hit 10 seconds later. Mystery powers seen alongside Superman in Metropolis attack, then another. Superman's son, witnesses report magic-like abilities, then another. LEXCRP offers technical AID in analyzing INTRGNG hybrid device. Lois saw that last one and said a word Jon definitely had not learned from Kansas. Clark glanced at her. "Language, you flew through a satellite once," she snapped. "Don't parent my vocabulary." Jon almost laughed, then winced because his ribs had decided now was a great time to remember the explosion. Clark noticed immediately. "Hospital." Jon groaned. "I hate hospitals." Lois looped an arm around his shoulders and started steering him toward a side street away from the thickest crowd. "Good news. Hospitals hate our family too." People shouted questions at them the whole way. "Superman, is that your son?" "Jon. Are you a metahuman? What was the shield? Did you use magic? Is Earth under magical attack? Was LexCorp targeted?" That last one made Jon look sharply back at the smoking crater. On the side of one twisted machine panel, almost burned off, was a stylized L. He stopped walking. Lois followed his gaze and saw it too. Clark's face changed. "Let's go." No argument there. They moved. By evening, the internet had lost its mind. Lois worked 3 phones, 2 laptops, and a legal pad all at once at the apartment kitchen counter in Metropolis because going back to Smallville while every camera in the city hunted them seemed dumb. Clark had changed into regular clothes and was taking calls from the League in the living room with the balcony door shut, which did not stop Jon from hearing half of it. "No, Bruce, I'm not making assumptions. Yes, I saw it clearly. No, he is not a threat." That one made Jon inch hard enough that the balcony glass rattled. Clark ended the call without another word, shut the door, and walked back in. Jon was on the couch, one arm over his ribs, trying to look less wrecked than he felt. He was failing. Lois had 3 browser windows open, 1 live news feed muted on the kitchen TV, and a legal pad already half full of names, times, and question marks. Clark stopped in front of Jon. "You shouldn't be listening through doors." Jon looked up at him. "You shouldn't say not a threat like that's even a debate." Clark's mouth tightened. For Bruce, it's always a debate. He collects worst-case scenarios the way other people collect baseball cards. "Comforting, it's not personal." Jon barked out a laugh. "Yeah, that line's not doing much for me today." Lois looked up from her laptop. "Okay, new rule. No one spirals separately in different corners of the room. If we're doing a crisis night, we do it together." Jon rubbed a hand over his face. "That sounds fake." "It's not fake," Lois said. "It's annoying and emotionally responsible. Different thing." Clark sat in the armchair across from the couch and leaned forward, elbows on knees. No suit now, no cape, just his dad face. Somehow that hit harder. "Bruce wants data," Clark said. "Diana wants to know if you're hurt. Arthur asked if you punched the machine hard enough." Barry said 5 things in one breath and I only caught about half of them. Jon squinted. "Which half?" "That he thinks you were awesome, that the internet is cursed, and that he's bringing snacks if there's a meeting." Jon snorted before he could stop himself. Clark nodded once like he'd been aiming for exactly that. "There it is." Lois slid one phone across the counter and turned the screen toward them. "Snacks aside, the media part is already ugly." Jon got up and crossed over, slower than usual because his ribs were still arguing with him. The screen showed split footage from the attack. One angle had Superman lifting the bus. Another had Jon with the shield up, the dome of light covering half the intersection. Somebody had slowed the clip down and circled the exact moment he spoke. "Cool," Jon muttered. "They subtitle spells now." "Worse," Lois said. She tapped another headline. "What?" "Metropolis saved BY Superman and son, but what new power emerged?" Another. "Unknown energy signature linked to Kent family incident." Another. "Is Superman hiding a magic weapon?" Jon stared. "A weapon?" "Yep." Lois tapped a 4th article, and this one had a photo of him midair, jaw set, eyes lit with heat vision while silver light ran over one hand. It looked dramatic. It also looked exactly like the kind of picture somebody would use if they wanted half the planet asking whether to panic. The pull quote underneath was from Lex Luthor. "If these reports are accurate, then the public deserves transparency. Extraordinary power cannot exist without extraordinary accountability." Jon read it twice and felt something old and ugly move under his skin. Clark saw his face change. "He's baiting." "Yeah," Jon said. "I noticed." Lois shut the laptop. "He also put that statement out 4 minutes after the attack started trending." Clark looked at her. "Too fast. Way too fast," which means either he keeps a crisis response draft ready for every possible disaster. "He probably does," Jon said. Lois pointed at him. "That is not helping my blood pressure." "Sorry." Or, Lois went on, "he already knew enough to be waiting." The room went quiet. Jon thought of the twisted machine panel in the street. The burned-off the way the core had felt like tech stitched to something nastier. Clark sat back in the chair. The panel could have been planted. Sure, Lois said, and maybe I suddenly enjoy softball interviews. I'm not ruling out misdirection, I'm saying it smells bad. Jon leaned one hand on the counter. It had something in it. Lois looked at him, defined something, not just power, not just alien weirdness either. He searched for the shape of it. It felt like whoever built it didn't understand magic the normal way, more like they were forcing a machine to imitate ritual structure. Clark's brows lifted. You can tell the difference. Jon gave him a look. Today I can tell the difference between 6 kinds of bad idea. Lois snorted once. Useful skill. Clark's gaze drifted to the pocket where Jon had shoved the detonator. And the trigger. Jon pulled it out and set it on the counter. Up close it looked cheap. Black casing, scorch marks, cracked screen, not the kind of thing that should have been connected to a giant street-tripping engine. Lois grabbed a pen, nudged it once, then glanced at Jon. Anything weird if you touch it. Jon put 2 fingers on the casing. A pulse shot up his arm and straight into the old part of him, the part that still woke up some nights convinced he was in a stone chamber with runes under his feet. He yanked his hand back. Clark was out of his chair instantly. Jon, I'm fine. That was automatic. Stupid. Nobody believed it. Jonathan, Lois said, sharp enough to stop him lying again. He flexed his fingers. It reacted. How? He looked at the detonator like it had personally offended him, like it knew me. Nobody spoke for a beat. Then Clark said, very calm, okay, we are not doing the thing where you call that fine and then collapse later. Jon's jaw tightened. I'm not collapsing. Lois already had a different phone in hand. I'm calling Star. No, Jon said immediately. She stopped. Why no? Because if this is tied to me somehow, I don't want the first move to be handing it to a lab full of strangers. Clark leaned on the arm of the couch, considering. That's fair. Lois sighed through her nose. I hate when your trust issues make tactical sense. Jon looked at her. That sounds supportive on paper. It's the best you're getting for free. Clark took the detonator, but instead of carrying it away, he set it inside a thick glass casserole dish from the kitchen cupboard. Jon stared. That's your containment plan. Clark shrugged. Your mother once trapped an alien leech in Tupperware. We work with what we have. I told you to throw that container out, Lois said. You said that about 3 containers. Because 3 containers have held aliens. Jon looked between them, then laughed despite the ache in his side. It came out rough but real. This family's insane. True, Lois said. Focus. She turned one laptop back toward herself and started typing so hard the keys sounded nervous. Clark looked at Jon again, more carefully this time. You heard Bruce, you read the headlines, say it. Jon frowned. Say what? The thing you're trying not to say because you think it'll make tonight worse. Jon leaned both hands on the counter and looked at the floor. He knew exactly what Clark meant. He hated that he knew. Fine, he said. If they decide they need accountability, I'm not getting trapped in another room while important people talk about safety. Silence. Lois stopped typing. Clark didn't blink. You won't. Jon looked up hard. You can't promise that. Yes, I can. No, you can promise you won't want it. That's not the same thing. Clark stood. Jon, no, because this is exactly how it starts. The words were moving now and he couldn't quite stop them. You say concern, they say caution, then somebody says public confidence, somebody else says temporary restrictions, and then suddenly you're in the middle of a plan everybody made before you walked in. Lois came around the counter. We are not them. Jon laughed once, angry and tired. You don't know what they sounded like before they did it. Clark's voice stayed level. Then tell us. That shut him up. He looked from Clark to Lois and realized with a weird, sick twist that they were both dead serious. Not in the let's unpack this carefully way. In the we can see where your head just went and we are not letting you drown in it alone way. Lois pulled out a chair and turned it backwards, then sat, arms folded over the backrest. Start wherever. Jon wanted to say wanted to throw the detonator out the window, fly off, sleep on a grain silo somewhere, do literally anything except sit in a bright kitchen and open up old wounds after a day where the whole world had apparently learned he was a flying magical freak. Instead, he slid into the chair across from her because his ribs hurt, his head hurt, and Clark was still standing there like leaving the room was not on the menu. It wasn't a fight at first, Jon said. His own voice sounded strange to him. Younger than Harry's had been, rougher than regular Jon's, somewhere in the middle. They called it a settlement meeting. Post-war, everybody said things were unstable and people were scared and we had to rebuild. I thought, he let out a breath through his nose. I thought maybe they were finally going to be honest about what happened, about who failed and who helped and what needed fixing. Lois didn't interrupt. Clark moved to the kitchen doorway and leaned there, arms crossed, eyes on Jon and nowhere else. They had the room prepared before I got there, Jon said. Wards in the floor, orders at the walls, papers already drafted. They wanted me to agree to restrictions. Safe house supervision, magical review panels, all that rubbish. Lois's mouth went flat, so the vote happened before the meeting. Pretty much, and the people there, Clark asked quietly. Jon laughed without humor. That's the fun part. He looked down at his hands and started naming them one by one because keeping it vague suddenly felt childish. Kingsley, McGonagall, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, ministry people, Aurors. Some of the order. Lois sucked in a slow breath. She knew some of the names already. Maybe not all of them mattered to her. They mattered to him. Kingsley was in charge, Jon said. McGonagall framed it like law and duty. Hermione had done the paperwork. Ron knew enough to hate it and still showed up. Ginny, he stopped there for a second, jaw hard. Ginny stood outside the circle and said nobody wanted to hurt me. Clark's expression shifted just a little at that. Jon kept going because if he stopped now, it would just sit in his throat and rot. I broke the wards. They tried to contain me. Then the system folded wrong. The whole chamber started feeding back through the center. Through me, he looked at the detonator dish on the counter. I recognized the shape tonight, not exactly the same, but close enough. Cross-linked anchors, forced convergence, something trying to take a living source and lock onto it. Lois said, that machine keyed to you. I think so, because of the magic, maybe because of me specifically. He rubbed his thumb over his palm. The old me. Clark's eyes narrowed. Who besides you would even know how to build that? Jon's laugh came out uglier this time. That's the part I don't like. Lois stood and went back to the counter, not to run from the conversation, but because moving helped her think. Then we assume two things. 1. Somebody with money and tech built the hardware. 2. Somebody with enough occult knowledge to imitate old ritual structures helped tune it. Great, Jon said, so just a rich genius and a magic psychopath. Clark looked at Lois. You have names already. I have instincts, she corrected. Names come after. Jon leaned back in the chair and hissed when his ribs objected. Clark was beside him immediately. Still hurts. It exploded on me, Dad. That wasn't an answer. Jon looked up and found Clark close, worried, annoyingly gentle in a way that cut through most of his irritation. Yeah, he said, it hurts. Clark nodded once. Sit still. Before Jon could ask what that meant, Clark leaned down, pressed 2 fingers lightly along his side, and used his X-ray vision with that faint red glow he usually kept hidden. Not enough to cook anything, just enough to check. Jon sat there like a teenager trying not to act weird while his father did a bone scan in the kitchen. Lois didn't even look up from her laptop. Cracked or bruised? Bruised, Clark said. Nothing worse. Good, Lois said. I do not have the energy for secret magical rib regeneration on top of everything else. Jon raised a brow. Secret magical what now? Lois finally looked up. Please tell me you have a healing trick. Jon grimaced. Not one I trust without a wand. Fantastic, she said. Then you're resting. I'm literally fine. Clark and Lois both said no at the same time. Jon held up both hands. Okay, wow, terrifying synchronization. Lois pointed at the couch. Sit, you sound like McGo. He cut himself off so hard the room winced with him. Nobody said anything for a beat. Then Lois said very calm, I sound like your mother. Jon swallowed and looked away. Yeah. She went back to typing, but her voice softened a notch. Good. He sat. An hour later, the apartment looked like a newsroom had collided with a low-grade medical ward. Clark had got ice packs and painkillers and somehow convinced Jon to keep the ice on his side for longer than 10 seconds at a time. Lois had called Jimmy, Perry White, an editor at another paper she trusted when she needed cross-confirmation, and one source in city infrastructure who owed her 2 favors and a bottle of bourbon. The TV kept cycling the same footage. The shield, the bus, the word magic. At one point, a panel show started arguing about whether Superman had an obligation to publicly disclose his son's secondary power profile, and Lois muted it so fast the remote made a smacking sound against her palm. Jon watched the captions instead. He'd never had to think about this kind of exposure in his old life, because magical Britain was a weird little terrarium of gossip, not a global media machine with satellites and comment sections. Now his face was on every screen in the city. No, every screen in the country. Maybe the world. Cool, amazing, love that. Clark came back from the kitchenette with tea because of course that was his answer to crisis, and handed Jon a mug. Jon took it. Tea won't fix the internet. Correct, Clark said, but it might fix you being a grouch at me for the next 10 minutes. I'm not a grouch. Clark sat beside him on the couch. You threw a pillow at me 20 minutes ago. You were being optimistic. That was a cushion. Jon took a sip, then glanced toward the balcony doors where the city lights threw shifting reflections over the floor. You think they'll send somebody? Clark didn't play dumb. The League. Jon shrugged one shoulder. Government, League, both. Some guy in a suit with forms and a bad smile. Clark set his own mug on the table. If anyone wants to talk to you, they talk to us first. Jon gave him a side look. That sounds good until somebody important decides it's bigger than a family choice. Clark leaned back, one arm stretched along the couch behind Jon, casual posture, serious eyes. Then they can decide that while being wrong. Jon stared at him. Clark stared right back. This was the part that still threw him. In Harry's world, people with power usually wrapped fear in reason until everyone got trapped under it. Clark did the opposite. He made simple statements and then stood by them hard enough that complexity had to work around him. Dad, Clark lifted his brows. Jon's throat felt tighter than it should have. You can't punch every institution. Clark thought about it, not with that attitude. Jon snorted into his tea. Clark smiled. There he is again. Jon looked down into the mug. I'm serious. So am I, Clark said. I don't solve everything by hitting it, Jon. Sometimes I solve it by planting my feet and refusing to move. That sounded very Superman and very Kansas at the same time. Jon stared into the tea another second. What if they think I'm too much? Clark didn't ask who they were, he knew. Then they can think, Clark said. People think all kinds of nonsense every day. Doesn't make it true. Jon shook his head. That's not enough. It is for tonight. That answer should have annoyed him. Instead, it did the opposite. It took the problem down from world-ending scale to something survivable. For tonight, one step, then another, no montage, just starts. Lois came back from the kitchen holding a printout. Okay. I have exactly 2 pieces of solid information and 6 pieces of rage. Order those for me, Jon said. She tapped the page. 1 traffic cam footage confirms the machine came up through a maintenance shaft that should have been sealed 6 months ago. It was, guess who had the infrastructure contract? Jon sighed. LexCorp. Lex subsidiary number 3 under a holding company, but yes. Clark's face darkened. That's enough for probable involvement, not public accusation. I know, Lois said, which is why this stays inside the room until I have more than a logo and a corporate paper trail. What's the second piece? Jon asked. Lois held up the detonator case photo she'd printed from a close-up still. Jimmy ran frame enhancement. There's a marking inside the casing, tiny. Wouldn't have seen it without high-res, not Lex branding. Clark stood and crossed over. Jon followed slower, setting his mug aside. The image showed the cracked black shell from an angle that made the inner panel visible. Etched there, almost microscopic, was a symbol Jon did not recognize. Not exactly. It wasn't a rune from Britain. It wasn't any Hogwarts book he remembered either, but it had the same feel as the chamber had in its last seconds. Layered circles forced into a line until the whole thing looked like it wanted to lock shut. Jon touched the paper. That's not random. No, Lois said, and I sent it to one person I trust not to panic. Clark glanced at her. Who? The apartment intercom buzzed. Lois smiled without humor. That be her. Clark went to the panel. You expecting company? 5 minutes ago, number now, apparently yes. He hit the door release. Jon turned toward the apartment entrance just as the elevator doors opened and a woman in a black coat, dark hair, and the kind of posture that said she could walk into any room in the world and leave with the truth if she wanted stepped out. She also looked mildly annoyed by the elevator music. Lois, she called as she walked in. You texted urgent weird symbol and nothing else, that's rude. Then she saw Jon standing there, her eyes sharpened. Right, she said, that explains the news helicopters. Clark closed the door behind her. Zatanna, Jon blinked. You just know a magician. Lois folded her arms. I'm a reporter, I know everybody eventually. Zatanna took off her coat and draped it over a chair like she planned to stay long enough to judge the furniture. For the record, I prefer stage artist, practitioner, and occasional fixer of magical nonsense. Magician makes people think balloon animals. Jon gave her the once-over. No wand in sight, no robes, no old-world wizard vibe. She moved like somebody comfortable with danger and deeply bored by anyone else's ego. She noticed him noticing. You're the kid from the footage. Jon, Zatanna. Her gaze drifted to the detonator photo. And judging by your face, you've already decided the machine felt wrong. Jon narrowed his eyes. You can tell that from my face. I can tell you've seen bad magic before and this reminded you of it. Lois pointed at her. See, this is why I called her. Zatanna stepped up to the counter, set 2 fingers on the printed image, and closed her eyes. The kitchen light flickered once. Jon stiffened. She opened her eyes a second later. Yeah, that's nasty. Clark crossed his arms. Can you be more specific? It's not a spell inscription, not in the clean sense. She tapped the symbol. This is somebody trying to engineer metaphysics, like they took ritual theory, stripped out half the soul, and bolted the leftovers onto hardware. Jon let out a short breath. That's exactly what I said. Zatanna looked at him again, more interested now. Then you've got better instincts than the average Kate. Jon glanced at Clark. Is that a compliment? Clark nodded. From her. Definitely. Zatanna leaned against the counter. Whatever this is, it wasn't made by somebody born into classical magical training. The structure's too brutal, efficient. Like it was designed by an engineer who got tired of the universe refusing to work on command. Lois muttered. Lex. Maybe, Zatanna said. Maybe somebody working with Lex. He's smart enough to fund the problem, not necessarily humble enough to understand it. Jon looked at the symbol again. Can you trace it? Not from a printout, I need the object. Lois pointed at the casserole dish. Zatanna stared. Is that Pyrex? Clark lifted a hand. In our defense, no, don't, Zatanna said. I respect the improvisation. She approached the dish carefully, then looked at Jon. You touched it and it reacted? Yeah, how? He hated how weak this sounded. It felt like it recognized me. Zatanna's face changed the same way Clark's had earlier, except where Clark got worried, Zatanna got focused. Try again, she said. Clark immediately said, Number. Jon looked between them. I'm right here. Zatanna held up both hands. And your father's right to be protective. We don't do anything stupid on the first night of a magical tech hybrid incident. I just want to know if the resonance is passive or keyed. Jon's mouth twisted. That sounds like a lot of fancy words for poke it and see. Pretty much. Lois tapped the counter. He doesn't touch it alone. If this goes bad, I want people in the room and not a bunch of government guys writing reports about how unfortunate it all was. Jon's gaze flicked to her. She said it flatly, no soft edges at all. Good. Zatanna moved one of the dining chairs back with her foot and gestured. Sit if you're going to do it. Magic hates when people pretend they're less injured than they are. Jon sat because arguing while his side still burned sounded dumb even to him. Clark stood at his shoulder. Lois took the other side. Zatanna drew a quick glowing circle in the air over the casserole dish. Not flashy, just enough that the air hummed. Jon reached out. 2 fingers, Zatanna said. No heroics. Rude. Accurate, he touched the detonator. This time the reaction hit faster, cold first, then a pulse behind his eyes. The symbol inside the casing lit a low violet and something like a whisper skated across his nerves, not words, an invitation or a latch clicking. Jon jerked his hand back. Yeah, a number of the circles Zatanna had drawn flashed red, then blue, then settled. Clark's hand landed on Jon's shoulder. Firm, present. What happened? Jon rubbed his fingers together like he could wipe the feeling off. It wanted me to finish something. Zatanna's voice went sharper. Finish what? I don't know, he swallowed. A lock, a channel, something. Lois asked, same something as the machine. Jon nodded. Zatanna stared at the detonator for one long beat. Then somebody built a system around your signature. Clark's whole body went still. Jon looked at her. My signature. In magical terms, pattern, imprint, resonance, soul map, pick your favorite phrase. Zatanna exhaled slowly. The point is, this isn't just random magic residue, it's aimed. Lois looked from Zatanna to Jon and back again. How would anybody in this universe have his pattern? Nobody answered right away. Then Jon said the thing he hadn't wanted to say out loud since the machine blew. Maybe they wouldn't need all of it. Maybe just enough cross-dimensional junk stuck to me when I got here. Zatanna's eyes narrowed. Got here. Clark winced. That's a longer conversation. Lois said, one we are apparently having tonight too. Zatanna looked at Jon, then at Clark and Lois and lifted both brows. Should I pretend that sentence was normal? Jon let out a rough laugh. Number, knock yourself out. So they told her, not every detail. Jon wasn't about to unpack the entire history of magical Britain for a woman he'd met 6 minutes ago, even if she seemed competent. But enough. The old life, the war, the betrayal, the blast, waking up here. Zatanna listened without trying to smooth it into something less weird. When Jon finished, she was quiet for a second, then she said, okay, that's a lot. Yeah, Jon said, you doing okay with it? He blinked. That's your question, it's the important one. Jon looked away. Weirdly enough, number. Zatanna nodded like that made perfect sense. Good, be stranger if you were. Lois pointed at her. I like this response. Thank you, Zatanna said. Also, the practical answer is this. If somebody found a way to detect the fault line where your old magic and current biology overlap, they could design something to hook into it. Not easily, not cheaply. If they had resources, obsession, and poor moral boundaries. Sure, Clark's jaw tight. Lex, or someone feeding him, Jon said. Zatanna looked at him. You have somebody in mind. Jon laughed without humor. Not a name, just a type. What type? The kind who sees a person and thinks problem first, then opportunity. Zatanna nodded once. Yeah, magic's full of those. Lois took a breath, centered herself, and snapped right back into problem-solving mode. Fine, the next moves. 1. I keep digging the Lex contract trail. 2. We get the actual detonator to somebody we trust to examine it without logging it into a system that pings every alphabet agency in the country. Clark said Batman. Jon groaned. That man hears secret magical tech linked to traumatized teenager and starts building a prison, I guarantee it. Clark gave him a look. Bruce is not building a prison for you. Jon held up a finger, yet Zatanna covered a smile with one hand. That was a little funny. Lois said, we can do Star After Hours with selected staff or the Watchtower if Clark wants league oversight. Jon immediately said, not the Watchtower. Clark didn't push back. Okay. Lois glanced at him. You sure? Clark nodded. He said okay. It should not have mattered that much. It did. Zatanna looked between them and smiled a little to herself like she'd just figured out the family pattern. Then we do a house call, she said. I know enough to tell you if the thing tries to bite. Jon pointed at the dish. It already tried. Then I'll bite back. He almost said she sounded like Ginny when Ginny was ready for a fight, then killed the comparison before it got out. Didn't stop the thought stinging. Lois noticed anyway because she noticed everything. She didn't call it out. Just shifted the subject. You staying? She asked Zatanna. For a while. Zatanna shrugged. I was supposed to perform at a benefit in Midtown, but honestly, this is way more interesting. Jon muttered, happy to entertain. She looked at him. You don't have to joke every time you're uncomfortable. He stared. Wow, you and my mom should start a club. Lois didn't look up from the laptop. We have one, dues are high. Clark actually laughed at that. Jon groaned and tipped his head back against the couch cushion. I live in a nightmare. Incorrect, Lois said. You live in an apartment with people who can read you. Worse, debatable. By 10:30, the apartment had turned into something between a war room and a family intervention. Papers spread over the dining table. TV muted. Zatanna had taken the detonator apart with a whispered backward phrase that made the casing unfold like flower petals made of burned plastic. Clark had gotten a secure line running through his tablet so he could feed public-safe updates to the League without handing over everything. Jon had, against all odds, been told to rest, and then dragged back into work every 5 minutes because his weird cross-universe instincts kept being useful. He was sitting on the floor by the coffee table when Zatanna held up a sliver of metal with tweezers. There, she said. Jon leaned forward. On the inner edge of the sliver, almost invisible until the light hit it right, was a line of residue that shimmered the same wrong violet as the machine's core. Looks tiny, Clark said. It is tiny, Zatanna said. That's what makes it annoying. There's just enough magical substrate here to train the system toward a target pattern, not enough to do the work itself. It's more like, she waggled the tweezers. A tuning fork. Jon frowned. For me, seems like it. Lois pushed a file aside and looked over. Could it be tracking you? Zatanna tilted her head. Maybe. More likely it's built to recognize and lock onto the specific energy combination you throw off when magic and Kryptonian output spike at once. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. Cool, I'm a science project. Clark's tone sharpened. Jon looked at him. Clark rarely raised his voice at home, didn't need to. When he put steel in it, you noticed. You are not a science project, Clark said. You are a person someone is trying to exploit. Those are not the same thing. Jon held his gaze, then looked away first because something in his chest had gone tight. Zatanna silently handed the metal sliver to Lois in a tiny evidence bag. Lois wrote on it in thick black marker and stuck it to a stack already labeled with times and source notes. I'm going to need a bigger legal pad. Jon looked at the stack. You think you can trace where the magical stuff came from through contracts? Lois lifted a shoulder. Money always tells on itself eventually. Even magical money. Especially magical money if a billionaire touched it. Men like Lex don't know how to do anything small. They build layers because it makes them feel clever. She tapped another note, and they always assume no one will put the layers together. Clark's tablet buzzed. He checked the screen and grimaced. Mayor's office wants a statement. Lois didn't miss a beat. They can wait. Governor too. They can wait harder. Jon snorted. Clark gave him a side glance. I was going to say that more politely. I know, that's why I did it for you. The tablet buzzed again. Clark looked. This time he sighed. Bruce. Jon groaned. Tell him I'm in a lead line box and unavailable. Clark tapped the screen but didn't answer yet. You want in on this? Jon frowned. Why would I want in on that? Because if he's going to say something you hate, better you hear it from him directly than from me trying to summarize. That was annoyingly fair. Jon pushed himself up off the floor with a hand on the couch and nodded once. Fine. Clark accepted the call. Bruce Wayne appeared on screen in low light, cowl off, expression exactly as cheerful as Jon expected, which was to say not even a little. He took in the room in one sweep. Jon on the couch, Lois at the table, Zatanna by the counter, Clark standing with the tablet. Good, Bruce said. You're all there. Jon folded his arms. That's one word for it. Bruce's eyes shifted to him. You're injured, bruised. Try to contain your panic. Bruce ignored that. The footage is everywhere. I've flagged and pulled what I can from certain channels, but not enough to change the public story. Lois said, didn't ask you to. Bruce glanced at her. But I assumed you'd want a clean line between what the public saw and what hostile actors can enhance. Lois considered that, then nodded once. Fine, I hate when you're useful. I hear that a lot. Jon leaned back against the couch. You here for data or to tell my dad I'm a risk? Clark shot him a look. Jon, Bruce to his credit didn't flinch. Both can be true. Jon's magic sparked cold along his fingertips. Zatanna casually slid one fruit bowl farther away from him. Bruce kept going because apparently tonight was everybody's favorite night to be brave around the traumatized kid with 2 power sets. You're not unstable, Bruce said. From what I saw, your tactical judgment in the street was good, better than good. You prioritized civilians, assessed multiple failure points, and adapted quickly when the device changed output. Jon blinked. He had expected suspicion, not whatever this was. Bruce's tone stayed flat. But someone designed a machine that keyed to you, and now the world has seen you use an ability profile no one has records for. That creates strategic risk, whether I like it or not. Jon hated that he couldn't actually argue with the wording. Lois could and did. Try saying strategic risk again like he's not sitting right there. Bruce looked at her. I said it because he's sitting right there. I'm not doing closed-door analysis behind his back. That landed weirdly better than it should have. Clark said, we're handling the object here for now, no watchtower. Bruce nodded. Understood. Jon squinted. That was easy. Bruce's mouth barely moved. I know what no sounds like. Jon stared. Zatanna coughed lightly into her hand. He means he got yelled at a lot as a child. Bruce ignored her with professional experience. Clark said, what do you have on the machine? Bruce's expression cooled another degree. Material profile suggests a LexCorp-derived shell fabricated through shell vendors. Internal architecture is custom. There are traces of Apocalypse-inspired conduit design, but not enough for direct attribution. Jon frowned. Apocalypse what? Bad day tech, Lois translated. Cool, Bruce added, and there's something else. The energy behavior around the blast site doesn't match known Earth mystic signature. Diana felt it from halfway across the city. She described it as displaced. Jon went still. Zatanna looked at him. You too? Yeah. Bruce saw the look exchange. Explain. Jon hated explaining. Still, if Bruce already had pieces, better to give him the one that mattered than let him build the wrong version. It felt like the machine didn't just want power, Jon said. It wanted me specifically, like it was reaching for the part of me that doesn't belong to this universe. Nobody spoke for a beat. Bruce's eyes sharpened. Can you track that sensation? Jon shrugged one shoulder. Maybe if it gets close enough again. Then that makes you the best detector we have. Clark said immediately, he is not bait. Jon looked at him. Bruce met Clark's stare through the tablet. I didn't say bait. You didn't have to. Lois folded her arms. We are not sending our 13-year-old to sniff out death machines. Bruce looked mildly offended. He's older than 13 in at least one meaningful sense. Not helping, Clark said. Jon pinched the bridge of his nose. Can we not have the weirdest version of a custody argument on speaker? Zatanna actually laughed. Bruce's face did not change at all. My point stands. If this escalates, Jon's ability to identify the resonance could matter. Jon dropped his hand. If it escalates, I'll help. That's not the same as being used. Bruce held his gaze through the screen for a second, then nodded. Fair. Lois muttered, look at that. He speaks human after all. Bruce ignored that too. One more thing. Luthor went on air 6 minutes ago. Lois spun toward the TV and unmuted it. There he was. Lex Luthor stood behind a podium with the city skyline behind him and a face made for expensive lies. Calm suit, calm hands, calm concern. I want to begin, he was saying, by commending Superman for his service during today's crisis. Metropolis owes him much, but in moments like this, admiration cannot replace accountability. Jon stared at the screen and felt every muscle in his back tight. Lex went on. We witnessed an unregistered power event linked to an individual with known ties to Superman. Reports from eyewitnesses suggest this individual used abilities not consistent with any established Kryptonian profile. I urge city, state, and federal authorities to pursue a full independent review. Extraordinary power without oversight is not heroism. It is a gamble placed on all our lives. Lois muted the TV again before the reporter questions started. The apartment was quiet for a second, then Jon said, I already hate him. Clark's jaw was tight enough to crack stone. Get in line. Bruce's voice came through the tablet, dry as sandpaper. You should. He's good at this. Lois grabbed a pen so hard Jon thought it might snap. He had that statement ready. He always has statements ready, Bruce said. Number the wording. Lois shook her head. He didn't just prep for a generic metahuman incident. He knew exactly which public fear to hit. Zatanna leaned one hip against the counter, and the magical angle gives him a fresh one. Jon looked at the muted screen. Lex was still answering questions with smooth little hand gestures, every inch the responsible public thinker, like he hadn't possibly had anything to do with the machine chewing up an avenue. Something in Jon settled right then. Not anger, not just anger, direction. He wants oversight, Jon said. Fine. Clark looked at him fast. Jon, not his version, Jon said. Mine. Lois's eyes narrowed, interested despite herself. Go on. Jon stood, his ribs complained. He ignored them. If he's going to go public and frame this like I'm some secret problem you've been hiding, then we stop acting like I'm a leak in the wall somebody else gets to define first. Clark was watching him carefully now. What are you saying? Jon looked at both of them. I'm saying we tell the truth before he finishes writing lies around it. Lois's expression shifted from protective mother to reporter seeing a live wire she might actually want to grab. How much truth? Enough. That is not a number. Enough that I'm a person, Jon snapped. Enough that people see I was there saving them, not blowing holes in the city. Enough that he doesn't get to act like I crawled out of a lab. Clark said public statements are hard to control once they're out. Jon laughed without humor. Yeah, learned that already. That hit the room and stayed there. Lois stepped in before it could sink too deep. No live cameras tonight. Jon looked at her. Not because I don't trust you, she said. Because you're hurt, tired, and one bad question away from vaporizing a microphone stand. Zatanna murmured, that would be funny though. Lois pointed at her, not helping. Clark considered Jon for a second, then nodded. A written statement, short, clear, we control the language. Jon exhaled through his nose. Okay. Lois was already dragging a chair out. Sit, we do drafts. Jon blinked. Right now. She gave him a look. Kid, the whole country is talking about you right now. Timing matters. He sat. Zatanna wandered toward the bookshelf and picked up a framed family photo from a county fair without asking. This is weirdly wholesome for a crisis room. Clark looked over. That was the year he tried to win a giant stuffed bear and accidentally bent the ring toss pegs. I was 8. You were competitive. I am competitive. Lois opened a blank document. Less nostalgia, more statement. Jon leaned over the keyboard from the side because apparently this was how public identity got built now. Family at a dining table, one magician in the apartment, Batman still on the tablet because nobody had technically hung up on him. Dear Metropolis, Lois typed. Jon recoiled. Absolutely not. Zatanna laughed. Bruce maddeningly said, agreed. Lois sighed and deleted it. Fine, what do you want to lead with? Jon thought about the avenue, the bus, the screaming, the way the crowd had looked at him through the shield. He said, today people got hurt. A lot more would have if my dad and I hadn't been there. Lois typed. Too defensive? Clark asked. Jon shrugged. It's true. It is, Lois said. Keep going. He took a breath. My name is Jonathan Kent. Clark's head turned slightly toward him. Jon kept going anyway. I acted to protect people because that's what needed doing. What happened in Metropolis involved technology and energy sources that are still being investigated. Anyone using this crisis to spread fear before facts are clear is not helping the people we saved. Lois's fingers flew over the key. Zatanna nodded once. Good, Bruce said. Cut people we saved. Sounds self-congratulatory. Jon scowled at the tablet. You sound self-congratulatory. He's right, Lois said. Jon stared at her. Whose side are you on? The grammatically effective one. Clark's mouth twitched. Jon sighed. Fine, replace it. They worked the statement line by line. No over-explaining, no apology for existing, no big reveal about reincarnation, obviously, just enough to push back on the weapon framing without sounding rehearsed by committee. When they were done, Lois read it aloud. My name is Jonathan Kent. Today, during the attack in Metropolis, I acted to protect civilians alongside Superman and first responders on the scene. The device involved in the attack is under investigation. Anyone rushing to define the threat before the facts are clear is choosing fear over responsibility. The focus should stay on the people who were harmed, the cause of the attack, and making sure it doesn't happen again. Jon listened, then nodded. Yeah, Clark looked at him. You sure? Jon met his eyes. Number, but yeah. Lois sent it to Perry, 2 wire contacts, and 1 city desk editor she trusted to print it fast. Then she shut the laptop and said, done. Jon let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The tablet screen shifted as Bruce adjusted position. Good. Jon looked over. You still here? Bruce looked almost offended. You didn't end the call. Fair. Bruce's expression settled back into neutral. Sleep if you can. I'll keep watching the feeds. If I find a second site, Clark gets coordinates first. Clark nodded. Thanks. Bruce's gaze flicked to Jon one last time. For what it's worth, your field decisions were solid. Jon opened his mouth, closed it, then settled on, you make compliments sound like a tax audit. Good night, Jon. The call ended. Zatanna smirked. He likes you. Jon looked at the blank tablet screen. That's deeply upsetting. Midnight hit and nobody went to bed. Clark tried. That was the funny part. He actually tried to parent the situation into some shape that resembled healthy sleep. Lois, you too, he said after catching her on her 3rd refill of coffee. You've been going for 6 hours. So have you. I'm not the one drinking chemicals. It's coffee, Smallville, not reactor coolant. Jon sprawled sideways on the couch with an ice pack sliding off his ribs, lifted a hand. For the record, you both look insane. Lois pointed at him with the mug. You can sleep or lose speaking privileges. Speaking privileges aren't a thing. They are if I invent them. Zatanna had appropriated one of the dining chairs and kicked off her boots. This is adorable, dysfunctional but adorable. Clark sighed. None of you are helping. Jon looked at him. You know what's wild? Clark narrowed his eyes on principle. What? The fact that I could throw a tractor over the building and this still somehow feels like your room. Clark's expression softened before he could stop it. Yeah, Jon looked away, suddenly feeling too exposed by his own honesty. Don't make it weird. I wasn't going to. Good. Lois closed the laptop at last with a sharp click. All right, new development. Everybody looked at her. She held up her phone. Perry wants me on air at 7. Clark frowned. As a reporter. As Lois Lane with direct scene access and a sun all over every major feed, which is apparently a ratings dream and a professional nightmare. Jon sat up a little. You doing it? Lois looked at him. Do you want me to? That made him pause. He'd spent enough of both lives having adults decide what public truth should look like around him. The fact she was asking should not have felt so huge. It did anyway. He thought about Lex on the podium, about the way that one headline had called him a weapon, about the bus passengers staring at him through the shield. Yeah, Jon said, but don't make it soft. Lois's brows rose. Soft, no my brave son stuff. He pointed at her. You go on there and bury him in facts. A slow grin spread across her face. Jonathan Kent, I have never loved an instruction more. Clark rubbed a hand over his jaw. Can we maybe not use the phrase bury him before sunrise? No, Lois said. Zatanna stood and stretched. I'm going to steal your guest room for 3 hours before I become decorative. Wake me if the detonator hisses or the billionaire does something stupid. The billionaire is definitely going to do something stupid, Jon said. She pointed at him. Exactly, good night. Once she was gone down the hall, the apartment got quieter in a real way. Not silent. Metropolis didn't do silent, but smaller, just them. Clark collected mugs. Lois stacked papers. Jon sat on the couch and watched the city throw light at the windows. Eventually, Clark came back and sat in the armchair again, but closer this time, angled toward the couch. Lois stayed standing by the windows for a minute, one hand in her hair, phone in the other, then turned and leaned against the glass. No one said anything. Jon should have gone to bed, he knew that. He also knew he wasn't sleeping anytime soon, not with the machine still in pieces in the kitchen and half the world apparently debating whether he should come with warning labels. So he said the thing that had been circling his head since the avenue. When I jumped, I didn't think. Clark looked at him. That's not true, Jon frowned. I literally said sorry and went through a window. Yeah, Clark said, because you saw people in danger and moved. Fast isn't the same as thoughtless. Jon dropped his eyes to the ice pack on his side. In the old life, I used to do that too. Lois crossed her arms. Throw yourself into danger. Pretty much. Clark's mouth twitched. That part tracks. Jon ignored him. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it got people killed. The room didn't move. Clark said carefully, because you chose wrong. Jon let out a breath, because war is ugly and sometimes there isn't a clean choice. But after today, he looked up at both of them. I couldn't tell if I jumped because it was the best move or because there's still something in me that thinks if I'm fast enough I can stop bad things before they stick. Lois took a second before answering. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Jon stared at her. She shrugged. You think in action. I've seen it since you were little. It's one of your best traits and one of your most dangerous ones. Clark nodded slowly. You don't freeze. No, Jon said. I really don't. And today, Clark said, that saved people. Jon leaned back. Until next time when maybe it gets me captured by some psycho with a city budget. Lois stepped away from the window and came closer. Then we deal with next time. He looked at her. You both say that like it fixes everything. It doesn't, she said. It stops fear from pretending it already knows the ending. That shut him up for a second. Clark added, Jon, there are 1,000 ways today could have gone worse, you know that. Yeah, you didn't make it worse. That one landed. He stared at Clark and knew the man meant it exactly. No hedging, no asterisk, no but. Jon looked down again because eye contact was suddenly a lot. Lois sat on the edge of the coffee table in front of him, forcing his gaze up anyway. You know what I saw today? He huffed. A lot of property damage. 1, rude. 2, I saw my kid make a call under pressure, save strangers, and hold the line when things got ugly. Her voice softened. I also saw him look like he expected somebody to tell him he'd screwed everything up the second the cameras turned. Jon said nothing, didn't need to. Lois nodded slightly like that answer counted anyway. That part we're going to work on. Clark leaned forward, forearms on his knees. No one in this family gets points for suffering alone, including you. Jon laughed under his breath. House rule, Clark said. He looked from one to the other and felt that stupid, inconvenient tightness in his chest again. This is the part, he said, where I'm supposed to say something heartfelt, isn't it? Lois smirked. You could try. Jon grimaced. Seems risky. Clark smiled. You can also just say you're tired. Jon considered that. I'm tired. There you go, Clark said. Lois stood and held out a hand. Bed. Jon looked at it, then at her. This time he took it without arguing. He didn't sleep much. That part stayed consistent across lives, apparently. The guest room was dark except for city light leaking around the curtains. He lay on his side because the bruised ribs made the other side stupid, eyes closed, mind nowhere useful. He lasted maybe 20 minutes before the dream took him. Stone floor, silver lines, the click of the door. Harry stood in the old chamber again, only this time when he looked up the faces weren't from Britain. They were blurred into newer shapes. Reporters with camera lights for eyes, officials with papers instead of mouths. Bruce in the upper tier, silent and unreadable, Lex smiling from the center seat, Clark standing at the edge of the ward circle too far away, Lois somewhere above him shouting something he couldn't hear through the hum of the runes. And in the middle of it all, the machine from the avenue, half buried in the stone floor, opening like a metal flower toward him. Come here, it seemed to say. Finish it. Harry Jon took one step back, the runes lit. He woke with a hard breath and the room's bedside lamp exploded. Glass hit the carpet. The window rattled. His hand came up already sparking with silver blue light. Jon, Clark's voice right outside the door, not barging in, asking first. Jon squeezed his eyes shut and forced the magic down by inches. Yeah, the door opened anyway, but slow enough to count as respect. Clark took in the blown lamp in one glance, then looked at Jon sitting upright in bed with light still leaking between his fingers. Nightmare, not a question. Jon nodded. Clark glanced toward the hall. Want Lois? That answer hit him so strangely he almost laughed. Not do you need her? Not should I get your mother? Just want. He looked at the shattered lamp, then back at Clark. Number, she needs sleep more than I need to feel ridiculous. Clark came in and shut the door behind him. I don't think that's how needing people works. Jon scrubbed a hand over his face. You ever notice you say annoying things when you're right? Often. Clark pulled the desk chair over and sat backward in it, arms folded on the backrest. Talk or distraction? Jon stared at him. You just have categories ready. Clark lifted a shoulder. I'm learning. Jon looked down at his hands. The light had faded. Good. He expected Clark to start with some careful question about the dream. Instead, Clark said, I had one when I was 16 that I still remember. Not because it was the worst one, because it was the first one where I woke up and realized fear had started rewriting faces. Jon glanced up. Clark went on. It was after my first real fight where people got hurt and I couldn't save everybody. In the dream, everybody I cared about was in the same room, but every time I tried to get to them, someone else's face would slide over theirs. Teachers, soldiers, reporters, strangers. He tapped the chair with one finger. Took me a while to understand my brain wasn't trying to predict the future. It was taking every fear I had and putting it in one place where I couldn't ignore it. Jon listened because Clark usually didn't lead with his own mess unless he really meant something by it. What you do? Jon asked. Talked to my mom, Clark said, then went outside and chopped wood until sunrise. Jon blinked. That feels very Smallville. Clark grinned. It really was. Against his will, Jon smiled back, then it faded. What if it's not just fear? Clark's expression sharpened. What do you mean? Jon looked at the broken lamp on the floor. The machine, the symbol. The way it reacted, he flexed his hands slowly. It didn't feel like a random trigger. It felt like a hook, like something was reaching through whatever crack let me exist here at all. Clark sat with that a moment, then he stood. Come on. Jon frowned. Where? Roof. You serious? Very. 10 minutes later, Jon stood barefoot on the apartment building roof in sweatpants and a t-shirt, cool air pushing his hair back while Metropolis glowed in every direction. Clark stood beside him in an old hoodie like this was the most normal thing in the world. For him, maybe it was. Jon shoved his hands into his pockets. If this is your version of wood chopping, it's way more dramatic. Clark looked offended. This is practical, better line of sight. For what? Clark pointed out over the city. Feel it. Jon frowned, then did not the normal noise. Not the bright pulse of electricity and moving traffic and human life packed close together. Something else. The avenue where the machine had erupted still tugged at his senses, faint but there, an aftertaste in the city's air. He turned toward it automatically. There, he said. Clark nodded. And Jon concentrated. The aftertaste twisted a little, threads branching through nearby infrastructure like hairline cracks in glass. Not gone, Jon said. Residual. How wide? Jon closed his eyes and followed the sensation as far as he could. 1 block, 2, into the maintenance lines under the avenue, down one spur toward the river, another toward a substation. Then thinner, almost gone. He opened his eyes. It spread through the network. Clark's face hardened. Can you tell if it's active? Jon reached again more carefully this time. The threads felt dead, mostly. Then one pulse answered from farther off, quick and sharp as a toothache. Jon's eyes snapped open. Yes. Clark turned to him at once. Where? Jon faced southeast. Near the river. Warehouse district maybe. It's weak, but it's there. Clark was already moving toward the roof edge. Then he stopped, looked back, and said, You're staying. Jon barked out a laugh. Absolutely not. You're bruised, sleep-deprived, and half-dressed. And apparently the only person who can feel the weird magic murder tech. Clark took 2 steps back toward him. Jon, Jon's jaw locked. You don't get to go alone when the machine was keyed to me. Clark stared at him. Jon stared right back. The city wind shoved at both of them, then Clark blew out a breath through his nose. You stay behind me if this is active. Jon nodded immediately. Sure. Clark narrowed his eyes. That was too fast. It means I heard you. That is not the same thing. Jon already knew that. He also knew they were burning time. Clark recognized it too. He pointed at Jon. If this goes bad, I say move, you move. Jon gave the smallest nod that still counted. Clark held his gaze 1 second longer, then scooped him up by the waist and launched into the air before Jon could complain. Jon yelped, "Rude, you're injured. I can fly," not while arguing. The warehouse district by the river looked normal from above, too normal: dark water, long roofs, security lights, trucks in fenced lots. Nobody on the streets except 2 cabs and a cyclist who had no idea Superman was currently hauling an annoyed teenager over his route. Clark landed on the roof of an old shipping warehouse and set Jon down. Jon rolled his shoulders. "I hate when you do that." Noted. He crouched and pressed one hand to the tar paper roof. There, a pulse, faint but ugly, coming from under them. "Below," Jon said. Clark listened, eyes narrowing. "I hear generators, 6 men, maybe 7, and," he frowned, "metal being dragged." Jon stood. "Great, evil warehouse, classic." Clark almost smiled. "Stay close." They slipped through a roof hatch because apparently subtlety was a thing Clark could do when he remembered. The catwalk below overlooked a cavernous warehouse floor packed with crates, tarps, and half-assembled machinery. Not one machine. 3, smaller than the Avenue rig, but same black metal design, same violet conduits, same wrong pull at Jon's magic. Men in tactical gear moved between them loading cases. One of them said, "Luther wants the calibration data tonight." Jon and Clark froze. Another voice answered from below, "Then tell him the field anchor burned out when the Kent kid interfered." Kent kid. Jon felt something cold settle under his ribs. Clark heard it too. He looked at Jon once, expression hard and very controlled. A third man snapped, "Stop saying the name on open comms." Jon mouthed, "Oh, now you care." Then the nearest half-built machine pulsed. Every hair on his arms lifted. "It knows I'm here," he whispered. Clark nodded once. "How bad?" Jon's eyes tracked the light spreading through the conduits. "Bad enough." The lead tech below looked up sharply. "Field shift." Somebody tripped the resonance. He reached for a panel. Clark moved first. He dropped from the catwalk like a missile and slammed the man into the concrete before the alarm even finished the first electronic chirp. Jon followed a split second later, hitting the second operator with a flying kick that sent him through a stack of empty crates. Then it was on. Mercs shouted. Rifles came up. Clark blurred through the first 3, crushing weapons, breaking formation, keeping bodies away from the machines. Jon went the other way. He ducked a burst of gunfire, caught one barrel, twisted, and rammed the stock into the shooter's face. Another guy came at him with an electrified baton. Jon grabbed the baton with one hand. The charge bit, not enough. He headbutted the guy down. Behind him, the left-hand machine opened like the one on the avenue had and started sucking power from the warehouse lights. "Nope," Jon muttered. He raised a hand. Depulso. The blast hit the machine's stabilizer arm and tore it halfway free, but instead of collapsing, the arm swung toward him and locked in place. "Aiming, Dad." Clark looked over just as the machine fired. He crossed the space in an instant and took the blast across his back. It drove him forward 2 steps, but he stayed up. Jon's stomach dropped. "You okay?" Clark turned, eyes flashing. "Take the power source." "Right, focus." Jon sprinted for the machine core while Clark tore through 2 more mercs trying to flank. One of them shouted, "Protect the anchor." There was that word again, anchor. Jon vaulted a toolbox, slid under a swinging conduit, and drove both fists into the exposed casing. Metal buckled. Violet current snapped over his wrists. He ignored it and yanked the panel free. Inside, nested around the power cell, was a ring of the same microscopic symbols from the detonator. Dozens of them, layered, hungry. And in the center, clipped behind the cell, was a shard of something pale and smooth. Bone, crystal, no idea. But the second he saw it, the machine surged toward him like an animal catching scent. It had a piece of something tied to him. He reached for it. A merc tackled him from the side before his fingers closed. They crashed into the concrete. Jon rolled, took an elbow to the mouth, and tasted blood. The guy actually grinned behind his visor. "Luther pays extra for live capture." Jon's answering smile was all teeth. "Yeah, he's overpaying." He slammed both palms into the floor and let magic go. The shockwave punched outward in a silver ring. The merc flew backward into a crate stack hard enough to put him down cold. Lights blew, 3 windows shattered. Every machine in the warehouse screamed with feedback. Clark turned from the far side of the floor. "Jon, still good, less of that." Too late, the shockwave had woken everything. All 3 machines lit. The nearest one locked onto him again. The second started pulling current from the building. The third, the unfinished one by the loading dock, did something worse. It started opening a tear in midair, not a portal exactly, more like a wound. A thin vertical slit of dark shot through with violet veins, widening by inches. Jon felt it hook at the old part of him, and every instinct screamed. "Dad, the third one." Clark looked, saw the tear, and moved. 2 mercs tried to block him. Hit them both without slowing down. One into the floor, one into a steel support beam. The beam lost. Jon lunged back toward the first machine and ripped the pale shard free. The effect was instant. The machine convulsed. Light burst from every seam. The ring of symbols collapsed inward and sliced Jon's palm open as the casing snapped shut on his fingers. He hissed and tore his hand free. Blood hit the machine. The symbols flared blinding white. For one insane second, the whole warehouse went quiet. Then Jon heard it, a voice, not from the room, from inside the old wrong crack between worlds. At last, Jon's head snapped up. Nobody else reacted. Nobody but him. The slit in the air widened another inch. Clark hit the unfinished machine with heat vision and cut the top half clean off. The tear stuttered but did not close. Jon staggered back, blood dripping off his hand, the pale shard cold as ice against his skin. Zatanna had called it a tuning fork. This was a key. A merc with rank tabs on his vest took one look at the failing machines and shouted, "Burn the site." He slapped something on his wrist. Charges started beeping. Clark heard them instantly. Jon out. Jon grabbed the shard, shoved it in his pocket, and ran. Clark met him halfway, one arm around his shoulders, and launched them both through the loading bay doors just as the first explosion went. The warehouse belched fire behind them. Windows blew out over the river. One wall folded inward, then another. Clark shielded Jon with his body while debris rained down over the lot. When the blast wave passed, Jon pushed himself upright on one elbow, coughing through dust. Clark looked him over fast. "Tell me if anything's broken." Jon spat grit. "Only my patience." Clark almost laughed, which was insane under the circumstances. Then his eyes dropped to Jon's hand. "You're bleeding." Jon looked too. The cut across his palm wasn't deep enough to panic over, but the blood glimmered faintly silver where it mixed with the shard's residue. "Okay," Jon said, "that's new." Sirens were already coming. Clark stood and hauled Jon to his feet. "We move police in 2 minutes." Jon turned back toward the burning warehouse. There was a voice. Clark's expression sharpened. "Inside the machine." "Not exactly, through it." The sirens got louder. Clark looked from the fire to Jon and made the call. "Home first, then talk." Jon wanted to argue. Then the shard in his pocket gave one tiny pulse against his leg, and he decided maybe flying back with Superman while holding creepy murder key evidence counted as a decent plan. "Yeah," he said. "Home." Lois was standing in the middle of the living room in bare feet and a shirt she'd clearly dragged on over sleepwear, phone in one hand, lamplight in her eyes when they came through the balcony. She looked at Clark, then Jon, then the blood on Jon's hand. And that was how Jon learned the exact face Lois Lane made when she wanted to yell, panic, throw something, and demand a timeline all at once. It was impressive. "You were gone 18 minutes, she said. "Why are you bleeding?" Clark started. "We found," Jon cut in, "illegal death warehouse." Lois closed her eyes. "I hate this family." Zatanna came out of the hall already awake, hair messy, magic gathered at her fingertips out of pure reflex. Her gaze locked on Jon's hand first, then his pocket. "You brought something back." Jon grimaced. "Maybe." Clark pointed at the coffee table. "No one touch anything until we know what it is." Lois threw both hands up. "Now he says that." Jon pulled the pale shard from his pocket and set it down carefully on the table. Up close, it looked worse. Not bone, not crystal, both and neither. Smooth, curved sliver about the length of Jon's thumb, etched with hair-thin lines that shifted when you looked at them too long. Zatanna went pale. That got everyone's attention. Clark said, "What is it?" She didn't answer immediately. She stepped closer, eyes narrowed, then swore under her breath in a language Jon didn't know. "Zatanna," Lois said. "It's not human," she said. Jon blinked. Not exactly reassuring. "It's not Kryptonian either." Her voice dropped. "And it's old." "How old?" Clark asked. Zatanna looked up. "Old enough that I don't want to guess and be optimistic by accident." Lois folded her arms. "Try anyway." Zatanna pointed at the shifting lines. "This is a binding substrate, part of something larger. Could be from an artifact, could be from a being, could be." She stopped, frowned harder. That would be insane." Jon, still bleeding into a dish towel Lois had shoved into his hand, said, "Tonight stopped caring about insane hours ago, so maybe keep going." Zatanna looked at him. "It could be a fragment from a magically conditioned remains source." Silent, Jon stared. "That sounds like a very gross way to say bone." Zatanna winced. "Yeah." Clark's face went hard as stone. "They built the machine around a magical bone shard." "Maybe," Zatanna said, "or around whatever this used to belong to." Lois put a hand over her mouth, thinking fast. The machines were tuned with that, to lock onto Jon. Jon sat down because suddenly standing seemed optional. "That's fantastic. I'm being hunted by evil archaeology." Zatanna did not smile, and the fact it's responding to him means whoever built those machines didn't just guess. Jon looked at the shard on the table and felt a low bad pull in his gut that had nothing to do with bruised ribs. Lois was already moving. She snatched a stainless steel mixing bowl out of the kitchen, flipped it upside down over the shard, then looked at Zatanna. "That better or worse than the casserole dish?" Zatanna blinked at her. "Honestly, slightly better." "Great, I'm becoming an expert in accidental occult storage." Clark kept his eyes on Jon's hand. "Kitchen now. I can walk," Jon said. "Good, then do that." Lois tossed him another towel and pointed with her chin. "Sink, don't bleed on the evidence notes." Jon muttered something rude under his breath and headed for the kitchen while Clark stayed half a step behind him anyway. The cut stung once the adrenaline stopped pretending to be helpful. Not deep, just angry, with thin silver glimmer still hanging in the blood where it smeared over his palm. Clark turned on the tap and adjusted the temperature without looking, because apparently super speed and years of dad instinct made him weirdly good at first aid. Jon shoved his hand under the water and hissed. "That sucks." Clark handed him soap. "Language." Jon stared at him. "You've watched me get blasted through a warehouse and your line is language." "My line is consistency." "That sounds fake." "It is." Jon scrubbed the blood off. The silver shimmer faded slowly but not completely. Under the water, the skin around the cut flashed once with the same wrong pale light as the shard. Clark saw it too. Neither of them said anything for a second. Then Clark went very quiet. "Did you hear the voice before or after you pulled it free?" Jon shut off the water, during, maybe because of the blood. Clark handed him gauze. "What did it say?" Jon pressed the gauze to his palm and tried not to look too long at the cut. "Just 2 words, at last." Clark's jaw tight. Jon looked over his shoulder toward the living room where Lois and Zatanna were still talking in low, intense voices. "That's not even the part I hate most." Clark waited. Jon flexed his fingers once. It didn't sound surprised. That got to him more than the words themselves. Not shock, not discovery, recognition, like the thing on the other end had been waiting for him specifically. Clark leaned one shoulder against the counter. "You think it was the same presence from the machine in Metropolis?" "Yeah, and the old chamber." Jon looked down. "Maybe." Clark stayed still for a second, then reached past him for the first aid box in the upper cabinet. He opened it, took out butterfly closures and aseptic bandages. Jon watched him. "You always know where everything is." Clark smiled faintly without much humor in it. "Farm life." "Also, your mother labels cupboards like she's fighting a war against inefficiency." "Fair." Clark cleaned the cut with steady hands. No fuss, no flinching, no trying to distract him with a speech while doing it. Jon let him because for all his mouth, there were some kinds of care he'd stopped fighting as hard. "Dad," Clark looked up. Jon hated how young he sounded when he asked it. "If they really tuned those things to me, how long do you think they've been trying?" Clark pressed the closure into place before answering. "Long enough that this wasn't improvised." "Not what I asked." Clark met his eyes. "Long enough to worry me." Jon laughed once through his nose. "That's not exactly calming." "I'm not trying to calm you." Clark wrapped the bandage around Jon's palm. "I'm trying to tell you the truth without making promises I can't keep." That shut him up. Because if there was one thing Clark almost never did, it was make cheap promises. Clark taped the bandage down and let Jon pull his hand back. "How much did you pull from the warehouse?" Jon frowned. "Besides the creepy shard, anything else? Smells, voices, names." Jon leaned back against the counter and replayed it. The mercs, the machines, the line that had frozen him harder than the blast. "One of them said Luther wanted calibration data tonight," he said. Clark's eyes sharpened. "Exact wording." "Pretty much exact." Then another one told him to stop saying the name on open comms. Jon jerked his chin toward the living room. "Lois is gonna enjoy that." "Maybe enjoy is the wrong word." "Yeah, fair." They went back out together. Lois looked up immediately, eyes dropping to the fresh bandage. "How bad?" Jon lifted the hand. "Still attached. Tragic, I know." She exhaled once, controlled. "Don't get cute." "What did the voice say?" He blinked. "You heard that from across the room." Lois pointed at her own head. "Reporter, pattern recognition. Also, your face looked like you'd been invited to a funeral by mail." Jon sat back down on the couch. 2 words, at last." Zatanna swore again. Lois did not smile. "Explain the reaction." Zatanna dragged a hand down her face. "If a bound magical fragment is acting as part of a lock system, and Jon's blood plus magic plus whatever cross-dimensional imprint he carries completed a recognition threshold, then something on the far side may have become aware of him in a more direct way." Jon stared. "That's a deeply upsetting amount of words." "It means," Clark said, "someone or something knows for sure you're here." "Much worse," Jon said. "Thanks." Lois was writing already. "And if Lex is tied into the machine infrastructure, then he may not know what exactly he's poking, but he knows enough to keep funding it." Jon watched her scribble names, arrows, questions. "You always do that when you're furious." "Yes," Lois said. "Is it healthy? Number okay." Zatanna was still staring at the bowl over the shard. "We need to seal that better before sunrise." "Sunrise is doing something?" Jon asked. "Number sunrise is when more people wake up and start making terrible decisions." That sounded right. Clark picked up his phone. "I'm calling the fortress." Jon looked up. "You think Kryptonian tech can help with a magic bone key?" Clark's mouth tightened. "I think a secure lab far from the city beats our kitchen." Lois nodded immediately. "Agreed." Jon leaned his head back against the couch cushion. "Cool, we've officially upgraded from casserole dish to alien ice palace. Great night." Clark was already stepping toward the balcony again when Lois said, "Wait." He stopped. She looked from him to Jon and back. "I'm not sending the 2 of you alone with that thing in a night like this. If it starts talking again, I want more than one witness." Clark nodded. "Then we all go." Jon sat up. "All?" Lois gave him a look. You think I'm staying home while mysterious cross-dimensional nonsense follows my kid to a secret fortress? That's adorable. Zatanna stood and pulled her boots back on. I'm in. Somebody there needs taste. Clark sighed in the way of a man who knew he had already lost the argument before it fully formed. Fine, but once we secure the shard, we rest. Lois and Jon both said maybe at the same time. Clark pointed at both of them. That's not reassuring. The Fortress of Solitude looked exactly like the kind of place a god from a better myth would build when he got tired of talking to people. Jon had been there before, not often, enough to know where the less slippery walkways were and which crystals hummed differently when the systems were active. At 3 in the morning, under a sky full of cold stars and the white sweep of Arctic light, it felt even more unreal. Clark landed first on the main platform, snow skidding around his boots. Lois came down in his arms wrapped in one of the thermal cloaks kept near the entrance. Zatanna arrived with them a second later thanks to a teleport assist that made the air twitch blue. Jon landed under his own power and tried not to wince when the bruised side pulled. Inside, the fortress opened around them in clean white crystal and low pulsing light. The central chamber lit automatically as soon as Clark stepped in. Kal-El, the AI voice said from everywhere and nowhere. You have returned with elevated stress indicators and biological anomalies. Jon snorted. That's one way to say we're having a rough night. The AI paused a beat, then answered, Jonathan, your assessment is consistent. Lois pointed upward. You made the computer snarky. Clark rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe a little. They set up in one of the research bays. Clark brought out a containment field no bigger than a cake stand, all translucent blue walls and humming edge light, way better than a mixing bowl. Zatanna watched the field stabilize around the shard and nodded. Okay, that's not nothing. Lois stood with her arms folded tight against the cloak. Can it block magic? The AI answered this time. Unknown. Adaptive response matrix engaged. Jon looked at Clark. That is a very Kryptonian way to say we're about to find out. Clark gave him a side glance. You're not wrong. Zatanna stepped to the edge of the containment stand and drew a sigil in the air with 2 fingers. Backward words spilled out under her breath, quick and sharp. The sigil settled over the field like a thin net of gold. The shard pulsed once, twice, then it went still for maybe 4 whole seconds. After that, the air in the chamber changed. Jon felt it first. Not sound, not light, pressure, like a second room had just leaned into this one from far away. The shard rose an inch off the platform inside the field. Every crystal in the research bay flashed pale violet. The AI said, warning, unclassified energy event. Clark moved in front of Lois without thinking. Jon hated that his body reacted by stepping forward anyway. Jon, Clark snapped, I know. The shard turned in the air, not random, not spinning, turning toward him. Zatanna's hands were already up. Don't touch it. Wasn't planning to. The shard's pale surface split down the middle like an eyelid opening. Inside the crack there was no crystal, no marrow, no machinery, just depth, black, endless, alive in the worst possible way. Jon's breath caught. A voice rolled out of the open shard, low and clear enough now that everyone heard it. So that is where you fell. Lois's face went white and furious at the same time. Nope. Clark's eyes flashed red. Identify yourself. The voice laughed softly. Not big villain laughter. Worse, calm, interested. A son of El asking for names before understanding doors. Charming. Jon's fingers twitched. Magic sparked under his skin. You don't get to talk at my family like that, he said. The dark slit inside the shard widened just a hair, enough that he felt the pull in his teeth. Family, the voice said, tasting the word. That is new. The last chamber around you held only fear. Everything in Jon went cold. Clark glanced at him, just one look, enough to say later, enough to say he'd heard that too. Zatanna stepped beside the containment field, voice sharp now. Back off, whatever you are. The voice ignored her. It took some time to follow the wound, it said to Jon. You were hidden by birth, by solar blood, by a world that does not speak the old laws properly. But blood wakes memory, clever of them to build a key though crude. Mortal minds always make such ugly tools. Lex doesn't know what he's serving, Jon thought instantly. Maybe not even the people building the machines did. Who are you? Jon demanded. The voice answered without hesitation. I am the one who noticed a boy die refusing chains. The chamber lights shivered, Lois said flat and deadly. I hate this thing. Jon's pulse thudded in his ears. That's not a name. No, the voice said. Names are privileges. Earn yours first. Clark took one step closer to the field. You reached through devices in Metropolis and a warehouse. You targeted my son. That conversation can end here. The shard's black slit bent toward him in a way that felt like amusement. Can it? Wonderful, then end it, last son. That was enough. Clark hit it with heat vision. The beam slammed into the containment field, passed through the outer edge, and struck the shard dead center. Nothing happened. No scorch, no break, no recoil. The voice chuckled. Solar fire, predictable. Zatanna snapped out a phrase backward. Gold light lashed around the shard. For 1 second the black slit narrowed, then the gold burned away. Stagecraft and discipline, the voice said, better, still not enough. Jon stepped forward before anyone could stop him. You wanted me, here I am. Clark's hand hit his shoulder. Jon, he didn't shrug it off, he just kept his eyes on the shard. You used a machine, you used bones, you used people who don't understand what they're building. That means you need me more than I need answers. Silent, then the voice said very softly, ah, there you are. Jon's hand closed into a fist. The black slit flexed wider, and for one impossible instant he saw something beyond it. A sky full of dead stars. A city made of towers bent like ribs, a throne or an altar or maybe both. Then the image vanished. Tell the clever animal called Luther this, the voice said. If he wishes to finish opening the path, he will require more than machines. He will require permission from the blood itself, and he does not have it. Lois's eyes sharpened instantly. So you can't force the door. The voice went still. Good, she'd hit something. Zatanna saw it too. You need consent at some level, recognition, not just power. The shard vibrated. Clark's grip on Jon's shoulder tightened once, grounding. The voice changed then, less amused, more focused. Watch carefully, reborn child, they fear what cannot be ordered, that truth crosses worlds. Let us see whether this family breaks more beautifully than the last. Lois took 1 step toward the field like she meant to climb through it and strangle the concept of the speaker. The shard exploded into pale dust before anybody else could act. The containment field flared and held, then everything went dark, total blackout, fortress lights dead, AI silent, crystal hum gone. For half a heartbeat there was only breath and dark and the memory of a voice. Then backup lights kicked on in strips along the floor. Clark was still there, hand on Jon's shoulder, the other arm already half extended in front of Lois by reflex. Zatanna stood with magic lit around both hands. Lois looked like she was one bad word away from taking apart the Arctic with pure outrage. Jon stared at the dust slowly settling inside the containment stand. Well, he said, because somebody had to. That's horrible. The AI voice returned a second later. Primary systems restored, foreign signal terminated. Lois rounded on Clark. Your murder palace needs better security. Clark actually looked a little offended. It usually doesn't get haunted through bone fragments. Zatanna exhaled hard. We just got lucky. Jon looked at her. Lucky? Yes, lucky, she said. Because if that had been a full anchor instead of a shard, we might have had a manifested breach instead of a taunting speech. Jon rubbed a hand over his face. That is not making the word better. Lois dragged both hands through her hair. Okay, fine, great. We now know Lex is funding idiots. Somebody on the other side of a cosmic wound knows Jon is here, and whatever the thing is, it needs permission it doesn't have. She jabbed a finger toward the dust. That matters. Clark nodded slowly. Yes. Jon looked at him. Because it can't just take me. Seems that way, which means the machines are trying to force the conditions. Zatanna crossed her arms, or weaken resistance. Build a bridge around your refusal. Consent laws in magic get weird when arrogant people start using proxies. Jon hated how believable that sounded. The AI spoke again. Residual recording recovered from foreign signal. Everybody looked up. Clark said, play it. The chamber filled with static for half a second, then a clipped human voice cut through. Calibration loss on Site 3. No, Mr. Luther was clear. The boy's field response proves the hybridization model. Yes, we proceed. The recording glitched. Another voice, nervous and lower. Consultant says the gate intelligence made contact, then static again, then one final line, sharp and cold. Secure Project Daybreak before sunrise. The recording ended. Nobody moved. Jon felt every tiny part of that phrase land and lock. Project Daybreak. Lois was already grabbing for a pen she did not have because apparently nobody carried pens into Arctic alien fortresses like sensible people. Tell me you stored that. The AI answered affirmative. Clark said, can you trace signal origin? Partial, routing masked through multiple terrestrial and orbital relays. Probable source cluster, Metropolis. Lois smiled then, and that was almost more frightening than the voice had been. Oh good, she said. Now I have a project name. Jon looked at her. You say that like you're planning a murder. I'm planning journalism, she said. It just feels similar sometimes. Clark finally stepped away from Jon's shoulder. We're done for tonight. Jon laughed. Are we? Yes, Clark said, because if I let this keep going, you will convince yourself you need to solve it before sunrise, and then we'll all make worse decisions. Zatanna nodded. He's right. You've got enough for one night. Lois hated it. He could see that, but after a second she nodded too. Fine, back to Metropolis. 2 hours of sleep if the universe is merciful. Then I start tearing open every corporate shell Lex has ever hidden behind. Jon looked at the dust in the field one last time. And me? Clark answered before anybody else could. You rest. Jon gave him a flat look. Clark met it. That wasn't a suggestion. Jon opened his mouth. Lois cut in. And before you start, yes, I know how that sounds to you. No, this is not us handling things over your head. This is me and your dad making sure you're conscious enough to think before the next hit comes. He held her gaze. There it was again, the difference. Not we'll decide for you, we want you standing when it matters. That difference was everything. So instead of fighting, he exhaled and said, fine, 2 hours. Clark's brow lifted. 3, 2.5. Lois pointed at Jon. See, negotiation, healthy, we're growing. Zatanna muttered, you people are exhausting. They got back to the apartment just before 5. Metropolis was shifting from black sky to bruised blue at the edges, lights still on in the towers, delivery trucks already moving, the city pretending it had slept. Jon lasted exactly long enough to pull off his shoes and fall face first onto the guest bed. He woke 2 hours later to the sound of Lois on television wrecking a morning anchor with facts. He sat up too fast, regretted it instantly, and padded into the living room with his hair doing whatever it wanted and one sock half on. Clark looked up from the kitchen island where he was reading 3 different screens at once. Morning. Jon squinted at the TV. That depends. Lois was live from the Planet studio in a dark blazer and that exact expression she wore when someone else thought they were steering the interview. The anchor on screen said, but Miss Lane, surely the public concern is that an unprecedented power event took place and no one knows what Jonathan Kent is capable of. Lois cut right over him. That's not public concern, that's fear shaped into a headline. The public concern should be why an attack happened in broad daylight using infrastructure tied to private contractors with existing city access. Jon stopped halfway to the couch. Clark handed him toast without looking away from the TV. Eat. Jon took it automatically. The anchor tried again. Still, can you understand why people would want oversight? What I understand, Lois said, is that a teenager helped save civilians while adults with cameras rushed to turn him into a talking point. If you want accountability, start with the people who built the machine. Jon slowly sat down. Clark glanced at him. She's in a mood. Jon barked out a laugh. I can see that. On screen, the anchor pivoted to Lex. Mr. Luthor has called for transparency. Lois smiled. It was not nice. Lex Luthor calls for a lot of things when he wants distance from his own fingerprints. The anchor blinked. Are you alleging corporate involvement? I'm saying I've covered Metropolis too long to be impressed by polished concern delivered before the smoke clears. Jon lifted the toast in a little salute at the screen. That's my mom. Clark's smile was small but very real. Yeah. The interview ended 30 seconds later with the anchor visibly regretting his life choices. Lois came off air and texted immediately. Told you I'd bury him in facts. Jon texted back with one hand while chewing. You were kind of scary. Her reply came in 5 seconds. Good. Clark's own phone buzzed. He checked it, sighed, and passed it over. It was a headline. Jonathan Kent statement PUSHES back on fear narrative below it. Another. Lane questions LEXCORP ties to Metropolis attack and another from a nastier outlet. Is Superman's family hiding more than they're saying? Jon handed the phone back. There it is. Clark set it down. Yeah. Jon ate the rest of the toast, then sat there with his elbows on his knees and the weird heavy feeling of somebody watching a storm line build across open land. Not immediate doom, worse, momentum. Clark came over and sat beside him. How's the hand? Jon looked at the bandage. Attached, again, still tragic. The bruising, annoying. Clark nodded. Good. Jon side-eyed him. Your standards for good are bizarre. Clark smiled faintly. Occupational hazard. Silence settled for a minute, the kind that didn't feel empty. Jon stared at the city through the window and said, I meant what I said last night. Clark waited, about not being defined first by somebody else. Clark leaned back into the couch. I know. Jon rubbed his thumb against the edge of the bandage. I'm not saying I want cameras in my face every day. That sounds awful. He let out a breath. I'm done with people building a version of me in rooms I'm not in. Clark looked at him for a long second. Then we make sure you're in the room. That hit harder than it should have. Jon laughed softly, no humor in it but no anger either. You make things sound really simple. Clark shrugged. Simple and easy aren't the same thing. No, Jon said. Guess not. The apartment door opened hard enough that Jon looked up on reflex. Lois came in like she declared war on 3 corporations before breakfast and won at least one battle already. She dropped a stack of printed files on the coffee table. Okay. Good news, bad news, weird news. Jon pointed at the pile. You alphabetize your disasters. I categorize them. She tapped the top folder. Good news, 2 shell companies tied to the street repair contract also share board overlap with a LexCorp research arm that officially does nothing more exciting than energy storage. Clark said, and the bad news. Lois flipped the second folder open. That research arm leased warehouse space in the River District through a third-party proxy 14 months ago. Jon's mouth went flat. Warehouse 3. Yep, and the weird news? Clark asked. Lois smiled without humor and held up a photo. It was grainy security cam footage from the warehouse district. Night vision. 3 people entering through the side loading door 6 hours before Clark and Jon had blown the place up. 2 were men in tactical gear. The third wore a dark coat with the hood up, but the face was half visible as the person looked toward the camera. Jon went cold. He knew that face, not fully, older, sharper, wrong in this world, but he knew it anyway. He stood so fast the couch shoved back. Clark rose too. Jon took the photo from Lois and stared at it. Black hair, fine-boned face, a look in the eyes like the camera offended him personally. Tom Riddle, number not Tom, impossible. Voldemort had died, Harry had seen it, Harry had ended it, but the face in the photo had enough of him there to make Jon's skin crawl. Lois saw the reaction instantly. You know him. Jon's voice came out rough. I know the face. Clark stepped closer. From before, Jon nodded once, still staring. Zatanna came out of the hall tying her hair back and stopped at the atmosphere in the room. What happened? Lois held up the folder. He knows one of the people from the warehouse footage. Zatanna moved in. Who? Jon forced his eyes off the photo and looked at her. A dead man. That shut the room down for half a beat. Then Lois said, well, that's never a sentence I like. Jon put the photo on the table carefully, like it might bite. In my old world there was a wizard, worst person I ever knew. He died, I know he died. He swallowed once. But if somebody asked me to sketch what he looked like before he got really gone, this is close enough to make me sick. Clark's face hardened in a whole new direction. You think he came through too? I think either he did or someone here found a way to wear a shape they should never have had. Jon looked at the photo again. Either one's bad. Lois was already flipping through the rest of the print set. There's more. The hooded guy never touches the crates, he directs. She pulled another still. Same figure, arm raised toward one of the machine cases, and every time he's near equipment, there's image distortion. Zatanna took the photo, eyes narrowing. That's not camera glitch. Jon's hand tightened at his side. Clark noticed and stepped into his line of sight, making him look up. Breathe. I am breathing. Do it on purpose. Jon glared at him for 1 second, then did it anyway. In out the room steadied. Clark said, you don't have to solve who he is right now. Jon laughed once hard. Feels like I do. Lois said, number right now you need to tell me everything you remember about the face before it changed. He looked at her, not because she'd asked for lore. Because she'd asked for useful detail, better. He sat back down and pulled the photo closer. He was handsome when he wanted people comfortable, clean-cut, precise. Knew how to look harmless to the right crowd. His lip curled, like sounding smarter than everyone else because half the time he was. Lois scribbled as he talked. Clark stayed standing by the couch, close enough to matter, far enough not to crowd. Zatanna leaned over the table, studying the distortion around the hooded figure. Jon kept going. If it's really tied to him, he'd go for influence before spectacle. Followers, institutions, things with doors he could own. He likes systems. Likes taking things people trust and turning them rotten. Lois wrote that down too, then she looked up. That sounds a lot like Lex. Jon met her eyes. Yeah, that's why this is worse. Zatanna set the photo down slowly. If somebody from your old world came through and found Lex Luthor first, that's a nightmare pairing. Clark's mouth flattened, assuming that's what happened. Jon nodded, yeah, because assumption was a trap too, but the face, it sat there like a hand around his spine. Lois looked from one to the other and made the call in real time. All right, we don't put that part out yet. Not until we know if this is a look-alike, a disguise, or an actual cross-world problem. The last thing I need is the entire internet deciding Superman's kid is seeing ghost Nazis before lunch. Jon blinked. That's a sentence. It's a good sentence, Lois said. And you know I'm right. Annoyingly she was, Clark said, so it goes out. Lois slapped the warehouse folder. Like shell connection, contract overlap, site footage without the face angle, enough to force reaction. Zatanna nodded, put pressure on the human side while we worked the other one. Jon looked at the photo again, and if he knows I saw him, Clark answered this time, then he knows you're not alone. Jon looked up. Clark held his gaze without blinking. That matters. It did. Stupidly, deeply, more than it should after one lifetime teaching him that being seen usually made things worse. Lois's phone buzzed. She checked it, lips thinning. Speaking of Lex. She turned the screen so they could see. It was a new clip from LexCorp Tower. Press line outside. Lex at another podium because apparently the man believed every crisis improved if he stood in front of glass and talked down to people. This time he looked almost pleased. Metropolis deserves answers, he was saying. And if recent reports are true, then we are no longer dealing with isolated heroics, but with the emergence of a hybrid power profile beyond any established oversight framework. Jon made a face. I really want to throw something at him. Lois muttered, get in line. Lex went on. We cannot afford blind trust. We need cooperation, transparency, and independent review. No one, no family should operate beyond accountability. The camera zoomed a little as he paused. Then he smiled, tiny, controlled. Enough. Jon felt the old cold click of the chamber door in the back of his mind. No one, no family, beyond accountability, different world, same shape. Clark reached over and muted the clip before Lex could keep talking. The apartment went quiet. Jon stared at his own reflection in the black screen for a second. New face, new life. Same problem coming at him in better tailoring. He stood. Lois looked up. Where are you going? Nowhere. He walked to the window and looked out over the city instead. Towers, traffic, morning haze, just thinking. Clark gave him a minute, then carefully, about Lex. About patterns, Jon said. Lois came over to stand on one side of him. Clark came to the other, not crowding, just there. Jon looked out at Metropolis and said, back there they thought if they said safety enough times it would make control sound noble. No one interrupted. He kept going. The room, the words, the papers, the whole thing, it wasn't just fear, it was convenience. I'd won a war, I was useful until I wasn't easy. Then suddenly I was a problem to manage. He looked down at the street. Lex is doing the same thing with better cameras. Clark's voice was steady. Then we don't let him set the terms. Jon laughed softly. You make that sound like a switch. Lois folded her arms. It's not a switch, it's a fight. Good thing we're good at those. Jon looked at her, then at Clark. One reporter who treated truth like a weapon and knew exactly where to aim it. One father who could move mountains and somehow still thought the important thing was standing still when someone tried to move him. For one weird second, with the city buzzing under them and the old fear trying to crawl back into his ribs, he felt something settle. Not safety, not peace, backing, real backing. Okay, he said. Clark glanced at him. Okay, what? Jon looked back out the window. Okay, then let's fight smarter. Lois smiled. There's my kid. He rolled his eyes. Don't make it sentimental. Can't hear you over my maternal pride. Clark coughed into one hand, definitely hiding a laugh. Jon smirked despite himself. Then the TV, still muted, flashed a new banner. Breaking, LEXCRP announces private security partnership for METHUMA and event readiness. Lois saw it and went dead still. Clark saw it too. That's fast. Too fast, Lois said. Jon turned back to the screen. Beneath the banner, a second line crawled across. Source, federal officials request briefing on Jonathan Kent incident. There it was. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now, the room changed around that sentence. Tighter, sharper. No panic, but the day had just picked a direction. Lois grabbed her bag and the warehouse files in one sweep. I'm going to the planet. Clark nodded. I'm calling Diana and Bruce. If federal briefings are moving this fast, I want to know who's pushing. Jon pushed away from the window. And I'm not staying here doing homework while everybody else moves pieces. Lois looked at him like she'd expected that exact sentence. Number, you're not doing homework. Jon waited. She tossed him the spare keycard to the planet bullpen. You're coming with me. He caught it automatically. Seriously, you want in the room, Lois said. Start in mine. Clark looked between them, then slowly smiled. That might actually be worse for our enemies. It usually is, Lois said. Jon stared at the keycard in his hand. A room, not a trap, not a sealed circle, not something decided before he entered. A room he'd be walking into on purpose. He curled his fingers around the card and looked up. Okay, Lois was already halfway to the door. Move then. If Lex wants to make this a public fight, I plan to ruin his morning. Clark caught Jon by the shoulder before he followed. Jon turned. Clark's hand stayed there for 1 second, solid and warm. Whatever comes next, you say it if something feels wrong. You don't carry it alone because it's ugly or because you think it'll worry us. Jon held his gaze, then he nodded. Yeah, Clark's mouth eased a little. Good. Jon headed for the door. Behind him, the TV kept flashing headlines, all of them trying to decide who he was. He was done letting them do it alone. Across the city, high above the noise, Lex Luthor stood in a glass office and watched the same morning coverage without sound. Mercy Graves waited near the door with a tablet in hand and the patience of a woman who had worked too long for men who enjoyed pauses because they thought pauses made them important. The screen in front of Lex split 3 ways. Lois Lane leaving her apartment building with files under one arm and controlled fury in every line of her body. Clark Kent on a secure line, jaw tight. Jonathan Kent, hood up, keycard in hand, stepping into the elevator beside his mother. Lex smiled, not because the plan had gone cleanly. It hadn't. Site 3 was ash. The contact shard was gone. The consultant had been more interested in the boy than in protocol. But the footage existed. The headlines existed. The state would move now. The public would help push. Fear always did the heavy lifting once you taught it the right words. Mercy stepped closer. Federal liaison requests confirmation on briefing attendance. Lex didn't look away from the screens. Except, and Project Daybreak, that got his attention. He turned from the window at last and walked to the desk. On it sat a black folder embossed with nothing at all. He opened it. Inside were photos, the Avenue machine, the warehouse core, an old grainy image of a hooded man beside a chalk diagram no scientist in LexCorp had managed to fully decode. And on the last page, clipped fresh that morning, a still frame of Jonathan Kent standing in the middle of broken pavement under a collapsing sky. One hand raised, silver shield light pouring around him while people stared like the world had just shown them a new rule. Lex rested his fingertips on the image. Proceed, he said. Mercy glanced at the folder. You're sure? Lex's smile came back, thin and curt. Superman's son was always going to be an issue, he said. Now he's proof. He closed the folder. On the tab in neat machine print, one line showed through the clear label strip. Subject, Jonathan Kent. Lex looked at it for one long second, then toward the city beyond the glass. Let's see, he said softly, how they handle accountability. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Boy They Couldn't Control. Lois shoved open the bullpen door with her shoulder and said, if anybody says hybrid power profile in my hearing again, I'm taking a stapler to camera. Half the Daily Planet looked up. The other half was already looking. Jon walked in right behind her with the keycard still in his hand, hood down now because hiding in the middle of the biggest newsroom in Metropolis felt kind of pointless. He got 3 steps before Jimmy Olsen rolled over in his chair, stopped dead and said, wow, okay. You look exactly like a kid about to start a fight with cable news. Jon glanced at the wall of muted screens where 3 different pundits were currently using his face as background art. Feels accurate. Perry White came out of his office carrying a marked-up draft in the kind of glare that normally made adults flinch. He took in Lois, Jon, the stack of files under Lois's arm, and the look on Jon's face. Then he said, good, he's here. Jon blinked. That's not what I expected. Perry snorted. Son, if half the city's arguing about you before breakfast, I'd rather have you in the room than hear about you from 6 idiots and a press release. Lois pointed at him. This is why I still work for you. You work for me because nobody else can keep up. Perry held out a hand toward Jon. You all right? Jon looked at the hand, not because he was confused by handshakes. Because old instincts still like to check whether this was one of those moments where people acted normal right before they changed the rules. Perry just waited. Jon took the hand. Been better. Yeah, Perry said. You and the city both. Then Perry turned and barked at the room. Whoever leaks location data on this kid to any outside desk is fired before lunch. Whoever says weaponized metahuman offspring where I can hear it loses desk privileges. We clear. Somewhere near the Metro desk, a reporter muttered, that wasn't me. Perry jabbed a finger in that direction. It better not have been. Jimmy rolled his chair beside Jon and lowered his voice. For what it's worth, I thought the shield looked awesome. Jon looked at him. That should not be the helpful thing you lead with. It's what I've got. Fair. Lois dumped the files on the nearest empty desk and started sorting by color tabs like she was personally offending paper into cooperation. Jimmy, pull everything on LexCorp subcontractor structures tied to municipal repair work. Chrissy, I need every federal committee chair who's used the phrase enhanced oversight in the last 6 months. And if anyone from Lex's office calls pretending they just want background comment, tell them to choke. Professionally, Jimmy asked, use your judgment. Clark came in a minute later through the bullpen side doors looking like he'd already had 3 separate conversations he hated. He had his glasses on and his reporter smile off, which usually meant Superman business had crossed too hard into home business. Jon saw him clock the room, then him, then Lois's growing evidence spread. Clark walked over. Diana's reaching out to a few people on the Hill. Bruce confirmed at least one federal task force briefing got accelerated this morning. Lois didn't look up from the files. Which task force? Internal security preparedness. Jon frowned. That sounds fake. Jimmy leaned in from his chair. No, it's real, which is worse. Perry pointed the draft in his hand at Clark. Do they want a briefing with Superman or a briefing on your son? Clark's jaw tightened. Both. Jon let out a dry laugh. Cool, love that split. Perry's eyes flicked to Jon. You want blunt? Jon folded his arms. Usually, they smell a new category they can label. That means hearings, pressure statements, and 5 men in suits pretending panic is policy. Jon glanced at Lois. See, it's not just me. Lois finally looked up. No one said it was just you. Perry tossed the marked-up draft onto the desk, which is why I want your statement on page 1 with the infrastructure angle right beside it, not as some soft family piece, as news. Jon looked at the draft. His statement sat there in clean print, boxed next to still frames from the Avenue attack, and a second piece Lois had obviously bulleted into shape overnight. LEXCRP-Link contractors tied to Metropolis attack site under that, smaller. Jonathan Kent PUSHES back ON fear-based response. It hit him strangely. Not because he'd never been in print. Harry Potter had spent half his life in papers for reasons ranging from stupid to awful. But this was different, less myth, more person. Lois caught the look. Too much. Jon shook his head once. Number just weird. Jimmy gave him a sideways grin. Welcome to being a story. Jon looked at him. That sentence should be illegal. Yeah, maybe. Clark set a hand on the desk. There's more. Everybody looked at him. He glanced at Perry, then at Lois, then at Jon. General Lane called. Lois closed her eyes. Of course he did. Jon frowned. Your dad. Yes, Lois said flatly, the military one. Jon had met Sam Lane before, enough to know the man could turn a family dinner into a briefing in under 2 minutes if nobody stopped him. What does he want? Jon asked. Clark's mouth flattened, officially to make sure nobody panics. Unofficially, he says if the federal side starts moving blind, somebody worse than him gets to set the tone. Lois stared at Clark. Did he actually admit that? He did. Perry made a low sound in his throat. That means it's bad. Lois already knew that. Jon could see it in the way her shoulders shifted tight and annoyed but not surprised. He wants to meet, Clark said. Not here. Of course not, Lois muttered. Jon looked between them. Why do I feel like every adult in the city keeps trying to get me into rooms? Lois met his eyes. Because rooms are where people convince themselves they're being reasonable while they make ugly choices. That landed a little too clean. Clark's voice softened. We don't have to say yes. Jon almost answered immediately, then stopped. That was new too, the stopping. The fact that no actually existed before the room happened. Harry looked from Jon to Clark to Lois and made the obvious call. You take the meeting, you do it on your ground, no sealed doors, no surprise experts, and if anybody says temporary containment measures, I want somebody to flip the table. Jimmy raised a hand. Can I volunteer for table flipping? No, Perry said. Jon's mouth twitched. Lois looked at her watch, then at the screen wall, then at the draft again. We've got maybe 2 hours before Lex turns this into a full public circus. Jimmy lifted a finger. About that, he spun one monitor toward them. LexCorp's public relations account had posted a teaser card 30 seconds ago. A charity gala announcement sat over a sleek skyline graphic. Tonight, LEXCORP Metropolis Future Fund benefit a conversation on safety, innovation, and public trust underneath. One line in smaller text. Special remarks from Lex Luthor. Jon stared. That man is allergic to shame. Lois leaned in, reading the card like it might confess under pressure. He's making the move in public. Fast. Before the city can settle into facts. Clark looked at the time stamp. Tonight, Perry swore under his breath. Jimmy said, he's not even pretending to mourn the avenue before monetizing the fear. Lois's eyes narrowed. He's doing something better for him. He's wrapping concern around control and calling it civic duty. Jon felt the old click again, like his brain had saved the pattern and now it kept filing new names into the same drawer. He said, he wants a room too. Lois looked at him sharply, then nodded once. Yeah, Clark folded his arms. Then maybe we don't give him one. Jon looked at the gala card, then at the flood of headlines already cycling under it. Lex knew exactly what he was doing. Big room, rich room, cameras, donors, officials who liked being seen near power but preferred their power clean and legal looking. If Jon stayed away, Lex got to shape him from a podium. If Jon showed up, things got complicated. That alone made it tempting. Jimmy saw his face and said, that look means he's thinking something fun and terrible. Lois didn't even hesitate. Yes. Jon blinked. I hadn't said anything. I know your face. Clark looked between the two of them and sighed. I'm outnumbered already, aren't I? Perry tapped the gala card with one thick finger. If Luthor wants to stand in front of cameras and define your son for the city, you can either let him speak alone or make him do it with the target in the room. Jimmy slowly grinned. Oh, that's evil. Perry gave him a look. That's journalism. Jon stared at the screen, then at the draft, then at Lois's file pile and the open notebooks in the newsroom running hot around all of them. He could already hear the shape of the commentary tonight if he stayed home. Concern, accountability, unknown power, public safety, the same old rubbish, just in better suits and with cleaner lighting. No, he said. Everybody looked at him. No what? Clark asked. Jon turned from the screen. No letting him do it alone. Lois's mouth tilted. That was also my answer. Clark rubbed a hand over his jaw. Jon, Dad, if he wants the room, I'm in the room. Perry looked pleased in a way that would have worried any sane person. There it is. Clark looked at Perry. Please do not encourage him. I'm encouraging spine, Perry said. You should try it. Jimmy made a quiet choking noise that sounded a lot like suppressed laughter. Clark gave Perry a long look. I'm plenty spineful. That is not a word, Lois said. It is today. Jon almost smiled, then didn't because Clark still hadn't actually agreed. Clark looked back at him. You know that walking into LexCorp on a night like this is exactly what he wants. Sure, Jon said. He wants me rattled, defensive, and easy to frame. And you think you won't be? Jon held his father's gaze. I think if I stay out, I'm letting him talk like I'm too dangerous to stand next to. That's worse. The bullpen noise kept moving around them, but the space in that little circle went still. Clark stared at him for another beat. Then he exhaled through his nose and nodded once. If we do this, we do it smart. Lois lifted a file. I have never once done anything dumb inside LexCorp unless somebody started first. Jimmy looked up. That's not true. Silence, James. Perry pointed toward Lois's office. Go plan before someone from cable steals my best quote. Lois's office wasn't big enough for the amount of fight she stored in it. The walls were lined with shelves stuffed full of binders, books, old awards, and enough file boxes to make most city departments feel insecure. Her desk was half buried in active work and half buried in older work she still clearly intended to weaponize later. Two chairs sat opposite it. Jon had a suspicion they were there mostly so people could feel less comfortable while she asked questions. He took one of them anyway. Clark closed the door behind them. Lois set 3 folders down and started sorting with quick, efficient motions. Okay, we know 3 things. 1, Lex wants the city seeing him as the reasonable adult in the room. 2, he's tied to at least 1 infrastructure chain connected to the avenue and 1 warehouse lease connected to the river district. 3, somebody with ugly magic knowledge is attached to his machine program. Jon leaned back in the chair, bandaged hand on the armrest. That thing in the fortress knew his name. Clark nodded, and it knew yours. Didn't love that. No one loved that. Lois sat on the corner of her desk, not behind it. Better for war talk. The gala gives us public access and a private building full of cameras, security, and people who assume they're untouchable, which means one of 2 things happens. Lex stays clean and uses the night to set a narrative, or he gets too confident and shows us where he's hiding the rot. Jon looked at her. You think he'll slip? I think he likes hearing himself talk so much that eventually he always does. Clark's mouth twitched once. That's fair. Jon frowned. You 2 are weirdly casual about walking me into what could easily become a trap. Clark sat in the chair beside him. We're not casual, we're honest. Lois crossed her arms. There's a difference. Jon hated that they kept having good answers. So what's the actual plan? He asked. Lois opened 1 folder and slid an embossed invitation across the desk. He looked at it. You already had an invite. She lifted a shoulder. He invited the planet. He wants press. He wants to look open. Jon picked up the card. Heavy stock, gold edging, smelled expensive. He hated it instantly. Clark said, we arrived together, no splitting up unless we explicitly say so. If there's a problem, Lois takes the press angle, I take the crowd safety angle, and you do not chase anything alone. Jon looked at him over the card. That was targeted. It was. Lois added, and before you say it, yes, I know you're capable. That's not the point. Jon set the card down. It usually is the point. No, Lois said. The point is Lex is going to try to make capability look like threat while he stands next to men who sign checks. That shut him up. Clark leaned forward. You don't have to win a debate tonight. You just have to avoid giving him the picture he wants. Jon tilted his head. Which picture is that? Clark ticked it off on his fingers. Angry, unstable, isolated, secretive. Jon snorted. That's 4 pictures. You know what I mean. Lois nodded. He wants you either silent or explosive. Best case for him, you say nothing and he calls that evasive. Second best case, he says something ugly, you snap, and every feed in the city runs the clip for a week. Jon looked between them. So what? I smile and eat canapes while he accuses me of being a walking policy problem. Lois's eyes glinted. You make him work for every inch. That sounded better. Clark looked at him. You're good under pressure. Use that. Don't give away more than you want to, and if you don't want to answer something, you don't. Jon thought about that. In his old life, questions had usually come loaded. If you didn't answer, people decided things. If you did answer, people still decided things, just with better quotes. This was different only if he made it different. Lois slid another folder over. Also, I want you to know what he's likely to say. Inside were past Lex statements, clips, prepared phrases, op-ed pull quotes, public trust, accountability, innovation with guardrails, responsible oversight, protection without prejudice. He sounded like a man who wanted to regulate the weather and invoice the clouds. Jon skimmed 2 pages, then looked up. He talks like he's trying to seduce a law textbook. Lois barked out a laugh. Exactly. Clark reached for one of the printouts. There's a pattern here. Jon raised a brow. You mean besides him being insufferable? Clark tapped a sentence. He always moves from abstract concern to specific category. He starts with broad principles, then narrows to one target until people stop noticing he picked the target before the principle. Jon stared at the page, then at Clark. That's creepy. Clark shrugged. I read people for a living. Lois gave him a flat look. You write baseball recaps. Clark looked offended. And investigative pieces sometimes. Jon snorted. Lois tossed him another sheet. All right, your turn. If he says no one should operate beyond accountability, what do you say? Jon read the line, then looked up. I say accountability starts with the people who built the machine that tore up the city. Lois nodded. Good, short, again. He says we need independent review of unprecedented power. Jon didn't look at the sheet this time. Independent from who? The guy asking for the review while his contractors keep turning up at attack sites. Clark's brows rose. Little long. Jon shrugged. He deserves long. Lois smiled anyway. Trim it, keep the teeth. He did. They kept going, question after question. Not a montage, not a tidy summary. Just Lois in full interrogation mode, tossing him lines and traps and follow-ups while Clark cut in when he started drifting too sharp or too detailed. What if a donor asks whether you can read minds? I can read stupidity, though, so tonight should be busy. Clark winced. Funny, don't say it. Jon grinned. Coward, what if someone says your powers make civilian oversight necessary? Jon leaned forward. I'd ask whether they called for civilian oversight when the machine hit the avenue or only after somebody stopped it. Lois pointed at him. That one stays. What if Lex says he's only motivated by public safety? Jon didn't answer for a second, then he said, I'd ask why public safety keeps making him richer. Silence. Lois slowly smiled. That's nasty. Jon lifted a shoulder. He started it. Clark looked at him carefully. You're angry. Jon laughed. Yeah, good catch. No, I mean tonight can't be about proving you're not angry. It has to be about staying in charge of it. That line sat there. Jon looked away first. I know. Lois saw the turn in the conversation and shifted gears before it got too heavy. Okay, clothes. Jon blinked. What? Do not walk into LexCorp looking like a teenager who got drafted into a hearing. Clark nodded. She's right. Jon stared at both of them. You're joking. Very much not, Lois said. Presentation matters. Lex weaponizes image for breakfast. Jon looked down at his hoodie. This hoodie has done nothing wrong. It has done exactly enough wrong, Lois said. Perry knocked once and pushed the door open before anyone answered. Lane, your first draft live and making Luthor's office itchy. He handed Lois his tablet. The article was already up on the Planet site. The Shell Company chart sat next to it. Not fully proven, not reckless either. Just enough to force questions in public where Lex liked to hide in smooth wording. Underneath that, Jon's statement had already started pulling comments, shares, and exactly the kind of split reactions he expected. Hero kid, unknown threat, Superman should explain, let the boy breathe, magic. In Metropolis, Lois read the first few lines of social reaction and handed the tablet to Jon without comment. He took it and scrolled. Some comments were supportive, some creepy, some stupid in ways so specific he almost respected the effort. Then he hit one clip already circulating from a morning analyst. You can't convince me Superman's family didn't know, the man was saying. This kind of secondary profile doesn't just emerge. If Jonathan Kent has magical capacity, Jon handed the tablet back. I'm going to start throwing things at screens. Perry nodded toward him. That means the strategy's working. Luthor's side wanted total frame control. Now they're arguing. Clark stood. General Lane, Perry grimaced, sent a message through legal, says he can meet at 1. Lois checked the clock. That gives us enough time to fight with him and still get ready for the gala. Jon frowned. You really know how to sell a day. Perry jabbed a thumb at him. Bring that attitude tonight. Rich people hate when the target sounds unimpressed. Then he was gone again. Jon looked at Lois. So your dad at 1, Lex at night, evil. Lois smiled without humor. Welcome to Metropolis. Sam Lane picked a conference room in a federal building with too much glass and not enough warmth. Jon noticed that first. Second thing he noticed, the doors stayed open. That was not an accident. Lois had made that demand before they came up, voice flat enough to peel paint. No sealed rooms. No security officers inside. No surprise consultant. Sam had agreed, which either meant he was trying or things were worse than Jon thought. Sam stood when they came in, tall, gray at the temples, hard eyes that got even harder when he was worried and trying not to show it. He wore military control the way some people wore cologne, strong enough to fill the room before he spoke. Clark, Lois. His gaze landed on Jon. Jonathan. Jon didn't sit immediately. General. Sam's mouth twitched once. You can just say Sam. Jon thought about that and said, General seems safer. Lois dropped into the chair opposite him like she was claiming hostile territory. What's so urgent that it couldn't wait until after the city stopped trying to label my son before lunch? Sam sat back down. You know why. Clark took the chair beside Jon, not blocking, not distant, just there. Then say it clearly. Sam looked at Jon first, not Clark, not Lois. Jon, federal response units are moving too fast, he said. Some of them are nervous because of the footage, some because Luthor's already whispering to the right people. Some because no one likes variables they don't own. Jon's laugh came out short. That word again. Sam caught it. Yeah, I know. Do you though? Jon thought but didn't say. Lois folded her arms. What do they want? Sam didn't sugarcoat it. Jon gave him points for that. They want profiles, limits, trigger scenarios, worst-case response options. He looked at Clark, and before you ask, yes, some of that language is already drifting toward containment. Jon went still. Clark's voice sharpened. Number Sam nodded once. My answer too. Lois stared at her father. I'm trying to figure out whether I'm relieved or angry you got there first. Why pick? Sam said. Jon leaned back in his chair and watched the man carefully. Sam Lane wasn't soft, he wasn't even especially comforting, but he wasn't lying right now either. What stops them? Jon asked. Sam's eyes stayed on him. Information, politics. Time, public perception. A lot of people don't actually want to do anything drastic, they want to look prepared. That means if Luthor keeps driving the narrative and nobody pushes back with facts, the cowards win by default. Jon almost laughed. You really all have your own language for this. Clark glanced at him. Not wrong. Sam set a folder on the table and slid it toward Jon. Jon didn't touch it. What is it? Preliminary federal talking points circulating this morning. Lois reached it first, opened it, and said a word she definitely had not learned from Kansas. Clark leaned over enough to read. Jon took the folder last. The page was dry, bureaucratic language. Ongoing evaluation, unregistered capabilities, family cooperation requested, contingency planning appropriate to urban security environments. Then one line farther down, in the event of noncompliance, escalation thresholds remain under review. Jon's pulse kicked. He read it twice because once wasn't enough to believe the exact shape of the ugliness. Noncompliance, he said, Sam's mouth flat. I told you, they're moving too fast. Lois slapped the folder shut. Who wrote this? Sam didn't answer immediately, which was answer enough. Clark said, Luther's people. Not officially, Sam said, but he has reach. Jon put the folder back on the table very carefully. And what do you want from me? Sam held his gaze. Don't give them a clip they can use. Jon almost laughed because wow, apparently everyone had signed up for the same advice today. That's it. Number Sam leaned forward. I want you to understand what room you're walking into tonight. Jon stared right back. Do you? Sam's eyes didn't move. Probably better than you think. That line might have sounded like arrogance from anyone else. From him, it sounded like old failure. Lois heard it too. Her face changed a little, irritation shifting into something sharper and older. Jon asked, Did you bring me here to warn me or to manage me? Sam took that clean. Warn you. Jon glanced at Clark, then back. Good, because if tonight turns into another version of this, he tapped the folder once. I'm not staying quiet about it. Sam nodded once. You shouldn't. Lois blinked at him. Who are you and what have you done with my father? Sam ignored that. There's one more thing. He took a smaller photo out of the folder and slid it over. Not the hooded figure from the warehouse. Something else. A young man, dark hair, leather jacket, head down. Security camera angle from some corridor. Jon looked at it and frowned. Who's that? Unknown asset moving around one of the labs tied to the shell structure, Sam said. No record that matches. Picked up by one hallway camera 2 months ago, then erased from the system and every other place he should have appeared. Jon looked again. The guy was maybe late teens or early 20s, built like somebody who knew what a fight felt like, didn't look scared of cameras, didn't look like staff either. Something about him pulled oddly at Jon's attention. Not familiar exactly. Complicated. Sam said, I'm showing you because the same people pushing the machine program are also moving bodies and biological materials under military-grade audit masking. Clark's gaze sharpened. Bodies? Sam looked at him. Cadmus-adjacent methods, not an official Cadmus operation before you ask. If it were official, I'd be shouting. Lois closed her eyes. I hate every word in that sentence. Jon kept looking at the photo. The guy's posture had something in it. Restraint built over anger, or maybe the other way around. Why show me him? Sam's expression didn't change. Because if Luther's building parallel answers to Superman's son, I don't want to wait until they collide on camera. Silence. Clark looked at the photo too. You think this is a clone? I think it could be, Sam said. And I think if I'm right, somebody built him angry. Jon put the photo down slowly. Lois looked from her father to Clark. We're done now. Sam met her glare and to his credit didn't argue. Be careful tonight. Lois stood. You too. Jon rose after her. Clark did too. As they turned for the door, Sam said, Jonathan. Jon looked back. Sam nodded toward the folder on the table. Whatever they call you in there, don't start using their language for yourself. That landed harder than Jon wanted. He said, wasn't planning to. Then he left. Back at the apartment, the mood shifted from investigation to war prep with better tailoring. Jon ended up in front of a mirror in a dark suit jacket he hadn't chosen while Lois adjusted the tie with the kind of irritated precision she usually saved for dismantling bad arguments. This is humiliating, he said. No, humiliating is letting Lex outdress you while he lies, Lois said. Clark, already dressed, leaned against the bedroom door frame and said, you look good. Jon looked at him in the mirror. You have to say that. Clark shrugged. True, but I'm still right. Jon looked at himself. Dark suit, open collar for now, hair behaving enough to count. Not exactly old money gala material. More like someone who had agreed to show up and make a problem of himself. That felt closer. Lois stepped back and gave him a once-over. There. Jon tugged at the collar. If anyone says young man to me in a condescending voice tonight, I'm stealing a dessert tray. Clark was trying not to laugh. That doesn't feel proportional. You want proportional, don't take me to LexCorp. Lois slid cufflinks toward Clark on the dresser. He gets one dessert theft if somebody from city council uses the phrase for your own good. Jon pointed at her. You get me. I usually do. He looked at the cufflinks, then at Clark. You're really wearing those? Clark glanced down. They were a gift. From Mum, obviously. Jon snorted. Lois moved past him to grab her earrings and said, "Your father has exactly 3 formal accessories, and I picked all of them because left alone he would attend galas dressed like a very polite accountant." Clark looked offended. "I'm right here." "Yes," Lois said, "and you know I'm right." Jon rolled his shoulders once and hissed because his ribs still weren't thrilled about anything. Clark noticed immediately. "You sure you're up for this?" Jon met his father's eyes in the mirror. "Number which is why I should go." Clark came farther into the room. "That logic only works on us because we know what you mean." Jon sighed. "I mean, if I wait until I'm comfortable, Lex gets a week to build me into a problem people already think they understand." Clark stood next to him now, close enough that their reflections lined up. "Then remember what tonight is. You don't owe anybody the cleanest version of yourself. You owe yourself control." Jon looked at him, then back at the mirror. "You practice that, parenting, journalism, also football interviews. Please stop pretending football interviews prepared you for this family." Lois laughed from the closet. "He does this when he's trying to sound normal." Clark smiled a little. "It works sometimes." Jon took a breath and let it out slow. "No wand, no cloak, no armor. Just a suit, a family, and a room full of rich people about to learn he was not especially interested in playing manageable." "Okay," he said. Lois came out fastening one earring. "Good, because the car's downstairs, and if Lex starts the remarks before we walk in, I will haunt him professionally." LexCorp Tower looked like exactly what Jon expected a billionaire self-image to look like if it got turned into architecture. Glass, steel, lights, too much symmetry, every surface polished into obedience. The entrance was lined with press barricades and sleek black vehicles unloading donors, officials, and people who had definitely never worried about rent in their lives. Security staff moved with that smooth, expensive confidence that said somebody had practiced the optics of safety until they became part of the decor. Jon stepped out beside Lois and got hit by camera flashes immediately. Questions came from every direction. "Lois, is Jonathan attending in response to Mr. Luther's remarks?" "Jonathan, are you here to answer concerns about your powers?" "Clark, has Superman coordinated with federal agencies?" "Is the Kent family cooperating with oversight requests?" Jon felt the old instinct to duck, deflect, vanish. Then Lois moved first. She took one step ahead, nose smile, eyes sharp. "The family is here because Lex Luthor announced a public conversation about trust on the same day his contractors started appearing in attack-adjacent paperwork. That made us curious." Half the press laughed. The other half started shouting harder. Clark put one hand lightly at the middle of Jon's back, not pushing, just anchoring. "Keep walking," he murmured. Jon did. Inside, the lobby was all white stone, gold lighting, and a giant digital installation doing calming geometric shapes that probably cost more than a school. A string quartet played near the staircase because rich people apparently needed violins to understand they were important. Mercy Graves stood near the reception line in a dark suit, tablet in hand, expression bored enough to be dangerous. Her gaze landed on the 3 of them, then on Jon. Nothing obvious changed in her face. That was almost impressive. She crossed the floor to meet them before any event staff could. "Mr. Kent, Miss Lane, Jonathan." Her tone was smooth. "Mr. Luthor did not expect your attendance." Lois looked at the stairs, then back at Mercy. "Then this should be fun." Mercy ignored that. Her attention stayed on Jon. "Mr. Luthor is always willing to engage constructively." Jon looked at her for one beat too long. She was good, controlled, but there was something behind the eyes, not fear, measurement. He smiled just enough to count. "Great, I'm very constructively curious about his contractors." Mercy's mouth almost moved. "I'm sure he'll be happy to clarify any misunderstandings." Lois said, "I'm sure he won't." Clark stepped in before the line turned into a knife fight at the reception desk. "We'll find our seats." Mercy shifted aside. Of course, as they passed, Jon caught a faint scent he couldn't place at first. Sterile air, metal, ozone, lab smell. He glanced back once. Mercy was already speaking quietly into her earpiece. Interesting. They entered the main ballroom and Jon had to fight the urge to say out loud that the room looked ridiculous. Not because it was ugly. It was engineered not to be ugly. That was the whole point. High ceiling, warm gold light, round tables dressed in white linen. Stage backed by a huge screen cycling through LexCorp charity branding, city improvement footage, and smiling children in hard hats because subtlety had never once entered the building. Every table had a tiny silver centerpiece shaped like a city skyline. Jon hated all of them on sight. "You're making a face," Lois murmured. "I know. Try not to look like you want to set the centerpiece on fire." "I don't want to set the centerpiece on fire." Clark looked at him. Jon sighed. "Fine." I considered it. Their table sat close enough to the stage for visibility and far enough from the highest donor cluster to avoid immediate suffocation. Clearly arranged. Lex liked sight lines. Good to know. As they sat, a city councilman Jon recognized from morning clips drifted over with two women in expensive dresses and a smile that said he thought he was brave. Lois, Clark, he nodded to Jon. Jonathan, glad to see you here, means a lot under the circumstances. Jon looked up at him. What circumstances? The man blinked. Well, the city's concern. Lois picked up her water glass. Councilman, if you're about to practice concern at my table, at least have the courage to be specific. One of the women coughed into her champagne. The councilman recovered badly. Only that people want reassurance. Jon tilted his head. About what? The man looked at him like surely this was obvious. About what you can do. Jon leaned back. That's interesting. Yesterday a machine tore up a street and nearly killed a bus full of people. I stopped that, but somehow tonight I'm the part that needs reassurance. Clark's foot nudged Jon's lightly under the table. Easy. The councilman laughed too quickly. No one's accusing you. Lois said, then maybe don't open with under the circumstances. The man made a vague apology shape with his mouth and retreated with the women in tow. Jon watched him go. One dessert tray. Lois sipped water. Earned. Clark looked between them. You two planned this. No, Lois said. We adapted. Jon glanced around the room. Donors, officials, media execs, tech people, security at every door, at least 6 cameras on roving mounts, staff moving with practiced timing. Lex liked control almost as much as Dumbledore had liked secrets, which was really saying something. He scanned faces again. 3 tables back near the side aisle sat a group Jon did not like the look of. Not donors, not press. Too still. Dark suits, earpieces, no drinks touched. One woman at their table had the posture of a soldier trying to look like a consultant. Another man kept glancing not at the stage but at exits, rafters, camera placements. Jon leaned slightly toward Clark. 9 o'clock. Clark didn't turn his head. Saw them. Security, government maybe or private. Lois murmured without looking up from her program card. One of them was outside the federal building this morning. Jon glanced at her. You noticed that? She finally looked up, mildly offended. Jonathan, right, sorry. A spotlight hit the stage. The room shifted. Lex walked out to applause he definitely believed he deserved. He wore a dark suit that probably had a terrifying price attached. No tie, open expression, perfect posture. Not too stiff, not too casual. Exactly calibrated to say brilliant civic leader who definitely did not engineer the room down to the temperature. Jon looked at him and felt instantly why people listened when they shouldn't. Lex had presence, not the kind Clark had where people relaxed because he made danger seem solvable. Not the kind Jon was still figuring out where pressure bent around him because he acted before hesitation settled. Lex's presence made space feel chosen, like he had already decided what mattered in it and everyone else had better catch up. Great, annoying, useful to know. Good evening, Lex said, and the room shut up around him. Of course it did. We gather tonight after a difficult day for Metropolis, a day that reminded us of both our vulnerability and our capacity for courage. He let that sit. We owe thanks to first responders, medical teams, and yes, to Superman, whose service to this city remains extraordinary. Applause. Lex waited for it to crest. But gratitude alone does not make a city safe. There it was. Jon watched the room as much as the man, nods, attentive faces, donors leaning in. Officials relaxing because now they had a lane to occupy, worried but reasonable. Lex paced once across the stage, hands open. When systems fail, when hidden threats emerge, and when power appears outside the frameworks by which society understands itself, we do not honor heroism by refusing questions. We honor it by insisting that even the exceptional remain accountable to the people they affect. More applause. Jon kept his face blank. Lois wrote one word on the back of the program card and slid it toward him. Predictable. He almost smiled. Lex continued. This is not a call for fear. Fear is lazy. This is a call for transparency, for independent review, for innovation married to responsibility. We must not become a city where trust means silence. There. That line got a stronger reaction. Jon leaned toward Clark. He practices in mirrors, doesn't he? Clark's mouth barely moved. Definitely. Lex shifted then, eyes moving over the front tables, finding familiar faces, letting each person feel briefly noticed. Then his gaze landed on Jon. He did not react. That was impressive too. Instead, his smile deepened by maybe half a degree. And that is why I'm especially pleased, Lex said, to see that those at the center of public concern have chosen to join the conversation tonight. A few heads turned, then more. By the time the whole room looked at their table, Jon had already decided he was not giving them discomfort. He picked up his water, took a sip, and set it down like this happened to him every Tuesday. Lex extended one hand toward him. Jonathan Kent. Thank you for being here. Every camera in the room shifted. Lois's eyes went narrow. Clark stayed very still. Jon stood. He didn't rush, didn't hesitate either. Just rose, buttoned the jacket, and looked at Lex like he was another problem to solve and not some mythic public figure with a building full of leverage. "Sure," Jon said, voice carrying just fine without a microphone. "Wouldn't want you talking about me while I'm in the room and pretending that counts as transparency." There was a split second of pure silence. Then a few people laughed before they could stop themselves. Lex smiled. "A real one this time, small and sharp. Excellent, then perhaps you'd join me." Clark started to rise. Jon put one hand lightly on the back of his father's chair without looking at him. "Stay." Clark saw it, didn't love it, but he stayed seated. Lois lifted her chin once. "Your call." Jon stepped away from the table and headed for the stage. The walk felt long because everybody was watching. "Good, let them." Lex held out a hand as Jon reached him. Jon looked at it for half a beat, then shook it. Lex's grip was firm, controlled, dry. No nerves, no uncertainty. But when their hands met, Jon felt it. A tiny pulse under Lex's skin. Not magic, not exactly. Residue, like someone had worked around magical contamination long enough for it to cling. Jon's expression didn't change. He let go first. Lex gestured to an empty chair that had definitely been placed for spontaneous dialogue and smiled toward the room. "I had not planned a guest seat. Perhaps destiny wanted better television." Jon sat. "That sounds like a thread in this building." More laughter, warmer this time. Lex took the podium side instead of sitting. Smart. Gave Jon stillness and himself the floor. "Then let me begin simply. The city saw you use abilities yesterday unlike anything publicly associated with Superman or any known metahuman registry. Do you understand why people have questions?" Jon crossed one ankle over the other, relaxed. "People can have questions. That's not the same thing as you getting to decide what kind of questions count." A murmur through the room. Lex nodded like they were already engaged in friendly philosophy. "Fair enough. Then what questions do you think count?" Jon didn't answer immediately. He let the silence sit just long enough to make people lean in. "The ones about the machine that nearly killed people," he said. "The ones about how it got city access. The ones about why your contractors keep showing up next to sites where things go wrong. Those seem pretty urgent." There it was. The whole room shifted. Lex's smile stayed in place, but his eyes sharpened. An understandable line from the son of a reporter. Lois did not blink from the table below. Lex spread his hands, "But suspicion is not evidence." Jon tilted his head. "Then you should love that we're asking for both." A donor near the front actually choked on his drink. Lex glanced toward Lois, then back to Jon. "You're very composed for someone so newly under scrutiny." Jon shrugged. "I get that a lot." Clark closed his eyes for 1 second, probably because he knew exactly how many years of other rooms sat under that sentence. Lex studied him. "Then perhaps you also understand this is bigger than press rivalry. A city needs confidence. Institutions need clarity. When extraordinary power appears without warning, public trust demands structure." Jon leaned forward slightly. "Public trust also demands you don't tear up a street with your side projects." There was a sharper ripple now, not laughter, interest. Lex rested one hand on the podium. "You speak with conviction, usually, yet you offer no explanation for what happened, no framework, no transparency beyond your presence here." Jon looked at him. "You first." The room went quiet again. Lex's smile finally thinned. "I'm not the one flying over downtown with unregistered abilities." Jon held his gaze. You're the one funding machines and pretending public safety started mattering to you yesterday." That one landed hard. A woman from the second donor table whispered something to the man beside her. 3 cameras zoomed. Clark sat still, but Jon could feel the tension off him anyway. Not panic, readiness. Lex tapped the podium lightly with 2 fingers. "Let's assume for a moment that you sincerely acted to protect people." Jon blinked. "That's generous." A couple more restrained laughs. Lex ignored them. "Wouldn't you agree that even good intentions should operate within accountable systems?" Jon thought of the folder Sam had shown him. Non-compliance. Containment. Thresholds under review. He thought of the Weisengamot chamber. He thought of chains labeled concern. When he answered, his voice stayed level. That mattered more than the words. "I think people who say accountable systems a lot should be asked who built the system, who gets targeted by it, and who gets rich selling it." This time the room didn't laugh, it reacted, quietly, seriously. You could feel minds shifting, calculating, wondering whether they were watching a teenager get lucky or somebody Lex had actually underestimated. Lex saw it too. "Good. Strong words," he said. "Do you believe no oversight is legitimate?" Jon stared at him. "That's not what I said. No. I think if you want to talk about oversight, start with the people who build weapons in a city and then ask for more authority when someone stops them." Lex's gaze sharpened just a hair more. "You seem very certain those weapons are mine." Jon smiled a little. "You seem very interested in making sure people don't look too closely." The room went colder. Lex's expression did something then, not much, a fraction, but enough. There it was. He liked the fight. Maybe not because he thought he was losing, more because he'd expected something else. Fear, hesitation, a kid in too deep water. Jon gave him none of it. Lex leaned on the podium with one hand, casual now. Dangerous version of casual. Jonathan, do you know what concerns me most? Jon did not say everything, though tempting. No, he said, that you may not realize how many people would use you. Lex let that sit, eyes still on Jon. Governments, militaries, corporations, enemies, admirers. The moment power escapes context, people build one around it whether you consent or not. That hit close enough to make Jon's spine go rigid. Lex saw that too. Of course he did. The man was fishing with a knife. Jon looked back at him and said, "Funny thing to hear from you." Lex's mouth edged upward. "Because I'm rich. Because you sound like someone who already picked my category before saying hello." Now the laughter came back, but mixed with something else. Approval maybe, or relief that somebody on stage was willing to say the ugly bit out loud. Lex let the room have that one. Then he made his first actual mistake, not in words, in timing. He looked at Jon and said very softly into the mic, "Categories matter, Jonathan, especially when something fundamentally new enters the world." Something fundamentally new, not unexpected, not uncertain, new. He knew more than he should. Jon smiled, and that was probably worse for Lex than if he'd snapped. "See, that's interesting," Jon said. "Because you keep talking like you're reacting to a surprise, but every time you phrase it, it sounds more like you were waiting." Silence. Lex's eyes locked on his. For one long second nobody in the ballroom moved. Then Lois stood, not dramatically, just enough to be seen. "Mr. Luther," she said, voice clear as glass, "while we're all being transparent, would you care to explain why two shell companies tied to your energy development wing overlap with contractors on the Avenue site and a river warehouse lease currently under investigation?" There it was. The room broke, not chaos, better, controlled fracture. People started murmuring all at once. Staff moved. Cameras swung. One of the government suits 3 tables back touched an earpiece. Mercy appeared near the side of the stage like she'd been summoned by pressure alone. Lex recovered in under a heartbeat. "Miss Lane, if you have evidence of criminal conduct, I'm sure the proper channels." Lois cut him off. "I do, that's why I asked it in a room full of cameras." Jon could feel Clark fighting a smile at the table. Lex turned his head just enough toward Mercy. Tiny glance, quick, but Jon caught it. Mercy moved away from the stage, not to manage the press, toward a side corridor. "Interesting." Lex returned his attention to the crowd, voice perfectly measured. LexCorp operates through dozens of subsidiaries and service structures across the city. "I won't insult anyone here by pretending a paperwork overlap proves intent." "Good," Jon said. "Then don't insult anyone by pretending it proves innocence either." That earned a sharper reaction than anything yet. Lex looked at him again, and now the friendliness had worn thinner. Still there, still polished, just less. "Perhaps," Lex said, "we should continue this in a more secure forum." There it was, room, forum, safer. Jon almost laughed. Instead, he leaned back in the chair and said, "No thanks, I like this one." The room did laugh at that, openly now. Lex's jaw tightened just enough for anyone watching closely. Mercy reached the side corridor and disappeared. Jon saw it. Clark saw Jon see it. Clark's head tilted the smallest amount. Jon didn't move, not yet. Lex shifted topics with the kind of skill that made it obvious he'd escaped collapsing narratives before. "What I think everyone here can agree on is this: fear serves no one. We need facts, calm, and cooperation. My office will fully support any city or federal review necessary to ensure public safety." Jon stood. He didn't ask permission. If Lex got to end on polished nonsense, the whole thing tilted back his way. Jon stepped up beside the podium, close enough to share the stage without sharing the frame exactly how Lex wanted. "Cool," Jon said, "then cooperate." Lex looked at him. Jon looked right back and kept going. "Open every contract tied to your infrastructure repair arm. Release the warehouse lease records. Let outside investigators audit your machine labs. If you mean what you just said, that should be easy." The room went dead silent again. Lex did not answer. That was answer enough. Jon gave him one more beat, then he nodded toward the crowd. "Thought so," and walked off the stage. No dramatic flourish, no glare. Just turned and left the podium, standing there with no clean line ready and 200 important people suddenly noticing how careful his answers had been. Clark was up from the table before Jon made it halfway there. Lois stayed standing, chin high, face unreadable to anyone who didn't know her and full of ugly delight to anyone who did. As Jon passed, one donor whispered, "Jesus." He didn't even look over. Not that guy. Clark caught up with him near the edge of the floor. Mercy moved. "I know." Lois saw. Of course she did. Lois joined them 2 seconds later, already grabbing her phone and a small voice recorder from her bag. She headed for the East Service corridor. Restricted access. Clark glanced toward the stage where Lex was still attempting to reassert control with public composure mode fully engaged. "I can follow," Jon said. "Number he'll expect you." Lois looked at him. "You." Jon's answer came fast because he'd already made it the second Mercy left the room. Me, Clark started. Jon, Dad, if this is tied to the machine program, Mercy S not running to fetch canapes. Lois's jaw worked once. She hated the logic. That didn't make it worse. Clark looked between them, probably deciding whether to physically block the next 5 minutes. Then he made the compromise face. Jon knew the face. It meant he was about to hate the terms and accept them anyway. You don't go alone, Clark said. Jon blinked. You're serious? Number, I'm trapped in a family of terrible influences. Lois pointed 2 fingers at her own eyes, then at Jon. I stay on comms. You keep the earpiece in. If I say freeze, you freeze. If your father says move, you move. Jon said, that sounds suspiciously like trust wrapped in annoying instructions. Correct, Lois said. Clark pulled a tiny comm bead from his pocket. I always carry extras. Jon stared. You people are terrifying. He took the earpiece anyway. Lois was already moving toward the side hall entrance while Clark angled back toward the ballroom to keep eyes on Lex in the room. Jon slipped off in the other direction. Through a service partition, Mercy had vanished behind into a corridor where the music died instantly and the building became what it really was. Steel doors, clean white walls, quiet expensive lighting, card readers. He moved fast. The suit shoes were still stupid. The earpiece crackled softly. Lois's voice came through low. Camera left corner, angle down, stay close to the wall. Jon adjusted without breaking stride. You seeing me or the hall? Both. Jimmy's jacked into public-facing event security. Don't ask how. From the ballroom side, Clark said, Mercy's no longer visible on the main floor. Lex is stalling Q&A. Jon reached the first card-locked door and tested the handle. Locked, he looked up. Small dome camera in the corner, another by the next intersection. Lois, hang on. Typing sounds, then James says that door needs executive access, which is rude. Jon glanced at the card reader. I can be rude back. He covered the reader with his bandaged hand, focused just enough magic to overload cheap electronics without blowing the whole circuit, and whispered, Alohomora. The panel flashed red, then white, then popped with a sad little spark. The lock clicked. Lois exhaled in his ear. I am never getting used to that. Jon opened the door. That's healthy. He slipped through into a narrower corridor lined with black glass on one side and solid walls on the other. Offices, maybe, labs farther in. He could hear distant machinery now. Low, continuous, not event noise. Clark's voice came through. 2 security men just left the ballroom east entrance. Jon smiled a little. Good, means I picked right. Jon, yeah, careful. He moved quicker. At the far end of the corridor, he caught sight of Mercy turning a corner through another access door, talking into a phone too low to hear. He broke into a silent run. One corner, another. Then the hall opened into a private elevator lobby with a fingerprint panel and no stairs in sight. Mercy was gone. Jon reached the elevator and looked at the indicator. Sublevel access active. He touched the call panel. Denied. Lois, working. Clark cut in. Security is closing in on your level. Jon looked back down the hall. 2 men in black suits had just rounded the far corner, moving way too fast to be normal event security. Not donors then. Little late on that update, Jon muttered. He hit the emergency stop panel with the side of his fist. Plastic shattered. Alarm chirped once and died. The men started running. Jon ripped the elevator doors apart with both hands before the lock cycle could engage. Metal screamed. He stepped into the shaft, found the car 2 levels below and dropped. The car roof dented under his shoes. He pried the service hatch open, swung inside, and hit the sublevel stop manually just as the 2 security men reached the ruined lobby above and started shouting. The elevator hit bottom hard and opened into a corridor that smelled like antiseptic and cold metal. Not gala. Not office lab, guys, Jon said into the comm, stepping out. I found the bad part. Lois's voice went flat in the way it did when she was 1 inch from homicide. Describe. Sterile corridor, sublevel, restricted lift, definitely not charity wine storage. Clark said, I'm coming. Jon started moving. Better hurry. The hall branched twice, doors on both sides, frosted glass panels with discreet labels that meant nothing to guests and everything to people hiding ugly work. Biostability, energetics, adaptive systems. Then farther down, one with no label at all and a heavier lock than the rest. Jon slowed. The pull in his gut was back. Not the same as the machines. Different. Alive. He looked through the narrow, reinforced glass slit in the unlabeled door. Inside was a training chamber. And inside that chamber, under white overhead lights and with his back to the door, stood the young man from Sam Lane's photo. Dark hair, black tactical shirt, shoulders tight, bare hands taped, built like trouble. He was hitting a suspended metal frame so hard the support arms were bending, not punching at random, controlled combinations, fast, brutal, efficient, each strike left dents. Jon watched for 2 seconds and knew 3 things. 1, the guy was not normal human. 2, he was angry in a way that had gotten organized. 3, he heard the elevator doors before Jon landed. The young man stopped mid-combination and turned. Blue eyes, not Clark's, harder, meaner, but blue enough. Not a clone maybe, absolutely a clone. The guy looked at Jon through the glass and his expression changed from training focus to something much rougher. Recognition, not of the person, of the category. Jon said quietly, that feels bad. Clark's voice hit the comm. What do you see? Jon didn't take his eyes off the other boy. A problem with my dad's face in the mix. The guy inside the chamber walked toward the door with slow, deliberate steps. No surprise, no confusion. Like maybe he'd expected this eventually and already decided he'd hate it. Jon moved back one pace from the door. The guy stopped on the other side of the glass and looked him up and down. Then his gaze flicked to Jon's face, his stance, the suit jacket still on, the event wristband still visible. His mouth twisted. You've got to be kidding me, he said. Jon stared. The voice was younger than he expected. Rough, tired, annoyed in a way that sounded personal before they'd even met. You know me? Jon asked. The guy laughed once all edge. I know what you are. Jon's temper nudged. That makes one of us. The guy's eyes dropped to the comm in Jon's ear. Did they bring chaperones too? Jon almost smiled because okay, that was actually a little funny. Almost. Then the chamber door unlocked with a hiss, not from Jon, from inside. Bad sign. Guy stepped out into the corridor and rolled his shoulders once like he'd been waiting all night for somebody worth hitting. Up close he looked even more like trouble. Taller than Jon by a little. Older maybe, or just harder lived. Same broad shoulder line Clark had, some of the face too, then Lex around the mouth maybe. Not exact, more like someone had built him out of stolen pieces and resentment. Jon's skin crawled. The guy looked him over again and said, you really came dressed for the party. Jon glanced down at the suit. You say that like it's the worst thing here. It is on you. That got a grin out of Jon despite the circumstances. Wow, strong opener. The guy's hands curled into fists. You don't know what an opener is. Clark's voice came through the comm, urgent now. Jon, where are you exactly? Jon didn't answer yet. The guy's gaze snapped to the comm again. He's close. Jon's brows went up. You hear that? The guy smirked without any warmth. You think you're the only one with dad's senses. Okay, that answered one question. Jon lifted his chin. Got a name. The guy's jaw flexed. Why? Because if you're about to start something, I'd rather not call you evil me. The guy actually snorted once. Trust me, you're not me. Then alarms started blaring through the sublevel. A red strip light flashed over the corridor. Course it did. The guy looked up, disgusted. Great. Lois's voice snapped in Jon's ear. Security just sealed 2 lower corridors. Clark's almost to the shaft. Talk to me. Jon looked at the guy in front of him, found the clone. There was half a beat of pure silence from both calm voices. Then Lois said, the what? The guy's expression darkened instantly. Say that again. Jon winced. Okay, maybe not that word. Too late. The other boy moved like a shot. Jon barely got his arms up before a fist slammed into his guard and drove him backward into the corridor wall hard enough to crack the paneling. Pain shot through his bruised ribs. He swore and shoved back, using the other guy's momentum to spin them both. The second hit came low. Jon blocked it with his forearm and caught a knee in the side anyway. Yep, definitely super. The guy didn't fight like Clark. No holding back, no safety lines, no instinct to protect the space around the impact. He fought like someone trained in rooms where damage was the point. Jon ducked a hook, jabbed for the throat, got his wrist caught, and ended up slammed into the floor in a move so clean he almost respected it. Almost. He twisted, kicked the guy's knee out, rolled free, and came up breathing harder. Okay, Jon said, you're annoying. The guy stalked forward. You walked into my cage and called me a clone. Jon's mouth twisted. You really gonna pretend that's the part we're focused on? The guy hit him again. This time Jon met him properly. Fist to fist. The impact cracked the corridor glass. Both of them slid half a step. The guy's eyes narrowed. Jon grinned despite himself. There we go. Then he snapped his bandaged hand forward and said, Expelli. The guy drove a shoulder into his chest before the spell finished. Jon hit the wall again, this time hard enough that a framed emergency schematic dropped crooked and shattered. Clark's voice thundered through the comm, closer now. Jon. The other boy heard it and laughed once. Of course. Jon yanked the earpiece out and shoved it into his pocket before the guy could grab for it. You talk too much. So do you. Yeah, but I'm charming. The guy swung. Jon ducked, got inside his reach, and hammered 2 fast body shots into his ribs. Solid hits, enough to make anybody normal fold. The guy only grunted and drove an elbow down toward Jon's spine. Jon twisted, caught the arm, and threw him through the training chamber doorway. Metal buckled. The guy hit the floor, rolled, and came up with a savage little smile like he'd been hoping Jon had that in him. Oh, great, one of those. He launched back in. This time the fight blew past the corridor and into the chamber itself. Weights overturned. A suspended frame ripped from its mount. Jon took a hit across the jaw that rang his teeth, answered with a sweep that took the other boy off his feet, then got kicked across the room into a stack of padded wall panels that exploded in foam and bolts. The guy came right through the debris and snarled, You get the suit, the family, the city. What else they hand you? Jon blocked high, low, high again, brain catching up to the words. What? Don't play stupid. A straight punch hammered Jon's shoulder. Another clipped his cheek. Jon drove a palm into the other boy's sternum and shoved him back 3 steps. I'm literally asking. The guy's chest rose and fell fast. You're the son. Oh, there it was, not just anger, specific anger. Jon looked at him and saw it all at once. The lab stink, the erased records, the way he'd said Dad's senses. The rage that wasn't random and wasn't really about Jon personally. He wasn't mad at the person first. He was mad at the place Jon stood. Hell, Jon said softly. That tiny flicker of understanding pissed the other boy off even more. Don't do that. Do what? Look at me like you figured something out. Jon lifted both hands a little. I did. The other boy's heat vision flashed without warning. Jon threw himself sideways as red beams carved a line through the training chamber wall and into the corridor beyond. Well, Jon said from a crouch behind a wrecked bench, that's rude. The guy's eyes still glowed. I'm not in the mood for your jokes. Jon peeked around the bench. You started the conversation with insults. Hard to know the house style. The guy ripped the bench in half and tossed it aside. Jon came up with a burst of speed, caught the next punch, and head-butted him. The guy staggered half a step, then laughed. Actually laughed. Jon blinked. Oh, you're awful, and you're spoiled. That did it. Jon stopped trying to be nice about the fight. Slipped inside the next swing, drove one fist into the guy's side, pivoted, and slammed him through the training chamber glass wall into the observation room beyond. Shattered safety glass rained down around them both. The guy came up bleeding from one eyebrow and still grinning like this was the first fun he did all week. Jon dropped into the room after him and said, Name. The guy wiped blood from his brow with the back of one hand. Connor. Jon nodded once. Jon. Connor looked him over. Yeah. I figured. He came again. Jon met him with magic this time. No spell word, no warning, just a hard shove of force under the floor. Connor's feet went out from under him as the tile rippled and bucked. Connor crashed sideways into a control bank and ripped the whole thing off the wall. He stared at Jon from the floor. What the hell was that? Jon's breath came a little faster now. Complicated answer. Connor surged up anyway and tackled him through the observation room door into the next space, which turned out to be a diagnostic lab full of glass cylinders, monitors, and equipment Jon did not like even before he saw what one screen still displayed. Genomic stability model, KRYP2NIAN human composite, another window. Subject C status, combat responsiveness exceeds baseline. Subject C Connor. Jon took exactly enough time to hate that before Connor slammed him into a cryo cabinet. The cabinet split open. Coal vapor burst out around them. Jon shoved Connor back, heat vision flaring on instinct, and both beams crossed in the middle of the lab with a crack that blew every light strip overhead. Dark, emergency red flooded in a second later. Connor's silhouette moved through the vapor fast. Jon ducked one hit, got caught by the second, and slid across the floor into a workstation. Monitors toppled, wires ripped free. One metal drawer swung open and smacked his knee. Okay, Jon hissed, climbing back up. Really starting to dislike your whole vibe. Connor stalked through the fog. Then leave, Jon laughed once. Yeah, because this place screams healthy boundaries. That got another flash of anger through Connor's face, not because of the insult, because it hit. Jon saw it and filed it away. Connor came in low. Jon let him close, then twisted aside and caught him around the waist, driving both of them through the door and out into another corridor with a shoulder slam that bent the doorframe. This wing was different. Heavier doors, fewer windows. One security shutter halfway down already dropping into place, and beneath all of it there, the pull, magic, old, sharp, wrong. Jon froze for half a beat. Connor used it. He slammed a fist into Jon's bandaged hand. Jon swore and punched back on reflex. Connor took it on the cheek and smiled through blood. There's the real one. Jon glared. You don't know anything about the real one. Connor's smile vanished instantly. I know enough. The security shutter hit the floor behind them with a heavy clang, sealing the corridor. Nice. Trapped with the clone who hated him in the lab full of secret crimes. Great night. Connor heard something then, tilted his head. They locked us in. Jon did the same. No Clark. No Lois, just alarms, muffled security movement somewhere beyond the shutter, and that ugly magical pull straight ahead. Connor looked back at him. You did something. Jon almost laughed. Not everything in this building is my fault. Connor's eyes narrowed. You walked in and the whole level started screaming. Jon spread one hand a little. That happens around me sometimes. I'm not thrilled either. A hard metallic thunk echoed from the far end of the corridor, then another. Connor's head snapped toward it. They're deploying shutters. Jon tilted his head and listened. Not just shutters. Mechanical movement behind the walls. Bootsteps. A low electrical whine that didn't belong to standard building systems. Something powering up. Yeah, Jon said, and probably worse. Connor looked back at him, jaw set. Move. Jon blinked. Wow, no please, rude guy. Connor shoved past him and sprinted toward the stronger pull at the end of the corridor. Jon stared for half a second. That's your plan. Connor threw back. You got a better one, party boy. Jon took off after him. The corridor opened into a wider security junction just as the first automated turret dropped from the ceiling. Connor saw it first and jumped. He grabbed the rotating mount with both hands and ripped it straight out of the ceiling housing before it could finish locking on. Sparks blew over both of them. He used the whole turret like a club and smashed a second one as it descended. Jon watched that for exactly 1 second and decided maybe he was allowed to be impressed later. Right now another wall panel slid aside, and 2 sleek drones rolled out low to the ground, black armored frames with blue optics and enough gunmetal attached to say LexCorp like pretending war was neat. Down, Jon snapped. Connor ignored the word and launched straight at them. One drone fired a net loaded with crackling current. Jon swore, flicked his bandaged hand and barked, "Defindo." The net split in midair into 2 dead halves that slapped against the walls. Connor hit the first drone before the cut pieces landed. He drove it into the floor hard enough to crater the tile, then stomped down on the optic cluster until the blue light died. The second drone pivoted toward Jon. He ducked the first burst of kinetic rounds, grabbed a fallen metal strut from the training room wreckage and swung. The strut hit the drone broadside and knocked it into the wall. Not enough. The drone righted itself, targeting array narrowing. Connor flashed across the corridor and shoulder-checked it into scrap. Jon looked at him. "You saved me." Connor pointed at the dead drone. "I saved the hallway, you're in it." "Ah, my mistake." The overhead lights shifted, white to orange, orange to deep red. Connor went still. Jon felt the change too, but different, not pain. More like the room suddenly got heavier in a way he hated without fully understanding. Connor, on the other hand, hissed through his teeth and braced one hand on the wall. Jon looked up. Hidden panels in the ceiling had opened. Behind them, a grid of red lamps had come alive. "Okay," Jon said, "that feels targeted." Connor's voice came out rougher. "Red sun." Oh, that explained the immediate misery on the other guy's face. Jon scanned the corridor, then looked back at Connor. "How bad?" Connor glared. "Ask a stupid question again and I'll hit you with the answer." "Strong, useful." "Love that." Jon looked at the lighting grid again. "Can you still move?" Connor shoved off the wall, furious on principle. "Can still hit. Good enough." A voice crackled from hidden speakers overhead, calm and automated. "Containment sequence active. Subject C and unauthorized enhanced entrant are to remain in place." Connor's face changed at the word subject C. There it was, not just anger. Humiliation ground down into habit. Jon looked at the ceiling and said, "You really couldn't workshop the label." The speakers ignored him. "Sedation authorized. Force escalation permitted." Panels in the opposite wall dropped open. This time it wasn't drones. Men in armored tactical suits stepped through with black rifles, visors down, formation clean enough that Jon knew these weren't random rent-a-guards. Their weapons glowed at the muzzle with a blue-white charge that smelled wrong. Connor muttered, "Pulse rounds." Jon glanced at him, meaning. Connor's eyes stayed on the squad, meaning don't get hit. "Great." The lead guard lifted a rifle. "Subject C, stand down." Connor laughed once, ugly and tired and furious all at once. "You can choke on the subject." The rifles came up. Jon didn't think, he just moved. Pratigo. The shield flared out in front of them a split second before the squad fired. Blue-white pulses slammed into it hard enough to make Jon's arms ache. Not normal bullets, some kind of impact charge rounds, heavy. Connor looked sideways at the shield, then at Jon. "You can do that without tech." Jon gritted his teeth as the shield trembled under another volley. "Not tech." The squad adjusted formation. One pair peeled right, another left, cross angle. "Move," Jon snapped. Connor didn't argue this time. He bolted low and fast, hit the right side pair before they finished flanking, and the corridor became a mess of armor, fists, and broken line discipline. Jon dropped the shield and stepped into the gap. He ripped one rifle out of a guard's hands with a wordless burst of magic, spun it around, and smashed the stock into the man's visor. Another guard swung a shock baton at his head. Jon blocked with his forearm, took the sting, then drove a knee into the guy's stomach armor and sent him folding backward. Connor fought like he'd been built in a war room. No wasted motion, no clean hero pauses. He used wall, floor, enemy, weapon, everything. One guard tried to grapple him from behind, and Connor slammed back into the wall so hard the man dropped with the breath blown out of him. A pulse round clipped Connor's shoulder. He staggered. The red lighting made it worse. Jon could see it. The strength was still there, but the edges had gone rough. One of the remaining guards saw the opening and raised a rifle at Connor's head. Jon snapped his fingers toward the weapon and shouted, "Expulso." The rifle exploded in the guard's hands with a violent pop. He screamed and dropped. Connor looked over, chest heaving. Again, hallway. Jon flashed him a quick grin. "You're welcome." Then the last two guards triggered something on their gauntlets, and the floor plates under Jon and Connor split apart. Jon jumped clear. Connor was a half-beat slower. His foot punched through the opening as magnetic restraints snapped up from the floor, trying to lock around his ankle and knee. Connor snarled and ripped one bracket free, but the second caught. The nearest guard raised a fresh sidearm. Jon's magic hit before the man could fire. No words this time, just a hard silver shove that flung him into the opposite wall. The second guard came in from Jon's blind side. Connor saw it and, still half-trapped, hurled the broken restraint bracket like a knife. It hit the guard square in the temple and dropped him cold. Jon turned, saw the guard go down, then looked at Connor. Connor ripped the remaining bracket off his leg and stood, favoring it a little. "Hallway," he said. Jon huffed a laugh despite himself. "Okay, now you're just flirting with repetition." Connor stared at him like that was the worst thing anybody had ever said. "Wow," Jon said, "really touched a nerve there. You talk when you're nervous." Jon blinked. "No, I talk when other people are being unbearable." Connor straightened fully and rolled the red sun's shoulder once like he refused to admit it hurt. "Then you must never shut up." Jon's mouth twitched. He didn't like that, not because the line was good, because the guy standing in front of him had gone from lab photo to active fight to weirdly sharp back and forth in less than 10 minutes, and Jon could already tell this was going to get complicated. The corridor lights flickered again. The magical pull at the far end sharpened so hard it made Jon's teeth ache. He turned toward it automatically. Connor saw the movement. "You feel it too." Jon looked at him. "You do." Connor frowned. "Not like you, I just know that's where they keep the stuff nobody explains." Jon nodded once. "Yeah, that tracks." Connor bent, grabbed a dropped rifle from the floor, checked the power cell, then tossed it aside in disgust. "Wrong kind." Jon glanced down at the unconscious guards, the busted turrets, the flickering red sun grid overhead. "So what's your actual situation here, Connor?" Connor's expression went blank in a way that said the question had teeth. "Bad," he said. "Helpful. Didn't ask for your help. You kind of got it anyway." Connor's jaw clenched. "You should leave." Jon looked down the hall toward the stronger pull. "Can't that your magic thing? That your cloning trauma thing?" Connor stepped in close enough to make the point physical. "You don't know anything about me." Jon held his ground. "I know enough to see you're stronger than everybody up top wants to admit and angrier than everybody down here deserves to survive." For 1 second Connor just stared at him, then he looked away first, not surrender, just recalculating. The speakers crackled again. Sublevel breach response in motion. "Lethal authority pending executive clearance." Connor bared his teeth. "That be Lex." Jon's eyes narrowed. "So he signs off on putting you down." Connor laughed once. "Welcome to family." That one hit low and ugly. Jon thought of Lex on the stage, calm as polished steel, talking about accountability while this floor sealed behind them. His decision settled. "Fine," Jon said. "We're doing this." Connor looked at him. "Doing what?" Jon jerked his chin toward the far corridor. "Getting answers before somebody with a remote and a bad personality decides to erase the evidence." Connor stared for another beat, then gave a tiny nod. "Stay out of my way." Jon started walking. "Absolutely not." They moved together anyway. The hall beyond the security junction narrowed, then widened again into something that looked more like a museum vault had gotten kidnapped by a laboratory. Black floor, reinforced glass partitions, climate-controlled pods, low white light, every station sealed behind biometric locks and transparent shielding. And inside them things, fragments, not all magical maybe, not all even obviously dangerous. A cracked metal disc floating in amber gel, a length of chain that cast 2 shadows instead of 1. A stone cube covered in symbols Jon didn't know but didn't trust. One empty containment cradle still smoking faintly like whatever had been there had been moved in a hurry. Connor slowed. "I've never been this far in." Jon barely heard him. The magical pull wasn't one thing. It was a whole room full of bad ideas all arguing for attention at once. Old power, bound power, stolen power, stuff that had no business in the same zip code as a corporate lab. "You keep all your nightmares in one place," he muttered. Connor looked at him. "My nightmares don't usually come with glass labels." Jon moved to the nearest sealed station and peered through the shielding. A gold ring floated inside, simple and ugly in the way cursed objects sometimes were. The metal had grooves on the inside like old burn marks. He didn't know it, still felt wrong. Another case held what looked like a child's toy horse carved from black wood. The room around that one hummed faintly, like the case had to work harder to keep it still. "Lex collects this stuff?" Jon asked. Connor's mouth twisted. "Lex collects anything he thinks makes him smarter than the room." Jon didn't even disagree. At the center of the vault space stood a circular platform ringed by monitors and restraint arms. Unlike the smaller cases, the center station wasn't still. Energy ran through it in slow pulses, pale and violet together. More tech grafted to ritual structure. Same ugly style as the Avenue machine. Same feeling of somebody trying to force magic into obedience by building a cage around it. And inside the center field floated a metal object about the size of a wand handle fused to a shard of cracked black crystal. Jon stopped walking. So did Connor. The object rotated once inside the field and pointed toward him. Oh no, Jon said quietly. Connor looked from the object to Jon. You know it, number, but Jon's pulse thudded harder, but it knows me. A bank of monitors on the far side of the platform woke up all at once. Data scrolled. Generic anchor response. Unstable soul lattice lock. Partial subject resonance detected. Connor read that last line and swore. They built this around you. Jon looked at the platform. Not just me, around whatever happened when I got here. Still counts. On one monitor, a file window snapped open without anyone touching it. Not a system response. Someone remote. Lex's face appeared in black and white on the center screen. No jacket now, tie gone, gala charm stripped away into pure cold interest. He looked straight into the camera. Jonathan, he said, I was hoping we might eventually speak without an audience. Connor's whole body went tight. Seriously, Jon stared at the screen. This is your private conversation style. Lex ignored the line. You've been a fascinating variable. Jon laughed once. That's deeply flattering. Lex's gaze flicked to Connor for the briefest instant. And Connor, I see restraint continues to underperform. Connor took one step toward the monitor. Open the doors, Lex. Lex's expression didn't change. Number. Jon folded his arms. You're bad at the trust part of public trust, by the way. Lex almost smiled. Public trust is not built in basements, Jonathan. It's managed upstairs. Down here we deal in realities. That made Jon's skin crawl, not because the sentence was clever, because he meant it. Reality, Jon said, being that you're building machines that target me. I'm building systems, Lex said. The target emerged through testing. Connor barked a laugh. That's a lie and you know it. Lex looked at him now. Your contribution is noted. Connor moved like he was going to put his fist through the monitor. Jon caught his arm. Don't. Connor yanked free. Why not? Because he's stalling. Lex's eyes sharpened. Not at all. Jon looked around the room. The platform pulses were getting faster. The old black crystal wand thing in the center was rotating in tighter arcs. Somewhere behind the walls, more machinery was waking up. He looked back at the screen. Then tell me what it is. Lex glanced toward the object without turning his head. A recovered fragment provided through an unusual acquisition chain, difficult to classify. Responsive to energies that should not coexist. In other words, his eyes came back to Jon. Useful. Connor muttered, he talks like a disease. Jon nodded. Yeah, Lex kept talking. We discovered trace behavior and materials linked to the Avenue event before the Avenue event ever occurred. That was the first surprise. The second was you, a hybrid output profile with mystical compatibility and Kryptonian durability. He tilted his head. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Jon's mouth flat. Do you have any idea how bad you sound? Lex ignored it. You think I'm the first mind to realize you changed the equation. That hit. Not because Lex had said something profound, because it echoed the shape of other people's fear too neatly. Jon felt it and hated that Lex might hear it in his voice if he answered wrong. Though he said, and you think being first to exploit a problem makes you a visionary instead of a creep. Connor almost smiled at that. Lex's own mouth edged up a little. There's the anger. Jon stepped closer to the platform instead of the screen. The object rotated to keep aimed at him. Definitely him. Who gave it to you? He asked. Lex watched him carefully. An intermediary. Try harder. Lex's tone cooled. Someone with access to domain science has neglected out of superstition. Connor made a disgusted sound. So some occult psycho told you could build a god killer and you said yes. Lex didn't even bother looking insulted. I said there are no untouchable categories. Jon looked at the platform restraints, the soul lattice readout, the layered rings around the object. You weren't trying to kill me, he said. Lex didn't answer. Jon's eyes narrowed. You were trying to interface. Now Lex smiled. That was answer enough. Connor looked between them. What does that mean? Jon didn't look away from the screen. It means the machines weren't built to blast me. They were built to lock onto me. Lex said containment is a crude word. Synchronization is closer. Connor swore viciously. Jon felt his stomach turn cold. You wanted permission. Lex's expression sharpened at that. Interesting phrasing. So that's yes. Lex rested one hand on the desk somewhere off screen. The fragment resists unilateral access. It responds to you. If that response could be stabilized, the entire field changes. Jon stared. You do hear yourself right. I hear opportunity, Lex said, and I hear a city that cannot afford to wait for miracles every time a threat appears. Connor snapped. So you build them in cages. Lex finally looked irritated. I built insurance. Connor took a step toward the screen, and Jon honestly thought he might tear the whole monitor wall apart with his bare hands. Jon cut across it. What's the intermediary's name? Lex looked back at him. You already know the answer matters. Yeah. And if I tell you, Jon bared his teeth in something that wasn't a smile. Then maybe I only wreck your machine instead of the whole floor. Lex actually laughed softly. You say that like I haven't accounted for your temperament. Red lights came alive in the platform base. Connor saw them too. He's not talking, he's arming something. Jon stepped back from the center station. What kind of something? Lex's gaze stayed on him. A demonstration. No, Clark's voice blasted from somewhere beyond the sealed corridor, distant but very much there. Jon, get back. Connor looked toward the door. Superman finally made it downstairs. Jon didn't have time to answer. The platform restraints shot upward in a ring around the floating artifact. Field intensity spiked. The old black crystal piece flared, and every containment case in the vault answered. The ring and amber gel started spinning. The chain with two shadows snapped taut against nothing. The black toy horse kicked once against empty air. Jon's magic surged so hard his skin lit silver under the suit sleeves. Connor stared. What are you doing? Nothing. That part was true. The room was pulling. Not just at him, through him. Like the whole vault had been waiting for the right frequency and his presence had hit it by accident. Lex's voice came through the speakers now instead of the monitor. Better sound, worse feeling. Observe, he said. The central artifact rotated point down and slammed invisible force into the platform beneath it. A circle of symbols exploded outward across the black floor. Jon knew those symbols. Not every line, not every shape, but the structure absolutely. Anchor points, binding arcs, a central recognition lock. Same family as the chamber in Britain, not identical, mutated, but close enough to make bile climb his throat. Connor saw Jon's face go white and said, "What?" Jon's voice came out lower than he meant. "This is the same kind of trap." Connor didn't ask same as what. Probably because the next second the floor circle rose as a wall of light and slammed around both of them. Jon hit it with his palm on reflex. The barrier hummed and held. Connor drew back and punched it. Same result. Clark hit the sealed corridor door somewhere beyond the vault with enough force to shake the room. Lex's voice stayed infuriatingly calm. You see the issue. He recognizes the architecture. He responds to it before he understands it. That is exactly why control matters. Jon spun toward the speaker grid. You insane little, the artifact pulsed. The word died in his mouth because the vault wasn't a vault anymore. For a second, the black floor under his feet became stone. For a second, the white lab lights became cold silver fire. For a second, he smelled old magic and dust and heard a soft click of a chamber door locking behind him. His whole body locked. Connor saw it instantly. Hey, Jon couldn't answer. The artifact pulsed again. The illusion wasn't an illusion exactly. More like the room had found a scar and jammed two fingers into it. He heard Hermione saying, "Please just hear us out." He heard Kingsley saying, "Responsibility." He heard the chains. Connor grabbed his shoulders and shook once hard enough to matter. Jon, that cut through. Jon looked at him, really looked, not the labs, not the old chamber. Connor, bleeding eyebrow, red-lit eyes. Angry as hell and very much real. Right, Jon said, breath rough. Okay, Connor did not let go immediately. What just happened? Jon swallowed. It pulled old memories into the structure. Connor frowned like he hated understanding half of that. Can you stop it? Jon looked at the artifact, then at the circles running through the floor and up the barrier around them, then at the monitors still flickering Lex's data lines, not by hitting it harder, not cleanly. Not while the platform was using his presence as current, maybe by breaking the pattern, maybe. Yeah, Jon said, but I'm gonna need space. Connor glanced at the barrier, got none. Jon's eyes cut to the surrounding cases. Then make some. Connor followed the look, smiled in a way that suggested property damage was the first language he truly trusted and launched himself at the nearest containment post. His fist punched through reinforced glass and sent the post over sideways into another case. Alarms multiplied instantly. The chain with two shadows lashed free, snapping through the air like a whip. Jon barked, "That one maybe don't." Too late. The chain came for Connor's throat. Jon threw out his hand. Impedimenta. The chain jerked midair, slowed just enough. Connor caught it with both hands and heaved. The thing fought him like it was alive. Snarled and slammed one end down on the floor until the link stopped moving. Useful room, Connor said. Jon had already dropped to one knee by the platform line, fingers skimming the symbols. Not wandwork, not elegant, more like battlefield triage on a system that wanted him pinned. Lex's voice came again, quieter now. Curious. Jon didn't look up. Shut up. You've seen a structure like this before. Yeah, and survived it. That made Jon's head snap toward the speaker. Lex couldn't know that, unless whoever fed him the fragment had fed him other things too. He looked at the central artifact. The old black crystal piece was glowing brighter now, not with machine light but with something underneath, something watching. Connor smashed another post. A metal disc rolled across the floor, trailing sparks. One of the containment fields overloaded and burst, dumping freezing vapor over the room. Clark hit the outer sealed door again. The metal groaned. Jon pressed two fingers harder into the floor line. The symbols shifted under his touch. Recognition, not permission. More like the system kept trying to fit him into a known place and failing by inches. He could use that. If he forced the pattern to choose wrong, Connor, Jon shouted, "Busy, I need a surge." Connor looked at him like he'd lost his mind. A what? Hit the barrier, full power. Connor's brows crashed down. That's your plan. It's the one we've got. Connor glanced at the artifact, the speakers, the still sealed corridor door, then back at Jon. Then he grinned, mean and sharp. Fine. He backed up 3 steps, planted, and drove forward with everything the red sunroom hadn't taken yet. His fist hit the light barrier dead center. The whole vault rang. The barrier flexed. Jon slammed both hands into the floor line and shouted the first thing that felt right. Finite incantatum. The spell didn't cancel the system, it confused it. For one split second, the barrier couldn't decide whether Connor was current, obstacle, or target. That was enough. The floor pattern buckled sideways, fed back through one of the outer arcs, and the light cage around them shattered in a cascade of white sparks. Connor stumbled through it and barked out a laugh. Okay, that was good. Jon shoved himself up. I know. The central artifact screamed, not electronically, not mechanically, as if the old thing inside it had just gotten angry. The observation monitors all died at once. Lex's face vanished. Then the real lights in the vault went out. Emergency red again. Connor turned in place. Did we win? No, Jon said immediately. That's never what this feels like. The artifact lifted higher over the platform. The broken cases around the room all answered. Chain links rattled. The black toy horse split open down the middle with a crack. Frost boiled out of the shattered pod on the far wall. Then a new voice spoke through the room. Not Lex, not the fortress thing from last night exactly either. Human, male, smooth in a way that made Jon want to hit first. Enough, it said. You're making a mess. A side wall panel slid open. The hooded figure from the warehouse stepped into the vault. Up close, under the red light, the face was clearer. Too clear, not Voldemort, not the monster version from the end. Tom riddled before the rot had finished. Young, controlled, wrong. Jon went cold all over. The man's eyes settled on him. Interest, recognition, satisfaction. Connor looked between them. Okay, is this one yours? Jon didn't take his eyes off the newcomer. Number, the man smiled a little. That is disappointing. I was curious whether memory would make you sentimental. Jon's hand curled. Magic burned hot up his wrist. You shouldn't have that face. The man glanced down at himself like checking a cufflink. No, I find it persuasive. Connor looked at Jon again. You know him. Jon's voice went flat. I knew somebody who looked like him. Past life problem, big one. The man's smile widened by a fraction. Past life, such a blunt phrase for what you are. Clark hit the outer vault door again. Something tore. The man flicked his gaze toward the sound, then back to Jon. We should be quick. Connor stepped sideways, putting himself not in front of Jon exactly, but in the line between Jon and the newcomer anyway. Interesting. Who the hell are you? Connor asked. The man's attention moved to him with clear disinterest. An educator. Connor stared. Wow, hate that. Jon almost laughed, almost. The man's gaze returned to the artifact. Luther is a useful machine, not an interesting one. He thought the fragment would answer to force. It answers to story, pain, continuity. He looked at Jon. To you, Jon said, if you say destiny, I'm going to throw something. The man actually smiled. Number destiny is for people who need excuses. I prefer design. That did it. Jon moved. No warning, no speech. Just a hard burst of force aimed straight for the man's chest. The man was already gone. Not apparition, not speed. Something sleeker and filthier. The kind of magic that bent angle instead of distance. He reappeared 3 feet left and snapped one hand toward Jon. Black light hit like a punch to the sternum. Jon flew backward into the platform ring and slammed hard enough to make the artifact dip. Connor roared and charged. This time the man didn't dodge. He drew a narrow black rod from inside his sleeve, not a wand, not exactly, but close enough for Jon to hate it on sight, and slashed the air. The floor under Connor became a band of slick dark energy. Connor's boots lost traction. He hit the ground on one knee. The man turned the rod toward him again. Jon threw himself between them and shouted, Pratigo. The shield cracked into place just as black light struck. It held for 1 second. 2, then shattered. Jon and Connor both got thrown in opposite directions. Connor hit the ruined containment posts and came up swearing. Jon rolled, got one hand under him, and forced himself up through the pain screaming along his ribs. The man watched him with open fascination. Yes, he said softly. There you are. Jon wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and spat it on Lex's black floor. I get that a lot from creeps. The man inclined his head. And yet you keep collecting them. Clark tore the outer vault door off its frame and came through like a freight train. Relief flashed hard and sudden through Jon, immediately followed by the instinctive certainty that things were about to get worse because of course they were. Clark took one look at the room, Connor, Jon, the artifact, the hooded man with Tom's face, and his expression turned into something terrible and focused. Step away from my son. The man looked at Clark, then at Jon, then smiled like a man being handed a favorite puzzle. Ah, he said, the father. Connor, still half crouched by the containment wreckage, muttered, this is getting really weird. Clark moved fast. The punch should have broken anything human. Instead, the man turned into smoke at the moment of impact and reformed, standing on the platform ring beside the floating artifact. Clark skidded, pivoted, and immediately tried heat vision. The man lifted the rod and drew a circle in the air. The beams hit the circle and bent upward into the ceiling, blasting molten holes through crystal lighting fixtures instead of flesh. Jon pushed off the floor. He bends spell vectors. Clark glanced at him once. Good to know. Connor barked a laugh through the pain. Great team briefing. The man looked delighted now. You adapt quickly. Both sons do. Clark's face went hard. Don't. The man's smile sharpened. Ah, sensitive. Lois's voice burst back over the comm from Jon's pocket, tinny because the earpiece was shoved loose in the fabric. Clark, Jon, what the hell is happening down there? Jon yanked the bead free and jammed it back in place. Bad wizard with a stolen face. Lois did not even pause. That is not enough information. Connor blinked at him. Your mother S on comms. Jon glanced at him. Very committed woman. The man on the platform flicked a hand. The artifact flared again. Every broken case in the room answered at once. Clark launched himself upward. The man laughed softly and let the artifact pull more current through the room. Jon felt it immediately. The old chamber hook, the scar memory, the attempt to make him part of the architecture. Number not again. He grabbed the nearest fallen restraint arm, jammed it under the platform ring and shouted, Connor, knock him off. Connor didn't ask for a clearer plan, he just moved. He crossed the room in a blur of anger and shoulder-checked the platform hard enough to tilt it sideways. The hooded man slid 1 foot back, still balanced, still irritatingly calm. Clark hit him a second later from above. That did it. All three went off the platform in a crash of limbs, black rod, torn metal, and white sparks. The artifact lost alignment. The vault screamed, not a figure of speech. The room genuinely emitted a high metallic cry as systems fell out of sync. Jon wrenched the restraint arm harder. The platform ring tore. Half the floor symbols died. The hook in his chest eased by inches. Lois's voice came through again, sharper now. Jon, your biometrics just spiked off the chart. Jimmy hijacked a maintenance sensor feed. Do not tell me fine. Jon grunted with effort. Busy. Connor and Clark had the man cornered by the far observation wall for maybe 1 whole second before he did something that made Jon's skin crawl. He looked at Clark, then he looked at Connor. Then he smiled and said, so that is what they made from you. Connor froze, tiny freeze, still enough. The man used it. Slammed the black rod into the floor and a burst of dark force blew both Clark and Connor backward. Clark hit the wall and rebounded instantly. Connor went through the remains of a monitoring console and stayed down for a beat. The man straightened his cuffs. Jon hated him with immediate certainty. Not like Voldemort, different flavor, less raw damage, more old entitlement. The kind of evil that believed precision made it cleaner. He instantly hated that even more. Who are you? Jon demanded. The man turned and looked at him like the question had finally earned a real answer. I have used many names, he said. The one that will matter to you comes later. Clark came in again from the side. The man vanished once more, reappeared by the central artifact and pressed his palm flat against the black crystal. The room pulse went wild. He looked straight at Jon and said, but since Luther insisted on theatrics, let us begin with a gift. The artifact detonated, not outward like a bomb, inward then through. A black-violet shockwave folded the air. Every remaining monitor burst. The floor split in a perfect circle under the platform. Jon felt the magic try to grab his soul and his body at once, like 2 different hands yanking from opposite sides. Clark shouted his name. Connor cursed. The hooded man raised the rod one last time. Then the wave collapsed into the artifact and fired a single line of darkness straight at Jon. No time to block, no time to move. Connor moved first. He tackled Jon sideways, taking the edge of the blast across his own back. They hit the floor hard and slid into the shattered remains of a containment cradle. Connor went rigid. Jon rolled on top of him, grabbed his shoulders. Connor's eyes were open but wrong for a second, focused somewhere far away. Clark hit the hooded man with a full-force punch that finally connected. The man flew through the observation wall and disappeared into the smoke and alarms beyond. Clark started after him. Jon shouted, Dad, wait. Clark stopped just long enough to look back. Jon nodded once toward Connor. Clark made the call instantly and came back. Together they got Connor upright as the vault systems failed in louder and louder chunks around them. The red sun grid in the ceiling died at last. Normal white emergency light flickered in. Connor inhaled like somebody surfacing from underwater and shoved them both off on principle. I'm fine. Jon stared at him. You were just not. Connor pushed up onto one knee, one hand braced on the floor. Still fine. Terrible liar, Jon muttered. Clark looked toward the blown-out wall where the hooded man had vanished. He's gone. Of course he was. Lois's voice crackled hard through the comm. I swear to God if one of you says he got away. He got away, Jon said. There was a deadly pause. Then Lois said, I'm going to need stronger coffee and probably legal immunity. Connor actually laughed once. Brief, rough, gone fast. Jon looked at him. See, you're not dead, you're funny. Connor glared, don't make this a thing. Clark was already scanning the room. Security teams are regrouping above us, and there's another problem. Jon followed his gaze. The black rod had not gone with the hooded man. It lay beside the cracked platform, half buried in glass and metal, and the artifact had split open. Inside the black crystal there was something else. A small metallic core wrapped in a web of dark runes and impossibly a single strand of bright silver light suspended through the middle like a thread caught in resin. Jon stared. He knew that silver not from sight, from feel. It was his. Number not his now, Harry's. Some fragment, some residue. Some impossible trace of that death blast and rebirth wound, trapped and threaded through Lex's machine like bait through a hook. He crossed the room before anybody stopped him. Clark said, "Jon." Jon didn't answer. Connor was watching him now too, anger suspended for 1 second by confusion. Jon crouched by the split artifact. The silver thread inside pulsed once against the dark runes. Recognition, not invitation, recognition. And beneath it, deeper than the room, deeper than the building, something answered. Not the hooded man, something older, larger, further away. Jon felt it like a hand brushing the back of his neck from another universe. "No," he said quietly. The silver thread flared. Clark stepped in fast. Back away. Too late. The metallic core in the artifact snapped open like a lock, giving way. Darkness did not come out. A voice did, not from the speakers, not from the room, from inside the opened thing itself, massive and cold and delighted in a way that made Jon hate it on contact. At last, it said. Every crystal fragment on the floor vibrated. Connor's head snapped up. Clark moved in front of Jon without thinking. The voice went on, rich with satisfaction. "The boy between worlds has been found." Jon's magic rose so hard it cracked the floor under his shoes. He didn't know the speaker, had never heard that voice before in his life, either life. Still, every instinct he had turned vicious at once. Not fear, recognition of enemy. The voice laughed softly inside the broken core. "Tell your clever thieves they have served well," it said. "Tell them the gate opens wider now. Tell them Mordru is awake." Then the silver thread burned out. The core collapsed into black ash. The room went silent except for alarms and breathing and the sound of LexCorp's secret lab finally failing all around them. Jon stared at the ash, every part of him pulled tight. Beside him, Connor said, "Okay, I don't know who that is." Jon lifted his eyes from the wreckage, voice flat and curt. "Neither do I," he said, "but I already want him dead." Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Magic remembers everything. Nobody moved for about 2 seconds after the voice died. Not because there was nothing to do, because the room had just dropped a name on them like it expected everybody to know what kind of disaster came with it. Alarms were still screaming through the ruined vault. Emergency lights kept flashing red over broken glass, split containment posts, and the black ash where the open core had burned itself out. Somewhere behind the walls, LexCorp systems were trying and failing to decide whether this counted as fire, sabotage, or rich people inconvenience. Jon stood over the ash and felt his own pulse hammering against the inside of his skin. Mordru didn't know the name, didn't care. Not yet. What he cared about was the shape of the thing, the feel of it, the way the voice had slid through the room like it already owned part of the answer. The way it had said boy between worlds like Jon was a location and not a person. Clark was half a step in front of him, shoulders squared toward nothing now because the immediate threat had vanished and that somehow made it worse. Connor was on Jon's right, still breathing hard, still favoring one leg from the restraints and one shoulder from the hit he'd taken for Jon. The red in his eyes had faded. The anger hadn't. Into the calm, Lois said, "Say that name again." Jon rubbed his mouth with the back of his wrist. "Mordru." There was a beat of silence from the other end. Then Zatanna's voice came on too, sharper than Jon had heard it before. "Nobody touch anything, I mean it." Clark glanced at the blown-out wall where the fake riddle creep had disappeared. "He's gone." "Good," Zatanna said. "Bad both. Stay put." Connor looked at the ruined platform and said, "That's probably not going to happen." He wasn't wrong. The floor under the central station had started dropping in chunks where the support ring had cracked. Cables sparked under the black tile. One shattered case on the far side had tipped completely over and spilled some kind of silver dust that was now eating a clean line through the floor like acid with a degree. Jon pointed at it. "That seems bad." Clark moved instantly, froze the spread with one controlled breath, then turned back to Jon. "Leave now," Connor laughed once rough and ugly, "and let them seal the level with me in it." Jon looked at him. "You're not staying here." Connor's jaw flexed. "You don't get to decide that." "No," Jon said, "but I do get to say your lab owner just built a soul cage around my old death wound and let some creepy face thief talk at us through it, so my patience for your independent speech is kind of low." Connor stared at him, then at the ash, then back at Jon. "You always talk like that." Jon opened his mouth. Clark cut in. "Both of you move." He had the voice on now, not shouting, worse, dad voice sharpened by Superman urgency. Very little in either of Jon's lives made him want to argue with that tone for long. Connor looked like he wanted to test the limits anyway. Then the corridor outside the vault boomed once under some larger failure in the building. Connor swore and spat blood onto the floor. "Fine." They headed for the blown-out observation wall instead of the sealed main corridor because that was the least stupid option left. Clark took point. Jon stayed with Connor instead of behind Clark, mostly because he didn't trust Connor not to bolt and partly because Connor was hurt and absolutely the kind of idiot who'd rather die than admit it. Lois kept feeding directions through the comm as if ordering them out of a collapsing illegal basement under a billionaire's gala happened every week. Left through the monitoring room, 2 guards down, don't take the main hall, they just flooded it with suppressant foam and half the cameras are dead. Jon vaulted a shattered console. How are you seeing any of this, Jimmy? Lois said. From somewhere farther back on the line, Jimmy's voice came through way too cheerful. Also because LexCorp's security architecture is weirdly vain. Clark hit the next corridor first, checked both directions, then waved them forward. Connor moved with that same annoying stubbornness, not limping exactly but definitely carrying damage in one leg. Jon clocked it and filed it away without comment. Connor looked like the kind of person who'd rather start another fight than accept sympathy. They made it almost to the elevator shaft before the next problem found them. 4 heavy doors on either side of the hall snapped open at once. Black-armored response units poured out, 6 from one side, 4 from the other, bigger than the guards from before and carrying weapons that looked less like security gear and more like the kind of thing somebody designed after asking, "What if we had to shoot God but wanted receipts?" One of them saw Connor and barked, "Subject C in line, non-lethal until executive confirmation." Connor's whole face went murderous. Jon heard the phrase and instantly wanted to break somebody's teeth. Clark didn't bother with speeches. He blurred forward, ripped the front 2 weapons apart before the squad could fully bring them up, then drove one man into the wall hard enough to leave a crater in it. The squad adjusted like they'd trained for him. That was not comforting. The 2 took knee positions, bracing rifles that charged up with a red-gold pulse. Red Sun tech, cheap version maybe, but enough. Down, Clark snapped. Jon grabbed Connor by the back of the tactical shirt and hauled him sideways just as the rifles fired. The blast hit the wall where Connor had been standing and carved molten grooves into the metal. Connor twisted in Jon's grip. "I had it." "Sure," Jon said, "and I love being underground." A guard on the right flung a canister low across the floor. It burst in a spray of silver mesh that tried to climb Jon's legs. He swore, slashed downward with wandless magic, and the mesh split apart before it could lock. Connor took advantage of the opening and launched himself at the nearest shooter, driving him into the ceiling so hard both of them bounced. Clark caught 2 more in the middle of an attempted flank, slammed their helmets together, then tore a rifle free and crushed the power core in his palm. Jon ducked one stun line, kicked the ankles out from another soldier, and snatched a baton out of somebody's hands just to wing it down the hall at a camera. "Jimmy," he said into the comm, "tell me the ugly ones are almost done." Jimmy answered through static and keyboard noise. "Working on it, but whoever built this layer used private military firmware and the password structure is either very good or deeply embarrassing." Lois cut in, meaning if I guess right and it is Lex 1 SCOOL, I'm quitting. Despite everything, Jon laughed. One of the response guys heard the laugh, looked at him like that was offensive, and charged with a restraint fork. Jon caught the fork between both palms, took the shock through his arms, gritted his teeth, and shoved it sideways into the man's own chest armor. He went down screaming. Connor hit the last active rifleman from behind with a flying knee and sent him skidding into the elevator lobby wall. Then the whole hallway went dark. Every weapon died in the same instant. The armored troops froze. Jimmy came over comms, sounding deeply pleased with himself. "It was not Lex 1 SCOOL, but it was close enough to hurt my pride. You're welcome." Clark took the moment. Now, they ran. This time nobody argued about the elevator shaft. The standard lift was dead anyway. Clark ripped open the maintenance hatch from above while Jon shoved Connor upward first. Connor grabbed the edge with one hand and hauled himself into the shaft. Jon followed, then Clark behind him while the black-armored team recovered below and started shouting for backup. They climbed fast. Jon could hear the gala music again by the time they reached the service landing above the event floor. That felt insane. Half the building was hiding illegal clone labs and weaponized soul traps. Upstairs, somebody was probably still balancing a shrimp fork and talking about urban confidence. Clark eased open the service access panel and checked the corridor. Clear. They came out into a linen storage hall behind the ballroom. White tablecloth carts, catering trays, scent of fancy food, and panic sweat. Lois hit the corner at speed, Zatanna right behind her, both of them taking in the 3 of them in one sweep. Lois saw the blood first. Again. "Why," she said, very level, "is there always more blood when I leave you alone for 10 minutes? Jon pointed at Connor. Mostly his this time. Connor looked between them. "You brought a magician to a gala." Zatanna's gaze landed on him and went sharp. And Lex brought a clone. Great, everyone's networking. Connor stared. Can people stop calling me that like I'm not standing here? Lois folded her arms. Then tell me what you want me to call you. He opened his mouth, closed it, then muttered, Connor. Great, Lois said. Connor, why does Lex have a sublevel full of illegal artifact tech? And why is there a man downstairs wearing a face my son clearly wanted to kill on sight? Connor blinked. That is too many questions. Jon pointed at him. See, I've been saying that. Clark cut through before the entire service hallway turned into a new argument. We need out. Lex will lock this floor down next. Almost on cue, the ballroom beyond the swinging service doors swelled with a wave of applause. Jon stared toward the sound. He's still doing the event. Lois's smile was small and violent. Of course he is, which is why we're not sneaking out. We're leaving through the front. Zatanna turned to her. That is a terrible idea. Lois nodded. Yep. Then she looked at Jon and Clark. He wants control. He wants me rattled and Jon hidden, and all of this to stay in the basement where rich people can pretend it's not their problem. I'm not giving him that. Connor frowned. You're insane. Lois gave him a look. In this family, that's not a deal breaker. The word family hit Connor weird. Jon saw it, didn't comment. Clark looked toward the ballroom, then back at Lois. Quick, that was the plan. They pushed through the service doors. The ballroom had changed shape in their absence. Lex was back on stage, calm again, fielding moderated questions from a city affairs host who looked too relieved to have familiar structure back in the room. Donors had settled into their chairs, though the room held that nervous frequency of people who knew something had gone off script and weren't sure whether to feel thrilled or unsafe about it. Then Jon, Clark, Lois, Zatanna, and one very bloody Connor walked back in from the service side together. The room stopped. The host on stage actually went silent mid-sentence. Lex looked over. For the first time all night, Jon watched his expression fail in public, not dramatically, no cartoon shock, just one real beat of surprise before he sealed it off. Good. Lois did not break stride. She walked them straight down the center aisle with everybody staring. Jon stayed half a pace behind her on purpose, Clark on one side, Connor on the other, because none of this was normal anymore, so why start now? The host found his voice first. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems. Lois took the nearest standing microphone from a server station and kept walking. It seems Lex Luthor hosts charity events over illegal sublevels. The room detonated into noise, questions, shouts, chairs scraping, camera rigs spinning. Clark leaned close to Jon without taking his eyes off the room. Stay near me. Jon murmured back, trying. Connor said, this is completely insane. Jon side-eyed him. You came upstairs bleeding into a gala mate. You passed insane 10 minutes ago. Lois stopped at the foot of the stage and turned, microphone already live. Since Mr. Luthor cares so much about transparency, she said, voice carrying clean and hard through the ballroom, let's be transparent. Beneath this event is a restricted lab complex containing unregistered energy systems, artifact storage, and at least one illegally held enhanced subject. Connor muttered, wow, okay, that's me I guess. Lex stepped to the podium mic. Lois, if this is a stunt, she cut him off. Then sue me after the city inspects your basement. Somebody in the back laughed, nervous, real. The city affairs host tried to recover. Mr. Luthor, is there any truth to? Lex raised one hand, not at the host, at the room. Classic control gesture. There are secured research areas in every major LexCorp facility. That is not a secret. Jon said, loud enough without a mic, cool. Does every major LexCorp facility also have soul trap machines and clone cages? That got worse than a murmur. That got shocked. Lex's head turned toward Jon. Jonathan, I'd advise you to be careful with words you don't understand. Jon smiled without warmth. You first. Connor looked from Jon to Lex, then at the room full of cameras, and something in him snapped from angry survival into active decision. He walked forward. Lois glanced at him, didn't try to stop him. Clark didn't either, though Jon could tell every instinct he had was tracking the room in case security got clever. Connor stopped just to Jon's left and looked up at Lex on the stage. Then he said into the silence, he calls me Subject C, that landed like a bomb with no fire. Lex's expression went flat. The city affairs host visibly forgot how to stand. Connor's voice got rougher, stronger, not polished, not trained, better for it. He keeps a lab under this building. He keeps files on me under categories like combat response and stability. He built restraints for me before he ever asked me what I wanted. So maybe don't let him lecture you about accountability. Jon looked sideways at him. Connor wasn't looking at Jon, wasn't looking at Clark either. He was staring at Lex like the room had finally stopped being a cage and started being a witness. Nice, very nice. Lex tried to recover the podium. This is outrageous. That young man is compromised, disoriented, and obviously alive, Connor snapped. Annoying for you, I know. That got a few laughs too, real ones. People hated smooth power more once they smelled blood. Security started moving at the edges of the ballroom, not openly yet, but enough. Lex's people wanted this contained. Cameras wanted it fed. Lois saw it and raised the mic again. If anyone here wants a quote, use this one. Lex Luthor can answer under oath. That broke the room all the way open. Reporters surged. Donors pulled out phones. Somebody from city oversight was already yelling into their own headset. Perry White, who had absolutely not been invited but had somehow appeared near the back with a notebook and a smile that belonged on a war criminal, lifted a hand in silent salute to Lois. Jon nearly laughed. Lex's eyes found him again over the mess. No smile now, just calculation, hard and fast. Jon held the look and thought, you don't get the room, not tonight. Clark touched his elbow. We go now. This time nobody argued. They left through the main lobby with half the press on their heels and a security response too busy saving optics to physically block Superman, Lois Lane, Jonathan Kent, Zatanna, and the Bleeding Lab Project walking out under the LexCorp logo. Flashbulbs hit them the whole way to the car line. Questions everywhere. Jonathan, what did you find downstairs? Connor, are you saying LexCorp held you illegally? Miss Lane, do you have proof? Superman, is LexCorp building anti-Kryptonian tech? Zatanna, is magic involved? That last one made Zatanna mutter, oh, now they notice me. Lois shoved open the SUV door and said, nobody talk to cameras until we're on our own grid. Connor paused by the rear passenger side, looking at the open door like maybe getting in with them was a larger act of surrender than punching through 6 walls. Jon looked at him. You coming? Connor's eyes narrowed. You offering? Jon lifted one shoulder. You think I'm leaving you on the curb while Lex starts damage control? Seems rude. Connor stared one beat longer, then got in. The Fortress of Solitude had seen worse things than an emergency family meeting with one angry clone and a magician who looked ready to punch physics. Probably, Jon hoped. They landed hard and fast in the main chamber, no speeches on the way. Clark had gotten them out of the city before federal response units could decide whether they wanted jurisdiction or a headline. Lois had spent the flight back on 2 secure calls and one unsecured one that was somehow scarier because she wasn't even trying to soften her tone. Perry had the story. Jimmy was pulling every frame from every public feed. Sam Lane had uttered the sentence, do not let that boy disappear into another black site, with enough venom that even Lois had gone quiet for 2 seconds. Now the Arctic silence wrapped around the fortress while the doors sealed behind them and the whole place lit up around cold crystal and old alien geometry. Connor stood just inside the entry threshold and stared around like someone had taken every weird part of his life, polished it, and turned it into architecture. What is this? He said. Clark shrugged out of his coat and answered like it was normal. Home base. Connor looked at him. Seriously? Jon dropped into one of the side chairs because his ribs had decided enough dramatic walking for one night thanks. You get used to the giant crystal thing. Connor looked at Jon. You do not. Fair. Zatanna moved straight for a diagnostic station. I want a clean room, a circle, and anything in this place that qualifies as anti-possession protocol. The AI answered immediately. Multiple defensive systems available. Clarify anti-possession. Zatanna blinked up at the ceiling. Oh, right. The Haunted Palace talks. Lois dumped her heels by the entry platform, flexed her feet, and said, yeah, nobody warns you about that the first time either. Clark looked at Connor. Sit down. Let me check the shoulder. Connor stayed exactly where he was. I'm fine. Jon snorted from the chair. You should probably stop saying that around him. He gets offended. Clark folded his arms. Connor set his jaw, but he was tired. Jon could see it now that the fight had burned off some of the edge. Tired in the bones, tired in the face, tired in the way people got when anger had been carrying too much of the load for too long. Eventually, Connor crossed the chamber and sat on the edge of a diagnostics table like he was doing it to spite gravity. Clark stepped in, x-rayed the shoulder, and said, bruised tissue. Surface burn from whatever hit you downstairs. No fracture. Connor looked past him at Jon. Good, you owe me. Jon pointed at himself. I owe you. You were the target. Jon considered that. Okay, yeah, fair. Lois was pacing now, phone in hand, not calling because she was thinking, and in Lois that looked almost exactly like stalking. Perry says Lex is already framing the sublevel as a secured research annex compromised by outside interference, she said. He's calling Connor a protected medical case and the artifact vault a humanitarian containment program. Connor barked a laugh. Humanitarian. Jon looked at him. You okay? Connor turned his head slowly. Do I look okay? Jon looked him over. Honestly. Kind of like somebody built an argument out of bruises. That got him a flat stare, and a second later a tiny unwilling mouth twitch. Progress. Clark stepped back from the table and looked at the whole room. We need to decide what the immediate problem is. Lois answered without hesitation. Lex. Zatanna answered at the same time. Mordru. Jon said, the face thief creep. Connor crossed his arms. Every room you people walk into is exhausting. Clark held up both hands. All of those are problems. I'm asking what's first. The fortress gave them a low hum and too much open space to think in. Jon leaned forward in the chair. First is figuring out whether Mordru and fake Tom are on the same side. Connor frowned. Tom. Jon waved a hand. Dead guy problem, British version. Cool, hate that for me. Zatanna moved a crystal panel with one hand and glanced at Jon. The man downstairs used field magic that wasn't standard Earth school, not Atlantean, not classic chaos work, not demon-packed garbage. It had age to it, but not the same signature as the voice in the artifact. Jon nodded. That's what I felt. Clark looked at her. So not the same person. Maybe not, she said. Could still be aligned, could be service, could be opportunism. Magic people are horrible at clean org charts. Lois pointed at her. Finally, a field where journalism and wizard nonsense fully overlap. Connor looked from one to the other. Do all of you always sound like this when you're talking about catastrophes? Jon answered first. Pretty much. The AI spoke from above. External communications update. Multiple media outlets are requesting comment from Jonathan Kent and from the unidentified male accompanying him. Connor scowled upward. Number. Jon looked at him. Strong media instinct. It's called survival. That one wasn't a joke. It dropped heavier than the rest of the room's noise. Lois noticed. Of course she did. She stopped pacing and leaned one hip against the console near him. No one is putting you in front of a camera tonight, she said. Connor looked at her like he was trying to figure out where the trap was. Why not? Because you just got dragged out of a black lab under a billionaire's gala. That's not an answer. It is from me, Lois said. If you want to talk later, you talk because you choose to, not because somebody decides your trauma would rate well in a 10 o'clock slot. Connor held her gaze for a second longer than most people could manage with Lois when she was on full intensity. Then he looked away first. Weird family. Jon grinned a little. Yeah. Clark looked at Jon. Walk me through what you felt when the artifact opened. Jon let out a breath. Which time? The last time after the hooded guy got involved. Jon rubbed at the bandage around his hand. He could still feel the dead silver thread even though it had burned out, like some part of him knew what had been there and didn't like the empty space afterward. It used me as a key, he said, not just because of blood or magic output, because the structure recognized something older, the same kind of architecture as the chamber in Britain. Somebody built the machine to mimic that trap, only this time the point wasn't stripping me down. It was making me line up with the fragment inside. Zatanna listened with her whole attention, good and uncomfortable. Jon kept going because if he stopped now, the whole thing would sit in him and get uglier. The silver thread in the artifact felt like residue from the crossing, from when Harry died and I woke up here, not memory, more like a scar built into how my magic sits in this body. He looked at Clark. Mordru didn't just find me tonight. He's been following that scar. Silence. Connor frowned. Harry. Jon blinked. Right, yeah, that was my old name. Connor stared. You've got an old name. Jon stared back. You've got a black site serial designation. Connor thought about that and grudgingly nodded. Okay, fair. Clark sat opposite Jon now, forearms on his knees, serious eyes. The voice said boy between worlds and the gate opens wider now. Yeah, so whatever happened tonight improved his position. Jon's jaw tight. Yeah, Lois's voice went colder. Then we don't wait for round two. Zatanna finally turned from the diagnostics panels and faced them fully. Then round two isn't going to be solved by exposing Lex alone. Lois looked at her. Try saying that in a way I hate less. Zatanna folded her arms. Lex is a human problem with a huge ego and a machine budget. Bad, yes, manageable in layers. Mordru is not that. The face-wearing creep downstairs wasn't either. If Jon's old death-injury birth scar is acting like an interdimensional beacon, then whatever's tracking it is moving through magical channels the League doesn't handle well. Clark didn't argue that mattered. So what does handle it? He asked. Zatanna met Jon's eyes first, then Clark's. People who can feel what ordinary sensors miss. People who don't treat souls like abstract nouns. Jon frowned. That sounds ominous and deeply unhelpful. Titans, Zatanna said. Connor made a face. Number. Clark looked at him. You know them? Connor's expression said yes, and also I refuse to enjoy answering that. I know some of them. Jon's brows rose. We really are collecting everyone's weird backstory tonight. Zatanna ignored him, specifically Raven. The name meant nothing to Jon except the way she said it, not dramatic, respectful, cautious. Connor looked even less thrilled. That's somehow worse. Lois pushed off the console. Sell it. Zatanna did not do the whole long lecture thing. Jon appreciated that. She's good with thresholds, emotional residue, possession pressure, places where identity gets torn and stitched wrong. Her gaze stayed on Jon. And that means if Mordru's building pressure through your old life, she'll feel the direction before the rest of us do. Jon looked away first because he really hated how often people were saying things tonight that landed exactly on the right nerve. Clark noticed. Jon, he shrugged one shoulder. If she can help, fine. Zatanna's expression didn't change, but the next thing she said came out softer. I didn't say she'd be easy about it. Jon barked a laugh. Great, sounds like my favorite type of ally. Titan's tower sat out in the bay like a challenge somebody had built out of steel and bad sleep habits. By the time they got there, dawn had fully burned through the horizon, and Jon was running on adrenaline, bad coffee from the fortress dispenser, and the kind of stubbornness that felt hereditary in this family. They didn't all go. Lois stayed in Metropolis because Perry had declared open war on LexCorp's legal team, and she wanted front row seats. Connor stayed at the fortress because the second anybody suggested the Titans, his face had shut down so hard it might as well have been armored. He said he'd rather fight another squad in a Red Sun hallway than walk into tower small talk, and honestly Jon respected the commitment. So it was Clark, Jon, and Zatanna coming in over the water while the sun turned the bay into too much brightness. Jon landed on the upper platform and immediately heard three things. 1. Somebody inside was already jogging toward the roof hatch. 2. A game console was paused somewhere 2 levels down. 3. Someone else deeper in the tower went absolutely still the second his feet touched metal. Interesting, the roof hatch opened. Nightwing came out first. Jon recognized him because everybody recognized him. Dark suit, domino, mask pushed up, hair messy in the way of somebody who worked too much and slept when the city got embarrassed enough to stop exploding. He took in Clark, Zatanna, and Jon in one sweep and somehow looked both unsurprised and deeply tired. Okay, he said, that's either a social call or the start of a very bad day. Zatanna stepped past Clark before anybody could answer. Bad day. Nightwing nodded. Cool, follow me. He didn't ask for credentials, didn't do the whole suspicious gatekeeper thing. That alone made Jon like him more than several government officials he'd met in the last 24 hours. Inside, Titan's tower felt lived in, not polished, not performative, lived in. Gym scuffs on one hallway floor, a half-finished breakfast abandoned near the common area. One beanbag chair that had definitely lost a fight with Beast Boy and was still somehow in service. Screens up on one wall showing city feeds and satellite loops, but beside them somebody had left a ridiculous mug shaped like a shark. Jon clocked all of it in flashes while they crossed the main level. Beast Boy popped up from behind the couch as a green cat shifted mid-jump into human on the landing and said, Hey Superman, hey Magic Lady, hey newspaper crisis kid. Jon stopped. Newspaper crisis kid, Beast Boy spread his hands. I'm workshop punchy, we've been watching Lex News all night. Nightwing didn't break stride. Gar, coffee later, briefing now. Starfire came in from the other side hall fastening one bracer, bright eyes taking Jon in with direct interest and no fear at all. You are Jonathan. Jon nodded. Yeah, she smiled. You have caused a very dramatic news cycle. Jon almost grinned. I'm hearing that. Clark gave him a side look that said do not get comfortable. Too late, he already kind of liked this place. Then the air changed, not around the room, around him. Like someone had just turned all the sound down by half and the pressure up by half. Jon looked toward the far observation deck before anybody said a word. A girl stood there by the window with her arms folded. Dark hair, pale skin, blue cloak over black. No smile, no attempt at one either. She wasn't looking at Clark, wasn't looking at Zatanna. She was looking straight at Jon like he'd walked into the room carrying a fire only she could see. Nightwing glanced toward her and said, Raven. She didn't look away from Jon. I know. Jon held the stare because backing off first felt wrong and also because something about her felt not familiar exactly. More like standing near a cliff edge and realizing the air had rules. Raven finally crossed the room. She stopped a few feet from him, close enough to matter, not close enough to crowd. Her expression did not change. There are at least 3 dead things touching your soul, she said. Beast Boy covered his face with both hands. And we're starting there. Jon blinked once. Hi to you too. Raven looked at his face like she was checking whether the sarcasm was armor or reflex. You're louder than the footage. Jon's mouth twitched. Thanks, I think. Clark stepped slightly forward. Raven, we need help identifying a magical threat tied to Jon's unusual circumstances. Raven's eyes shifted to Clark for 1 second, then back to Jon. That's one way to say it. Zatanna stepped up beside Jon. Mordru made contact through an artifact keyed to him. There's another hostile actor using old structure magic and borrowed faces. We need to know where the pressure is coming from before it hits civilians again. Nightwing folded his arms. You think it's going to hit civilians? Raven finally looked at him. It already is. The residue around him is unstable. Whoever is pulling on it won't stop at him. Jon's shoulders tightened on instinct. Raven saw that. Of course she did. She looked back at him and said, I'm not attacking you. Jon met her eyes. Didn't say you were. You braced anyway. That shut him up for half a second. Beast Boy looked between them. This is somehow way more intense than when we had Superman here. Starfire smiled faintly. Jonathan has complicated energy. Jon glanced at her. That's becoming a theme. Nightwing cut in before the room drifted too far into weird social analysis. Walk us through last night from the artifact onward. No edits, so they did, not all of it. Jon wasn't about to unpack his entire old life in the Titan's common room before breakfast, but enough. Lex the basement, Connor the face thief, the fragment, Mordru's voice. Raven listened without interrupting, which actually made it worse somehow. No reactions, no commentary. Just full attention. In that sense, she was tracking every lie he didn't tell and every truth he tried to dodge. When Jon got to the part about the platform using his old chamber memory, her expression changed for the first time. Not softer, sharper. How many people were in the room when they turned on you? She asked. Jon stared at her. Clark said quietly, Raven. Raven didn't look away. It matters. Jon felt something old and ugly push up under his ribs. Enough. That's not a number. Didn't say it was. The whole room went still. Beast Boy visibly realized he'd rather be literally anywhere else. Nightwing watched the exchange with the expression of a man who knew better than to jump in too fast. Raven tilted her head a little. Fine, then answer this. When the artifact grabbed that memory, who did you look for first? Jon laughed once short and not at all amused. You always interrogate people like this, only when they're bleeding into the astral walls. Zatanna muttered, that's fair, unfortunately. Jon looked at Raven and decided, maybe unwisely, that honesty was less tiring than sparring around it. My father, he said. The room took a beat to process that, because of course in this one, father could mean a few things. Raven's eyes flicked to Clark, then back to Jon. Not the one in this room, she said. No, Jon answered, and there it was, said clean, no ceremony. Nightwing's brows went up almost imperceptibly. Starfire looked at Jon with a kind of open sympathy that made him instantly want to flee the conversation. Raven, on the other hand, nodded once like a puzzle piece had slid into place. Okay, she said, that helps. Jon folded his arms. Glad my trauma's useful. Her voice stayed even. It usually is, doesn't mean I'm enjoying this. That answer hit him weirdly, because there was no pity in it. No soft, careful tone like he might shatter if the topic stayed direct. Just simple fact and a kind of grim respect. He didn't know what to do with that yet. Nightwing exhaled. So what's the play? Raven looked away from Jon at last and moved toward the central holoscreen. Whoever Mordru is, he's using Jonathan's death event as a doorway marker. Not physically, emotionally, magically, structurally. That means the next attacks won't just hit where he is, they'll hit where his fault lines are. Jon frowned, meaning what exactly? Raven raised a hand and the screen changed. Not tech, her magic brushed the interface and let the city map breathe into layers Jon didn't think the tower had built in. Points of light came alive across Metropolis. A handful, then more. Tiny violet cracks pulsing in different neighborhoods. Jon went cold. Zatanna stepped in beside the display. Those weren't there an hour ago. No, Raven said, now they are. Clark's face hardened. Breaches. Raven nodded. Small ones for now. Nightwing was already moving. Location. The screen tagged for Metropolis General, a youth shelter in Southside, an old transit tunnel under New Troy, a church near the waterfront. Lois's voice crackled in Jon's comm before he could even call her. Tell me you're seeing what Jimmy is seeing because there's some kind of light event outside General and people are already posting ghost videos. Jon looked at Clark. She always does that. Clark almost smiled. Yeah, Nightwing snapped into command with no fuss. Gar, tunnel and church with Corey, Zatanna, Superman, hospital, Raven. Raven's eyes were already on Jon. Shelter. Nightwing looked from one to the other and clearly clocked the tension. You sure? Raven nodded once. That's the one pulling hardest on him. Jon said, I love when strangers decide my day for me. Raven turned, then moved fast enough to prove me wrong. That got a bark of laughter out of Beast Boy on his way to the hangar. Okay, wow. Jon stared at Raven's back for half a second, then looked at Clark. Is she like this with everybody? Clark said very carefully, she doesn't waste time. Zatanna passed Jon on the way to the platform elevator and murmured, that was the nice version. Great, absolutely great. The shelter in Southside used to be a rec center before the city gave up on funding it properly, and private donors turned it into something halfway between a youth outreach space and an emergency safe house. Jon had never been there. He noticed that right away and hated it right after because there were kids in Metropolis that Lois had mentioned, Jimmy had mentioned, Clark had definitely helped at some point, and Jon had still somehow managed to live in the city's orbit without knowing where all the cracks sat. The breach made sure he learned fast. He landed with Raven in the alley behind the shelter and heard screaming before his boots hit pavement. Not crowd panic. Children. Teenagers mostly, maybe younger. Glass shattered on the second floor. Raven moved past him at once, cloak snapping around her legs. Don't touch the violet light. Jon looked up. That was definitely going to be my first move. She gave him a single flat glance over her shoulder. You say things like that because you mean them. Inside, the lobby looked like somebody had rammed a nightmare sideways through it. The front desk had been split in two by a crack in the floor glowing faint violet. Posters on the walls were peeling off by themselves. Light fixtures flickered in and out like the building couldn't decide what century it wanted. A volunteer in a shelter sweatshirt was trying to herd a group of kids toward the back exit, but the hallway there had folded in on itself wrong. Not physically, spatially, longer than it should be, like it kept eating its own end. Jon stopped. Okay, hate that. Raven was already moving toward the volunteers. Everybody away from the crack, now. The woman looked up, saw Superman's son and the girl in the dark cloak, and made the smart call not to waste time on questions. Two are still upstairs. They said they heard someone crying in the old art room, and then the stairs, the building shook. Something laughed from upstairs. Jon's blood went cold for one ugly second. Not because the laugh was big or inhuman, because it sounded like a teenage girl trying not to cry. Raven's head snapped toward the upper floor. It's fishing. Jon looked at her. For what? She met his eyes. Guilt. Then she went for the stair. Jon followed because of course he did. The staircase had become a problem halfway up. 3 steps normal, then 1 step too deep, then another leading into what looked like empty air for half a second before the visual snapped back to wood and steel. Raven didn't hesitate. She floated the last 5 feet and landed on the upper hallway. Jon muttered, "Show off," and jumped to the warped section. The second floor smelled like paint, dust, and burned sugar. The corridor lights were dead here. Purple-gray light leaked out of the far classroom door instead. Somebody was crying inside. Jon knew before he got there that it was bait. He still moved faster. Raven kept pace beside him and said, "Whatever you hear, don't answer it like it's real." Jon looked at her sideways while they ran. That's horrible advice. It's correct advice. He was about to say something back when the crying changed. Not a random voice now, a boy's voice. 12 maybe, terrified. "Please." Jon hit the doorway first. The classroom beyond was wrong in 3 directions. One side still looked like an art room. Tables, paint racks. A mural half finished across one wall. The other side opened into dark stone and silver light with no clean line between them. Like the room had been sliced through with a memory, and the memory was winning. 3 kids were trapped on top of a long table in the middle. 2 boys and a girl, all younger than Jon, huddled together while violet cracks crawled over the floor below them. The cracks kept trying to reach the table legs, and then pulling back like something was enjoying the panic. At the far end of the room, standing in the overlap between shelter classroom and old stone chamber, was a woman with bushy brown hair and a face Jon hadn't seen alive since the blast. Hermione, not exactly Hermione. Too still, too polished, eyes wrong, but close enough that Jon stopped dead anyway. The fake Hermione looked at him and shook her head in disappointment. Honestly, Harry, another reckless entrance. Everything in him went tight. The kids looked between them in total confusion. Raven came to stop at his shoulder, watched his face, then looked at the woman. "Echo construct," she said quietly. The fake Hermione smiled at that without looking away from Jon. "And you brought an empath, that's cautious, for you." Jon's mouth went dry. He knew it wasn't her, knew it instantly, didn't matter. The voice was close, the posture was close. The exact kind of clipped judgment in it was close enough to cut. One of the trapped kids started sobbing harder. "Please help us." Raven snapped, "Eyes on me." Jon looked at her automatically. "Good," she said. "That thing is built to make you freeze between pain and guilt. Don't." The fake Hermione sighed. "Really, you're taking advice from strangers now?" Jon's magic twitched hot under his skin. That voice, that damn voice. He stepped forward. Raven caught his wrist, not hard. Just enough to stop the motion. He looked down at her hand, then at her face. She did not look scared of him, didn't even look surprised by the heat coming off his magic. "Kids first," she said. That cut through more cleanly than it should have. Jon looked back at the trapped table. Right, them first, always them first. The Echo noticed the shift and smiled wider, still so predictable. Jon snapped his gaze back to her. "Yeah, watch this." He took 2 fast steps right away from the construct and drove both palms against the warped wall where shelter plaster merged with cold stone memory. Finite, silver light burst across the seam. The room shrieked. The fake Hermione blurred, face cracking at the edges like wet paint under heat. "Wrong choice, Harry. Not my name," Jon said, and ripped the whole false wall line open. The pressure in the room shifted instantly. Raven moved at the same time, dark energy spilling from her hands in sharp, controlled arcs that wrapped around the violet floor cracks and pinned them long enough for Jon to cross. He vaulted the last stretch, landed on the table, and crouched in front of the 3 kids. "Okay," he said fast. "No one jumps until I tell you. You 2 first." The older boy nodded with his whole body shaking. The little girl just grabbed Jon's sleeve. The youngest boy looked at the fake Hermione and whispered, "She knows your name." Jon met the kid's eyes and kept his voice level. "She knows an old one, doesn't make her real." That mattered. He didn't know why, but it did. The boy nodded like that gave him enough to breathe with. Behind Jon, the construct's voice changed. Lower, colder, less Hermione. "You always choose the children, charming flaw." Raven answered before Jon did. "You talk too much for a memory." Then the room cracked wide. 3 new figures stepped out of the stone overlap behind the fake Hermione. Ron, Ginny, Kingsley, not perfect, all wrong in small ways, but wrong in ways designed to hurt, not in ways that broke the image. Good enough to hit every old bruise Jon had. The youngest kid on the table whimpered. Jon felt the whole room trying to hook into him again. Past and present, guilt and rescue. Somebody screaming and somebody he loved once saying his name like an accusation. He exhaled once through his nose. Then he picked up the little girl, handed her across the gap to Raven and said, "Take her." Raven took the girl without taking her eyes off the constructs. One of the fake figures, Ginny maybe, said, "Running again." Jon nearly smiled, not because it was funny, because it proved something. They were trying too hard. The real ones had never sounded like one note all the time. That had been the point of loving them. Messier, smarter, worse than simple cruelty. These things were built by something that knew pain but not people. Good, that meant they could miss. Jon grabbed the older boy next, made him jump the gap into Raven's waiting dark field, then took the youngest. The fake Kingsley raised a wand. "You will stand down." Jon didn't even look. He shoved the last boy at Raven, jumped off the table, and shouted over his shoulder, "Move them." Raven backed through the doorway with the kids surrounded in a dark shield bubble, but she didn't leave. Smart. She stopped just outside and held the corridor while Jon turned back into the room. The 4 constructs smiled at him with stolen faces. Jon rolled his shoulders once, jaw tight, and said, "Okay, my turn." The fake Ron moved first, lunging with a red curse that tore a table apart beside Jon's head. Jon dropped low, slid under it, and slammed an upward burst of magic into the construct's chest. It blew backward through a mural wall, taking half the fake stone overlap with it. The fake Hermione fired next. Jon blocked on instinct and hissed at how right the spell timing felt. Too close, too familiar. That pissed him off enough to help. He pivoted away from the wand line, kicked a metal chair at fake Ginny, and then broke the classroom lights with heat vision just to ruin their clean sightlines. "Really mature," fake Hermione said out of the half-dark. Jon fired back, "You don't get opinions." He caught fake Kingsley at the edge of his hearing, turned and slammed a shield charm up half a second before the curse hit. The shield held. He answered with a cutting spell that sliced through the fake man's wand arm. No blood, no bone, just violet smoke and a burst of silver-gray ash where the arm had been. There, that mattered too. Constructs, not ghosts. Good. Jon stopped treating them like people after that. The fight got faster. He blew fake Ginny apart against the wall with a force pulse that left only dark residue on the mural bricks. He drove fake Ron through the floor overlap into the lower lobby and felt rather than heard the thing pop out of existence. The fake Hermione was better, smarter. She dodged, adapted, kept talking. "You know she was trying to save you," the construct said as it circled him. "You know none of them wanted it to go that far." Jon's whole body went cold and sharp. He raised one hand. The construct smiled because it thought he'd finally take the bait. Instead he pointed not at her but at the room itself. Incendio. Fire ripped across the false stone walls, not the shelter, the overlap, the chamber memory architecture. The old trap logic. The fake Hermione's face split open in a scream that wasn't quite a voice anymore as the whole borrowed section burned away from the inside. Jon stepped through it and hit the last fragment of her with a wordless pulse of raw magic. The room snapped back into being an art classroom. No stone, no silver light, no dead old life pressed over the walls, just smoke, wrecked tables, and Raven in the doorway watching him with the 3 kids huddled behind her shield. Jon stood there breathing hard. Raven looked at the room, then at him. "You set the memory on fire." Jon wiped sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Seemed cleaner than arguing. The older boy behind her stared with the kind of awe kids got when their lives went wrong and a stranger did the impossible in front of them. The little girl asked, "Were those monsters your family?" Jon froze, no warning, no time, just the question. Raven glanced back at the girl, then at him. Jon looked at the kids and made the choice before the silence got weird. "No," he said, "they were copies of people I used to know. Big difference." The little girl accepted that immediately because children had practical standards for reality. "Okay." Then she frowned at his split lip. "You're bleeding." Jon looked down, touched his mouth, and said, "Yeah, also rude of them." That got a tiny laugh out of the youngest boy. Good enough. Sirens were louder outside now. Real emergency crews finally stacking up around a problem they had no language for. Raven dissolved her shield and crouched to the kids' level. "You're going downstairs with the volunteer in the red sweatshirt. Do not come back up. If anyone asks questions, tell them the lights broke and the stairs got weird." The older boy blinked. "That's true though." Raven nodded. "Exactly." They went. Jon watched them disappear down the hall, then leaned one hand on the scorched door frame. Raven stayed beside him for a second, not crowding, just there. "You did better than I thought you would," she said. Jon looked at her. "That's almost nice. It's not meant to be nice. Right?" She folded her arms. "I thought you'd attack the copies first and get pulled deeper into the structure." He gave her a flat look. "You sound surprised I'm not stupid." "I'm surprised you chose the children before the revenge." That shut him up. Because that was what the room had tried to make him choose, wasn't it? Past pain or present people. Stand there and fight echoes or get the kids out. He'd chosen fast. He hadn't even really thought about it. Raven watched the realization move across his face and said, quieter this time, that matters. Jon looked away first. Yeah, the building shook again, softer now, the breach dying. His comm clicked. Clark, hospital's clear. What's your status? Jon answered, kids are safe, echo constructs neutralized. There was a tiny pause before Clark said, you okay? Raven looked at him but did not speak. Jon stared at the smoke-stained classroom for one beat, then said the truth because apparently this week loved surprises. Not really, he said, but I'm upright. Clark exhaled over the line. Good enough for now, meet us at the transit tunnel, there are more. Jon pushed off the door frame. On our way. Raven started for the stairs. Jon fell into step beside her. After a few seconds he said, you didn't ask if I was okay. Raven did not look at him. You already answered. That should have annoyed him. It didn't. The transit tunnel under New Troy smelled like wet concrete, old electricity, and the kind of urban bad idea that made Jon wonder why every city kept building secrets under itself, and then acting surprised when the secrets got mean. Beast Boy and Starfire were already there when Jon and Raven dropped in. Starfire stood in the middle of the abandoned platform with her hands glowing, and a look on her face that said she'd been having a more annoying morning than expected. Beast Boy was in tiger form by the tunnel mouth, pacing and growling at something only half visible farther down the dark track. Nightwing crouched by a crack in the rail bed talking to Zatanna, who was sketching a ward circle on the concrete with quick, sharp gestures. Clark stood farther down the line, listening in every direction at once. No obvious civilians. Good. Then Jon saw the scratch marks in the wall, not random damage. Words, half-formed, dragged by something without fingers. Harry, the name ended in a jagged tear through the concrete where the crack had eaten the rest. Jon stopped walking. Raven noticed immediately. Don't give it weight, she said. Jon looked at the wall. It already took some. Beast Boy shifted back into himself and said, hey cool, so the tunnel thing makes crying noises and keeps trying to draw someone's old name on public infrastructure. Just wanted to keep everybody updated on how cursed this whole morning is. Nightwing looked up at Jon's expression, then at the wall, and filed something away without comment. Clark crossed the platform toward him. You all right? Jon glanced at Raven. Apparently I already answered that. Clark's brow lifted. Interesting. Raven did not react at all. The breach is learning his patterns. Nightwing stood, then we don't give it time. Zatanna finished the circle and straightened. Tunnel overlaps denser than the shelter. Less emotional finesse, more structural. Somebody's using old transit lines as temporary anchors. Connor should be here, Jon thought without wanting to. He'd probably punch the tunnel and feel better. Great, now he was thinking about the clone guy too. Starfire pointed down the dark line. The sounds are strongest there. Twice something called for help in Superman's voice. Clark's mouth flat. Jon looked at him. That's cheap. Nightwing came over with eskrima sticks in hand. Anything we should know before we walk into the next one? Jon thought about it, then answered straight. It'll try to sound like whoever you most want to reach. Beast Boy made a face. Awesome. Love emotional warfare before lunch. They moved in a tight group down the tunnel, flashlights mostly unnecessary between Kryptonian sight, glowing alien hands, and two magicians who apparently viewed darkness as a suggestion. The breach waited about 80 yards in. The tunnel split where it shouldn't, opening into a station platform that didn't belong to Metropolis Transit at all. One half normal concrete and graffitied service signage. The other half old stone steps descending into silver-lit dark. Again, same structure, family, different skin. This time the voice that came up out of it was male, warm, gentle, tired around the edges. Jon, Clark's voice. Clark, very much standing 3 feet away, went still. Jon looked at the stone stair. His own stomach tightened anyway because hearing Clark's voice like that out of the wrong place hit in a whole new way. Cute, he said. Raven stepped closer to the overlap and closed her eyes. 3 anchors inside, 1 decoy, 1 feeder, 1 live capture point. Nightwing glanced at her. English, she opened her eye. There's someone alive in there. That changed the whole platform. Clark moved first. Then we get them out. Raven turned and caught Jon with that same direct look as before. You and me take the live point, the others cut the anchors. Jon frowned. Why me? Because it wants you. That cuts both ways. He hated that she kept being right in annoying sentences. They went in. This one fought harder than the shelter breach. The stairs kept shifting. Sounds bounced wrong. Jon heard first his own name, then Harry, then Clark saying son in a voice pitched exactly to hit something soft and hopeful and unguarded. He clenched his jaw and kept moving. Raven stayed half a step ahead, cloak skimming the stone. Every now and then she'd raise one hand and some twisting stretch of fake corridor would flatten into the path it was pretending not to be. Jon watched her work and said, you do this a lot. Number, he blinked. That sounded practiced. It sounded practical. Wow. Do you ever relax? I'm relaxed right now. Jon almost stopped walking just to appreciate how completely insane that answer was. At the end of the shifting corridor, they found the live point. Not a person strapped to a table, not some horror movie sacrifice. A little kid, 7 maybe, 8. He was curled up under what looked like the remains of a station bench while violet cracks crawled around him in loops that kept him boxed in without touching him. Smart, predatory. He'd probably been caught trying to hide, and the breach had decided fear tasted better slowly. The boy looked up as Jon and Raven appeared and burst into tears from pure relief. "Hey," Jon said instantly, crouching. No, you're okay, we've got you." The boy pointed with a shaking hand at the tunnel behind him. "The lady said if I moved, my dad would fall." Raven's face went colder. "There is no lady." The kid sobbed harder. "I know that now." Jon wanted to kill everything in the room. He looked at the crack loops around the bench. "Can you freeze those?" Raven shook her head. "Not without feeding them, but I can distract them." "That sounds fake." "It's not." Before he could ask what that meant, she knelt on the opposite side of the loop and put both hands flat on the stone. Dark energy spilled out, low and thick, not like an attack, more like night pooling under a door. The violet crack lines reacted instantly, peeling away from the bench to swarm toward her magic instead. Jon stared. "You just made yourself look tastier." Raven's jaw tight. "Less talking." "Right, fine." He slipped through the opening the second it cleared, grabbed the boy under the arms and lifted him out. The kid latched on hard enough to bruise. Jon did not comment. "Okay," Jon said, "we're going back now." The boy buried his face against Jon's shoulder and nodded desperately. Behind him, the breach did not like losing the live capture. A woman laughed in the dark. Not Hermione this time, not Ginny, no familiar face attached. Just a shape in the silver haze with too many details missing, like someone had tried to sketch a person with knives. "Greedy," the voice said, "always stealing what I set aside." Jon turned, kid still in his arms. Raven was already standing again, the dark energy coiling tighter around her hands now that the rescue was in motion. The shape in the haze tilted its head. "And you brought a daughter of Trigon. Brave." Raven's expression did not move. "Tell Mordru he's boring." That actually made the shape smile, bold from a girl stitched together by darkness. Jon muttered, "Okay, now I definitely don't like her." The shape's face flickered. For one ugly second, it wore Lois. Then McGonagall, then someone Jon didn't know, older, gold-eyed male, then nothing stable at all. A projector then, not a person, better. Jon shifted the kid to one arm and raised his free hand. Confringo. The spell tore through the haze shape and exploded against the stone behind it. The whole corridor bucked. The illusion shrieked and came apart in curling strips of violet fire. Raven didn't wait for it to rebuild. "Run." Jon ran. They hit the main platform just as Nightwing finished smashing the second anchor device with an eskrima stick wrapped in Zatanna's glowing sigils. Beast Boy, currently a gorilla because subtlety had clearly died an hour ago, heaved the third anchor clean out of the wall and slammed it onto the rail bed where Starfire incinerated it. The breach folded in on itself. Then the whole fake station imploded with a sound like a door getting ripped off its hinges in another world. Everybody came out into the real tunnel in a pile of dust, smoke, and bad moods. The kid in Jon's arms was still clinging. Jon shifted him carefully. "You okay?" The kid lifted his head just enough to say, "I threw up in my mouth a little." Jon nodded seriously. "Honestly, reasonable." Starfire came over and touched the boy's hair very gently. "You are safe now." The kid immediately believed her. Jon kind of got it. Raven looked at Jon over the top of the kid's head and said, "You didn't hesitate." Jon frowned. There was a kid. She nodded like that was the whole answer she'd expected. Nightwing, wiping dust off one shoulder, looked at Clark. "How many more?" Clark listened for a second, then shook his head. "The church signal's collapsing too." Gar and Corey took it out already. Beast Boy, back in human form and holding his side, said, "I would like the record to show I also got chased by a possessed choir stand, which feels very specific and unfair." No one gave him the record. He looked offended. Zatanna crouched near the rail crack and touched the concrete. "The breaches aren't random, they're probing, testing what gets a reaction. Shelter was guilt, tunnel was protective instinct, hospital was fear of loss." Clark said, and all tied back to Jon. Jon looked down at the kid he just carried out and felt it get ugly in his chest. "Right," he said, "I got that part." Raven heard the tone and cut him before it could sink further. "Number tied to your fault lines is not the same as caused by you." Jon looked at her. She held the gaze, and for the first time since he met her, there was something like deliberate care in the directness. "Mordru is choosing pressure points," she said. "That makes him responsible, not you." Nobody filled the silence after that. Jon looked away first and shifted the kid up higher on his shoulder. "Okay." Nightwing clapped once, hard enough to get the room moving again. "We triage the victims, like the magic residue, and then somebody smarter than me tells me where this psycho is shopping." Zatanna stood. "Gotham." Everybody looked at her. She raised one brow. "You think Metropolis is the only city with occult black markets? Cute." Beast Boy made a face. "Nope, don't like that sentence." Clark glanced at Jon. You up for more? Jon barked out a laugh. At this point, I'm basically running on spite. Raven said, that's not a number. No, Jon said. It really is. The occult market in Gotham did not exist on any map sensible people used. That was the first thing Jon learned. The second thing he learned was that Gotham had a smell all its own even in the daytime. Wet stone, old electricity, traffic fumes, history with bad boundaries. They came in under cover of dusk because apparently magical criminals liked atmosphere just as much as regular ones. Nightwing stayed behind to coordinate civilian cleanup, and because, in his words, Batman gets twitchy when I borrow his city for wizard business without texting. Beast Boy and Starfire peeled off to keep an eye on remaining breach flickers. That left Jon, Clark, Zatanna, and Raven dropping into a narrow alley behind what looked like a dead antique store with no sign and too many locks. Jon eyed the boarded window. This is the place. Zatanna touched the wall once and the whole storefront sighed awake around her. The boards weren't boards anymore, just glamours. The locks turned into carved bone charms. A dark neon sigil blinked to life above the door for 1 second, then went dark again. Yeah, she said, this is the place. Clark looked unimpressed. You shop here often? I don't buy, Zatanna said. I interrogate. Raven gave Jon a side look. Try not to touch anything. He looked at her. That's becoming everyone's hobby. Because your hobbies are worse. He almost smiled. Inside, the market did not look like a single shop. More like someone had hollowed out 5 buildings, broken reality at the seams, and told every magical fence, relic thief, and cursed object enthusiast in the eastern seaboard they could rent a stall if they kept the blood off the floor. Lantern light. Low voices. Too many smells. Too many eyes. A woman with moth wings where her sleeves should have been sold jars full of bottled whispers. A man with gold teeth and no shadow haggled over something wrapped in blessed cloth. One corner stall had necklaces made of teeth that absolutely did not come from one species. Jon looked around and said, I take back every time I thought Diagon Alley was weird. Raven's eyes moved constantly. Stay close. Because of the market or because of me? Yes, Zatanna led without looking back. That helped. People looked at her and then looked away the way civilians did around Clark sometimes, only this was respect mixed with professional caution. Good sign. They stopped at a stall made from stacked church pews and old subway signage. Behind the counter sat a thin old man polishing a brass mask with a sleeve that might once have been part of a priest's robe. He looked up at Zatanna and clicked his tongue. You always bring trouble expensive enough to make me regret being sober. Zatanna leaned on the counter. You say that like you've ever been sober. The old man looked at Jon, then Clark, then Raven, then back to Zatanna. Ah, he said, that kind of trouble. Jon frowned. Why does everyone keep doing that with their face? The old man ignored him. You want names. Zatanna smiled without charm. You want to keep your kneecaps. Here we are. The old man made a wounded sound. Threats in front of children. Jon looked behind himself. Where? Raven's mouth twitched. Barely. He caught it anyway. Zatanna set one of the split artifact casing photos on the counter and pressed it flat with 2 fingers. The old man stopped polishing. That was interesting. He did not touch the photo. Bad line, he said. We know, Zatanna replied. Who's moving it? The old man's eyes drifted to Jon. That depends. Is the boy for sale or purchase? Clark's voice dropped about 3 degrees. Choose your next sentence carefully. The old man raised both hands. Relax, farm god. I'm making a point, not an offer. That line isn't artifact trade. It's directional. Special commissions. Hunters, collectors, people who believe categories exist so they can own them. Jon's stomach turned cold. Lex, he said. The old man shrugged one shoulder. Lex is a wallet, not a source. Wallets come and go. Raven slid a second image over the counter, the hooded face from the warehouse printed from Lois's stills. The old man's pupils widened, tiny, real. There, Zatanna said softly. That got you. He glanced up with annoyance. You don't pay me enough to enjoy that tone. Talk anyway. The old man looked at the face again, then away too quickly. I've seen him, he admitted. Not often. Doesn't buy direct, uses runners, knows old ritual geometry, likes materials that remember violence. Jon's hand clenched on the counter edge. What's his name? The old man hesitated just long enough to matter. Raven stepped closer. If you lie, I'll feel it before you finish the breath. He looked at her and swallowed, then at Jon, then back at the picture. They call him Sebastian Blood in one circle, he said. Brother Silence in another, but those are theater names. The one he uses when he thinks he's smarter than everyone in the room is different. Jon's pulse kicked. The old man tapped the photo once. Marvelo. The room went still. Jon stared. That's impossible. The old man gave him a dry look. You came in here with a face full of ghosts, and impossible is your line. Raven watched Jon instead of the fence now. That name means something. Jon looked at her. My dead guy problem had a grandfather, Marvelo Gaunt. Zatanna swore softly. A family face then. Clark frowned. You think this man took the name on purpose? Jon nodded once, sharp and hard. Yeah, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. The old man lifted both palms off the photo. That's all you get for free. Zatanna looked mildly murderous. You're adorable, he sniffed, and alive. Clark stepped closer to the stall. Where does he go after he buys? The old man squinted at him. You really think these people fill out forwarding cards? No, Clark said. I think you like being useful to the winning side. That got the old man's attention in a whole new way. Interesting, Clark is country boy menace. Jon approved. The old man sighed. Fine, he doesn't stay in Gotham. He uses the city to break line of sight and hide shipments. There's a courier path through the old river tunnels into a collector exchange below Trigate Bridge. Zatanna nodded, and the line on Mordru. That made the old man actually flinch. Good to know. He glanced left and right before lowering his voice. Do not say that name in my stall. Jon leaned in. We did, though. The old man glared at him. Children. Raven's tone stayed flat. Answer. The old man rubbed a thumb over the brass mask and clearly debated whether his business model could survive saying no to all four of them at once. Apparently it could not. There's been movement, he muttered. Old bindings getting dragged out of vaults nobody with sense touched for decades. Spirit chains, memory bones, throne fragments, things tied to royal enchanter courts, ancient incarcerations, failed ascensions. He looked at Jon again. And anything with cross-world residue suddenly started pricing like gold. Jon felt every word like a finger tapping the same bruise. Because of me, the old man shrugged. Because of the possibility of you, there's a difference. Raven said, not enough of one. The fence spread his hands. I don't set the market, I survive it. Zatanna snatched both photos off the counter. If you hear Marvelo's name again, you call me before you sell the story to anyone with less patience. He sniffed. You say that like I like being murdered. Jon looked around the market. Feels like a valid concern. They turned to go. The old man called after them. The bridge exchange won't be there by now. Zatanna stopped and looked back over one shoulder. Then where does it go? The old man rubbed at one gold tooth with a thumbnail and looked like he already regretted being this alive and useful. It folds, he said, not vanishes. Folds. Marvelo's been buying grief-soaked architecture for months. Rooms where vows broke, chambers where bloodlines ended, execution cell fragments, trial stones, anything with old betrayal baked into it. Jon felt his jaw lock. Raven caught it. The old man noticed that too inside. Yeah, that face thought so. Clark stepped back toward the stall. Say it clearly. The old man glanced around the market before lowering his voice. He's not building a hideout. He's building a memory space, a pocket. Something personal enough to hold and cruel enough to bite. Jon's hands curled at his sides. Based on my old chamber. The old man didn't ask how he knew that. Smart. If the thing that wants the boy is following emotional architecture, he said, then yes. Why build a random door when you can rebuild the room where the wound opened? Zatanna swore. Raven's eyes were already elsewhere, not on the stall, not on the market, somewhere inward, tracking, feeling, whatever it was she did when the rest of them were still putting words on the problem. Clark looked at Jon. You okay? Jon barked out a short laugh. You really love that question. Yes. Then number shockingly not. Clark didn't flinch at the answer, just nodded once and looked back to the fence. Where? The old man spread his hands. I don't know the final address. Zatanna took one step closer and the air around the stall changed in a very educational way. The old man sighed. I know where he was buying the last piece. There's an old broker who deals in collapsed ritual spaces. Waterfront side, under the third span north of Trigate. Ask for Bell. If Bell's still alive, he'll know who paid for what. Nightwing's voice crackled over the comm from wherever he was still managing Titan's cleanup. Do we like Bell's odds? Zatanna said. Number. Jon looked at Raven. Do you feel anything? She closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them again, her face had gone flatter, which somehow meant worse. Yes, she said, and it's getting louder. That was enough. They left the stall without another word. The old man called after them one more time. If Bell tells you it's already active, don't go in angry. Jon looked back. That sounds fake. The old man shrugged. Magic isn't interested in whether you think its rules are fair. Great, Jon said. Love a system with customer service. Then they were out of the stall and moving. The market watched them go. Jon felt the eyes, curiosity, hunger, opportunism. A few things that were probably older than the market itself. Nobody stepped in their way. Superman helped with that. Raven helped too, though in a different lane. People didn't want her noticing too much about them. Jon got that immediately. Once they hit the alley again, Clark lifted off half a foot and said, Waterfront. Zatanna caught his sleeve. Wait, Clark looked down. Why? Because if Bell's already dead, a brute force entry could trigger whatever handoff protections Marvelo put down. She looked at Jon. And because if this pocket space is tied to your memory architecture, charging it at top speed while angry is exactly what Mordru wants. Jon folded his arms. What if I'm medium angry? Raven said, you're not. Jon looked at her. Okay, wow. Clark stepped between them before the alley turned into a side fight. Then we do this carefully. Carefully, Jon repeated. That's usually code for slower than the problem deserves. Clark held his gaze. Some time. Jon exhaled through his nose, didn't argue much. They headed for the waterfront by air in short jumps and line-of-sight bursts instead of one clean Superman arc over the city. Zatanna and Raven kept pace through magic, which Jon still found unfair but was trying not to sound jealous about. The river under Trigate looked filthy even by Gotham standards. Cargo runoff. Old oil. Too much history. The spans overhead shook every time trucks rolled across. Belle's place turned out to be exactly where sketchy magical brokers apparently belonged. Under the bridge, behind a rusted chain fence, through a half-collapsed maintenance door painted over so many times it had become its own kind of wall. The interior smelled like damp concrete and old incense. The corridor beyond was lined with crates, salt circles, and one taxidermied raven with 3 eyes. Jon stopped. Number Zatanna glanced back. No what? No to the bird. We're not acting like that's normal. Raven, deadpan, said it's not normal, it's tacky. Jon looked at her and against all odds laughed. The sound came out short and rough and more honest than he'd expected. Raven looked briefly surprised by it, then annoyed at herself for being surprised. Clark headed deeper into the tunnel. Belle, nobody answered. Then a voice came from behind a curtain of hanging chain links farther in. Depends who's buying. Jon recognized the type before the man stepped out. Lean, quick-eyed, a beard that had lost the fight with maintenance years ago. Half priest, half scrapyard manager, all survivor. Belle wore fingerless gloves and a coat lined with too many pockets to be legal in any decent city. He took one look at Superman, one look at Zatanna, one look at Raven, and then his eyes hit Jon. He swore softly. Oh, that's just rude, Jon said. At least say hello before you get ominous. Belle didn't smile. You're supposed to be harder to find. Raven said he is. Belle's attention flicked to her. Number I can see that. Clark stepped closer. You sold ritual space fragments to a man calling himself Marvelo. Belle's expression did not improve. Allegedly, Zatanna reached past him, snatched a brass charm off the wall by Belle's shoulder, looked at it once and said, this is a witness not tied to exchange records. Wanna try that answer again? Belle muttered something foul under his breath. You can't just do that. I just did. Belle looked at Clark. She's worse than the cape. Clark didn't disagree. Jon respected that. Belle scrubbed a hand down his face. Fine, he bought layout bones, not physical walls, imprint segments, last stand chambers, betrayal circles, a memory furnace from Prague, trial bench ash from somewhere in Britain. He wanted a room that would hold a person and keep teaching the wound while it held. Jon's whole body went still. Raven turned her head just enough to look at him without making a thing of it. He appreciated that more than he wanted to. Clark said, where did he take it? Belle hesitated again. Zatanna held up the brass witness knot and let a spark run across it. Belle, he winced. Old switching station on the river cut, decommissioned. The real site's not there, not physically. That's just the anchor shell. The actual room sits half a step sideways. I told him it was unstable. Jon looked at him and he said, Belle met his eyes and visibly regretted it. He said unstable was the point. Of course he did. Raven stepped closer to Belle and the air got heavy enough that even Jon felt it. How many live anchors has he fed it? Belle's throat moved once. 4, maybe 5. Jon frowned. Live anchors. Zatanna answered without taking her eyes off Belle. People. Belle lifted both hands. Not dead people, not when I heard. Children maybe, sensitive ones, easier to hook, easier to scare. Jon moved before he knew he was moving. Clark caught his shoulder, not a grab to stop him, an anchor, a second to think, too late for that really. Jon looked at Belle and said very flat, you sold kids to this. Belle shook his head fast. Number I sold him architecture, the rest came from someone else. Lex, Jon said. Belle didn't answer, didn't have to. Raven's face had gone empty in the dangerous way now. If there are live anchors inside, destroying the pocket from the outside will kill them. That snapped the room into the real problem. Clark's hand stayed on Jon's shoulder. Then we go in and get them out. Zatanna looked at Belle. What protects the threshold? Belle laughed once in pure disbelief. You think he gave me an invitation? Zatanna let the witness not glow brighter. Belle held up both hands again. Fine, reflection entry. He keyed it to remembered authority. The room opens easiest for the person it wants and worse for anyone trying to help him. Jon looked at the chain curtain, then at Belle. So I'm the door. Raven said yes. He hated how often that kept happening too. Clark's grip on his shoulder tightened a fraction. We can find another way. Raven shook her head once. Not fast enough. Zatanna looked between Jon and Clark. If there are kids in there, every minute matters. But if he goes in alone, the room will eat him alive. Belle, maybe finally sensing the exact lane of danger he'd stepped into, pointed toward a side room. There's an access mirror Marvelo tuned last week. If you're doing this, do it before he feels the trail I just gave you. That was probably the smartest thing he'd said. The side room held 3 standing mirrors draped in black cloth, 1 steel basin full of dark water, and a floor scored with old chalk circles that had been half scrubbed out. One of the mirrors had a hairline crack running from top left to center like somebody had tried to hit it with a hammer and regretted the results. Belle pointed. That one. Zatanna stared at the setup and made a face. I hate all of this. Jon stepped toward the mirror. Clark moved with him. Wait, Jon stopped. Clark's expression had changed. Not fear, not exactly. That other thing, the one Jon had learned to watch for since he was little. The moment Clark's instincts wanted to wrap everything in steel and sunlight and not let the universe have another shot. We go together, Clark said. Belle laughed under his breath. That'll tear the threshold. Clark turned his head just enough for Belle to shut up instantly. Raven came to stand on Jon's other side. He can't. Jon looked at her. You really have great timing for sentences I don't enjoy. She ignored that. The room wants him as contrast, not Superman, not safety, the failure of safety. If Clark forces entry first, the structure locks harder around the betrayal pattern. Clark's jaw tightened. Zatanna added, she's right, you can come in after the threshold opens, but Jon has to trip it. Jon let out a breath. Great, again. Clark looked at him and Jon could see the fight there. He could almost hear it. Every instinct in the man wanted to say no and mean it hard enough that reality listened. Instead, Clark asked, what do you need? Jon blinked once, then a second time because the question hit him right where it always did, not taking the choice away. Just asking what support looked like. He looked at the cracked mirror. At the threshold, he said slowly, if it starts getting into my head, don't argue with the room, pull me back to what's real. Clark nodded once. Done. Zatanna started working the chalk circle with quick, efficient gestures. Raven goes in first, step behind him. I hold the mirror open from outside. Superman follows when the threshold stabilizes or if I shout. Nobody improvise. Jon looked at her. That sounds deeply aimed at me and him, she said, jerking her chin at Clark. Clark actually had the grace to look mildly offended. Raven stepped directly in front of Jon. Close now. Close enough that the room narrowed a little around her in the cracked mirror. If the room uses faces, she said, you do not answer the faces. Right, if it uses guilt, you don't bargain. Okay, if it gives you a clean chance to finally say everything you wanted to say, Jon cut in. I don't take it. Raven held his gaze for 1 second longer then nodded. Good, there was no pep talk after that. No dramatic ready, no count of 3. Zatanna slapped one palm over the mirror's cracked edge and spoke a backward phrase so sharp the glass screamed. The surface turned black, then silver, then into the soft wrong shimmer Jon knew now on contact. Threshold. The mirror showed not their reflections, not Belle's ugly side room, but a stone archway lit by cold white fire. Jon stepped in. The glass went through him like freezing water. For 1 second there was no floor, then there was stone, old stone, damp, familiar in all the ways that made his body want to revolt. He landed in a corridor that was not the Wisengamot chamber but had been stitched out of its bones. Circular walls, tiered shadows where benches should be. Cracks running silver underfoot like veins. Raven came through right behind him without a stumble. The threshold behind them shrank from mirror size to door size, then to a smear of light on a wall that no longer existed. Well, Jon said, that's horrible. Raven's eyes moved over the corridor. Stay close. Starting to think that's your favorite sentence. It's the one you need most. The pocket space breath. No, really, it did. The wall shifted in a rhythm too slow for lungs and too regular for stone. Somewhere deeper in the structure, metal dragged over rock. Jon fought the urge to turn in a circle looking for threats. That was what the room wanted. Reaction before decision. Instead he listened. Crying children. More than one from the left passage, one below, one weirdly near and then not near at all. Raven closed her eyes briefly. 3 real, more fake. Jon nodded once. How far? Deeper, helpful. You keep complaining about accuracy. He almost smiled again, did not love that this kept happening around her either. The first construct came before the first turn. Neville, 12 years old maybe, hospital gown. Mungo's facial bruises from after his parents, eyes wide and wet. Harry, the construct said, why didn't you come sooner? Jon stopped dead. That was dirty in a different lane. Raven glanced at him, then at the construct. Interesting. Jon found his voice. That's not even one of the right memories. The construct blinked. What? You picked the wrong guilt. It cracked, not the face, the effect, just a tiny stutter. Raven saw it too. Then the construct smiled with too many teeth, and the voice dropped into something else entirely. Good, I wanted to know whether he told you that. Jon moved first. Depulso. The construct hit the wall hard enough to burst into violet ash and a spray of silver sparks. Raven looked at the dissipating mess and said, you were right, it doesn't understand people, it samples and arranges pain. Close enough to bait, not close enough to live. Jon forced his breathing slower. Then that's good. No, Raven said, that means it can learn. Right, fantastic. They took the left passage because the crying there had gone from wavering to sharp with panic. The corridor opened into a chamber built half from stone benches and half from a sheltered dormitory. Cots lined the far wall, school drawings fluttered on the floor. The ceiling was the chamber's vaulted dome. 3 kids sat trapped inside a ring of silver fire in the center. Not the same kids from the shelter or tunnel. New ones, teenagers this time. One boy with his nose bleeding, one girl clutching a metal cross hard enough to bend it, one younger kid staring blankly at nothing. Raven took in the ring and shook her head. That's not fire, it's attention. Jon looked at her. You say things in really upsetting ways. The point stands. The trapped girl saw them and stood too fast. Help him, please, he won't wake up. Jon was already moving before she finished. The ring hissed when he got close. Not heat, pressure again, like the room testing whether he'd push through or flinch. He didn't. He stepped straight across the line. Silver light wrapped around his legs and tried to climb. Raven's voice snapped from behind him. Don't let it define you. Jon almost laughed because wow, not obvious at all. Instead, he focused on the unconscious younger kid. Thin, dark curls, maybe 9, breathing too shallow, eyes moving under the lids like he was trapped in a nightmare inside the nightmare. Jon dropped to one knee and put a hand on the kid's shoulder. The room hit back instantly. The chamber around him vanished. He was back in Britain, older body, old wand, old pain, kneeling on the blasted floor while the ceiling array locked down and Ron lay body-bound on the stone staring at him in horror. This time Ron spoke. This time he said, if you just cooperated, nobody would have had to choose. Jon's jaw locked so hard it hurt. Not real, not real, not enough. Then another hand landed over his on the sleeping kid's shoulder. Raven's hand, cool. Steady, real, the chamber illusion buckled. You're drifting, she said, voice close and level. Jon blinked and the British stone was gone. The kid was still there. The two older teens were still trapped, still staring, still scared out of their minds. Right, he looked at Raven's hand over his and for one weird second felt the clean shock of somebody stepping into bad ground with him without making it about being brave. Thanks, he muttered. Raven's hand moved away. Wake him up. Jon snorted, less touching the feelings, more orders. Got it. He focused on the kid again, not healing magic, not enough time and too risky without a wand, just grounding. Pulling, he put one hand against the kid's chest, one against the silver line on the floor and forced his own magic outward slow and even. Come on, he said under his breath. No more sleeping and creepy nonsense. Up. The silver ring hissed louder. The kid gasped, eyes flew open, the whole room shook. The two older teens screamed. Raven spun toward the doorway as 6 constructs flooded it at once. Not old friends this time, ministry robes, aurors, judges, all faceless. Better that way maybe. Worse too, Raven's dark energy hit the first line like a wall and blasted 3 apart at once. Jon got the little kid under his arm, then barked at the 2 older ones, move. They moved. Good. He shoved the younger kid at Raven as she held the doorway and grabbed the bleeding nose boy by the collar with his free hand, steering all 3 toward the passage. The constructs kept coming. Raven didn't try to kill each one. Smart. She broke their shapes faster than they could form, turning bodies into smoke and smoke into loose drifting ash. Out, she said. Jon got the kids into the corridor, then turned back because of course he did. Raven was still in the room, one hand out, cloak whipping in magic wind that should not have existed indoors, holding the chamber together long enough for them to escape. One faceless judge construct slipped her ward line and rushed from the side. Jon didn't think. He launched himself through the doorway, caught the thing by the throat, and drove it into the floor with enough force to split it from collarbone to hip in violet light. Raven looked at him. Jon shrugged, breathing hard. Less talking, more running. That got another almost smile. Tiny, gone fast. They ran. The corridor behind them started collapsing in slabs of stone and strips of dormitory wall. The kids didn't ask questions. Excellent survival instincts. Jon handed the youngest to the older girl and took point while Raven brought up the rear, shredding anything the room threw at them that got too close. They hit a junction and stopped. 3 passages now, one down, one up. One sideways into dim blue light. The children clung together in the middle. Raven closed her eyes. One more live anchor below us. Jon looked at the kids. Can we get these out first? Raven opened her eyes. If we backtrack to the threshold, the room will seal before we reach the last child. Jon swore. The older teen girl said, voice shaking but trying not to. Go get them. We can stay quiet. Jon turned to her. Absolutely not. The bleeding nose boy lifted his chin in that brave kid way that always made Jon want to punch the universe. We're not babies. Raven stepped in before Jon could say something stupidly protective. Can you follow simple instructions fast? All 3 nodded. Then stay between us, Raven said. No stopping for voices. No turning around if you hear someone you love, no matter what. The younger kid looked terrified. What if it's my mom? Raven's expression didn't soften, but her voice did, just a fraction. Then your mom would want you to keep moving. That worked. The boy nodded hard. They took the downward path. The walls got worse the lower they went. Less chamber now, more raw ritual. Circles carved into stone. Ministry seal fragments fused into bricks. Half-burned parchment stuck under the surface like fossils. Jon looked at one broken seal and stopped. The British ministry crest. Real, not copy. Real. How did he get that here? He muttered. Raven's eyes tracked the wall. He imported pieces. He imported a court. He imported your wound. That hit. He hated that she kept naming things in ways he couldn't dodge. The stairs ended in a circular pit with iron bars overhead like somebody had welded a prison into the bottom of a courtroom. In the middle sat a boy maybe Jon's age, knees up, head down, inside a cage of silver light. For one stupid instant Jon thought it was himself. Then the boy looked up, not him, black skin, shaved hair, bruised mouth, fury in the eyes so bright it almost lit the room. Alive, real, good. Boy saw Jon and immediately went for aggression, which Jon also respected. Back off, he snapped. If you're another fake, I'm biting. Jon blinked. Strong start. Raven scanned the cage. This one's different. The trapped boy looked from Jon to Raven and his face changed from fury to confusion to something more careful. You're real, he said slowly. Jon crouched just outside the cage line. Yeah, the boy looked at the 3 other kids behind them then back. Took you long enough, Jon snorted. Sorry, we had a whole magic hostage maze on the way in. The boy lifted his chin. You getting me out or narrating it? Jon pointed at him. Okay, I kind of like this one. Raven stepped to the edge of the cage and frowned. This is fed from somewhere else, not just the pocket space. It's anchored to a living mind. Jon looked at the boy. Yours, the boy barked a humorless laugh. Wouldn't be trapped if it was. A voice rolled through the pit from above them. You choose interesting company, child. Mordru, not the same booming channel as before, clearer now, closer. Every kid in the stairwell flinched. The angry boy in the cage went still in a different way. Recognition, great. Jon stood. Show yourself, Mordru laughed softly. And step into the circle you hate. Number you are more useful moving. Raven lifted her chin toward the iron bars overhead. He's using the cage as a relay. Break the relay, the prison collapses. Do it, the trapped boy snapped, before I have to listen to his voice any longer. Jon looked up at the bars. Symbols ran through them, half hidden, tied into the walls above. Can you hold the kids? He asked Raven. I can hold this room for 30 seconds. Jon looked at the cage. That all? That's a lot. Fair. He moved up the side wall, using strength more than magic this time, because the room was waiting for his magic, tracking it, wanting it. He jammed his fingers into the stone seam, hauled himself up, and planted boots against the side arch under the bar ring. Below him, Mordru's voice rolled through the pit again. Do you know why betrayal works so well, Jonathan? Jon snarled. Not a great time. It is always the right time, Mordru said. Betrayal rearranges the soul. It teaches shape better than love ever does. The bars pulsed under Jon's hands. He saw the structure now. 3 link points. Break one and the other 2 would tight. Break all 3 within one breath and the whole thing would fall. Easy, probably, he set his hands. Below, Raven's dark field spread around the children, holding them still against the room's pressure. Mordru's voice kept talking because of course it did. That is why your old companions served me without knowing my name. They built the opening when they chose fear. How generous of them. Jon froze just for a fraction. Raven looked up sharply. Ignore him. Jon's breath came faster. He's lying. Maybe, Raven said. Doesn't matter right now. Mordru chuckled. Doesn't it? Ask her then. Ask the empath whether the room remembers only your pain or theirs as well. The bars got hotter under Jon's palms. He wanted to answer. Wanted to demand details. Wanted to know whether this voice had been in that chamber, in that ritual, in the choice that killed Harry Potter and built Jonathan Kent. He wanted that more than was useful. So he did the only smart thing and hit the bars hard enough to stop thinking. First point shattered. The cage below screamed. Second point cracked. The room bucked. Third point, a hand touched his ankle. He looked down on pure reflex. Fake Hermione hanging upside down from the arch below him, smiling like she knew she'd earned exactly the fraction of attention she needed. Jon swore and kicked her in the face. The construct burst apart. Too late. The timing window closed. The first 2 broken points reformed in silver fire. The cage below tightened around the trapped boy, drawing blood where the light crossed his arms. He hissed through his teeth and glared up. If you're going to screw up, do it faster. Jon almost laughed because, wow, okay, Raven didn't look up from the children she was shielding. Again, right, this time he didn't let Mordru speak, didn't let the room speak either. He looked at the 3 points, counted in his head, used heat vision for 1, strength for 1, magic for the 3rd because apparently he had to be difficult in every power category. Red beam, cracking steel, silver burst, the ring came apart. The cage around the boy collapsed instantly. So did half the floor. The whole pit dropped. Raven swore and hauled the children backward in a wave of dark force just as the center gave way into a shaft of cold light below. The freed boy almost went with it. Jon launched off the wall, caught his wrist, and slammed shoulder first into the stair edge hard enough to see stars. The boy looked up at him from over the shaft. You always do that, Jon grunted, dragging him up. Apparently, the boy got his footing and immediately shrugged Jon's hand off like accepting help for longer than 1 second might be lethal. Raven looked from one to the other. Move, good call. The shaft below the broken pit was not empty now. Something was rising in it, not a body, not exactly. A column of faces, judges, schoolmates, ministry officials. Random people from both lives, all half-formed and wrong, stacked in silver-violet light that kept trying to become one thing and failing. Mordrew's voice came through the mass, amused. That was the kind choice. Jon backed up a step, getting the kids behind him. Raven's dark field tightened around the group. What was the other? Jon shot back. Destroy the pocket with them inside, Mordrew said. Faster, cleaner, more honest. Jon's whole expression flat. Right, he said, definitely want you dead. The face column smiled with too many mouths. Raven looked at him from the side. Can you run? Jon glanced at the kids, at the angry boy at the stairwell starting to split in 3 places. Yes, Raven nodded. Then run. They ran. This time there was no careful navigation. The whole pocket space had gone from trap to collapse. Corridors split, walls buckled. Every few yards the room threw up. Somebody Jon knew, somebody one of the kids knew, somebody Clark or Lois might know if the structure could reach that far. None of it mattered now. Raven cut through the projections, Jon bulldozed the geometry, and the rescued children did exactly what they'd been told because terror had made them practical. The angry boy stayed beside Jon almost the whole time. At one point when the floor tilted and the younger child from the stairwell nearly went down a crack, the boy caught him by the hoodie and shoved him back without breaking stride. Jon saw it, filed it away. Good kid. 2 turns later, fake Ron stepped out of a collapsing wall and said, if you leave now he dies. Jon blew him apart with heat vision without slowing down. Raven glanced at the ash. Efficient, Jon said, learning. They hit the threshold corridor just as it started shrinking. The door of mirror light had gone from room size to single file. Clark stood on the other side, one hand braced against the opening while Zatanna poured power into the mirror anchor from Belle's grimy little room. He looked at Jon once, took in the number of children and said, now. Raven shoved the first 3 through. Then the rescued boy from the cage, then the little ones. Jon came last except for Raven, turning once in the threshold to see the pocket space behind them tearing itself apart in silver and violet and old stone. And there, at the far end of the corridor that wasn't a corridor anymore, stood Marvolo, not hooded now, clear-faced, watching the collapse with his hands behind his back like he had paid admission to the show. Jon saw him and started forward. Raven's hand hit the center of his back and shoved, not the priority. Jon hit the mirror threshold and stumbled out into Belle's side room hard enough to knock into Clark. Raven came through a split second later, then the mirror shattered, not dramatically, just gave up, cracked all the way across and slewed down into dead gray glass dust that stank of old rain and bad magic. Belle, who had been flattening himself against the far wall with a level of self-preservation Jon could respect, looked at the rescued kids, then at the dead mirror, then at Zatanna. Was that the good outcome? Nobody answered him. Clark counted heads first. Of course he did. Fast. Efficient kids, Jon, Raven, Zatanna. Good. Then he looked at Jon's face and said very quietly, you okay? Jon had ash on his suit, blood on his mouth again, and the very fresh knowledge that Mordrew had just offered him a chance to solve the problem faster by letting children die. He looked at Clark and answered with the truth because apparently that was his brand now. No, he said, but everyone's out. Clark nodded once, and if there was pride in that, Jon tried not to look at it too hard. The Tower of Fate looked like a place designed by someone who hated straight lines and took it personally. Jon kind of loved that, not because he enjoyed being disoriented. Because at least this building was honest about trying to confuse him. The stairs changed when you looked away. The doors opened into rooms they definitely should not fit behind. The windows showed sky angles that made no sense for where the tower physically stood. After Belle's side room got too small for the amount of damage and rescued children and emotions in it, Zatanna made the call, not the fortress, not Titan's tower. Fate. So now they were in a chamber lined with books that probably argued with each other at night, while 3 newly rescued kids drank hot chocolate from cups that had appeared out of nowhere and looked too dazed to question magical interior design anymore. The angry boy from the pit sat apart from the others on the edge of a low bench, cup untouched, jaw hard, still watching exits, still watching Jon sometimes when he thought Jon wouldn't notice. Jon noticed. He also noticed Raven had positioned herself where she could see everybody in the room without becoming the center of it. Smart, annoying, consistent. Dr. Fate was not what Jon expected. For one thing, Khalid Nasser looked younger than the title sounded. Not teenager young, but not old wizard crypt either. He wore normal clothes under the gold-helmed nonsense, and when the helmet came off, he looked less like a god and more like a doctor who had gone to med school and then got ambushed by destiny on the commute. He had listened to the whole report without interrupting, which made Jon trust him slightly more than half the authority figures he'd met this week. Now he stood beside a circular table where the ash from the broken mirror and a few fragments from the pocket space collapse had been laid out in little floating rings of gold light. The room was real enough, Khalid said. Not a hallucination, not a simple trap, it was a constructed intersection. A place assembled from memory architecture, ritual debris, and live emotional anchors. Jon leaned against a pillar and crossed his arms. You make that sound academic. Khalid looked at him. It helps me think. Fair. Zatanna pointed at the floating mirror dust. Can Mordru build another? Khalid's mouth flat. Yes. Nobody liked that answer, he went on, but not from scratch as quickly. The pocket space collapsed because Jonathan destabilized the core structure and Raven prevented it from refeeding on the captives. Clark glanced at Raven. So we bought time. Some, Khalid said, not safety. The rescued children had been handed off to care workers on an upper level through a process Jon didn't fully understand but was happy existed. All except the angry boy who had refused to leave until he knew what happened next. Jon respected that too much to argue hard. Lois had been updated through secure line and had said 3 things in order. Good, Lex is bleeding publicly, and if anyone tries to touch those kids before legal counsel gets there I will set the city on fire. Perry had apparently said that sounded fair. Jon looked at Khalid. What exactly is Mordru? Khalid met his eyes. Ancient. Jon stared. That's not an answer, it's the first one. He's an old order magic tyrant from a line of imperial sorcerer kings whose entire philosophy was that power exists to be centralized, categorized, and ruled. Khalid rested one palm on the table edge. He has died more than once. That helped exactly 0. Jon let that settle. Raven looked toward the floating ash. He found Jonathan through the death scar. Khalid nodded. More precisely through the tear pattern left when a soul exited one world under violent magical convergence and stabilized in another under incompatible cosmic law. Jon blinked. Cool, love being a medical case. Khalid did not smile. You are not a case. You are a breach event with agency. That distinction matters. That landed strangely well. Clark said, can he reach Jon directly now? Khalid's expression went unreadable in the way experts' faces sometimes did right before bad news. Not fully. If he could, we would already be having a different conversation. Meaning, Jon asked. Meaning he still needs architecture, ritual intermediaries. He can pressure, bait, and probe. He cannot simply take Jonathan across the gap. The angry boy on the bench finally spoke up. Then why were you all acting like the world was ending? Everyone turned. The boy held their looks without flinching. Good for him. Khalid answered first. Because pressure changes systems. If someone like Mordru keeps widening the path, eventually the difference between can't and not yet stops mattering. The boy considered that and said, that's bad. Jon pointed at him. You catch on fast. The boy gave him a look. I'm not stupid. Jon lifted both hands. Didn't say you were. Raven looked at the boy. What's your name? He hesitated. Then Malik. Khalid's head turned toward him. Malik Thomas. The boy's eyes narrowed. Why? Khalid's expression actually shifted. You were flagged last month through a community outreach channel. Low-level spontaneous field sensitivity, unstable dream bleed. We were trying to locate you. Malik stared. That sounds fake as hell. Jon barked a laugh. He's not wrong. Khalid ignored that and looked at Malik more closely. Mordru's people likely selected you because you were already receptive. The same for the others. Children with soft thresholds, high stress, low institutional protection. Clark's face hardened at that last part. Lois was going to enjoy ruining people over it. Jon pushed off the pillar. So Lex's people or Marvelo's people snatched kids with magical sensitivity and fed them into a pocket space built from my worst memory. Khalid nodded once. Yes. Still bad. Yes. Okay, just checking. Zatanna folded her arms. Can Mordru trace us here? Khalid's gaze moved to the tower walls. Not easily. Jon caught that word. That means yes. It means this tower sits half outside ordinary mapping and is warded by systems older than his current line of approach, Khalid said, which buys us protection, not invisibility. Clark asked, what's next? Khalid looked at Jon. Raven looked at Jon too, but different, not authority, not analysis, more like she was waiting to see which kind of answer he'd give. Jon hated that he knew there were types now. What's next, he said, is I want Marvelo's face off the board, then I want Lex stripped down to every lie he's hiding under a corporation. Then I want Mordru to stop talking like he owns the right to study me. Khalid was quiet for a second, then that's understandable, not the same as a plan. Jon scrubbed a hand over his face. Yeah, I know. Raven finally pushed off the wall. The plan starts with pattern. Jon looked at her. You say that like a threat. It's advice, try to keep up. Malik from the bench muttered, I like her. Jon pointed at him. Traitor. That got the smallest real smile out of Raven. Tiny, gone fast. He still saw it. She moved to the table where the ash floated. Mordru's probes are escalating by category, first exposure in public, then testing emotional anchors, then building a room from Jonathan's betrayal. She tapped one finger against the air over the silver-gray dust. He's not just trying to hurt him, he's mapping which pressures produce what response. Khalid nodded. Yes. Clark's voice sharpened. To what end? Raven looked at Jon before answering. To learn what might make him choose control. The room went still. Jon stared at her. She held the stare, didn't soften the line, didn't hide from it either. Mordru thinks the betrayal taught you truth, she said. That people fail, institutions betray, and protection only works when one person is strong enough to force it. Jon's mouth went dry, because that was the shape of the poison, wasn't it? Not revenge exactly. Worse. The part of him that knew how easy it would be with enough power to stop waiting for good intentions and just decide. Clark broke the silence before it could get weirdly holy. And he's wrong. Raven's eyes shifted to Clark. He wants Jonathan to prove you right. That helped more than Jon wanted to admit. Khalid said, then the immediate question becomes who can pressure which channel next. Luthor pushes public narrative and logistics. Marvolo builds ritual roots and psychological leverage. Mordru waits for the architecture to improve. Zatanna looked at Jon, and every time you choose people over control, he learns more slowly. Jon huffed a laugh. That is a deeply annoying moral framework. Malik lifted his untouched hot chocolate and said, still better than the evil one. Jon pointed at him. He's got a point. The tower door banged open. Everybody turned. Lois Lane walked in carrying 3 files, 1 coffee, and enough forward momentum to start a weather system. I leave you for 2 hours, she said, and apparently you build a child rescue ring out of destiny nonsense. Jon grinned despite himself. Good to see you too. Lois crossed the room, checked him with one sweep of sharp eyes, then did the same to Clark, then Raven, then Zatanna, then the unfamiliar boy on the bench. Her gaze landed there. And you are? Malik lifted his chin. Malik, Lois nodded once. You want lawyers, food, or silence first? Malik blinked, then said very carefully, food. Good answer, Lois said. Khalid actually smiled at that. She set the files on the table. Perry's holding the Lex line. City inspectors just found enough unregistered hardware in the sublevel annex to make 3 agencies start blaming each other. Mercy Graves is in full cleanup mode and Lex's legal office is pretending Connor doesn't exist, which means they're terrified he'll talk. Sam's trying to freeze federal action before someone clever says the word containment on record. Jon glanced at Clark. Busy morning. Lois gave him a look. It's been 14 hours since you blew up a city block in public and started a magical conspiracy case, Jonathan. We are way past busy. Fair, she tapped the top file. This one's for the basement. Connor's data trail is real. It's ugly. Partial genomic template matches to Clark, partial human line masking, black budget biofabrication vendors linked through 2 cutouts to Cadmus-adjacent shell structures. Clark went very still. Lois saw it and softened exactly 0. We'll deal with that next. Jon folded his arms. Connor doesn't know all of it yet. Lois glanced at him. You planning to tell him? Jon thought about Connor's face under the gala lights. Subject C. The way he'd stared at Lex like the room finally had witnesses. The way he'd taken the edge of the blast for Jon and then acted insulted about it. Yeah, Jon said. Eventually. Lois nodded once like that answer counted. Then she opened the second file. This one's for Bell, he's gone. Zatanna swore. Already. Left his hole 12 minutes after you did. Somebody hit him in the alley before city cameras got eyes. He's alive, barely. Perry's source says the words old family debts were written on the wall in chalk. Marvolo then, or someone feeding the theme. Raven's face darkened. Message work. Lois pointed at the 3rd file. And this one is the part I really hate. She slid a photo out. It was from Metropolis general security footage, not public, grainy, timestamped during the breach chaos. A janitor's closet door in the pediatric wing, empty hall, then halfway in the reflection of a window, a figure in a hood. The face wasn't fully visible, but the smile was. Marvolo, he'd been in the hospital too. Jon stared at the image until his vision sharpened into something ugly. He was following the rescues. Yes, Raven said. Lois looked from one to the other. You already knew. Not that exactly, Raven said, but yes. Lois closed the file. Then here's the part everyone in this room is not going to like. He wants a second contact. He wouldn't waste visibility if he didn't. Khalid's mouth flat. Agreed. Jon looked at the hospital still again. Then we stopped waiting for him to show up and go looking. Zatanna made a noise like maybe and maybe not. Khalid said, you just did. Not enough. Clark stepped in. Jon rounded on him. What, you think I don't know I'm angry? Clark held his gaze. I think if you chase Marvolo in this state, you give Mordru exactly what Raven just warned us about. That hit clean, too clean. Jon looked away first because he hated how right it sounded. The tower got quiet in the wake of it. Even Lois didn't feel it. That was rare enough to count. Malik broke the tension by muttering. This whole thing would be easier if evil people weren't so organized. Beast Boy, who had apparently let himself in at some point during the briefing because boundaries meant nothing to him, called from the doorway, buddy, you have no idea. Everyone turned. He stood there holding a paper bag, 2 coffees, and the world's least guilty expression. Starfire was behind him carrying enough takeout for an apocalypse. Nightwing came in last, already reading a tablet. "Good," he said, "everybody's here, we've got a new problem." Jon pointed at the bag in Beast Boy's hand. "If that's not fries, I'm leaving." "It's fries." "Okay, continue." Nightwing walked to the table and set the tablet down between the files. A screen capture was paused on it, not a live feed, not official media. A phone video. The frame showed Clark, Superman, standing in broad daylight outside a damaged city block talking to first responders. Nothing weird there. Then the clip played. Clark turned towards something off camera with the exact look he got when he heard somebody in danger. He stepped away from the responders, took 3 strides, and vanished inside a vertical sheet of silver light that had not been there a frame before. The video cut in shock and bad language. Nobody in the room moved. Nightwing looked at Clark. "You were with us at the exact timestamp. This happened 9 minutes ago in Metropolis." Lois went white, then furious. "A fake." Raven shook her head slowly. Jon looked at the paused image again, then at Clark standing beside him in the room. Same face, same body, same movement. The exact kind of false rescue pull the breaches had been testing in the tunnel. "Mordru's escalating," he said. Khaled's voice dropped. "Not just escalating, refining." Lois stabbed a finger at the screen. "Can he do that? Just project Superman into the city?" Clark's face had gone still in the bad way now. "Calm outside, force underneath. If he's learned enough from the breaches, maybe." Nightwing swiped to the next clip. This one was from a different angle, longer, worse. The false Clark stepped into the silver sheet. Then the sheet flashed red, and for one frame, one ugly frame, you could see a containment lattice inside it shaped almost like the chamber array from Jon's memory, only adapted. Longer lines, mechanical anchors, red sun elements. Then it was gone. Jon felt cold all over. Raven was watching him, not the screen. "He learned from the basement machine," she said softly. Jon looked at her. "Yeah." Lois's mouth was a hard line. "Then he's not just pulling on memory anymore, he's combining it with tech." "Luthor," Zatanna said. "Arvelo," Khaled said at the same time. Clark looked at the video once more and said, "Then I'm the next target." Jon laughed once, sharp and wrong. "No kidding." Clark turned to him. Jon scrubbed a hand over his mouth. "Sorry, yeah, obviously." Nightwing looked at the room. "Can we trace the site from the light signature?" Khaled and Zatanna both leaned over the tablet. Raven didn't. She was still looking at Jon. He felt it and finally looked back. "You already know," he said. "Yes." That should have annoyed him. Instead, it just made the room narrower in the way that had started happening around her. Not softer, clearer. "What?" Clark asked. Raven answered without looking away from Jon. "The next move doesn't go through Jonathan. It goes through his fear of losing the family he trusts now." The words landed hard enough that Jon almost physically felt them. Because yes, of course, that was the pressure point now. Not just the old room, not just betrayal. The contrast. The part of him that had finally started believing this family was real. Mordru wanted to cut there next. Jon looked at the tablet again. At the frame of fake Clark stepping into a silver trap, then at the real Clark standing right here. No way was Mordru stopping at projections. He said, "We don't split up." Clark nodded immediately, agreed. Lois looked around the room. Nobody goes anywhere alone. Nobody answers isolated distress calls without confirmation. Nobody chases reflected apparitions into light sheets, cursed doors, weird mirrors, or anything else that sounds like a sentence I shouldn't have to say. Beast Boy raised one hand. "Can that rule be tower-wide? Because honestly, it would help." Starfire nodded gravely. "It is a strong rule." Nightwing tapped the tablet again. "Too late. We've got another feed." A second clip loaded. This one wasn't public. Internal camera from somewhere metallic and dim. No timestamp, no location tag. The image shook once, then stabilized. Clark was on screen, not fake this time, real. Red sun lamps burned overhead in a circle around him. Steel restraints locked across his wrists and chest. Silverlit runes crawled over the floor beneath the platform, holding him upright, not unconscious, awake, grim, fighting it. The camera angle widened slowly, like whoever was holding it wanted the view appreciated. Mordru didn't appear in body. He didn't need to. His voice filled the audio channel, cold and pleased. "Come alone, Jonathan. Or watch your father learn what your old chamber taught you." The clip ended. No one in the room breathed for one full second. Then Jon was moving. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Sunfall Protocol. Jon crossed the room so fast the chair behind him tipped over. Nobody stopped him, not because they didn't want to, because the whole place moved at once. Clark turned toward the tablet on instinct, maybe to grab it, maybe to smash it, maybe to do both. Raven's eyes went wide in the exact flat way that meant something magical had gone from bad to immediate. Zatanna swore and threw one hand toward the screen. Khaled reached for the golden helm at the same time. Too late. The image on the tablet didn't just sit there, it answered. Silver light poured out of the screen in a vertical sheet, same shape as the fake Superman clip from Metropolis, except this one had weight. Red lines flashed through it like veins. Symbols climbed the air around it, mechanical at first and then not. Jon saw the structure before he understood it. Containment lattice, red sun geometry, ritual lock. The light hit the floor under Clark. Clark's whole body tensed. Down, Khalid snapped. Jon didn't go down, he lunged. Clark looked at him, saw the trap a beat too late, and shoved toward him instead of away. That pissed Jon off immediately because wow, really, they were doing this now. The silver sheet caught Clark from the waist down and locked. He hit the floor on one knee. The light climbed. Jon slammed into him hard enough to take them both sideways out of the center of the forming lattice. Raven's dark energy hit the sheet from one side. Zatanna's gold sigils slammed into it from the other. Khalid barked something in a language Jon didn't know, and the whole tower answered with a deep metallic hum. For one split second it looked like they had it. Then Mordru laughed, not through a speaker, not through the tablet, through the trap itself, through the lines around Clark's body. Still like this, the voice said, he chooses family before strategy. Clark drove one arm free and shoved Jon backward with enough force to matter. Move. Jon hit the floor, rolled, came up swearing. The red sun lines in the lattice flared. Clark's face tightened. That was the part Jon hated most, not fear, not panic, just the clean visible fact of pain. He threw out both hands and shouted the first thing that fit. Finite Pratigo no. The shield snapped across the silver sheet. The lattice bent around it and kept tightening. Raven appeared beside Clark like she'd stepped out of the wrong kind of shadow, both hands locked around the silver lines at his shoulders. They burned dark against her skin instead of closing. Zatanna hit the floor on Clark's other side and jammed a glowing sigil straight into the base of the trap. The tower shook. Khalid put the helm on and the room went gold. For 1 second everything slowed enough for Jon to see all of it at once. Clark pinned in red-white light, Raven braced and bleeding a little from the nose. Zatanna snarling words backward through clenched teeth. Khalid holding the room together with both hands raised and half the tower's geometry folding toward the trap. And the silver sheet not trying to kill Clark, trying to take him. Jon saw that and changed tactics. He hit the floor on his knees beside the base of the lattice and shoved his bandaged hands straight through the burning lines to grab Clark's wrist. Pain hit hard and immediate, like grabbing a live wire dipped in old magic. He didn't let go, Clark's fingers locked around his. Jon, Clark said, voice low and very steady for a man currently halfway inside a demon kidnap light curtain, listen to me. Number that came out automatic, immediate, honest. Clark almost smiled, which in the middle of this was fully insane. Take the line after me, Clark said, do not chase blind. Jon's grip got harder. I said number, the silver sheet surged. Raven's hands blew off it. Zatanna's sigil shattered. Khalid shouted something and the whole wall behind them exploded into gold cracks. Clark's body jerked upward. Jon got dragged a full 3 feet with him, boots tearing at the tower floor, grip still locked. Jon. Lois's voice from the doorway this time. Actual real Lois storming in with Perry right behind her because apparently crisis obeyed no room boundaries anymore. Clark looked at Jon one last time and said very clearly, people first. Then the sheet snapped shut. Clark vanished. Jon's hand closed on empty air. The silver lattice collapsed into the floor and a ring of dead red sparks and one smoking line burned into the stone where it had anchored. Silence hit hard, not actual silence. The tower still hummed. Somebody was breathing too fast. Perry said a word he should not have said in a mystic library, but inside Jon, the silence hit. Clark was gone. Jon stayed on one knee for one frozen second with his hand still out like that meant anything. Then he stood up so fast the room blurred around the edges. Where? Khalid was already at the burned line, helm off again, fingers pressed to the stone. Raven had one hand braced on the table to steady herself. Zatanna wiped blood from her mouth with the back of one wrist and looked furious enough to start a second magical war out of spite. Lois got to Jon first. Not because she could physically stop him, because she knew he'd move on pure damage before the thinking caught up. She caught his elbow once. Jonathan, he looked at her, one word, one touch. Enough to make him see her instead of the hole in the room for half a breath. Where, he said again. Khalid answered this time. Trail split. Jon turned on him. That is not an answer. It's the real answer, Raven said, voice rougher than usual now. Mordru tied the abduction route into multiple active breach points. If you follow the wrong one you lose time and he knows how you chase. Jon laughed once, sharp and ugly. He already knows how I chase. Raven held his gaze. Then stop making it easy. That should have pissed him off more. Instead it hit because she was right and he hated that she was right while Clark was gone. Lois released his elbow but didn't back away. What do we have? Perry of all people answered first. A newsroom full of screaming idiots, a city full of bad videos, and exactly 8 minutes before someone on a federal briefing line turns this into a power seizure circus. Jon blinked. Why are you here? Perry looked insulted. Your mother called. Lois didn't apologize. Zatanna pushed off the table. The kidnapping trigger fed through the clip. That means Mordru knew he'd watch it. It also means the capture route wasn't just magical. There was tech in the lattice, anti-Kryptonian work, structured, indexed, probably stolen from the Lex basement or built by the same people. Lois's mouth flattened. Lex, College shook his head. And someone else, the red sun geometry wasn't elegant enough to be purely magical. Jon's hands curled. Marvelo, Raven nodded once, most likely. Perry took that in with the expression of a man adding new terrible names to a notebook because apparently that was his hobby now. Spell that for me later. No, Lois said. Jon pointed at the burned line on the floor. Can we track it or not? Khalid stood and looked at him fully. Yes. But not by sprinting into the nearest tunnel screaming for blood. Jon stared. Perry muttered, I mean, fair. Khalid ignored him. Mordru wanted Jonathan to react alone. That clip was not just bait for Clark, it was bait for the choice. Lois's eyes cut to Jon. Come alone. Right, the line from the video, Jon swore under his breath. Raven moved to the table and laid her palm over the black mark the tablet had left where it died. There are still active pulls, Metropolis, Smallville, Washington, upper atmosphere. She said the last one in the room shifted around it. He's spreading the line. Lois's head came up. Washington. Perry's phone buzzed like it had been waiting for the cue. He looked at the screen and his expression got even uglier. Congratulations, he said. Amanda Waller just called a live federal address. Of course she did. Lois held out her hand without looking. Perry gave her the phone automatically. The live feed opened on a podium in Washington with official seals, flags, too many cameras, and Amanda Waller standing dead center like she personally owned emergencies. Jon had never met her. He disliked her immediately, not because of what she looked like, because of the way she stood there, compact, still, and completely uninterested in being liked. That kind of person was either very useful or very dangerous, sometimes both. The fact Lex's name was likely tangled somewhere near her made Jon vote dangerous with no hesitation. Waller looked into the cameras and said, Good afternoon. No wasted words, no warm-up, just straight in. As of this morning, the United States is responding to an evolving enhanced threat environment involving unauthorized magical incursions, falsified metahuman appearances, and the unknown status of Superman following multiple linked events. Jon went still all over again. Unknown status of Superman, like Clark was weather, like he had slipped into a filing problem. Lois's thumb tightened on the phone hard enough to creak the casing. Waller kept going. Until the full scope of this threat is assessed, I am authorizing temporary deployment of Sunfall Protocol, a coordinated anti-catastrophic response framework designed to protect civilian populations during deity-level metahuman or arcane destabilization scenarios. Perry said very softly, There it is. Sunfall, the name from the recording in the fortress. Jon watched Waller's face. No flourish, no fear language. That was what made it worse. She talked like a mechanic listing parts while standing over the engine she intended to rebuild. Sunfall Protocol includes rapid response deployment teams, temporary orbital monitoring assets, red spectrum contingency safeguards, and federal coordination authority over unregistered enhanced events in urban zones. Red spectrum safeguards. Jon's jaw locked. Waller took one page off the podium and set it aside without looking down. The move was so clean it felt rehearsed enough to have its own funding. This action is not a judgment on any one hero, family, or community, she said. It is a recognition that concentrated power without transparent cooperation creates unacceptable public risk. Lois laughed once without humor. He wrote that line. Nobody asked to, they all knew. Waller looked straight through the camera. We are prepared to work with any responsible, enhanced individual willing to participate in good faith. Jon barked out a laugh this time. There's the room. Raven looked at him. Yes, Waller's voice did not change by a degree. We are equally prepared to act if others choose evasion over responsibility. There it was, not the same language as Britain, close enough to make Jon's vision sharpen. Lois killed the feed before the reporter's questions started. The tower sat in that quiet for half a beat. Then Perry said, Well, she sure knows how to make a coup sound like a committee. Lois handed the phone back and turned to Jon. Listen to me. He looked at her eyes were furious, also clear. That combination did things to his breathing every time. She wants three things, Lois said, control, optics, and an excuse. Lex wants the same thing with better tailoring. You do not hand either of them all three in one afternoon. Jon's voice came out flatter than he meant it to. My dad just got taken. I know. No, I don't think you. Lois stepped in closer, so close he had to stop looking at the room to look at her. I know, she said again, harder. And if you run at the first trail Mordru dangled, you'll lose him and half the city with him. That is not me being calm. That is me refusing to help our enemies. That hit. Perry muttered, damn, under his breath like he was grading the line. Jon dragged a hand through his hair and looked away. Clark gone, Waller making policy, Mordru smiling from other rooms. Every part of him wanted to pick one throat and end the conversation. Instead he looked at Khalid. Fine, so what's the move? Khalid nodded like the answer mattered more than the anger. Good. We isolate the real line among the decoys. Raven and I can read the magical layering. Zatanna can identify the tech overlays. Lois and Perry need to break Sunfall's narrative before it hardens. Jon looked at him. Khalid met it clean. You decide whether you're a weapon everyone is trying to use or a person coordinating a rescue. That pissed him off too, probably because of how fast the answer came. Second one, he said. Good, Khalid replied, then start acting like it. Leadership felt a lot less cinematic than people acted like it did. No swelling music, no clear camera angle. Mostly just too many voices, too many problems, and the deeply annoying fact that nobody else could make some of the calls because the calls kept circling back to him. Jon learned that in the next 30 minutes. Khalid and Raven laid a floating map of the East Coast over the central table and started tagging magical pulls. Zatanna added structural notes with quick little flicks of her fingers that turned into glowing marks over transit lines, old wards, corporate grids, and whatever Sunfall had pushed into low orbit. Perry was on 2 phones. Lois had 6 screens open and 3 lines into Metropolis already. Nightwing called in from Titan's tower with field readiness and a tone that said he was pretending this was a normal Tuesday for morale. Jon stood at the edge of all of it and realized everyone in the room kept glancing to him when choices forked. Cool. Great, no pressure, Raven spoke first. The strongest emotional lines are still around Jon, but Clark's capture line is cleaner now. Whoever took him moved the prison through a red spectrum relay grid. Zatanna pointed to 3 points glowing above the map. These aren't stars, these are satellites. Jon looked up. He put Red Sun Tech in orbit. Lois didn't look away from her screen. Waller just said orbital monitoring assets on live federal feed. I'm guessing the words monitoring and weaponized are doing a lot of work there. Perry grunted in agreement. Khalid traced 1 gold line from the orbit points down toward Metropolis, another toward Kansas, another toward somewhere over the Atlantic. The satellites are not holding Clark directly, they're stabilizing the route. Jon leaned over the table. Meaning if we knock them out, we drop him. Maybe, Khalid said, or maybe we shred the transit corridor while he's inside it. Jon exhaled hard. Fantastic. Nightwing's voice came through the comm. We've got city incidents spiking again, not full breaches this time, infrastructure distortions, weird heat pockets, fake distress pings using known hero voices. Lois looked up sharply. Where? Metropolis South Rail, suicide slum perimeter, a school in Hobbs Bay, and 1 false kryptonite alarm outside Star. Jon looked at the map and felt the whole pattern tilt into place. Mordru's not just hiding, he said. He's flooding the board. Raven nodded. He wants fragmentation. So we don't fragment. Everybody looked at him, that feeling again. The room waiting. Jon straightened and forced his head clear enough to line the pieces up. Nightwing, keep Titans on city triage. No solo responses. If a distress ping uses someone's actual voice, assume trap until double confirmation. He looked at Lois. You and Perry hit Waller fast. I want Sunfall in public as a power grab before they get to call it safety all day. Lois's eyes narrowed, not in disagreement. In approval, she was trying not to make obvious. Jon kept going before that got weird. Khalid, Zatanna, Raven, find me the cleanest real line to Clark that doesn't go through 6 fake rescues first. He looked toward the ceiling, toward where Connor was not but should have been. And I need Connor. Perry glanced up from the phone. You sure? Jon looked at him. Do I sound unsure? Perry actually smiled. There he is. Lois was already grabbing another secure line. I'll call the fortress. Nightwing said, I can spare someone to retrieve him if he's not exactly thrilled by social invitations. Jon thought about Connor's face under the gala lights and said, number, I'll talk to him. Raven's eyes shifted to him because he listens so well. Jon lifted a shoulder. Because if he thinks we're deciding where he fits without him, he'll bolt or punch a wall or both. That's fair, Raven said again, deeply annoying. Zatanna looked at the orbit lines over the map. There's another issue. Sunfall isn't fully active yet. Waller announced deployment, but the grid's still calibrating. Jon frowned. That's bad because, Khalid answered. Because when it finishes, anything Kryptonian in line of sight with the wrong satellite corridor gets weaker. Anything magical in the overlap gets distorted. If Mordru hijacks the same network, he gets global Red Sun ritual weather, Lois said flatly. Nobody liked how fast that sentence made sense. Jon said, then we stop Sunfall before it locks. Perry lifted a phone. That part's gonna need more than a strongly worded op-ed. Lois gave him a look. Watch me. The fortress felt bigger when Clark wasn't in it. Jon noticed that immediately and hated it. He came in hot through the outer entry with the Arctic wind still on him and found Connor exactly where he should have expected. In the training chamber, punching a reinforced drone hard enough to leave fist prints in the armor. The drone came back for more because apparently Fortress training AI had no survival instinct. Jon watched Connor hit it 3 more times, then said, "You know it's not Lex, right?" Connor didn't stop. "News to me." The drone swung a shock arm. Connor caught it, twisted, and ripped the whole limb off. Jon walked in farther. That one was actually a little dramatic. Connor finally turned. He changed shirts. The bruising on his shoulder was still there. There were fresh bandages on one forearm and a look on his face that said if Jon had shown up with pity, he'd have been thrown through something. Good, Jon hadn't. "We got a problem," Jon said. Connor snorted. "No way, thought this week was going great." Jon held his gaze. "My dad's gone." That took the sarcasm out of the room fast. Connor went still, not soft, not suddenly close, just still. When, an hour ago, what took him? Magic tech kidnapping rig, Mordru's line. Probably Marvelo's build work. Waller's rolling out Sunfall at the same time. Connor stared at him. "You say all that like normal people should know what parts matter most." Jon crossed his arms. "You're not normal people." That got the faintest twitch at the corner of Connor's mouth. Then it was gone and he looked past Jon, jaw hard. "You need a tracker. I need a second body who can hit like Clark, sees through walls, and hates being used enough to notice traps fast." Connor's eyes came back to him. "That your sales pitch?" "Pretty much." Connor set the broken drone arm down on the floor. "You've got the wrong guy for hates being used enough to notice traps. I'm the guy they keep building the traps with." That was honest enough to matter. Jon looked at him for a second, then said, "Yeah, and I'm the guy they keep making the trap about, so maybe between us that's enough experience." Connor gave a humorless laugh. "That's terrible logic. Worked so far." Connor paced once away from him, then back. The room hummed around the two of them. Fortress light, Arctic silence beyond the walls. No cameras from Lex, no audience, just the ugly truth of the ask. "You want me on your rescue team," Connor said. "Yeah, you trust me." Jon considered pretending to think about it. "Didn't, not fully." Connor blinked. Jon went on, "But enough." The answer landed clean because it wasn't fake. Not total trust. Not heroic speeches about brotherhood after one fight and one almost save. Enough. Connor looked at him like he couldn't decide whether to be insulted or unexpectedly okay with it. "Wow," he said after a second. "That's weirdly better than a lie." Jon nodded. "I know." Connor rubbed one hand over the back of his neck. "And if I say no," Jon shrugged, "then I still go. I'd just rather do it with someone who already knows how these people think when they put you in a file." Connor looked away. The fortress threw pale light over the side of his face. Jon could see the argument happening even without X-ray vision. Anger. Pride, old damage, curiosity. The part that had already decided something when Clark disappeared and just hadn't admitted it yet. Finally Connor said, "You still haven't told me what you know." Jon frowned. "About what?" "My file." Connor looked back at him now. "Your mom brought data. You said eventually. It's eventually. Right?" Jon exhaled through his nose. "Okay." He leaned back against one of the training pillars and gave Connor the version that mattered. Cadmus-adjacent shell work. Clark's DNA, human line masking. Lex money near the edges even when it wasn't directly labeled. Enough to say clone without reducing Connor to the lab word he hated. Connor listened without interrupting. When Jon finished, Connor stared at the floor for a second. Then he said, "So I'm a prototype." Jon's mouth flat. "Number, that's literally what that means." "No," Jon said again, stronger. "That's what they meant. That's not the same thing." Connor looked up. Jon held the look. "You think I don't know what it feels like when people build a category around you before they say hello?" That one landed. Connor's jaw tight. "Still not the same." "No," Jon said, "because your version comes with a genome report and mine came with a prophecy problem. Lucky us." That got a real sound out of Connor, half laugh, half disgust. Jon pushed off the pillar. "Look, if you want me to say it clean, they made you. That doesn't mean they get to finish the sentence." Connor stared at him for a long second, then looked away first and muttered, "You really do talk too much." Jon grinned a little. "You and." Connor rolled his shoulders once. "Yeah," then, because he couldn't let the moment stand on its own, he added, "But if you call me your brother in some emotional rescue speech, I'm leaving you there." Jon barked a laugh. Noted. Washington tried to do emergencies in neat lines. That was its first mistake. Amanda Waller stood in a secure operations room under the Eisenhower complex with 12 screens on one wall, 3 analysts at her back, and Lex Luthor on a private line she had not put on speaker for reasons that felt obvious. One screen showed Sunfall orbital calibration. Another showed Metropolis response maps. Another had Jon Kent's face frozen mid-sentence from the gala, because apparently the media loved freezing teenagers at their least flattering angles. Waller looked at the grid, then at the Jon clip, then at the data feed from low orbit again. "Tell me I'm getting useful numbers," she said. The lead analyst answered without turning. "Satellites 2 and 4 are in active sync. Satellite 1 is lagging on the red spectrum corridor, but the magical distortion compensation is improving." Waller hated the phrase magical distortion compensation and the fact she had to let people say it in government briefings now. She said that sentence should never have been necessary. Lex's voice came through the secure line, smooth as if they were discussing shipping delays instead of orbital anti-DD infrastructure. You adapt or you die behind procedure. Those are the available options. Waller didn't look at the line light. You'd know. The analyst at screen 5 swallowed hard enough to be heard. Waller ignored that too. Another screen flashed with footage from LexCorp Tower. Lois Lane's face. Connor on the ballroom floor with blood on his eyebrow saying he was called subject. See the room full of donors losing their minds. A younger analyst said public sentiment on Sunfall just shifted 6 points negative after the illegal detention clip surfaced. Waller's eyes narrowed. 6, still moving. Lex sighed softly over the line. Lane is excellent at this. Waller's tone did not change. If your basement was cleaner, she'd be less excellent. That lab was deniable. Not anymore. Silence from the line, then Lex said, Sunfall still stands. The public doesn't need to love containment frameworks. They need to fear the absence of them. Waller finally looked at the secure speaker. Keep preaching philosophy at me and I'll cut your access. Lex chuckled like he thought that was a charming exaggeration. It was not. A military liaison stepped into the room with a folder in hand. General Lane is pushing back through defense channels. He wants all contact protocols with Jon Kent frozen pending civilian counsel. Waller took the folder, skimmed the note, and set it down. Lane still thinks this is a family matter. The liaison said nothing. Smart. Waller looked at the Jon clip again, not just power, control under pressure, fast adaptation, public sympathy. Now grief on top of it because Superman's status was unknown to anyone who mattered and half known to everyone who could make that dangerous. She didn't want the boy dead. Dead made martyrs and martyrs made policy harder. She wanted him bounded before the next person with a god complex decided to make him into a flag. That was not the same thing as kindness. She had never claimed it was. An alert flashed red. The orbital grid stuttered. Analyst 3 turned sharply. We just lost telemetry for Satellite 1. Brief blackout. Back now. Waller stepped toward the screen. The analyst's hands moved fast over the console. Looks like signal interference from an unregistered magical event spiking over Kansas. Waller's eyes cut to another screen. Kent Farm perimeter, of course. The line to Lex stayed silent this time. Even he knew better than to say told you so in that room. Waller said, deploy a Sunfall field team to Smallville. No weapons live unless a direct catastrophic event occurs. The liaison hesitated, and if Kent refuses coordination, Waller's expression did not change. Then they observe and report. I'm not giving Lane the ammo. She ended the line to Lex herself and did not wait for his goodbye. Smallville was supposed to be the calm part. That alone should have warned Jon something was wrong. The farm came into view under a gray Kansas sky and everything looked normal from altitude. Barn, house, truck, fencing, a line of feed buckets by the side door. If you ignored the fact that nothing about his life used normal as anything except bait, it might almost have worked. Jon landed in the yard a second before Connor and went still. No birds, no wind through the corn, no tractor noise. Connor's head tilted too. That's creepy. Jon nodded once. Yep. The front door of the house stood half open. Jon started for it. Connor caught his sleeve. Wait. Jon looked at him. Connor nodded toward the side yard. Heat signatures in the barn, 2 human, 1 not. House is wrong. Jon frowned. He listened there, faint from inside the house. A kettle whistling, too neat, too domestic, too timed. He veered for the barn. Nice catch, he muttered. Connor looked deeply annoyed by the compliment. Don't make it weird. The barn doors were shut. Jon didn't bother with handles. He yanked one open and got hit with heat, smoke, and Martha Kent saying, well, that took too long. She stood by the center workbench with a shotgun in her hands and zero visible panic. A volunteer firefighter from town was crouched behind the hay baler with a little girl in his arms. In the far corner, 3 floating scythes kept trying to circle lower every few seconds like some idiot ghost had discovered farm tools and gone with theme over originality. Raven stood on the loft rail above them, pinning the scythes in place with dark energy. Jon blinked up at her. You got here first. Raven looked mildly offended. Yes. Connor stopped in the doorway. Why is there a shotgun? Martha looked over and said, because I'm old, not useless. Connor shut up. Jon moved toward Martha. You okay? She gave him a once-over instead of answering first, which was infuriatingly familiar. Bit smoky. You look worse. Then she looked at Connor, not in shock, not in confusion. Just look. Jon braced without meaning to. He'd forgotten Martha had not met Connor yet. Martha took in the face, the posture, the anger being worn like a jacket, and said, well, you must be hungry. Connor stared. Jon stared too because wow, okay, apparently the family response to clone reveal really was just feeding an emotional damage. Martha lowered the shotgun slightly. Am I wrong? Connor opened his mouth, closed it, then said, this family is broken in a specific way. Raven from above said, accurate. The floating scythes lurched harder against her hold. She glanced down. Less talking. Jon looked up at the tools. Can't you just drop them? They're anchored to the house threshold, Raven said. If I cut the line wrong, the whole yard tears. Connor glanced between Jon and the workbench. You want the creepy floating farm knives or the maybe trapped front door? Jon looked at the front door through the open side of the barn. It still hung half open, still too neat. Then he looked at the little girl in the firefighter's arms and the sides above Martha's head. Barn first. Connor grinned, quick and mean. Good, he launched, not at the sides. At the support beam Raven's dark energy was anchored to. Jon realized what he was doing one beat too late and swore. Connor ripped the beam free and threw it straight through the middle of the scythe cluster. Raven's hold broke on purpose. The scythes dropped. Jon was already moving. Heat vision cut one out of the air. His magic slammed a second into the dirt floor where it stuck quivering. Connor caught the third by the handle and snapped the blade off against his knee. The whole barn shook, then went still. Raven dropped lightly from the loft, looked at the broken beam, then at Connor. That was reckless. Connor shrugged. Work. Raven's expression suggested she was filing him under exhausting. Martha set the shotgun down against the bench and looked between the three of them. All right. Which one of you is going to tell me why my front room is trying to fake a tea kettle? Jon sighed. Bad magic. Martha looked at him. And the one with your face but more of a problem. Connor blinked again. Seriously. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. That's Connor. Martha nodded like she'd been introduced to a neighbor's difficult son instead of a black site clone with Kryptonian DNA. You can help me move feed sacks later if you're staying. Connor looked at Jon like he had personally arranged this to destabilize him. Jon grinned. Told you. Outside, engines hit the dirt road hard, not local sheriff. Too smooth, too fast, too official. Raven's head turned toward the sound at the exact same time as Jon's and Connor's. Jon muttered, there it is. Black SUVs came over the rise and fanned out at the gate. Sunfall insignia on the doors, federal tactical gear spilling out around them. Portable emitters mounted on two of the vehicles, compact and ugly and definitely red spectrum. The farm had apparently been upgraded to active national security concern before lunch. Martha picked the shotgun back up. Are they mine? Jon looked at her. Number good. Connor rolled his shoulders. Can I be mean? No, Jon and Raven said together. Connor clicked his tongue. You people are no fun. Clark wasn't here to stand in the yard and make men in tactical gear rethink their lives. That registered in Jon in the middle of everything and pissed him off fresh. He headed outside before the first agent could knock and break one more thing in a house that had done nothing wrong. The Sunfall team leader met him halfway from the gate. Woman in field armor, helmet off, maybe mid-30s, expression all business and too tired to fake respect she didn't feel. Smart eyes though, real ones. She looked past Jon once, saw Connor in the barn doorway and Raven by the loft ladder, clocked Martha's shotgun, and very deliberately kept her hands away from her weapon. Jonathan Kent, she said. Agent Vasquez, Federal Enhanced Event Response. Jon stopped about 10 feet short of her. That's a very bad morning title. Tell me about it. Not what he expected. He kept his face neutral. What do you want? Vasquez glanced at the house, the barn, the emitters her own people were unloading. Her Sunfall activation order were tasked with perimeter protection and threat assessment for potential target sites linked to ongoing magical incidents. This farm is one of them. Martha called from the barn. No one asked you. Vasquez did not react. I'm aware. Jon folded his arms. We're not doing a seizure. No one said seizure. No one says the ugly word first, Jon shot back. That's kind of the trick. Something changed in her face at that, not enough to call soft, enough to call human. I'm not here for a snatch team, Vasquez said. I'm here because every threat board in DC just lit this place in red and I don't trust the people above me to tell the difference between protection and panic. Connor barked a laugh from the doorway. That's the first useful government sentence I've heard all week. Vasquez's eyes cut to him. And you are. Connor smiled with no warmth at all. A paperwork problem. Jon almost laughed. Raven stepped out into the yard, cloak moving in the Kansas wind that had finally started again now that the barn breach was dead. She looked at the emitters once and said, those need to stay off. Vasquez looked at her. Why? Because whatever they're tuned to, Mordru can smell the frequency. That got a pause, then Vasquez turned her head sharply toward her tech crew. Hold deployment. One of the armored men hesitated. Ma'am, standing order, hold deployment. The man shut up. Jon filed that too, useful. His comm buzzed against his ribs. Lois, he answered. Yeah, her voice came through fast. Wallers live with a committee chair in D.C. and trying to frame the Smallville move as voluntary protective coordination. Please tell me no one out there is dumb enough to stand next to a Red Sun truck while I'm on air defending you. Jon looked at the trucks, then at Vasquez, then said, working on it. Lois exhaled once. Good. Also, Metropolis just got hit with 2 false Superman sightings and 1 real bridge problem. Titans are stretched. Don't get stuck in Kansas if you can move. Right, Mordru flooding the board. Jon looked toward the road, toward the line of black vehicles, toward the agents who'd probably been told they were stabilizing a target site and now found themselves standing in front of a farmhouse with a pissed-off kid, a sorceress, a clone, and a grandmother with a shotgun. That to Vasquez, if your order is perimeter, do perimeter. No emitters, no entry, no one points a gun at my family and tells themselves it's procedure. Vasquez held his gaze, then nodded once. And that might have ended there. It didn't, because one of the black SUVs in back wasn't federal issue. Jon saw it late, sleek, civilian dark, no visible marking, windows 2 tinted, the rear door open. Mercy Graves stepped out. Of course she did, Vasquez swore under her breath. Uninvited, Jon looked at her. You didn't know she was here. Number, that was enough. Mercy walked up the dirt lane like she was arriving for a board meeting instead of trespassing on a farm in the middle of a magical national security mess. Her suit was different from the gala, simpler, more practical, somehow colder. She stopped just outside the yard fence and looked at Jon, then at Connor, then at the house. Jonathan, she said. Connor. Connor went rigid. Number. Mercy ignored the tone. Mr. Luther would like to resolve the misunderstandings from last night. Jon stared. That's what you called the basement on your drive over. Vasquez turned toward Mercy. This is an active federal perimeter. You don't get to freelance inside it. Mercy didn't even look at her. LexCorp is standing coordination authority under Sunfall Advisory Integration. Vasquez's face hardened. Not under my watch. Interesting. Mercy's gaze stayed on Connor. Come back voluntarily and we can avoid unnecessary escalation. Connor took one step into the yard. Jon stepped with him automatically, matching the line. Mercy saw that. You're making an emotional mistake. Jon laughed. You really thought that was gonna work. Mercy's attention shifted to him at last. You don't understand what he is. That did it. Jon's voice dropped. Number. You don't get that sentence. Connor glanced sideways at him. Tiny, quick enough. Mercy's face didn't change, but she recalculated. Jon could see it happen. So this is how you're playing it, she said. Fine. She touched the earpiece at her collar. Every Sunfall emitter on the road lit up at once. Vasquez wheeled on her. I ordered them cold. Mercy said. I didn't. The red spectrum wash hit the farmyard like a headache made visible. Connor doubled over immediately. Jon's vision swam for half a second, not from power loss, from the magical distortion riding in the overlap. Sunfall wasn't just Red Sun tech. Lex had laced it with the same ritual harmonics from the basement machines. Not enough to trap him here, enough to make the air bite. Raven moved first. Dark energy slammed into the nearest emitter and bent the beam off the yard. The second emitter adjusted and fired wider. Martha Kent raised the shotgun and blew out the control panel on one truck before anybody could tell her not to. It exploded in sparks. Jon loved her so much it hurt. Chaos hit all at once. Federal agents shouting. Mercy stepping back toward the car. Connor on one knee in the dirt, breath ragged, eyes starting to burn red with pain, not control. Vasquez screaming at her own tech crew to cut the line. Jon made the call. Barn, he snapped at Martha and the firefighter. Now, then he launched at the remaining live emitter. Two Sunfall troopers moved to intercept, trained enough to think their suit plating mattered. Jon hit one with a shoulder and sent him rolling through a fence post. He caught the other's weapon arm, twisted it down, and drove a knee into the body armor hard enough to put the man flat without cracking the plate. The emitter crew swung the dish toward him. Bad move. Confringo. The blast blew the dish mount clean off the truck bed. Red light died. Across the yard, Raven had 3 agents pinned to the dirt in shadow binds while still holding the magical distortion from bleeding into the house. Vasquez tackled her own signal tech away from the controls before he could bring a backup array online. Mercy got back in the unmarked SUV and the driver punched it in reverse. Connor saw that through the pain and surged up with a roar that was half fury, half Red Sun sickness. He took one step after the vehicle. Then a violet sigil snapped to life under his feet. Jon saw it the same second Raven did. CONNER, no, too late. The sigil fired, not a full portal, not a transport. A strike rune, the kind Marvelo used. Black light slammed straight up through Connor's body. He froze, eyes wide, every muscle locked. Then the SUV peeled away while Mercy watched from behind dark glass, and Connor collapsed face first in the dirt. Jon crossed the yard in one blur. Vasquez shouted something about stand down that no one remotely listened to. Jon hit the ground beside Connor and grabbed his shoulder, rolling him enough to see his face. Wrong. His eyes were open but not seeing the farm, not seeing anything here. Raven was there a beat later, fingers already at the edge of the sigil burn glowing under Connor's collarbone. What is it? Jon snapped. Mental hook, she said. Layered with pain memory. Red Sun weakened him, rune drove deeper. Connor jerked once under their hands and said in a flat voice that wasn't aimed at them at all. Subject C failed. Reset sequence. Jon went cold. Number Mercy's SUV hit the road and disappeared over the rise. Martha came out of the barn anyway because of course instructions were optional if somebody looked hurt enough. What happened to him? Raven didn't look up. He's being remotely pushed. Vasquez arrived at a stop 2 yards away, helmet under one arm, furious and breathing hard. That vehicle was not on my manifest. Jon looked up at her with all the rage he wasn't using on the ground under him. Then maybe stop calling this protection. To her credit, Vasquez didn't defend the line. She looked at the destroyed emitters, the agents in the dirt, the disappearing vehicle dust, and said, yeah. Connor's whole body arched. Raven's hand slammed harder over the sigil mark. He's fighting it. Jon grabbed Connor's wrist. Connor, hey. Connor's eyes snapped to him. Still wrong. Too wide. Pupils blown. He looked straight at Jon and said, with Mercy's exact cadence somehow threaded through his own voice, asset prioritization updated. Primary comparison target active. Then he tore out of Jon's grip with enough force to send him skidding back through the dirt. Connor stood, slow, head tilted, eyes glowing red. Oh hell. Raven rose too. He's not fully gone. Jon got to his feet. That's not the comforting version. No, she said, it's the real one. Connor looked around the yard once like he was recalibrating the space into threat and objective points. Then his gaze landed on Jon and locked. No recognition, just target. Vasquez took one step back and reached for her sidearm. Jon snapped, don't. Connor moved at the motion anyway. He hit her line before she cleared the holster, one hand around the front of her armored vest, and flung her sideways into the hood of the nearest SUV. Metal crumpled. She stayed conscious, barely. The federal team raised weapons. Jon turned and shouted, no one fires. Martha looked at the whole scene and said, well, this got stupid fast. That was somehow the cleanest possible summary. Connor took another step toward Jon, heat building in his eyes. Raven's dark energy snapped around Connor's right wrist. He ripped straight through it. Okay, Jon said, yep, we're doing this. Lois's voice hit his comm again, sharper now. Jon, what's happening? He didn't take his eyes off Connor. They tagged him. Define tag. He's coming apart. There was one beat of silence. Then Lois said, get him away from civilians. Do not let federal idiots make him into footage. Too late on the second part, probably. Not too late on the first. Jon stepped backward, drawing Connor's attention farther from the house. Hey, Connor's gaze tracked. Good. Jon moved again toward the outer field. Come on then. Connor launched. Jon met him halfway. The hit landed hard enough to blow dust out in a ring around both of them. This was not the basement fight, not even close. Connor had always hit hard. Now he was hitting wrong. No rhythm, no testing, no adaptation. Just full force kill vectors shoved through a body that didn't actually want to do it. That somehow made it worse. Jon blocked the first swing, took the second in the ribs and felt something pop ugly and hot in his side, then used the momentum to twist Connor past him toward the open pasture instead of the yard. Field, Jon shouted over his shoulder. Everybody back. Martha did not move. Vasquez, still half dented into the SUV hood, croaked, ma'am, please move. Martha looked at her, then at Jon and Connor tearing chunks out of the grass 30 yards out and finally went. The firefighter took the hint and herded the other agents with him because apparently Kansas grandmothers outranked federal tactical training on survival grounds. Jon got Connor into the open field and then the real fight started. Connor came in high heat vision flaring. Jon dropped low, rolled under it, came up behind him and slammed both palms between Connor's shoulder blades with a force burst. It sent him stumbling, not down. Connor spun, caught Jon across the jaw and followed with a knee that would have folded a truck. Jon barely got his arms in place. Impact rocked through him anyway. Connor, he snapped, ducking another hook. This isn't you. Connor hit him with an elbow hard enough to put him on one knee, then said, in a voice dragged between his and something cold underneath, comparison target refusing compliance. Jon spat blood into the grass. That's definitely not helping your personality. He surged back up and caught Connor around the waist, driving both of them through a fence line and into the next pasture. The posts blew apart behind them. Connor got his legs under them first and reversed, slamming Jon down into packed dirt so hard the ground cracked. Jon's vision flashed white. He got one forearm up just in time to stop the next punch from landing on his throat. Connor leaned all his weight into it. Primary directive, he said flatly. Break target, confirm superiority. There it was, not just mind control, programming braided through pain and insecurity and rage. Jon looked up into the red-lit eyes and said through gritted teeth, wow, they really do know your weak points. That flickered something tiny enough. Connor's jaw clenched. Jon saw it and moved. He kicked up hard, threw Connor off balance, rolled free and came up in a crouch with one hand on the ground. No quick win. Fine, then it got worse. Overhead, one of the Sunfall satellites shifted into view through the clouds. Jon felt the red spectrum corridor before it fully locked. Weak at ground level from this angle, still enough. Connor felt it too. The wrongness in his body spiked and the sigil mark under his collarbone flashed black-violet against the red wash. Raven landed at the edge of the pasture, dark energy already threading through the air, but she didn't step into the fight. Good, because he didn't need Connor reading another attacker. He needed Connor reading him. Jon, Raven called. The rune is using the satellite corridor as a pain loop. Break line of sight or break the loop. Brilliant, Jon snapped back, working on it. Connor hit him again before he finished the sentence. This time Jon let himself get driven sideways, not toward the house. Toward the old irrigation trench at the edge of the pasture. Lower ground, less sky. Connor kept pressing exactly like the programming wanted. Aggressive, linear, brutal. Jon took 2 hits on purpose and hated every second of it. Then he grabbed Connor's arm, used the third swing to pivot both of them down into the trench. Mud, water, lower sky angle, red sun wash cut by half immediately. Connor stumbled. Jon didn't waste it. He drove one fist into the sigil mark under Connor's collarbone, not to crush it, just to disrupt the anchor. Connor screamed and threw him off. Raven was there at the trench edge, one hand out, dark energy ready but held. Waiting for his call, Jon looked up at her. If you hit him wrong, I know, do you? Her eyes narrowed. Yes, right, fine, fair. Connor came out of the trench like a missile and tackled Jon through the side of the old equipment shed at the pasture edge. Wood exploded, dust everywhere. Rusted farm tools rained down. One pitchfork hit the ground between them point first and quivered. Jon glanced at it once and said, "This farm really wants me dead today." Connor drove a fist into the wall beside Jon's head instead of into his face. Not because he meant to spare him, because his hand shook at the last second. There. That was Connor under it. Jon grabbed that moment hard. "Hey," he said, voice low and fast under the noise and the dust and the satellite wash. "You know that's not your voice." Connor's teeth bared. "Shut up, that's better." Again. Connor hit him in the shoulder, bad angle, half force, still enough to hurt like hell. Jon kept going. "You're angry, fine, you get to be angry, you don't get to let Mercy Graves narrate it." Connor's eyes burned hotter. "You don't know what she said." "Then tell me." That landed like a slap. For 1 second the programming stumbled. Connor's face changed. "Not much, enough." Jon took it. "They built you to think there's always a sun and then there's the substitute," he said, chest heaving. "That's the trick, it keeps you proving the lab right." Connor shoved him backward into a shattered shelving unit. "Shut up, number." Raven's voice came from the doorway now. "Jon," he didn't look away from Connor. "I know." The satellite line overhead tightened. Wrong move. Mercy wanted visibility. Sunfall wanted event capture. Mordrew wanted pain. Jon saw the shape all at once. Brutal option, easy. He could go full force, put Connor down hard, probably break enough bones to end the fight before the next pulse. He could also blow the Sunfall dishes off the road, take out half a federal team, and make sure nobody used this footage to frame the story afterward. He could. And if he did, everybody who wanted him to become the biggest threat in the room would get a very good afternoon. Number. Jon sucked in one breath and made the ugly, slower call. "Raven," he shouted, "blind the satellite line for 5 seconds." She moved instantly. Darkness ripped upward from the shed roof and the trench and the tree line in one sharp curtain, not enough to hide the whole farm, just enough to sever the direct corridor from above. The red wash cut out. Connor staggered. Jon lunged, not for the throat, not for the head, for the sigil. He hit it with both hands at once and poured magic straight into the wound point the way he had into the sleeping boy in the pocket space, only rougher now, faster, more dangerous. Connor screamed and drove both fists into Jon's ribs. Jon nearly blacked out. "Still didn't let go? Not yours," he snarled through gritted teeth. "Not your voice, not your file, not theirs." Connor's head slammed back against the shed wall. The sigil flared black, then white, then cracked. Raven's darkness faltered under the satellite pressure returning. She shouted, "Now, Jonathan." He knew, he just didn't know if it would work. So he went with the one thing he had that wasn't from Krypton, wasn't from Waller's threat models, and absolutely was not in Lex's idea of how a weapon should behave. He leaned in close enough that Connor had to hear him over the system noise, the programming loop, the heat in his own blood, and said, very fast and very clear, "You saved me in the lab. You saved me in the vault. You took the hit that should have landed on me. Does that sound like a replacement to you, you idiot?" Connor froze, tiny, total. Jon hit the sigil with raw force and shouted, "Finite." The mark shattered. Black-violet ash blew out of the wound in a spray. Connor's whole body went limp for half a second. Then he drove forward on pure collapse and both of them went down through the broken shed wall into the dirt outside. Jon hit hard enough to lose the breath he had left. Connor landed half on top of him, shaking. The field went quiet. No, not quiet, just wrong in the opposite way now. Satellite wash still there. Federal agents shouting farther off. Martha arguing with someone near the house, but the voice loop in Connor was gone. He lifted his head slowly. Eyes blue again, normal blue, tired, furious, human enough. He looked down at Jon and said, "Horse, if you call me an idiot again, I'm killing you." Jon laughed because apparently his body had decided surviving counted as funny now. "That sounds more like you." Connor shoved himself off and rolled onto his back in the dirt. "I hate this family." Raven walked over, looked from one to the other and said, "That worked. Jon propped himself up on one elbow. You say that like you expected otherwise. She looked at him. I expected 50-50. Connor lifted one hand at the sky without opening his eyes, really helping my confidence. Jon let his head fall back for 1 second and stared up at the clouds. Then he sat back up because the day still wasn't done and the universe had shown no signs of developing mercy. Vasquez approached the shed slowly, helmet off, weapon holstered. Her team stayed back. She took in the wreckage, the dead sigil ash on Connor's collarbone, Raven standing there like the concept of retreat was beneath her, and Jon breathing like his ribs currently hated his whole lineage. Then she said, I've got 2 dead emitters, 7 injured personnel, unauthorized LexCorp interference, and enough off-book signal traffic to sink my career. Martha from behind her said, then maybe stop listening to stupid orders. Vasquez actually huffed a laugh. It came out more exhausted than amused. Lois's voice hit Jon's comm just as he pushed to his feet. Please tell me the screaming on the police scanner is not Connor turning into a missile again. Jon looked down at Connor in the dirt. Good news, he's only being dramatic on a personal level now. Connor flipped him off without sitting up. Lois said, excellent, bad news. Waller's people just got caught on 3 civilian feeds turning active emitters on around a farmhouse full of non-combatants. Public trust in Sunfall is dropping by the minute. Vasquez closed her eyes. Fantastic. Lois heard that over the line. Who's that? Agent Vasquez, the woman said flatly. Apparently one of the few people in this chain who didn't know Lex had a private agenda. Lois paused, then can you say that on record? Vasquez opened her eyes and looked at the ruined trucks. Not yet, call me when not yet dies. The line clicked off. Connor pushed himself upright at last and sat in the dirt with his forearms braced over his knees. Jon crouched across from him. You with me? Connor glared. Number, I'm in a field with the loudest person I've ever met and a headache the size of a country. Jon nodded. Good, that's normal enough. Connor's gaze flicked to the house then back. Did I hurt anyone? Jon followed the look. Martha was fine, the firefighter was fine. Agents bruised and pissed sure but alive. No civilians dead, no house burned down, a couple fences gone, one shed basically retired, but Kansas would cope. No, Jon said, you came close. Didn't? Connor let out one slow breath and looked down at his hands. Jon watched him for a second then stood because if he stayed crouched much longer his legs might decide to stop cooperating entirely. Raven was looking toward the sky again, not the clouds, past them. Jon followed her line and saw one tiny red point moving wrong overhead. Satellite corridor adjusting, not toward the farm now, toward the Arctic. His stomach dropped. The fortress, he said. Raven turned to him sharply. Yes, Vasquez frowned. What? Jon was already moving for open ground. Mordru's not done. He used the farm to pin us. Connor was up before the sentence finished, pain forgotten on principle, then move. Martha called after them, if any of you come back half dead again, wipe your shoes first. Jon looked back once despite everything and grinned. Love you too. Then he launched into the sky. By the time they hit low orbit, Sunfall looked less like a government safeguard and more like somebody had taken a grudge, wrapped it in bureaucracy and strapped it to satellites. 3 platforms, not huge from a distance, close enough, ugly. Dark metal arrays with red spectrum dishes rotating through calibration cycles. White US identifiers on one side. LexCorp manufactured component housings on the other because apparently subtle corruption was for amateurs. Jon hovered off the port side of the nearest satellite and said, you know what, I'm starting to think I don't like this program. Connor floated beside him, arms loose at his sides, still a little shaky from the field fight but too stubborn to mention it. Big leap. Raven did not fly so much as refuse the need for ground, which was somehow weirder to watch in near space. She drifted between them with dark energy wrapped close against the vacuum. Zatanna had stayed on Earth with Khalid to stabilize magical lines and Lois to keep the political knives moving. Smart, necessary, still annoying. Jon looked through the satellite paneling with his enhanced sight. Crude, he said. 6 inside this one, 3 in tech harnesses, 2 security, 1 command. Connor squinted. You can really do that and still miss the obvious in conversations. Wild. Jon glanced at him. Thanks, mate. Raven's voice came through the comm. The magical distortion is stronger at the dish hub. Someone threaded sigils into the red spectrum relays. Jon said Marvelo again. Or a Lex engineer taking bad notes from him. Connor muttered. That also felt fair. Jon had made the call on the way up. Don't destroy the satellites outright unless there's absolutely no other option. Too much debris. Too much risk to people below. Too easy to turn into the exact footage Waller wanted. So now they had 3 satellites, federal crews, and about 0 room for mistakes. Jon pointed at the nearest dish hub. We board clean, kill the array, pull the routing data, and get out before anybody decides space is a good place for a political statement. Connor floated beside him with his arms loose and his expression set to permanent irritation. You say clean like that's a thing you've ever done. Jon looked at him. I'm trying a new hobby. Raven drifted slightly above and between them, cloak held close by her own dark energy so it didn't whip uselessly in vacuum. Less talking, more moving. Connor glanced at Jon. She does that to you too? Jon snorted. You have no idea. They hit the hull hard, not smashing through. Jon had already decided that if he could avoid venting 6 government techs into orbit on top of everything else, he would. So he gripped the outer plating, tracked the internal corridors with his sight, and found the service seam that mattered. Here, he said. Connor planted one hand in the seam and smiled a little mean and eager. Now this feels right. Quietly, Jon warned. Connor ripped the panel open with a sound that was definitely not quiet, just not explosive. Good enough. They went in. The corridor beyond was narrow and lit in low red strips that made everything inside look like it had been designed by people with trust issues and a fetish for control. Equipment racks lined one side. 2 techs in harnesses looked up from a diagnostic station and froze at the sight of Superman's son and angry clone, and a girl who looked like bad decisions in cloak form climbing out of the wall. Jon held up both hands. Nobody do anything heroic, and we all get to have a less stupid day. One of the techs reached for an alarm panel. Raven's dark energy snapped around his wrist and pinned it 3 inches short. Connor looked at Jon. That sounded almost nice. Jon moved before the second tech could get clever, caught the woman's harness clips and spun her gently but very firmly into the wall. Sit down, he said. She sat. The alarm panel started blinking anyway. Connor sighed. There it is. 3 blast shutters slammed down farther in the corridor. The whole satellite vibrated. Somewhere beyond the inner bulkhead, a heavier system woke up. Jon looked down the hall. Dish hub's central. That vibration's not defensive. Raven closed her eyes for 1 second. It's rerouting. To where? She opened them. Another satellite and lower. Jon swore and ran. The corridor opened into the core chamber. 6 crew. 2 security officers in compact armor with red spectrum carbines. 1 command woman at the main console barking half a dozen orders at once while the dish array outside the hull rotated around them like a metal iris. Screens pulsed with sunfall calibration data, orbital line maps, and 1 ugly red route that cut from low orbit toward the Arctic. The fortress. Jon saw it and all the air in him turned into something harder. Hands off the controls, he snapped. Security raised rifles. Connor hit them before the warning cycle on the weapons finished charging. He crossed the room in a blur, ripped the first carbine away, and smashed it into the second guard's visor hard enough to crack both. Jon was already at the console before the command woman could decide whether she was brave or stupid. She drew a sidearm. Jon looked at it, then at her. Really, she actually fired. He caught the muzzle, twisted it up, and the shot went into the ceiling. Okay, Root. Raven dropped into the middle of the room and darkness rolled low over the floor, not touching anybody yet, just making movement feel heavier. The command woman stopped fighting him and did the smarter thing. Do you have any idea what you're interrupting? Jon looked at the red route map. A kidnapping. Her jaw clenched. This platform is federal contingency infrastructure. Cool. It's also got LexCorp backdoors and Red Sun harmonic bleed writ all through your systems. That got a flicker, small, real. He grabbed the nearest live data panel and yanked it toward him. There it was, not just LexCorp component IDs, hidden access permissions, ghost channels, 1 file tree nested behind the official Sunfall permissions under a label so bland it might as well have been a crime on purpose. Field harmonic expansion, Daybreak. Jon smiled without warmth. Found it. The command woman's face changed. How did you? Your security is arrogant. From the comm in Jon's ear, Lois's voice came in sharp and immediate. Talk to me. Jon was already ripping the system feed into a portable transmitter cable from the console. Daybreak's nested inside Sunfall. Lex carved a whole hidden control lane through the federal array. Perry's voice overlapped hers from whatever room full of caffeine and spite he was running from. Can you prove he was there by design? Jon glanced at the permissions tree. Yeah, it's signed through Lex defense shell authorizations and something older I don't like. The command woman stared at him. Who are you broadcasting to? Lois answered for him through the comm, loud enough that the woman heard it in the room. People with front pages. The woman's expression did something between horror and admiration. Connor pinned the second guard to the wall with 1 forearm and looked over. Please tell me we're nearly done. Raven lifted her gaze toward the outer dish. Number the satellites locking. Jon looked up at the screen. The route to the Arctic had stabilized. Under it, a second layer unfolded, not visible from the outside, not official. A transit shell wrapped around a spatial fold signature that he recognized instantly now. Phantom harmonics. He didn't know Kryptonian prison tech in detail. He knew enough from growing up around Clark and Fortress systems and overheard League briefings to understand the word when it showed up in impossible places. His stomach dropped. Dad's not just in a cell, he said. Connor frowned. What? Jon pointed at the shell data. They're routing him through a phantom zone corridor. The command woman went white. That's impossible. Jon rounded on her, not helping. Raven was already at the secondary console, one hand hovering over the sigil-scored port seams along the edge. Mordrew isn't holding Clark in one place, he's using transit states. Prison between prison. That was disgusting in a way Jon didn't have time to unpack. He jammed the cable harder into the data port. Lois, I'm sending the tree. Do it. Perry, if Waller goes live again, I want the word daybreak in her mouth whether she likes it or not. Perry sounded almost cheerful. Kid, I'm already there. The command woman looked from Jon to the export screen, then at her own systems. If that file is real, my command stack never saw it. Jon believed her. That was the fun part, not because he trusted government clarity. Because the horror looked too specific to fake. What's your name? He asked without looking away from the screen. She blinked. Commander Hale. Commander Hale, if you didn't know Daybreak was riding your platform, then somebody above you thought your consent was optional. He jerked his chin at the export bar. Welcome to the room. Her mouth flat. Connor laughed once under his breath. Okay, that was good. The export finished. Then the whole satellite lurched. Hale swore and hit 3 keys in one motion. No, that's not us. The outer dish on the hull rotated past safe calibration, past legal alignment. Past anything that looked like monitoring. Red light flooded the chamber. Every crew member in the room flinched. Jon felt it too, the same bite as the farm, only stronger. Red sun frequency layered with the wrong magic, not enough to drop him, enough to make his magic twitch sideways. Connor's face went tight instantly. This is bad. Raven's eyes narrowed. The platform has been commandeered. Hale looked up from the controls. By who? The answer came through the ceiling speakers in Mercy Graves' voice. By reality, she said. Please remain where you are. Connor bared his teeth. I hate her. Mercy went on, smooth as polished steel. Unauthorized interference with Sunfall assets has forced procedural escalation. Commander Hale, seal internal compartments and prepare non-compliant subjects for capture. Hale looked at the overhead speaker like it had personally insulted her. Absolutely not. Jon glanced at her, respect mild, fast. Mercy ignored the refusal. LexCorp Emergency Continuity Authority has been invoked. Hale went still, then furious. That authority applies to logistics support. Tonight it applies to survival. The dish array outside locked into place. Every screen in the room flashed the same warning at once. Red spectrum surge, imminent bulkhead failure, cascade probability, 83%. Hale's face drained. She's overdriving the core. Jon looked at the numbers. Why? Raven answered before Mercy did. Because if the satellite catastrophically fails with us aboard, the official story gets simpler. Connor let go of the guard so fast the guy hit the floor. Then let's leave. Jon looked at the surge timer, 24 seconds, and 6 crews still in harnesses, and this entire platform full of evidence, and the transit data to Clark on the screens. Brutal option, easy. Rip the root core, grab the files, leave everyone else to find religion in vacuum. He hated how easy the thought came. He hated even more that it came with no guilt attached for half a second. Then Clark's voice from earlier cut through in his head. People first. Jon swore and slapped the nearest emergency release. Hale, get your crew into evac shells. She stared at him. We don't have time. You do if you move. Connor looked between them. Are you serious? Jon rounded on him. Yes, the satellite's gonna blow. Then help me stop it blowing with people inside it. Connor stared for one hard second, then said, disgusted but in motion already, I really hate your priorities. Raven was at the outer sigil seam. The magical load is the trigger. If I can cut it from the dish hub, the red sun surge drops below catastrophic. Hale slammed manual release toggles. Emergency capsule doors opened down the corridor. Crew started moving, still in shock but finally moving. Jon ripped the Daybreak core panel out of the console and shoved the drive stack into his belt. Lois got the files. Send when safe. Define safe. I hate you. Connor grabbed the 2 security men by the backs of their armor and flung them bodily toward the evac corridor. There, saved, happy. One of them shouted something furious. Connor shouted back, you're welcome. The surge timer hit 12. Raven's dark energy wrapped around the dish control spindle and pulled. The spindle fought, screamed, held. Jon crossed the chamber and braced beside her. What do you need? Force on 3 and 7, magic on the break line, and stop asking me that every time. Jon snorted despite himself and jammed both hands into the spindle housing. You make it very tempting. Outside, one of the solar vanes sheared off. The satellite rotated wrong. Hale screamed at a tech who had frozen halfway into an evac capsule. Move, move, move. Connor got there first, scooped the woman up by the waist, and stuffed her into the capsule like offended carry-on luggage. Not helping your public image, Jon muttered. Who asked you? The timer hit 8. Raven's voice dropped. Now. Jon pushed with everything he had, not just strength. Magic too, twisted through the spindle seam where Marvelo's sigils had been spliced into the red sun relay. The structure fought him. Then cracked. Raven ripped the magical layer free in a coil of black-violet sparks that blew across the chamber like glass rain. The surge timer froze at 3. Every light in the room died. Then emergency power came back thin and blue. Hale stared at her board. Core stabilized. Connor exhaled hard. Cool, I hate space. Jon looked at the empty security positions, the sealed evac capsules already blowing out from the hull in little white bursts. Good, crew clear. Then a new alarm tone hit. Hale slammed one hand over the side panel. Number, there's a decompression breach in the dish spine. 2 techs still in the maintenance crawl. Connor threw both hands up. Of course there are. Jon was already moving. Where? Hale pointed to a schematic. The crawl ran through the outer ring, narrow enough that Connor's shoulders would probably hate it, and close enough to the damaged dish that red spectrum residue still crawled there in ugly little pockets. Jon looked at Connor. You get the interior lock. Connor scowled. Bossy. You said you were in. Raven touched Jon's wrist once as he passed her. Cool, grounding, fast. Don't let the residue touch bare skin. Jon looked down at her fingers on his wrist, then up at her face. She didn't pull back immediately. Thanks, he said, for the warning, for a few things. Her expression changed by about a millimeter. Go. He went. The maintenance crawl was exactly as bad as it sounded. Narrow steel spine, half lit, the hum of space wrong on the other side of thin walls, and one section ahead venting atmosphere and a hard white scream through a split seam. 2 techs were trapped past it, one clipped to a handhold, the other trying to drag a sealed repair pack toward the breach and failing because panic and physics were both beating her. Jon braced, set his hands against the split, and shoved. The seam screamed wider before it started narrowing. Great, fine, not ideal. Inside, he shouted. The first tech crawled. The second tried and got dragged sideways by the suction hard enough to slam against the wall. Jon let go with one hand. Bad choice for his balance, only choice for hers. He caught her harness clip, hauled, and took the full pull from the breech across his own shoulder and half his face while trying not to lose the seal completely. The tech slammed into him hard enough to bruise. Good, alive. He shoved both of them toward the inner lock just as Connor hit the other side of the hatch and manually sealed it from the chamber end. The decompression stopped. Jon dropped to one knee in the crawl and breathed once through gritted teeth. The shoulder where the residue had hit him burned like ice and metal and old bad magic. Not lethal, very personal. He hated that. Jon. Connor's voice over the hatch speaker. Tell me you're done being a martyr in the vent. Jon pushed up. You first. He made it back into the core chamber with his jaw locked hard enough to crack enamel. Raven saw the shoulder immediately. What touched you? Residue, not much. That's not an answer. Apparently I collect those. Hale, still at the command board, looked between them and then at the stabilized systems. I can route you the rest of the Daybreak architecture now that the hidden layer is exposed. Jon looked at her. Why? She gave him a dead-eyed federal answer that somehow felt truer than most emotional speeches. Because I'm not dying for a private sabotage program somebody stapled onto my grid. Fair. She threw the root package to his portable drive. The overlay unfolded across the main screen. 3 satellites were only the top layer. Below that sat a web of mobile red spectrum projectors, relay trucks, and one central coordination site marked under a code Hale clearly hadn't seen before. SUNFALL ground node Alpha Arctic access support status. Active. Jon felt cold all over. Fortress. Raven nodded. Yes. Hale looked from the screen to Jon. If you're going there, you need to know something else. There's a command override tucked under the Arctic node, not federal. Lex, Jon said. Hale shook her head. Number older. The permissions language isn't ours. Marvelo then or Mordru. Good, better, worse. Perry's voice came through Jon's comm, sounding almost impressed. Kid, you just cracked Sunfall open on 3 national feeds. Jon blinked. What? Lois cut in, fast and fierce and absolutely in control of 12 things at once. When Hale pushed the Daybreak logs to your drive, the Fortress handshake mirrored through a public channel Jimmy planted in LexCorp's legal response stack. Long story short, Lex's hidden authority over federal satellites is now very much everyone's business. Connor barked a laugh. That's amazing. Perry sounded smug. It really is. Lois continued. Waller just got blindsided live by Senate staffer reading component authorizations on camera. Sunfall's public trust is cracking. Hard. Jon looked at Hale. She met his eyes once and didn't complain. Partial win then, not enough. He looked at the Arctic node again. We go now. Hale said, take the lane under the second debris shadow. Satellite 3 is still fully armed. Connor glanced at the exterior schematic. Can I punch that one? No, Jon and Raven said together. Connor scowled. This is getting old. Amanda Waller did not shout when things went wrong. That was what made the room around her worse. She stood in the same operations center. Same screens, same analysts who now looked like they regretted ever learning to type, and watched Lex's buried Daybreak permissions crawl across a Senate briefing monitor in front of an audience she could not shoot, intimidate, or redirect fast enough. A junior committee counsel's voice came over one public feed. Reading component authorization IDs linked to LexCorp subcontractors attached to Sunfall's orbital grids. Another screen showed Perry White on live TV saying the phrase "private billionaire fingerprints" all over federal anti-catastrophe infrastructure, like he planned to get it bronzed. Waller had one hand flat on the operations table. Not clenched, flat still. The analyst knew better than to mistake that for calm. "Tell me exactly when you lost control of Satellite 1, she said. The lead analyst swallowed. "When the Daybreak layer hard split from command masking and the internal crew accepted outside, not interested in your passive voice." The analyst swallowed harder. "When LexCorp's hidden authority overrode our calibration lockout." Waller nodded once. There it was. She had suspected influence. She had not suspected rot that deep, not in something she had just put her name on in public. A second screen flashed with footage from the Kansas farm. Civilian feeds. Red spectrum emitters lighting around a farmhouse. One old woman with a shotgun blowing out a truck control panel while federal personnel shouted. Jonathan Kent and the clone Connor now, because of course the ballroom footage had made that public, dragging a fight into open ground instead of through the house. Waller watched the sequence where Jon stopped her field team from firing and saved the clone instead of breaking him. That mattered too, damn him. One of the liaison officers said carefully, "Ma'am, if Lane pushes the committee on unauthorized Lex integration," Waller cut him off. "He will." She looked at the next screen. Mercy Graves' vehicle fleeing Kansas. Cowardly. Predictable, useful later. The room waited. Waller made the call. "Open a line to Kent." The analyst hesitated. "Which one?" Waller gave him a look so flat it could have leveled concrete. "The one still in orbit and embarrassing everybody." The line came in while Jon was tearing the last safe route markers off Hale's console. He almost ignored it because the day had already run out of patience, and he wasn't especially interested in adding Federal Authority Voice number 7 to the mix. Then the caller ID flashed secure federal priority and Connor said, "Answer it. If it's stupid, I want to hear." Jon accepted. Amanda Waller appeared on the small tactical screen clipped to his forearm band, expression exactly as friendly as a locked vault. "Jonathan Kent." Jon didn't bother pretending civility. "You're having a rough launch." Connor made a choking noise that was definitely a laugh. Waller's eyes flicked once toward the sound, then back to Jon. "You exposed a hidden sabotage layer inside a federal emergency system. You're welcome. You also boarded an armed satellite. You're super welcome." Raven gave him a look. Jon ignored it. Waller did not react to the tone at all. "Listen carefully. Sunfall is compromised. I am not disputing that." Connor lifted his brows. "Wow." Jon said, "That's fast." "I prefer facts to denial," Waller replied. "The facts are these. You are en route to an Arctic node tied to your father's capture. LexCorp inserted Daybreak permissions into my network. Someone with magical expertise is using the same infrastructure to build a transdimensional prison corridor, and if you rush the node blindly you may get Superman killed." Jon's jaw tightened. "You think I don't know that?" "I think you are angry enough to forget it for 30 seconds, that's all it takes." That landed because, unfortunately, it was not stupid. Jon hated when competent people made his life harder by being partly right. Waller continued. "My direct authority over Sunfall field teams is currently stronger than Luthor's if I move now. I can freeze 3 active response clusters and deny orbital fire permissions over the Arctic node. In return, you do not attack my people unless they attack first." Connor said, "That sounds fake." Raven said, "Wait." Jon looked between them, then back at Waller. "And why would I trust that?" Waller's expression did not change. "You shouldn't. Trust the part where my political survival now depends on Lex being seen as the saboteur, not me. Alignments happen in ugly places all the time." That was the most honest federal sentence he had ever heard. He hated that too. "What about the teams already moving on the node?" he asked. "Some are mine, some are contaminated. If you see black units carrying red spectrum fork rifles with no agency patch, those are not mine anymore." Hale, listening from the console, nodded sharply in the background. "That matched." Jon said, "You still aren't getting me in a room later." Waller looked almost bored. "Survive the day, then make demands." The line cut. Connor looked at Jon. "I can't decide if I like her or want to throw her into the sun." Jon started for the hull breach. "Probably both." Raven fell into step beside him. "She gave you something." "Yeah. More people to sort into maybe shooting and definitely not shooting." "That's not what I meant." Jon glanced at her. Raven's face stayed unreadable. She admitted self-interest instead of pretending concern was enough. He thought about that for half a second. "Okay, weirdly fair. They blew out of the satellite and dropped back toward Earth. The fortress had changed while they were gone. Jon saw it before they landed. The whole Arctic around it looked wrong. Not stormed, not broken, tilted. Light bent strangely over the ice plains. Frost plumes rose in lines that matched no wind. Above the crystal spires of the fortress itself, a wound in the sky had opened, thin and vertical, black at the center, edged in silver-white fire. Phantom Zone breach. He knew that without being told, not because he'd seen it before, because the fortress did not do that shape for any other reason. Connor saw it too and said, "That's really bad, right?" Jon didn't look away from the breach. "Yeah," Raven's voice came through the comm. "The node's active, multiple teams on site. Mordru already got there. They hit the outer platform hard enough to crack the ice. The fortress doors were open. That was wrong too. Nobody ever left the doors open during active threat. Not Clark, not the AI. Not by accident." Inside, the main chamber looked like a war had tried to become math and then lost interest halfway through. Sunfall field emitters ringed the crystal floor in 3 broken arcs. 2 were federal issue. 1 was not. Waller's marked teams had taken cover behind ice-grown barricades and shattered console banks, trying to hold a perimeter line against black-robed constructs and floating steel shards drawn from the fortress walls themselves. The air stank of ozone, cold metal, and red spectrum bleed. And right in the center of it all, beyond the firefight and the screaming systems and the open wound in the ceiling, the phantom projector core had been dragged open into a shape it was never meant to hold. Clark hung in the middle of that structure, not inside the zone yet, pinned at the boundary. Red sun lamps burned around him in a rotating ring while silver ritual lines crawled over the projector arms holding him there. He was awake, fighting, losing ground by inches. Marvolo stood at the base of the projector in a black coat and somebody else's face, one hand raised over a control array that had no business existing inside Kryptonian architecture. Mordru was not visible. Jon felt him anyway, everywhere, in the breach, in the lines, in the room pressure. The fortress AI was still trying to talk through it all. "Warning, phantom barrier unstable, foreign command insertion detected. Warning, warning." Then one of the floating steel shards punched through the nearest Sunfall shield generator and the warning loop died in static. Waller's contaminated units were obvious once Jon knew what to look for. No patch, black armor, red fork rifles. Moving not with the discipline of terrified federal personnel trying not to get folded by a magical prison breach, but with the smooth confidence of men who thought they were here to win. Waller's own troops were pinned, fighting both them and the constructs. Nice, wonderful, beautiful mess. Jon took it in all at once and made the call before the room could eat another 10 seconds. "Connor, left flank, patchless units only. Raven, cut Marvolo's ritual line if you can. I'm getting dad." Connor looked at the breach, at Clark, at the black units moving under the projector line. "And if one of those patchless teams has a red sun cage with my name on it?" Jon met his eyes for half a beat. "Then you wreck it and keep moving." Connor grinned sharp. "Much better." He launched left. Raven did not answer at all. She just went dark and vanished into the mess. Jon hit the main floor at speed. A black-armored trooper swung a fork rifle toward him. Jon ripped it out of his hands and threw it through 2 crystal pillars hard enough to burst it into dead metal. A second trooper fired from the right flank. Jon put up a shield on instinct and redirected the shot into one of the contaminated units behind him, taking out the man's leg armor instead of his chest. No kills, not unless absolutely necessary. Brutal option again, not today. 3 Waller troops in standard gear were trapped under a collapsed crystal buttress while black units used them as cover against the constructs pouring from the side halls. Jon could have ignored that. On straight for Clark, probably gotten there faster too. Instead he hit the buttress, lifted the whole slab, and shouted at the trapped soldiers, "Move." They scrambled free in shock. One of the patchless units saw the line open and raised a weapon at their backs. Jon heat visioned the rifle in half before the shot fired. The barrel exploded. The unit went down screaming with burned gauntlets instead of dead lungs. Good enough. Across the chamber, Connor tore through the black units like an insult given muscles. He was moving smarter this time. Less rage-drunk charge, more target choice. He ripped one emitter dish out of the floor, used it as a shield against red fork fire, then hurled it into a cluster of contaminated troops hard enough to flatten all 3. One Waller soldier in standard armor looked up at him from behind cover like she couldn't decide whether to salute or flee. Connor pointed at the floor behind her and barked, "Stay down if you like breathing." She stayed down. Jon almost smiled. Marvolo looked up from the projector base and saw Jon cutting through the room. He smiled. That alone made Jon want to set the whole Arctic on fire. "You're late," Marvolo called over the chaos. Jon blasted the console bank beside him. "Talk less." Marvolo slipped sideways through a fold of black light and the blast missed by inches, shattering control columns instead. The projector screamed. Clark jerked against the boundary frame. Jon's stomach dropped. Bad shot, not because he missed Marvolo, because the system around Clark had reacted. He changed direction immediately, running not at Marvolo now but at the projector support arms. Safer, mechanical, break the tech, then the magic. Mordru's voice rolled through the chamber from the breach overhead. "You always choose rescue before revenge. Admirable, limiting." Jon didn't look up. "You say that like I care." The breach pulsed. Phantom light spilled downward in a white-black curtain that made the air taste like static in old prison. Waller's voice hit the open comm channel, all command and no wasted breath. All verified federal teams hold fire on Kent. Patchless units are hostile. I repeat, patchless units are hostile. About time, the room changed on that order. Not enough to call better, enough to call clearer. One standard Sunfall squad immediately shifted line and started engaging the black units at the right corridor instead of trying to contain Jon. Good. Useful. A black unit commander screamed into his mic, "Ignore the override." Connor grabbed him by the back of the armor and slammed him through the fortress archive wall before the sentence finished. Also useful. Jon reached the first projector arm. The thing was half Kryptonian crystal, half Lex-forged bracing, and all bad. He got both hands around the outer clamp and pulled. Red sun flared straight into his face from the stabilizer ring. Pain hit like nausea in his bones. He snarled and pulled harder. The clamp bent, not enough. Raven appeared out of nowhere at the base node, both hands black with magic, and drove something dark and sharp into the ritual line under the arm. The silver crawling script buckled. "Now," she snapped. Jon tore the arm sideways. It ripped free with a scream of metal and crystal. The whole projector lurched. Clark dropped 6 inches in the restraint field, almost enough to breathe easier, not enough to get free. Jon looked up. "Dad." Clark's eyes found him through the pain and the red wash. Jon left side. Jon twisted. Marvolo was there, rod already raised. Jon barely got his shield up in time. Black light hit and blasted him backward across the floor into one of Waller's barricades hard enough to flatten it. 3 federal soldiers behind the barricades stared at him in wide-eyed silence. Jon looked up from the wreckage and said, "Sorry." One of them blinked. "What? Wrong place. Move." They moved. Marvolo stepped over the ruined barrier with that same infuriating calm. "He's learning to choose. You should be proud." Jon pushed up onto one knee. "I'm gonna break your face." Marvolo's mouth twitched. "That sentiment means more from you than from most." He slashed the rod down. The floor under Jon split into silver lines. Trap. Jon kicked off the broken barricade before it could close. The trap snapped shut on empty air and bit through crystal instead. Across the room, Connor had ripped the power core out of a patchless red sun emitter and was using it to threaten another squad into dropping their rifles. Excellent. Beautiful. Then one of the black units fired something from behind cover. Not at Jon, at Connor, a compressed red sun capsule wrapped in black sigil mesh. Jon saw it too late to shout a useful warning. The capsule burst around Connor's upper body and sealed in a hard red field. Connor hit one knee instantly. Every black unit in the chamber pivoted toward him like they'd all been waiting for exactly that line. Marvolo smiled and looked at Jon. "There," he said softly. "The easier choice." Jon's whole body went cold. Of course, forced Jon to pick: father in the projector, Connor in the cage, soldiers in the crossfire, Mordru in the breach, Marvolo at the core. Too many losses, too little time, one ugly efficient answer. Kill the black units. Break the cage with full force even if Connor's body takes the hit. Ignore the standard Sunfall soldiers caught in the middle. Go straight for Clark. Let the rest sort itself. That would end the fight faster. That would also be exactly the kind of answer Mordru had been trying to teach him into for days. Jon moved, not to Clark, not first, not because he loved Clark less. Because Clark had said it and said it and said it until it lived in Jon's muscles now. People first. He hit the nearest black unit commander so hard the man went through an emitter base and stayed down. Then he grabbed 2 confused standard soldiers by the backs of their vests and threw them behind ice cover before the patchless squad on the right could cut them apart. One of the soldiers shouted, "What are you?" Jon rounded on the firing line and roared, "Your job for YOU, apparently." That shut him up. Raven was already at Connor's cage, dark energy worming through the black mesh instead of smashing it head-on. Smart. Connor was on both knees now, jaw clenched so hard blood ran from where he'd bitten the inside of his cheek. Marvolo circled closer to the projector base. "You do realize your mercy is costing him." Jon heat visioned the control pylons under Marvolo's feet. Marvolo vanished sideways again, but the pylons blew apart. The projector dipped harder. Clark's restraints shuddered. One arm came free. Progress. Mordru laughed through the breach. "Yes, scatter. Save them all poorly." Jon looked up at the wound in the sky for 1 second and pointed at it. "You don't get commentary rights." Then the floor under him lit. Not Marvolo's work this time. Phantom zone bleed. The whole fortress groaned like something enormous had leaned on it from the other side. Khalid's voice burst through the open comm from the Tower of Fate. "Jonathan, the breach is widening. If the projector ring fully collapses before Clark clears the threshold, he gets pulled across the zone boundary instead of dropped." Jon did not enjoy that sentence. "Then tell me the useful part faster. The left anchor and the crown line are the same system. Break them within 1 second or not at all." He looked up at the rotating restraint ring around Clark. Left anchor, crown line, got it, Raven shouted from Connor's cage. I can't cut this and hold the breach pressure both. Jon made the call without letting himself think about how much he hated it. Then don't hold the breach, cut him loose. Raven's eyes snapped to him across the chamber. He held the look and nodded once. Connor first, because Clark still had one free arm, because Clark would buy time if he could. Because Connor in that cage was about 3 breaths away from becoming a weapon again or dying in place. Raven broke the cage, not neatly, not gently. She drove her darkness into the core knot and ripped the whole thing inside out. The red field imploded in a spray of sparks and black ash. Connor fell forward, catching himself on one hand. Good, alive. The breach overhead surged immediately with the pressure Raven had let go. The whole fortress shook. Projector crown ring screamed. Clark yelled something Jon didn't catch through the noise. Too late now to second guess it. Jon crossed the chamber in one line for the projector. Marvolo moved to intercept. Connor, still on one knee and half blinded by red sun fallout, did the ugliest, most beautiful thing Jon had seen all day. He grabbed a fallen Black Unit trooper by the ankle, swung the man bodily like a club, and hit Marvolo square across the ribs. Marvolo went flying into the projector base. Jon saw it and barked out a laugh of pure adrenaline. That counts. Connor spat blood into the snow-blown crystal floor. Shut up and move. Jon moved. He hit the left anchor first. Both hands, full strength, the metal folded. Then he went up. Straight up, flying through the red wash with every muscle in his body hating it, and hit the crown line above Clark's head just as the freed left anchor destabilized the ring. 1 second turned out to be less than that. He ripped the crown line free. The restraint field blew out. Clark dropped. Jon caught him in midair and drove them both sideways through a curtain of phantom bleed and down onto the central platform as the projector behind them erupted into white-black light. The impact knocked every bit of breath out of Jon's lungs and most of Clark's too. He still rolled, got Clark behind a shattered crystal buttress, and forced his own body up between Clark and the room. Clark's face was pale, eyes still focused though. Good enough. You okay? Jon snapped. Clark, because he was impossible, actually managed. You asked that a lot. Jon stared at him for half a second. You are not funny right now. Clark's mouth twitched anyway. Disagree. Relief punched Jon so hard it almost made him dizzy. Then the fortress roof opened farther, not physically. The breach did. The wound in the sky widened from slit to gate. And from inside the black-white depth beyond it, shapes moved. Not bodies exactly. Echoes, prison shadows, things without clean edges pressing close to the gap like inmates hearing the bars go thin. The fortress AI came back in jagged bursts. Warning, Phantom Zone barrier failure at 22%. Warning, external entities approaching breach threshold. Clark pushed himself up on one elbow and looked at the breach. His face changed in a way Jon had only seen once or twice before, not fear, recognition of scale. That can't open here, he said. Jon's laugh came out thin and angry. Great, add it to the list. Across the chamber, Waller's verified teams were trying to fall back in order while Black units still fought from the side halls under Marvolo's command. Raven had Connor upright now, one hand braced hard over the lingering burn at his collarbone while he insisted on staying vertical out of spite alone. Marvolo, somehow not dead enough for Jon's taste, stood again by the ruined projector base. Blood at the corner of his mouth now. Better. He looked up at the widening breach and smiled like this had all been a bridge, not a fight. Mordru, he said into the room, the gate stands. And then Mordru appeared, not all of him, maybe not even enough to call body, but more than voice, more than pressure. A figure stepped halfway out of the breach onto nothing, vast robes made of night and gold lines, face human-shaped only because lesser minds probably needed a shape to go mad in the right direction. Old, imperial, calm in a way that made every alarm in Jon's life go off at once. The whole fortress bent around him. Mordru looked down at Jon, then at Clark, then at the room full of soldiers, clones, magicians, reporters, future lawsuits, and impossible family. So he said, this is the resistance. Jon stood, not because it was smart, because not standing under that look felt worse. Mordru's mouth tilted. There you are. Clark got to one knee behind him. Jon not alone. Jon didn't glance back, didn't say I was. Connor staggered to the left flank of the ruined platform, Raven to the right. Zatanna and Khalid burst into the chamber at last through a gold-black transit line from Fate's tower, with Nightwing and Starfire behind them because apparently the day had fully abandoned the idea of moderation. Good, needed them, still maybe not enough. Mordru saw the reinforcements and looked genuinely amused. How touching, he said. You gather around the wound and call it family. That one landed ugly. Jon felt it, Clark felt it, Raven definitely felt it. The room did weird little things with sound for half a second, like the breach itself liked the line. Jon pointed at him. You really think talking makes you bigger? Mordru's gaze sharpened with interest instead of offense. Number I think grief does. He lifted one hand. Every broken projector arm in the chamber rose off the floor. Every red sun shard, every black unit rifle, every loose fortress crystal. The whole room became a storm of metal and light pointed at everyone Jon cared about. Brutal option again. Easy now, big, loud, overwhelming. Drop the whole chamber into force and dare anything left standing to call itself alive. He felt the urge the way he'd felt the wrong answer urges all chapter. Clean, quick, final. He also felt Raven looking at him from the edge of his vision, not fear. Assessment. Like she knew exactly what the room wanted and exactly who in it had to choose first. Jon inhaled once. Then shouted, down. Not attack, not unleash, just command. Everybody he cared about moved on it because they trusted him enough to do it without explanation. Clark dragged one Sunfall soldier with him behind cover on reflex because of course he did. Nightwing hit the floor and yanked two wounded agents flat. Starfur threw a shield over the nearest breach edge. Connor dropped and hauled Raven with him even though she clearly did not need the help and looked offended by the contact. Jon put everything he had into one shield, not neat, not elegant, huge. Silver blue light burst out from him in a dome over the central chamber just as Mordru's storm hit. Metal screamed against it. Red sun shards burned into it. Fortress crystal blew apart and held at the edge instead of scything through people. Jon's knees hit the floor under the pressure he held. Mordru watched from the breach with something close to delight. Yes, show me. Jon gritted his teeth. That's the part where you shut up. The shield started to crack. Too much, too many vectors. Raven appeared at his left shoulder and added darkness into the split lines, not replacing his shield, reinforcing the weak seams. Zatanna slammed gold sigils into the outer curve from the other side. Clark got up under Red Sun weakness and braced one hand against Jon's back like simple physical support would matter against a god tyrant in a prison breach. Somehow it did. Connor landed on the right flank and punched a flying emitter core clear out of the air before it could punch through the shield. The dome held, not because Jon was enough, because all of them together were. Mordru saw that too, the amusement in his face thinned. Good, then he changed tactics, of course he did. He lowered his hand and the storm stopped pressing. The room exhaled. The shield did not fully collapse, but the pressure eased enough that Jon could breathe again. Mordru looked at Clark, then smiled at Jon. You save well, he said, now watch the cost. He snapped two fingers. Marvolo, already at the projector ruins, drove the black rod into surviving control seam Jon had not even seen. The dead projector flared back to life for one impossible second, not around Clark this time. Under him, under Clark, under the whole central platform. Phantom lines exploded upward. Clark saw it one beat before Jon did. Move. Jon turned, too late. The floor under Clark dropped out into a white-black column of prison light. Clark's hand caught Jon's wrist for the briefest instant. Then the pull took him. Jon lunged, grabbed air, caught only the trailing edge of Clark's cape as it ripped free in his hand. Clark vanished into the breach. The column snapped shut. The room went silent, not for half a beat, for real. Even the alarms faltered. Jon stood in the middle of the ruined fortress holding a torn piece of red cape in one hand and absolutely nothing in the place where the rest of him should have been. No breath, no sound, no coherent thought at all for one blank clean second. Then Mordru laughed. The breach overhead widened another full meter, no longer a slit, not even a gate. A wound. Open enough now that the shadow things beyond it pressed against the threshold in writhing layers. College shouted, if that reaches 40%, we lose containment globally. Waller's surviving team started shouting for emergency withdrawal. Nightwing was already moving civilians and wounded toward the far exit line. Raven said Jon's name once. He didn't hear it. Marvolo smiled from across the wreckage. Bad move, very bad move. Everything in Jon came back at once. Not calm, not reason, direction. He turned so sharply the cape fragment snapped in his fist and his magic hit the room like a weather change. Silver light crawled across the broken fortress floor in hard lines. The air pressure shifted. Loose crystal rose half an inch and started humming. Connor looked at him and said very quietly, oh hell. Raven stepped toward Jon, not in front, never in front. Just into the edge of the field where he'd have to notice her to move further. Jonathan. He looked at her, really looked, and saw through the red pulse in his own vision and the raw hole Mordru had just ripped open in him that she was not afraid of his power. Worried, yes, focused, absolutely. Angry in her own cold way, but not afraid, that mattered enough to reach him. Barely. He heard the room again. Khalid yelling breach percentages. Lois on open comm screaming Clark's name and then everybody else. Because she had gone from grief to command with no soft stop in between. Connor closing in on his right flank like maybe he thought if Jon detonated, he could do something useful in the blast radius. Mordru still smiling because he thought the lesson had finally landed. Jon looked back up at the breach, then at the cape in his hand, then at the people still alive in the chamber because he had not let the storm kill them. He exhaled once. The fortress stopped shaking as hard, not because the danger was gone, because he was choosing, again. He looked at Mordru and said, voice flat and clear enough to cut the whole room, I'm done reacting to you. Mordru's smile thinned. Good. Jon turned to the room, to the allies, to the surviving soldiers, to the broken systems and the widening breach in the day that had just stopped pretending it might get easier. Nightwing, evacuation line east and down. Starfire, get the wounded moving. Khalid, Zatanna, I need the breach held where it is and no wider. Waller's people fight or leave, but they do not point another gun in here unless they want it melted. One of the standard Sunfall commanders, bleeding and still half under an ice barricade, actually nodded. Jon pointed at Connor. You're with me. Connor blinked. For what? Jon looked at the torn cape in his fist, then back at the projector ruin, then up at Mordru. For the part where we take him back. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Son of Two Legacies Conversation History, User Message. Provide a detailed story outline for the concept. What if Harry was betrayed by everyone and reincarnated as the son of Superman with his magic intact? Include a story overview, main themes, character arcs, and story arc structure. Create exactly 5 chapters for each chapter. Give chapter title, setting, key events, 3-4 bullet points, character development, hook, cliffhanger. Follow the user's style guidelines, casual, fast-paced, avoid forbidden patterns, no actual story text, only the outline. Assistant response. The story follows Harry Potter who, after being betrayed and killed in a failed ministry ritual, is reborn as Jonathan Kent, the son of Clark Kent and Lois Lane, retaining his original memories and magic while gaining Kryptonian powers. The narrative centers on his struggle to trust a new family while dealing with the fear his hybrid abilities inspire. Core themes are betrayal and earned trust, dual identity, power versus choice, authentic family, public fear versus truth, and a grounded romance with Raven. Main character arcs. Jon evolves from a guarded, battle-ready survivor to a leader who balances his 2 legacies. Clark learns to parent without cages. Lois becomes an investigative force. Raven and Jon develop a partnership based on mutual respect. Connor Kent moves from rival to brother. Lex Luthor and Amanda Waller serve as political military antagonists. Mordru is the mystical villain, exploiting Jon's unique soul. The novel is split into 5 acts, each roughly 10-12K words per chapter. Chapter 1 covers Harry's death, Jon's rebirth, early trust building, and a public rescue that reveals his magic. Chapter 2 introduces Lex's media campaign, a LexCorp gala, and Jon's first clash with Connor. Chapter 3 brings Jon into the magical underworld, meets Raven, and faces a pocket space created from Harry's death, ending with Mordru's threat. Chapter 4 details the Sunfall Protocol, Waller's anti-deity force, Connor's capture, and the breach of the Phantom Zone. Chapter 5, Son of Two Legacies, sees Jon devise a rescue strike plan, force a reluctant Lex-Waller alliance, confront Mordru's world-scale ritual, and combine wandless magic, Kryptonian strength, and solar energy to defeat Mordru, save Clark, and shut the breach. The chapter ends with a new hook, a magical message from Jon's original world asking for help, signaling the next conflict. All chapters must meet a minimum of 10 words and end with the required Chapter X end tag. User message, now write Chapter 1 of this story in full. Requirements, minimum 10 words, title format. Chapter 1, title, end the chapter with. Chapter 1 end, write immersive, detailed scenes, no summaries, start immediately, no preamble, write Chapter 1 now. Assistant response. Chapter 1 opens with Harry Potter being summoned to a secret Wizengamot-style hearing where former allies, Kingsley, McGonagall, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, etc., accuse him of being too powerful and propose magical restraints. Harry realizes the warded floor is a trap, confronts the officials, and a violent clash erupts. He attempts to break the containment anchors while the chamber's safety mechanisms activate. The battle escalates, spells, wards, and spells from both sides cause massive destruction, and Harry ultimately shatters the Elder Wand, triggering a catastrophic magical overload. The overload transports Harry's consciousness into a newborn body in Smallville, identified as Jon Kent, the son of Clark, Superman, and Lois Lane. Jon, now a 3-year-old with latent magic, exhibits uncontrolled magical bursts, lamps, levitation, and is discovered by Clark and Lois, who react with curiosity rather than fear. The narrative then follows Jon's early childhood, his struggle to control both Kryptonian abilities and revived wizarding magic, and his integration into the Kent family. Key themes: betrayal by former friends, the clash of magical and superhuman worlds, and the beginning of Jon's dual heritage identity. Important characters introduced. Harry Potter Original, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minerva McGonagall, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and baby Jon Kent. Setting transitions from the magical UK chamber to Smallville's Kent household and later to Metropolis, establishing the groundwork for future plot developments. User message: please continue Chapter 1 from where it was cut off without repeating and end with Chapter 1 end. Assistant response: the scene continues in the Kent apartment after the Metropolis attack. Clark, Jon, Lois, and Zatanna debate the detonator's danger, discover a strange symbol on it, and realize it reacts specifically to Jon's magic. They analyze media coverage, including Lex Luthor's press statement demanding accountability, and decide to issue a carefully worded public statement authored by Lois. After drafting and sending it, the group stays up through the night, sharing personal reflections on fear, responsibility, and past trauma. Jon has a nightmare that blends his former life as Harry with the current crisis, waking to find his lamp shattered and his magic sparking. Clark comforts him, sharing his own nightmare memory. Wanting answers, Clark takes Jon to the roof to sense residual energy from the destroyed machine. Jon detects a faint but active magical trace near the river's warehouse district. The duo heads there, infiltrates a concealed facility where multiple smaller versions of the weapon are being serviced by mercenaries for LexCorp. A violent confrontation ensues. Clark disables guards with heat vision and brute force. Jon uses his magic and combat skills to destroy the machines, discovering a pale shard, a binding substrate linked to the devices inside one core. The shard pulses, hinting at a deeper, possibly ancient magical source. They escape the exploding warehouse, return to the apartment where Lois, Clark, and Zatanna examine the shard, noting its non-human, non-Kryptonian, ancient nature and speculating it may be the key to the machine's targeting of Jon. User message: your previous response for Chapter 1 was cut short. Please continue writing from exactly where you left off and complete the chapter. Do not repeat what you already wrote. End the chapter with Chapter 1 end. Assistant response: the team deals with the mysterious shard after Jon's injury. Jon's cut bleeds silver shimmer blood and the shard whispers the words, "at last." Clark, Lois, and Zatanna help treat Jon and discuss the shard's origin, suspecting a link to Lex Luthor's machines in a previous chamber. They bring the shard to the Fortress of Solitude, where an AI creates a containment field. The shard activates, opening a black void that speaks to Jon, claiming to have noticed a boy die refusing chains. It hints that Lex's Project Daybreak needs blood consent to open a path. The voice taunts the family, then the shard is destroyed, causing a blackout. The AI recovers a recording revealing Lex's involvement in Project Daybreak. Back at the Kent apartment, Lois confronts Lex's corporate ties, and they discover a photo from a warehouse showing a familiar, unsettling face, hinting at a crossover with a wizard from Jon's previous world. The group debates the implications, prepares to expose Lex, and decides to move forward together, with Jon joining Lois at the Planet newsroom. Meanwhile, Lex watches the fallout, prepares to act on Project Daybreak, and labels Jonathan Kent as a new problem to exploit. User message: continue the story, now write Chapter 2 in full. Requirements: minimum 10 words. Title format: Chapter 2 title. End the chapter with Chapter 2 end. Continue naturally from Chapter 1. Follow the outline for this chapter's events. Write immersive, detailed scenes, no summaries. Write Chapter 2 now. Assistant response: Chapter 2 continues the story with Jon, the reincarnated Harry, arriving at the Daily Planet. Lois, Clark, Perry, and Jimmy coordinate a response to Lex Luthor's public gala after a disastrous attack, planning media strategy and preparing Jon for the upcoming confrontation. They confront Lex at the gala, where Jon confronts Lex about his contractors and demands transparency, leading to a heated exchange. Jon later slips away, discovers a hidden sublevel, encounters a mysterious clone-like teen named Connor, and engages in a brutal fight in secret labs, revealing deeper conspiracies involving Lex, the military, and magical elements. The chapter ends with Jon and Connor trapped behind a security shutter, hinting at further conflict. User message: please continue Chapter 2 from exactly where it was cut off without repeating any earlier content, and end the chapter with Chapter 2 end. Assistant response: the assistant provided a detailed narrative segment, Chapter 2, continuing the story. Jon and Connor infiltrate a high-security LexCorp sublevel, battling automated turrets, drones, and armored guards. They discover a red light, red sun field that weakens Connor. Lex appears via monitor, revealing that the facility contains a mysterious magical fragment, a metal handle fused to cracked black crystal, which responds to Jon's magical signature. Lex explains the fragment is a recovered fragment with rare mystical and Kryptonian properties. Tension rises as Lex hints at using the fragment for containment and synchronization. Suddenly, a hooded figure with a young Tom Riddle face enters, claiming to be an educator. He attacks the trio with a black rod that bends spell vectors. Clark Kent arrives, confronting the figure. A fight ensues involving shields, spells, protego, impedimenta, finite incantatum, and physical blows. The artifact's field destabilizes, causing containment cases to fail and the vault to emit a high metallic scream. The hooded man vanishes and reappears, ultimately being knocked out by Clark. Alarms blare, the artifact splits, revealing a silver thread, Harry's lingering fragment, and a dark core that awakens a voice proclaiming the boy between worlds is found and mentioning Mordru. The core disintegrates, leaving ash. Jon, Connor, and Clark survive, resolved to kill the unknown enemy, and the chapter ends with Chapter 2 end. User message: continue the story, now write Chapter 3 in full. Requirements: minimum 10 words, title format. Chapter 3 title, end the chapter with Chapter 3 end. Continue naturally from Chapter 2. Follow the outline for this chapter's events, write immersive, detailed scenes, no summaries, write Chapter 3 now. Assistant response: Chapter 3 Magic remembers everything after the disembodied voice calls Jon, boy between worlds. Jon Kent, Clark, Connor, Lois, Zatanna, and Jimmy scramble through a collapsing LexCorp vault. They confront a mysterious magical threat identified as Mordru, fend off armored response units, and escape the gala floor by exposing Lex's illegal sublevel to the public. Jon's betrayal of Lex forces the team to flee the building. They end up at the Fortress of Solitude, where they regroup. At the fortress, Zatanna sets up anti-possession wards, and the team learns the magical breach is targeting Jon's trauma scar from his death and rebirth. Raven appears at Titan's tower, offers to help, and explains the breach is using emotional pressure points tied to Jon's guilt and fear. The group's first response point is a Southside youth shelter where violet-colored cracks appear. Raven warns Jon not to touch the light. They battle echo constructs of familiar faces, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Kingsley, that exploit Jon's memories. Jon prioritizes rescuing the trapped children, destroying the constructs with a mix of his magic, Clark's strength, and Raven's dark energy. The next breach is in a transit tunnel under New Troy. A violet crack loop traps a small boy. Raven draws the crack's attention, Jon saves the boy, and they defeat a shape that mocks Jon's lineage. Their success reveals more breach sites: a church, a hospital, and a Gotham occult market. In Gotham, the team meets a magical fence who reveals the antagonist's name, Marvolo, and hints at a secret exchange beneath Trigate Bridge. The chapter ends with the team realizing the breaches are probing Jon's emotional anchors, setting up the next confrontation with Mordru. User message: your previous response for Chapter 3 was cut short. Please continue writing from exactly where you left off and complete the chapter. Do not repeat what you already wrote. End the chapter with Chapter 3 end. Assistant response: the scene opens in a bustling market where Zatanna, Jon, Raven, and Clark interrogate an old merchant about a hidden memory space built by Marvolo. The merchant explains that the space folds rather than vanishes, using grief-laden architecture, rooms of betrayal, execution cells, and ritual fragments to trap victims. He directs them to Belle, a shady broker dealing in collapsed ritual spaces near the waterfront. Belle confirms the pocket space is anchored to live emotional victims, live anchors, and describes its layout: a mirror door, a side room with a cracked mirror, and a hidden access point. The team learns Jon must be the door to enter, as the space only opens for its intended victim. They enter via the cracked mirror, emerging in a surreal stone corridor filled with echoing cries of trapped children. Constructs manifest as distorted versions of familiar people. Jon uses Depulso to destroy them. They rescue several children, navigating shifting rooms, silver fire rings, and confronting a cage that holds a boy named Malik. Mordru's voice taunts them, revealing the space feeds on betrayal and emotional anchors. Jon, aided by Raven's dark field and Clark's strength, shatters the cage's anchor points, freeing the children while the pocket space collapses. They escape through the mirror threshold just as Marvolo appears, only to be rebuffed. The chapter ends with the group regrouping in a tower of shifting architecture, meeting Dr. Fate, Khalid Nasser, and discussing the nature of Mordru's escalation. Chapter 3 end concludes the segment. User message: continue the story, now write Chapter 4 in full. Requirements: minimum 10 words, title format. Chapter 4 title, end the chapter with Chapter 4 end. Continue naturally from Chapter 3. Follow the outline for this chapter's events, write immersive, detailed scenes, no summaries, write Chapter 4 now. Assistant response: Chapter 4 Sunfall Protocol. The team confronts a magical technological trap projected from a tablet displaying a fake Superman clip. Silver light forms a containment lattice of red sun geometry. Clark Superman is caught, but Jon manages to grab his wrist, and Clark urges him to follow a line rather than chase blindly. The lattice collapses, Clark vanishes, and Jon is left holding empty air. The group discovers the trap was engineered by Mordru using Marvelous tech, with LexCorp-styled anti-Kryptonian components. Waller announces the Sunfall Protocol, a federal response framework using red spectrum satellite emitters, while the team learns a magical kidnapping route has multiple breach points. In the fortress, Jon meets Jon Kent, who reveals he's a clone Subject C built with Kryptonian DNA. After a tense dialogue, they agree to work together to rescue Clark. Meanwhile, in Washington, Amanda Waller briefs the nation on Sunfall, emphasizing control over superhuman threats. Lex Luthor and a military liaison argue over jurisdiction. Satellite telemetry shows a red spectrum blackout over Kansas. At Smallville, the team Jon, Connor, Raven, Zatanna, Khalid, Lois, Perry encounters a farmhouse ambushed by magical scythes and Sunfall red spectrum emitters. Agent Vasquez, Sunfall field leader, tries to secure the perimeter, but Mercy Graves arrives with LexCorp authority, triggering the emitters. A battle erupts. Jon and Raven disable the emitters, Martha Kent uses a shotgun to destroy a control panel, and Connor is overtaken by a Marvelous-style mental hook rune that forces him to act as a weapon against Jon. Jon uses his magic to break the rune, restoring Connor's mind. The team regroups, defeats the Sunfall agents, and learns that the satellite corridor is adjusting toward the Arctic, indicating the next target, the fortress. Jon, Connor, and Raven escape to orbit, observing 3 Sunfall satellites equipped with red spectrum dishes and LexCorp components. They resolve not to destroy the satellites outright, opting to find a way to stop Mordru's plan while avoiding further federal manipulation. User message: your previous response for Chapter 4 was cut short. Please continue writing from exactly where you left off and complete the chapter. Do not repeat what you already wrote. End the chapter with Chapter 4 end. Assistant response: user supplied the full text of Chapter 4, the story up to Chapter 4 end, summarizing the climax at the Arctic Fortress, the battle with Mordru, the rescue of Clark, and the unresolved breach. This serves as context for the requested Chapter 5. User message: continue the story. Now write Chapter 5 in full. Requirements: minimum 10 words. Title format: Chapter 5 title. End the chapter with Chapter 5 end. Continue naturally from Chapter 4. Follow the outline for this chapter's events. Write immersive, detailed scenes. No summaries. Write Chapter 5 now. The Fortress of Solitude sounded wrong. It had always sounded alive, even when it was silent. There was a hum in the crystal walls, a note so pure it felt less like hearing and more like standing inside a held breath. Harry Jon, he reminded himself automatically, because this was the body he wore and the life he had chosen, had gotten used to that sound. It belonged to Clark, to this place, to safety. Now the fortress groaned, not with wind, not with ice pressure, with strain. Blue-white crystal arches stretched overhead like frozen lightning, and every few seconds black veins ran through them, thin as cracks in glass, then faded again. Outside the open northern face of the structure, the polar night boiled. There was no other word for it. The sky over the ice shelf was not sky anymore. It looked like some giant hand had clawed a wound through reality and left the edges raw. Purple-black light bled through it in slow curtains. Sometimes shapes moved in that light, faces, towers, hands, rooms, and then were gone before Jon could focus. The breach had followed them from Metropolis to Gotham to the market to the fortress to the sky itself, and Clark lay 10 feet away with his eyes closed. Jon stood beside the medical platform and stared at his father's face. Clark looked pale, which on a Kryptonian was a special kind of wrong. Not skin pale, there was still color there, but the deep, impossible steadiness under it was missing. His breathing was even, too even, controlled, artificial. The fortress midfield kept painting bands of gold across his chest, and every time the light passed over the blackened mark beneath his collarbone, the gold stuttered. The mark looked like an S-shield someone had tried to carve with a knife made of shadow. Jon's hands curled hard enough that his nails bit his palms. "He's stable," Khalid said quietly. Jon didn't look away from Clark. "You said that 20 minutes ago. He is still stable. That's not the same thing as okay." "No," Khalid admitted. The helmet of fate was not on his head. Jon appreciated that. When Khalid spoke as himself, the room felt less like a prophecy and more like a plan might still exist. He stood at the far side of the platform with one hand braced on the crystal edge, exhaustion pulled into the lines around his mouth. Zatanna was seated cross-legged on the floor nearby, a ring of backward-written sigils suspended around her like glass discs. Raven leaned against a pillar in the shadows, hood down, gray-blue eyes fixed on Clark with the kind of grim concentration Jon had learned meant she was listening to something nobody else could hear. Lois was not still. Lois did not do still. She paced in hard lines across the command dais, tablet in one hand, phone in the other, dark hair half out of the tie she had put it in somewhere between the Arctic and disaster. Every 5 seconds somebody pinged her. Perry, Jimmy, emergency services, somebody in the Pentagon, maybe half the planet. She read, swore under her breath, answered 3 messages at once, and then looked up. Metropolis just lost power in the south end again, she said. Paris had a breach flare over the Seine for 12 seconds. Hong Kong got one over the harbor. Smallville's fine, for now. For now, Jon repeated. He hated how small the words sounded in the fortress. Connor stood near the central projection table, arms folded hard across his chest. If Clark looked wrong in stillness, Connor looked wrong trying to fake it. He had blood crusted along one sleeve, his black shirt torn at the shoulder, and the stubborn lock of black hair hanging into his eyes made him look younger and meaner at the same time. Superboy. Subject C brother if the last chapter of their lives counted for anything. Connor jerked his chin at Clark without looking at Jon. He twitched 3 times. Jon turned. What? Not random. Connor finally met his eyes. Every time the sky thing pulsed, Raven pushed off the pillar, because the tether is still there. The words dropped into the room like stones. Jon had known it. He had known it the second he saw that mark on Clark's chest, but hearing it out loud made something in him go cold. How bad? He asked. Raven's gaze didn't soften. She didn't do that either. Bad enough that if Mordru finishes what he started, Superman doesn't just get hurt, he gets used. Lois stopped pacing. Used how? She said. Zatanna opened her eyes. The sigils around her shattered into silver dust. Think of the breach as a door trying to become a city. Mordru doesn't only want an opening anymore, he wants permanence. Wait. He wants this world to stop treating him like an intruder and start accepting him as architecture. Jon glanced at her. That is a terrible sentence. I know. Z rose, brushing frost dust from her gloves. It's still true. Khalid lifted his hand and the projection table responded, throwing a spinning model of the Earth over the crystal surface. Points of red, gold, and violet lit up over continents like spreading disease. Breach manifestations are clustering around 3 kinds of energy, he said. Emotional trauma, magical residue, and solar-structured fields. Jon understood the first 2 immediately and hated that he understood them. He nodded at the third. Meaning Kryptonian. Meaning Superman, Raven said. The wound in the sky above the fortress pulsed and Clark's body jerked once. Jon moved before he knew he was moving. He caught Clark's wrist, heat faint and wrong, pressed against his palm. Clark's heartbeat answered under the skin, strong, then double, then strong again, like a rhythm arguing with itself. Dad. Clark didn't wake. The black mark on his chest glimmered once. Something whispered. Jon's head snapped up. Did you hear that? Lois was already reaching for the handgun she had set on the console. Connor's eyes flashed with a red threat. Zatanna's fingers spread into spell shape. Raven closed her eyes for half a second. Not a voice, a pull. From where? Jon demanded. Her eyes opened. Everywhere. A crystal column on the east side of the chamber cracked with a sound like a rifle shot. Blue shards sprayed across the floor. The fortress AI spoke instantly, voice smooth and inhuman and urgent. Containment integrity compromised. Exterior breach expansion accelerating. The projection table reconfigured. 3 satellites bloomed in orbit over the northern hemisphere linked by red lines. Sunfall hardware. Anti-Kryptonian emitters. Waller's emergency net. But another set of lines threaded through them now, thinner and darker, like ink sinking through water. LexCorp design geometry. Jon stared at it and felt fury arrive so fast it almost steadied him. Of course, Lois said. There was murder in her voice. Of course those bastards built a machine nobody can shut off without both of them. Khalid's expression sharpened. That's it. Jon looked at him. The ritual has changed shape, Khalid said. At the gala Mordru used fragments. In Gotham he used memory space. In Kansas he used sunfall geometry. At the fortress he braided all 3. He's learning every time we stop him. Zatanna came to the table, and now he's using their network as a backbone. Jon's eyes flicked from one satellite to the next. Red arcs like signatures, breach nodes, the black scar on Clark's chest, the sky above the fortress. A plan took shape fast and ugly. We need both of them, he said. Connor barked a laugh with no humor in it. You say that like it's not the worst thing anybody's said tonight. We need Waller's authorization to touch Sunfall without turning the military on every meta in a 100-mile radius, Jon said. And we need Lex because he built the Daybreak side of it. He knows where the hidden safeties are. He knows how Mordru got in. Lois's jaw tightened. I know. Jon looked at Clark again, the breathing, the mark, the wrongness. Then he looked back at the projection and made himself say it. Then we stop asking nicely. Washington, D.C. smelled like antiseptic, coffee, polished stone, and people lying to each other for a living. Jon hated it on sight. The Secure Operations Center was buried under enough federal concrete to survive a small war, which given current circumstances might have been reasonable. They had arrived the hard way. Fortress jump corridor to orbit edge, Connor hauling a stunned military drone back down like a thrown spear to get coordinates. Then Jon flying Lois and Raven through sleep black cloud over the Potomac, while Zatanna and Khalid took the magical route because apparently teleportation still hated being rushed around active dimensional wounds. The result was that Jon was tired, angry, freezing under the heat in his skin, and one bad sentence away from putting his fist through a national security wall. The agents at the checkpoint had made the mistake of looking at Lois Lane like she was a paperwork problem. That had lasted 6 seconds. Now they stood in a circular command room lined with screens and flags and grim people in expensive uniforms. Red threat maps covered one wall. Another displayed emergency response footage from cities around the world. A church in Rome with black frost crawling up its doors, a tram tunnel in Prague warped into impossible depth, a Kansas field glittering with violet cracks that closed the moment drones approached. At the center of it all, behind a curved console, stood Amanda Waller. She was shorter than the room wanted her to look, broad-shouldered, immaculate, the kind of still that was its own threat. Her eyes moved from Lois to Jon to Connor to Raven and did not change. "Miss Lane," Waller said. "Jonathan." Lois did not sit. "Amanda, your arrival here without clearance could be interpreted as a hostile act." Jon heard several rifles adjust behind unseen wall panels. He let his gaze sweep the room once casually and used X-ray vision for half a second. Hidden door, 16 armed personnel, 2 red spectrum emitters in the ceiling, a kill gas system behind vent grates. Cute. "It can also be interpreted," Jon said, "as me being in a really bad mood and you not wanting to waste time." A muscle jumped in the jaw of one of the men by the wall. Waller's expression barely changed. "I was sorry to hear about Superman," she said. Lois laughed once. "It was sharp enough to cut. Try that again when I'm less busy." The side doors opened. Lex Luthor walked in like he owned gravity. Of course he did. He was dressed in charcoal and white, no tie, not a hair out of place. Mercy Graves came in 2 steps behind him, unreadable behind her glasses. Lex's eyes went first to the threat map, then to Lois, then to Jon, and paused there with a kind of bright, fascinated dislike that made Jon want to break every perfect tooth in his head. "Jonathan," Lex said, "still vertical. That's encouraging." Jon moved before Connor could. It happened so fast half the room didn't process it. 1 second he was by the table. The next he had Lex by the front of his suit and shoved him backward into the steel support pillar hard enough that alarms yelped and Mercy drew. Every gun in the room came up. Raven's shadow surged across the floor like spilled ink. Connor smiled without warmth and took 1 step forward. Lois didn't even flinch. "Tell them to lower the guns, Amanda, unless you want the evening news to open with a federal massacre." Lex, pinned with his shoes 6 inches off the floor, looked down at the fist in his lapel and then up at Jon's face. "No fear, just calculation. You should let go," he said softly. "Give me one reason." "Because if my heart rate stops transmitting," Lex said, "the Sunfall Daybreak crosslink defaults to containment collapse. Every satellite in low Earth orbit with link permissions fires every reserve protocol it has." Jon's grip tightened. Waller said, "He's telling the truth." The room went colder. Jon's eyes flicked to her. She did not look away. Of course she knew. Of course she'd let Lex in anyway. Of course the world had decided to trust its emergency systems to 2 control freaks with apocalypse hobbies. He released Lex abruptly. Lex landed smoothly, adjusted his jacket, and almost smiled. "Better." Jon wanted to throw him through the wall. Instead he stepped back. "Talk." Command room screens shifted. One of Waller's operators brought up a layered schematic of the satellite network. Jon recognized the 3 primary Sunfall platforms from the Fortress display, but now more details unfolded: backup relays, signal ladders, unauthorized code nests hidden inside federal architecture. Lex's work was obvious once you knew what filth smelled like. This network was designed, Waller said, as an emergency anti-Kryptonian deterrent. "Deterrent," Connor echoed. "That's what you call red sun kill boxes now." Waller ignored him. "After the first breach event tied to LexCorp contractor activity, my office identified unknown code interactions between Sunfall satellites and a dormant LexCorp black budget program named Daybreak." Mr. Luthor denied knowledge. Lex spread a hand. "I denied criminal intent, different thing." Lois leaned over the console. "You're really saying that out loud?" "Nothing I say in this room is for print. It is if I remember it." "It won't improve your marriage if you get arrested in the middle of a planetary breach, Miss Lane." "Keep talking," Lois said, "and we can test that theory." Jon cut in before the two of them escalated into mutual homicide. What does Mordru get from the network? Lex's gaze sharpened with reluctant interest. Jon had noticed that before. The man hated not being in control, but he hated being stupid in front of a problem even more. You get scaffolding, Lex said. The breach is unstable across dimensions. It wants anchors, fixed points. Daybreak was supposed to create isolated resonance chambers around high-output anomalies. He glanced at Jon. You, for example. Try again without sounding proud. Lex ignored that. Sunfall provides a global geometry grid. Daybreak provides adaptive tuning. The magical intrusion, Mordru if we're using names now, piggybacked the two systems together and taught them to identify not just Kryptonian biosignatures, but associated metaphysical resonance. Khalid stepped through a circle of gold light at the edge of the room, Zatanna beside him. Half the armed personnel jolted. Nobody stopped them. Smart. In English, Jon said. Zatanna's expression was dry. He means the network learned your soul. Silence hit the room like a dropped blade. Jon kept his face still with effort. Waller's gaze narrowed. Explain. Khalid did, not with every detail, not with Harry Potter or Britain or betrayal or death chambers and rebirth. Just enough truth sharpened for useful people. Jon Kent had a unique cross-dimensional imprint. The breach had targeted it. Clark's attempted abduction had tied Superman's solar matrix to that imprint. The network above them was now translating magical intent into planet-scale architecture. If the process completed, the world would no longer be dealing with scattered manifestations. It would be dealing with a permanent door. Permanent to what? Waller asked. Raven answered from the shadows near the wall. To a place that eats identity, memory, and fear and calls it structure. Several military staff glanced at her like they regretted having ears. Waller did not. Ejected casualties. Khalid looked at the map. If the aperture anchors fully, he let the silence answer first, then civilization-level event. That landed. For the first time since Jon had entered, the room's controlled panic cracked wide enough to show fear underneath. Waller's fingers tapped once on the console. Option, shut down Sunfall, one general said immediately. Lex scoffed. Do that and the magical load dumps uncontrolled through the active nodes. You don't get a closed door. You get fractures across every urban stress point on the planet. Redirect it to deep space, another suggested. Wonderful, Zatanna said. Launch our apocalypse at the moon and hope it stays there. I'm sure cosmic law will love that. Jon stepped forward and planted both hands on the table. We don't have time for a room full of people auditioning for last mistakes, he said. Tell me what works. Lex's eyes moved to him. Waller's too. That was the moment. He felt it. Nobody in the room wanted him leading anything. He was too young, too powerful, too unknown. A bad category in a crisis built by bad categories. In another life, he would have recognized the pattern instantly. Officials, fear, respectable voices talking about restraint while the thing that actually mattered bled out in the next room. The memory hit so hard he tasted iron. A chamber underground in Britain, former friends, wands raised, safety, control, necessity. His magic stirred hot and sharp, not again. Jon lifted his hands off the table and straightened slowly. You all get one thing clear, he said, and his voice came out calm enough to scare even him. I am not standing in another room while people decide I'm the problem because I survived theirs. The temperature in the command center dropped, not physically. Emotionally, every eye went to him, even Lex stopped performing. Jon let them see it, the anger, the certainty, the absolute lack of patience for institutional cowardice. My dad is dying because two control freaks built weapon systems they thought they alone were smart enough to manage, he said, looking from Lex to Waller and back. People are losing power, homes, maybe reality itself, because Mordru figured out fear is easier to scale than courage. So here's what happens next. You, he pointed at Lex, give us every Daybreak access key, every hidden protocol, every buried lab, every dead man's switch. You, he looked at Waller, unlock Sunfall command and stop aiming your people at mine. And if either of you lies to me in the next 10 minutes, I will drag the truth out of your machines, your satellites, and your little secret bunkers one wall at a time. Mercy's hand twitched toward a weapon. Connor's heat vision lit red in answer. Lois said almost conversationally, also Jimmy has a release package queued. If anything happens to us, LexCorp's off books breaches, federal Red Sun deployments over civilian centers, and audio from 3 separate black sites go live everywhere. Lex looked at her sharply. Bluff. Lois smiled. That's adorable. Waller's stare moved from Lois to Jon to the maps. For 3 seconds the entire room balanced on her choice. Then she said, stand down. The rifles behind the wall panels lowered. Lex's mouth thinned. Amanda, save your objections, Waller said. You can file them after the world exists. Jon exhaled once through his nose, not relief, just motion. Good, he said. Now tell me how to kill this thing. Planning with enemies was worse than dueling them. At least in a fight, the rules were honest. The fortress had not been an option for the full joint operation. Waller didn't trust alien architecture, Lex wanted access to his own systems, and nobody with a functional soul wanted federal strike teams inside Clark's home. So the compromise was a temporary command nexus built inside a decommissioned LexCorp aerospace hangar on the edge of Metropolis Harbor, ringed by Waller's armored personnel carriers, shielded by Zatanna's inversion wards, and watched from the sky by Connor because nobody trusted anybody. Jon trusted exactly 4 people in the building, and one of them was unconscious. The hangar floor had become a war room under brutal lights. Portable monitors, crystal projectors from the fortress, occult circles marked in silver powder, Red Sun hardware disassembled on work tables, stacks of evacuation maps, emergency radios, med kits, ammo crates. The whole place looked like a military briefing, and a magical exorcism had collided. Lois thrived in it. She moved between Perry on video call, Jimmy on 3 devices, city officials, and a whiteboard covered in handwritten timelines with the ease of someone who had spent her career knee-deep in disaster, and still refused to let it define the ending. Zatanna argued with a LexCorp engineer over frequency harmonics. Khalid wrote equations in gold light that kept turning into glyphs. Raven had taken over a dark corner with a bank of monitors and seemed to be tracking emotional pressure spikes across the city by feel alone. Connor ate half a protein bar, declared it tasted like drywall, and then perched on a catwalk because standing on the ground apparently made him irritable. Jon stood by Clark's cot and tried not to look like he was waiting for a ghost to move. Clark had woken once on the flight from the fortress, just once, long enough to grip Jon's wrist and say, "Don't let them make you choose fear," before the black mark on his chest flared and put him back under. Jon had held on until the medics pried his fingers loose. Now Clark slept under a field of yellow light and shallow machine tones. The mark hadn't spread, which everyone kept calling good news. Jon had started to hate phrases like that. Footsteps approached behind him. He didn't turn immediately. He knew the sound. Lois stopped at his shoulder. For a second, neither of them spoke. "Your father would be offended," she said at last, "to know you're hovering this obviously." Jon let out something that almost counted as a laugh. "He can be offended when he wakes up. He plans to. You talk to him." Lois folded her arms. "I know him." That helped more than it should have. Jon looked sideways at her. "You should be yelling." "I am yelling internally, constantly." "You're taking this weirdly well, Jon." Lois's voice softened in the smallest possible way. "Taking it well and moving are not the same thing." He looked back at Clark. "I know, do you?" There was no accusation in it. That made it worse. He swallowed. "I keep thinking if I had moved faster in the fortress. I should have seen the tether. I know how people like Mordru work. I know what it looks like when somebody builds a trap around your fear and calls it inevitability. I should have." Lois stepped in front of him and made him stop because there was nobody in any universe who could look at him like Lois Lane looked at a lie and not feel it. "Listen to me," she said. "You are not doing that tonight." "Doing what?" "Making yourself the easiest person to blame because that feels more manageable than admitting we have a complicated disaster and multiple bad actors and exactly 0 perfect choices." He stared at her. She wasn't done. "I have watched you survive things no kid should survive," she said. "I have watched you decide over and over that surviving them means you owe the world blood for taking up space afterward. That ends here, you hear me?" Something tightened in his throat. He looked away first. "You make everything sound illegal. That's why people read me." Across the hangar, Lex strode toward them with a tablet in hand and the expression of a man forced to collaborate with arsonists after discovering he himself had stored explosives in the basement. Jon's mood improved slightly at the sight. "Jonathan," Lex said. "A word." Jon's eyes narrowed. "I can think of several." Lex ignored that. "The satellite alignment window begins in 43 minutes. If we're going to reconfigure Daybreak from containment geometry to inversion geometry, I need your cooperation." "My cooperation meaning your presence?" Jon stared. "Absolutely not. It's not a request designed for my pleasure either," Lex said. "The network identified you as a priority metaphysical constant. To reverse the lock, we need the system to recognize the same constant in refusal rather than capture." Zatanna called from the central table. "Unfortunately, he's right." Jon looked at her. She made a face that meant she hated agreeing with Lex almost as much as he did. "Think of it like this," she said. "The breach knows your shape. The network learned it. Right now, the whole machine is tuned to treat you as the missing piece of a ritual. We need to force it to accept a different rule, which is," Khalid answered, "you are not an ingredient." Lex tapped the tablet. "The satellites will open a temporary channel through the existing lock. We need you there when the command flips." Connor dropped from the catwalk with a hard clang of boots on metal. Lex didn't bother hiding his annoyance. "This is not your decision." Connor stepped closer until they were nearly nose to nose. "Try using him like a key again and I'll test whether your head bounces." Mercy shifted instantly, but Waller's voice cut through from the other side of the hangar. Enough. She approached with 2 officers in tow and a folder under one arm, as if this were still somehow a meeting she controlled by paperwork alone. Maybe she did. People like Waller and Lex didn't need magic to believe in paper more than flesh. We have civilian corridors established across 3 boroughs, she said to Lois, then to Lex, and I have strike teams positioned at each Sunfall relay. You get one operation, no freelancing, no private contingencies. Lex's eyes flicked up. I'm wounded, you think. Save the performance, Waller said. If I detect one unregistered subroutine on my network, I erase your company from the procurement map. Lex actually smiled a little. There she is. Jon stepped between them before the mutual toxicity became combustible. What exactly is the plan? So they built it ugly and precise. Sunfall had 3 main satellites currently acting as ritual stabilizers. Daybreak code nested through them in loops, translating breach pressure into geometry. If they simply destroyed the satellites, the energy would dump catastrophically through the nearest anchors, major population centers. If they left them alone, Mordru would finish building a permanent door. So the satellites had to be retuned mid-cycle. Connor would take orbit with Jon and physically access the external relay housings on satellites 1 and 2. Satellite 3 sat inside a heavier security lattice and would need remote override from Lex and Waller combined. Khalid and Zatanna would build an inversion circle on the roof of the Daily Planet, because the breach's largest urban focus point had shifted there in the last 10 minutes. Raven would monitor emotional stress load and keep the city from becoming the ritual's fuel. Lois and Jimmy would manage evacuation messaging and expose enough truth to stop panic from becoming chaos. Waller's teams would hold perimeters. Mercy would keep Lex from trying to escape the consequences of his own brain. And Jon would be the one thing the system recognized and could not classify. At the end of the explanation, nobody looked particularly happy. Good, Jon thought. Plans this dangerous should insult everyone equally. Clark stirred, every conversation in the hangar cut off. Jon was at the cot instantly. Lois reached it half a step after him. Clark's eyes opened slowly, blue gone hazy with pain but unmistakably present. He looked first at Lois, then Jon, then up at the ceiling like he could already hear the entire building and all the lies inside it. Please tell me, he said, voice raw, we did not put Lex Luthor in a room with our son during a dimensional crisis. Lois huffed a laugh that sounded 1 inch from tears. We did worse, we gave him a chair. Clark tried to sit up. The black mark on his chest flared and he went rigid with pain. Jon caught his shoulder. Don't. Clark breathed through it with visible effort. Even injured, even half-drained, he made endurance look like a moral decision. When it passed, he focused on Jon. You're planning something. We're fixing it. With Luthor. Temporarily. Clark's mouth moved like he wanted to argue with the entire concept of temporarily. Instead, he looked past Jon toward the maps. What's the cost? Nobody answered fast enough. Clark's gaze sharpened. Jon hated that tone. It was the one that cut through everything. Father, not Superman. Trust me enough to be honest. He swallowed. I have to go into the network lock when the satellites flip. Clark started to say number. The mark on his chest pulsed black. Raven straightened from across the room, eyes suddenly wide. Wait, too late. The wound in Clark's chest lit like a brand. Every monitor in the hangar exploded into violet static. Outside over Metropolis Harbor, the sky screamed. Not thunder, not metal. A sound like stone being taught pain. The hangar doors shuddered inward as wind hit them from the wrong direction. People yelled. Emergency lights flashed red. The crystal projector at the center of the room cast a spire of black gold light to the ceiling. Jon grabbed Clark just as his father's body lifted off the cot. Dad. Clark's hands clenched hard enough to bend the frame beneath him. The black mark had turned into a live sigil, lines branching outward like chains made of shadow and sunfire. He's being recalled, Khalid shouted. To where? Lois yelled. Raven's answer came like ice. To the heart. The ceiling above the hangar split open. A circle of darkness flowered there, vast and depthless, rimmed in purple fire. Clark rose toward it. Jon launched upward with him. Jonathan, no, Waller shouted. He ignored her. For one wild second he had Clark's wrist. Really had it. Skin on skin, heat and strength and the familiar, solid, impossible fact of him. Clark's eyes locked onto his. Follow the light, Clark gasped. Then the tether ripped taut. Clark was pulled through the hole in the air so violently Jon's hand tore free. The darkness snapped shut. The room crashed back into gravity. Jon landed hard enough to crater steel. No one spoke. The only sound was the alarm. Jon lifted his head slowly. His eyes burned. Magic crawled over his skin in blue-white sparks. He heard Lois inhale. Heard Connor take 1 step toward him. Heard Lex say very quietly, well. Jon stood. When he looked at the room, half the people in it forgot how to breathe. New plan, he said. Metropolis looked like a city trying very hard not to panic. From the roof of the Daily Planet, Jon could see traffic locked in frozen knots 3 avenues long. emergency sirens threading through it like desperate needles. Helicopters hung at a distance because nobody wanted to get too close to the wound in the sky. Police and federal barricades shone blue-red along the waterfront. The great globe atop the planet building spun slowly in the wind, gold catching weird flashes of violet from the clouds above. Below that, humans did what humans always did when the world turned monstrous around them. They carried children, argued into phones, shared umbrellas with strangers, filmed what terrified them, kept moving because standing still was worse. Lois stood near the roof access door with Jimmy, 2 cameras, 3 phones, and the expression of a woman daring the apocalypse to interrupt her deadline. She had traded her coat for a flak vest and somehow still looked like a journalist first and a war correspondent second. Harry's voice barked over an earpiece from somewhere downstairs. Jimmy adjusted a drone feed, muttering to himself, "This angle's terrible. The world-ending portal is backlit. That feels rude." Lois glanced at Jon where he stood near the ritual circle. "We're all having a hard day, Jimmy." The circle itself took up most of the western side of the roof. Silver powder, gold thread, Kryptonian crystal rods, Zatanna's backward sigils, Khalid's geometric constructs spinning above them like tiny suns. Raven stood at the northern point with her cloak moving in wind that wasn't touching anyone else. Connor hovered 6 inches off the roof because apparently now was not the time to begin respecting gravity. Lex and Waller occupied opposite sides of a portable command array and looked like 2 people temporarily agreeing not to poison each other's coffee. Jon barely saw any of it. He looked up. The breach had come south with them. It no longer resembled a simple wound. It was architecture now, just like Zatanna had warned. Vast translucent outlines kept phasing in and out behind the clouds, arches bigger than skyscrapers, staircases that turned inside themselves, a chamber roofed in dark crystal. Sometimes the city beneath it echoed wrong, 1 extra street, 1 impossible tower, a reflection of Metropolis overlaid with someplace colder and crueler. Clark was in there. Jon felt it the way he had felt the Horcrux once upon a time, only bigger, cleaner, more terrible. Not evil exactly. Possession. Claim. An active line between his father's living body and the thing building itself overhead. "Don't go stupid," Raven said softly beside him. Hadn't heard her approach, Jon let out a breath. That ever work when people tell you? Number, she looked up at the sky, still worth trying. For a moment they just stood there. Raven's presence did something strange to the edges of Jon's anger. It didn't calm it. She wasn't gentle enough for that, but she gave it shape, like she could look at a storm and see where the center was. "He's alive," she said. Jon shut his eyes once. "I know, you're angry at the wrong part." He glanced at her. "That would be news to me. You want to make yourself a blade because blades are simple." Her voice stayed quiet, almost drowned by rotor wash from a helicopter banking farther west. "Mordru wants that. He wants you entering his space sharp enough to cut, not steady enough to choose." Jon looked back at the breach. "He took my dad, and if you go in full of only that, he gets 2 weapons. He was so tired of people being right at him." "What am I supposed to feel instead?" he asked. Raven's mouth barely moved. "Everything, just don't let one part drive." Before he could answer, Lex called from the command table. "We're in window." Everybody moved. Connor took the first ascent, straight up in a black blur, sonic crack following him half a second later. Jon launched after him. Wind tore across his face. The city dropped away. Clouds swallowed him cold and wet and electrified. Then he broke above the weather and saw the satellites. 3 hard points of man-made intent hanging over a hurt world. Sunfall platforms were ugly by design. Armored dishes, angular relay cages, weapon-grade geometry pretending to be engineering. Each one now carried an extra skin of black-violet runes that crawled over the metal like living burn marks. Red light pulsed between them in triangular formation. In the center of that formation, far below but still somehow visible from orbit, the breach bloomed over Metropolis like a dark flower. Connor's voice came through the comm in Jon's ear. "You seeing the spiders on these things?" Jon angled toward the nearest satellite. The spiders were clusters of skeletal shapes clinging to the outer hull, constructs built from shadow, crystal, and the idea of armor. They moved as if they were remembering how bodies worked. "Yeah," Jon said, "try not to punch the dish." "Wow, thanks, super helpful." Jon almost smiled despite everything. "I'm trying to be supportive." The first construct launched at him with no warning. It hit like falling masonry. Jon twisted, took the blow on one shoulder, and slammed both of them into the relay arm. Metal rang. The thing had too many elbows and a face like melted silver under black glass. Opened its mouth and a human scream came out, 100 human screams layered together. Jon snarled and drove his fist through its chest. The construct burst into ash and shards. More crawled over the dish. Connor tore one in half and kicked another clear into the void. "Okay, hate these." Jon hit the relay hatch, fingers digging into alloy. Magic sparked under his skin as he forced the sealed panel open. Inside, a nest of red wiring wrapped a crystal core shaped like a broken spearhead. Lex's voice flooded the comm immediately. "Do not touch the central prism directly." Jon looked at it. "Wasn't planning to." "Good," Lex said. "Because it will either brand you, weaponize you, or detonate. Rotate the outer collar 30 degrees counterclock." A shadow crossed the sun. Jon looked up and had just enough time to see the second wave. Not constructs this time, people or things wearing people. Wizards in torn dark robes, faces shifting between strangers and memories. One wore Kingsley's voice, one had Hermione's eyes, one looked like Ron in the second before he'd raised his wand in that underground chamber in Britain. Not real. Not them, Jon knew that, but knowing and not reacting weren't the same skill. The Ron-faced thing smiled at him with someone else's teeth. "Still making yourself useful for them?" it asked. Jon froze. The satellite seemed to vanish. For one impossible heartbeat, he smelled stone, old spell-burned betrayal sealed under ritual heat. The memory cracked through him like lightning. Hermione's hands trembling as she cast the binding sequence. Ron refusing to look him in the eye. Ginny pale and angry and convinced. McGonagall standing straight and calling it necessary. Everyone explaining why fear made this kind. Harry Potter dying in a room full of people who called it protection. The construct lunged. A black blur crashed into it from the side. Connor, shoulder first, sending both of them spinning into open dark. Connor barked over comms. "Focus." Jon came back hard. The memory snapped away. Orbit returned, metal, breachlight, earth turning below them. He inhaled once violently and thrust both hands into the relay core housing. Magic answered faster than thought, not Latin, not old wand movements, pure will shaped through a body that could drink sunlight and throw mountains. Blue-white fire poured from his palms into the red lines. The crystal core screamed. Symbols flared across the hull. Lex shouted in his ear, "What did you do?" "Improvise." "That is not comforting." The outer collar rotated on its own, gears grinding backward against their lock. Red light shifted toward gold. On the far side of the satellite, Connor tore free of the memory construct and sent it pinwheeling into the Earth's shadow. "First relay's changing. Tell me that's good." "It's functional," Lex said tightly. "That didn't answer the question, because I dislike answering wrong ones." Jon ripped the prism assembly from its cradle and flung it into space. The satellite shuddered, then steadied. One corner of the triangular red formation below flickered gold. Down on the roof, Zatanna's voice came through the comm. "We got one." The breach just stuttered. "Great," Jon said. "Let's do that twice more." The second satellite fought harder. Its relay housing had sealed under fresh runes, and the constructs guarding it were larger, fused from red sun plating and breach crystal. Worse, Mordru had learned from the first. When Jon got close, the outer hull reflected him back, not as he was, but as two selves badly welded together. Harry Potter in torn black, blood on his mouth, eyes too old. Jonathan Kent in the blackened red suit, cape shredded, hands glowing. The reflection spoke with both voices. "Choose." Jon hit it hard enough to crater the hull. "Not in the mood," he muttered. Connor wheeled past him, grabbed two incoming constructs by the throat, and smashed them together. Notice how magic villains always go for mind games. They think it saves time. It mostly makes me want to hit them more. That's the spirit. Together they forced the second housing open. This time the core was wrapped in what looked disturbingly like veins. Jon didn't want to know. He grabbed the outer frame while Connor braced the satellite physically against the rotational torque. "Ready?" Jon asked. Connor bared his teeth. "Never." Jon shoved magic and solar heat into the core at once. The veins ignited. The whole satellite rang like a struck bell. Then the red flare snapped sideways into gold-white, and the second point of the triangle changed. Below them, the breach convulsed. Clouds above Metropolis inverted, dragging inward toward a dark center. Energy spilled from the edges in sheets. Jon felt more than saw something inside the aperture turn and notice him. "Oh no," Raven whispered over the comm. "What?" Jon said instantly, but Lex answered first, and for once there was real alarm in his voice. "Satellite 3 just rejected remote override." Waller snapped. "Why?" "Because," Lex said, voice going clipped and furious, "someone is in my system." The main view in Jon's comm feed shifted. Satellite 3 rotated on its axis and opened like a metal iris. At its center stood Marvolo. He wasn't truly standing, not in vacuum, but the breachlight around him made its own rules. Robes whipped in non-existent wind. His face still wore that unnerving, too young echo of Tom Riddle, handsome and bloodless and cruelly smooth. In one hand he held the black rod that bent spell vectors, in the other, impossibly, he held Clark's cape. Jon went cold. Marvolo smiled into the camera. "Come take him," he said, then the feed died. They hit atmosphere like bullets. Connor actually laughed once on the way down, not because anything was funny, but because speed was the only honest thing left. The city surged up through torn cloud and emergency sirens. Jon could hear everything now. Orders shouted on rooftops, prayers, helicopters, Jimmy swearing about signal loss, Waller demanding a clear line, Lex demanding 3 at once, the low impossible groan of the breach over all of it. Satellite 3 had turned the entire sky above the planet building into a lens. A column of dark gold light poured from the clouds to the city center and widened as it descended. Every surface it touched mirrored wrong. Office towers reflected ruined hallways. Glass storefronts flashed stone arches. For seconds at a time, the street below vanished under another map entirely. The city was becoming overlap. Waller's troops were evacuating blocks as fast as they could. Armored carriers formed barriers. Civilians moved in waves, pushed by police, firefighters, volunteers, strangers who had decided not to wait for orders. Lois's live voice came from every phone speaker and emergency channel in range, fierce and steady and impossible to ignore. Move west, stay together, leave your car if you have to. Do not go toward the light no matter what you think you see. Jon landed on the Daily Planet roof in the middle of the ritual circle. The whole structure shook. Zatanna nearly lost her footing. Khalid's hands were out, both wreathed in gold, holding the circle stable against pressure descending from above like the weight of an ocean. Raven knelt at the edge of the sigil map, her cloak spread around her as shadow energy poured down the sides of the building and into the streets below, wrapping frightened minds before panic could turn them into fuel. Lois looked up from the command line. Tell me you got 2. 2, Jon said, and the 3rd. Marvolo chose that moment to answer for him. He stepped out of the dark gold beam 20 feet above the roof and walked downward through the air as if it had become a staircase. Clark's cape trailed from his fist, scorched and torn. Behind him the breach widened, and deep inside it Jon saw movement, chains of light, a suspended figure, a city made of chambers. Marvolo touched down on the roof with absurd delicacy. Hello again, he said. Connor hit him before anybody else could move. The impact drove Marvolo through the rooftop ventilation bank, metal exploding outward. Connor followed with a savage right hook that would have pulped tanks. Marvolo raised the black rod and space folded. The punch hit 6 inches to the left of where Connor intended, smashed concrete, and Marvolo's knee went into Connor's ribs hard enough to launch him across the roof. Jon was on Marvolo instantly. Magic cracked from his hand in a bladeless blue arc. Marvolo parried with the rod. The spell split, bent backward, and scorched the air behind Jon's shoulder instead. Still adapting, Marvolo said, sounding pleased. Jon answered by headbutting him. Marvolo staggered. That wasn't magic. That was just Kryptonian skull. Satisfied, Jon seized the front of Marvolo's robes and drove him backward through the rising gold beam. The roof around them shook. Raven's shadows flared. Zatanna shouted something backward that made 3 of Marvolo's rune sparks unravel midair. Marvolo smiled through a split lip. You can feel him, can't you? He whispered. Jon's grip tightened. Where is he? The center, where the old dead things finally learned the shape of the sun. Jon punched him. Marvolo's head snapped sideways. Then the black rod touched Jon's chest. Agony, not physical first. Conceptual. Jon felt his magic grab itself, twist, misfire. Felt his muscles flood heavy as if red sun radiation had learned how to masquerade as guilt. Marvolo whispered something in a language that sounded like knives opened underwater. The roof vanished. Jon fell through memory. Stone chamber, Britain. Wands raised, Hermione crying and still casting. Ron white-faced. Kingsley speaking about public risk and magical balance and nobody actually seeing him at all, only the weaponized version of him they needed to justify. The containment circle lighting, the elder wand in his hand, everybody telling him they were sorry. He was on his knees in that room again. No, he was, because there was sun on his skin. Kansas sun, warm, real. The smell of hay and coffee and Lois's perfume and Clark laughing in the kitchen with flour on his shirt because a pie had gone wrong. A voice saying, easy, kiddo. Another saying, don't track mud in my house. A cape folded over a chair. A hand on his shoulder that had never once tried to chain him. Jon ripped upward with everything in him. The memory cracked apart like ice. He was back on the planet roof, one knee down, Marvolo standing over him, black rod descending for his throat. Raven's soul self hit Marvolo from behind like a dark comet. He flew sideways into the globe's support strut and the whole golden planet globe shrieked as metal bent. Jon came up hard, vision blazing. Thanks. Raven did not look at him. Get Clark. Above them, the breach opened wider. Something massive shifted behind it. Khalid shouted, the 3rd satellite is locking to his position. If it finishes, the overlap becomes permanent. Lex's voice burst over comms, furious and thin with strain. I can't break the final relay remotely while Marvolo holds the hand key. Jon turned. Handkey, mercy of all people, answered from the command console. The rod, it's linked to the last platform. Marvolo rose from the wreckage, smiling, blood through his teeth. Of course he did. Jon looked up at the impossible city in the sky, then down at the rod in Marvolo's hand, then at the gap widening behind him where Clark hung somewhere beyond reach. He understood the shape of it all at once. "You're not the center," Jon said. Marvolo tilted his head. "No, you're the latch." For the first time, Marvolo's smile thinned. Jon launched. The fight that followed tore the roof apart. Marvolo moved like a duelist who had trained under physics but no longer respected it. The rod bent spell lines, shifted trajectories, pulled openings out of balance. Jon stopped trying to outspell it almost immediately. Instead, he fought ugly. Heat vision flashed low to drive Marvolo's footing offline. Wandless shields appeared at point-blank range just to break rhythm. He used flight like a tackle and magic like brass knuckles. Connor rejoined the fight half a second later with a roar and hit Marvolo high while Jon went low. 3 times they nearly got the rod. 3 times Marvolo slipped. Then Lex shouted in Jon's ear, "He's sinking through spoken command layers. Disrupt his breath." Jon almost laughed. "Connor, I heard." Connor feinted left, took the rod across the shoulder in a burst of black light, and used the opening to clap both hands over Marvolo's jaw and mouth. Marvolo's eyes went wide in outraged disbelief. Jon hit the rod with a cutting curse in both fists. The black metal snapped. Sound disappeared, not reduced. Gone. For one disorienting instant, the world became silent light. The rod split in Jon's hands, and a column of red-violet force punched straight upward through the breach toward Satellite 3. Marvolo screamed without sound as the feedback tore through him. The air over the roof sheared open. Then sound came back all at once. Satellite 3 exploded in orbit, not debris rain, controlled bloom, gold-white fire spreading in a ring. The final point of the triangle broke. The breach lurched. Inside it, the suspended figure at its center dropped. Clark, Jon breathed. He jumped. The aperture caught him like cold oil. The heart of the breach was not a place. It was a collection of places forced into agreement. Jon hit dark crystal under one knee, skidded, and nearly went over the edge of a platform hanging above a depthless drop. Wind howled up from below, carrying whispers in 10 languages and one he had heard only in nightmares. Around him rose architecture stolen from too many worlds. Fortress crystal spires stabbed through black stone arches. LexCorp lab glass floated as walls between sections of ruined castle corridor. The chamber from Britain, the one that had killed Harry Potter, stood shattered and huge at the center of it all. Its circular floor expanded to the size of a stadium. Above that central chamber hung Clark. Chains of black gold light bound his wrists and chest, suspending him over a vortex of runes that turned like grinding gears. His head hung forward. The cape was gone. The S on his suit looked dim under layers of shadow. Each time the rune vortex turned, sunlight spilled out of him and fed the walls. Mordru waited beneath. He was not human-shaped anymore. Pieces of human intention still clung to him, face, shoulders, the general insult of a crown, but his body had become something architecture was trying to wear. Robes like stormfronts, hands too large at the joints, eyes made of furnace-dark gold. The room bent around his outline, stone leaning inward as if it wanted permission to kneel. When he smiled, the whole chamber seemed to smile with him. "Boy Between Worlds," Mordru said, and the title echoed from 1,000 walls. "At last you enter by choice." Jon rose slowly to his feet. He could feel the others behind him at the threshold, not physically inside yet, but linked. Zatanna's wards brushing the edges, Khalid's geometric anchor. Raven's shadow laid across the entrance like a hand refusing to let it close. Very far away through the structure, he could sense Lex and Waller and the network still grinding through its transition. The city, the planet, everything writing this. And in front of him, Clark. Jon's voice came out flat. "Let him go." Mordru's gaze moved to the chained figure above. "I could." That alone made rage surge so hard Jon's vision flashed white. But then, Mordru continued, "I would be left with only the sun, and suns are always more difficult. They still imagine they can choose themselves." Jon stepped off the platform and flew straight across the void. Mordru lifted one hand. The space between them became the ministry chamber, not illusion, structure. Jon slammed into invisible benches, stone old magic memory sharpened to matter. The circular tribunal rose around him exactly as it had on the night Harry Potter died, except bigger, grander, meaner in its precision. Seats climbed upward in concentric rings. At each one sat a figure wearing a familiar face. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, McGonagall, Kingsley, dozens more, not quite them, not real, but close enough to cut on sight. All of them looked down at him. "All this," Mordru said from everywhere, because fear dressed itself as love. Hermione's double stood. "We only wanted to keep everyone safe." Ron S. shook his head. "You made us do it." McGonagall's lifted her chin. "Power without oversight is tyranny." Jon's hands shook once, then stopped. He looked around the chamber and felt something strange happen inside him. Not forgiveness, not exactly, perspective. They had mattered once because they had been the whole world. That was the trick of childhood and trauma. It made a room feel like reality had no outside. Looking at the chamber now, through Jon Kent's eyes, with Clark and Lois and Martha and Connor and Raven and the whole impossible second life inside him, he saw what Harry Potter had never been allowed to see in that final moment. It was a trap built by smaller people than the pain they caused. Jon straightened. "You think this still owns me," he said. Mordru's voice rolled through the benches. "Doesn't it?" Jon looked up at Clark hanging above the ritual and answered the only honest way he could. "It hurt," he said. "It still hurts." The figures in the stands leaned in, almost hungry. Then Jon smiled, small and dangerous. "But it's not the only thing I am." He clapped his hands once. Solar fire exploded from him in a blue-gold ring. The false courtroom shattered. Stone benches became ash. Doubles burned away screaming. The circular floor beneath him cracked open into the larger chamber again, and Mordru's first true expression flickered, not fear but annoyance. "Good." Jon launched upward toward Clark. The chains reacted instantly, whipping down like serpents. He grabbed one, and black gold light seared across his palm with cold that somehow burned deeper than heat. Magic surged automatically to counter it. He wrapped the chain in a binding of his own, blue-white against black, and yanked. The entire chamber shook. Clark's head lifted fractionally. His eyes opened, unfocused, then found Jon. "Hey, Dad," Jon said through gritted teeth. Clark's mouth moved. No sound. Mordru raised both hands. The floor split. Marvolo came pouring up from below in pieces of breachlight and broken bone, body half knit by the place itself, smiling because apparently death had missed him on principle. "Oh, come on," Jon said. Marvolo hit him midair. They crashed through one of the crystal buttresses on the side of the chamber and into a floating shard platform beyond. Black glass exploded outward. Jon rolled, came up, and took Marvolo's next strike on a forearm shield. Snapped remains of the rod were gone. In their place, Marvolo wielded a blade formed from the breach itself, edges flickering between metal and absence. "You never stay on script," Marvolo said, almost admiring. Jon ducked a slash and drove an elbow into his throat. "I get that a lot." Behind them, the threshold tore wider. Zatanna and Khalid burst through on a wave of gold geometry, Raven with them as a dark streak. Connor half a beat after because of course he had refused to stay outside. Mordru laughed. The chamber answered by changing again. Platforms spun outward. Stairs inverted. The vortex under Clark widened into a city-sized mandala of runes. Around the edges of the space, cracks opened onto the real world, Metropolis rooftops, harbor water, Waller's command center. Lex bent over a console with fury all over his face. The breach heart had connected everything at once. Finally, Mordru said, "An audience." Zatanna began speaking backward, words rapid and sharp as thrown knives. Silver script uncoiled from her mouth and stitched itself through the air toward the chains. Khalid slammed his staff down, and a sun-bright geometric cage rose around the central vortex, forcing the runes to grind against an imposed order. Raven's soul self spread wide and swallowed the lower edges of the chamber in shadow, cutting off the screaming drafts from below. Connor didn't wait for instructions. He went straight for Clark. Mordru moved one finger. A wall of betrayal echoes erupted between them, dozens of human forms made from Jon's memories and everyone else's worst moments. Faces from Harry's old life. Faces from this one. Citizens screaming at Superman. Government briefs labeling subjects and assets. Clark on a gurney, Jon himself reflected angry and alone in 100 panes of broken glass. Connor hit the wall like a meteor and just kept going. "That all you got?" he shouted. Honestly, Jon thought with fierce affection, Clark had no right to act surprised. This kid was family. Marvolo slashed again. Jon caught the blade between both palms. Magic flared, the edge bit skin. Silver shimmer blood streaked over the black metal. Marvolo froze, the blade screamed. For a split second, Jon understood the thing in his hands. The breach knew him too well. That worked both ways. It had been built around his imprint, his grief, his refusal. Anything born of it could be touched through that logic. He bared his teeth. "Mine," he said. Magic ripped outward from his wound into the blade. Marvolo lost hold first. The weapon shattered into black dust. Jon seized him by the throat and drove him backward across the platform, through one floating wall then another. Breachlight tore around them. Marvolo tried a spell. Jon answered with heat vision at point-blank range. Marvolo's shoulder exploded into shadow and he screamed. Below them, Zatanna reached the first chain around Clark's left wrist and shouted, "I can break these, but not while the central feed is active." Khalid braced harder, jaw clenched. "Then we break the feed." Waller's voice cut across every comm line from the real world. "All strike teams report. I need the relay status now." Then Lex, overlapping her, "Hold position. If you fire into that aperture, you'll destabilize the inversion." I am not taking advice from the man who built half this catastrophe. And yet here we are, typical, Jon thought dimly while smashing Marvolo's face into breach crystal. Raven appeared beside him in a burst of shadow. "Jon," he looked, her eyes had gone completely dark. "He's using Clark as a son," she said, "and using you as permission. You need to refuse him at the deepest point." Jon stared. That is not useful phrasing in a crisis. She pointed downward. At the very center of the mandala beneath Clark, hidden under layers of moving sigils, was a tiny fixed point of pure darkness, not absence, focus. Hole drilled through meaning, the true anchor. If that stays, Raven said, everything we do is temporary. Jon looked from the anchor to Clark to Mordru, towering over the entire chamber like a king wearing a prison as a robe. He understood the shape of the end. I need a path. I'll make one. Marvolo lunged back into the fight with half his face still smoking. Connor finally broke through the echo wall and grabbed the second chain. Clark woke enough to shout Connor down, too late. The chain discharged. Connor convulsed as black gold current ripped through him, and Jon saw in the same instant what Mordru had layered inside it. Not electricity, not magic exactly, but command. Subject see clone. Weapon obey. Connor's eyes went blank. No, Jon said. Connor turned in midair and hit Jon with enough force to send them both across the chamber. They slammed into a fractured stone arch that had once been the ministry dais. Chunks fell away into the void below. Connor pinned Jon there, forearm across his throat, face stripped empty as if someone had reached in and erased the person temporarily. Connor, Jon gasped. No response. Below them, Zatanna yelled something at Khalid. Raven's shadow lashed upward, trying to reach. Marvolo laughed, staggering back toward Mordru's side. The giant sorcerer spread his hands wider, feeding on every split second of chaos. Jon looked at his brother's face and saw not rage, not choice capture. He knew that look. He had worn versions of it himself. So instead of fighting harder, he let his hands go open. Hey, Jon said, choking on the pressure at his throat. Hey, listen to me. Connor's grip tight. Jon forced the words out anyway. You're not a command line. Nothing. You're not a project. Connor's eyes flickered. You're not his and you're not theirs, and you're definitely not mine to use when it gets difficult. The blankness wavered. Jon gave him the truth, raw and fast and ugly. You're my brother, so knock it off. Connor made a broken sound in his throat. The black gold light around his pupils cracked. Raven's shadow slammed into both of them, not to hurt, just enough to jolt the command pattern loose. Connor recoiled as if waking from underwater, horror flooding back into his face. Jon,